Chapter 1, I have returned to the beginning. God, save the child. Yiju watched helplessly as the demon god crushed him with a single step, closing his eyes in resignation. Though he was talented in this wasteland world, the competition was too fierce. Moreover, he was a new human born only after the world had turned to wasteland. Among the awakened, one had to exert tremendous effort to compete for limited resources. This led to a decline in the individual's effort-toward ratio. It could be seen as a kind of inflation of effort. Yiju was one such example. Without resources, he had stalled for a long time. Often, to fight for a tiny bit of resources, he had to expend dozens of days of effort. He had crossed over to the era when demons erupted and resources could be picked up everywhere. And then he died. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was in shock. "Hey, class is over. Are you still sleeping?" He didn't know who said that. He then looked around, his gaze gradually replaced by confusion. Could it be that I have crossed over? Yiju's heart twitched violently. He had seen this in old books. This was a classroom. These people were students. So, what is my name? Yiju quickly flipped through the homework notebook on the desk. It was also Yiju. He looked at the glass. The face reflected was unmistakably his own, but Yiju was filled with excitement. Thoughts surged wildly. He quickly rummaged through his backpack. A mobile phone appeared in his hand. Time: April 3rd, 2025, 15:20:10. There were less than 10 minutes until the moment of descent. 10 minutes left? Yiju was startled. He couldn't help but look at those students point one by one. They were listlessly slumped over their desks. Some had earbuds in, listening to music. They were completely oblivious to the impending apocalypse. Yiju was no saint. Born after the wasteland, he had long seen the darkness of the wasteland. After a few seconds of silence, he shouted, "In 10 minutes, if you survive, find a way to kill a demon." There weren't many who could hear this, perhaps only a few around him. Even so, I didn't pay it any mind. Why Yiju? Has he fallen into a delusion of grandeur? However, she just happened to glance at Yiju, and their eyes met. Killing demons will earn rewards. Yiju showed a bright smile. Yiju, have you gone crazy from sleep? Su Yin was instantly speechless. She thought Yiju was just days from sleep. Still not reacting from his dream. Yiju, class is about to start. Where are you going? The language teacher walked in with a book from outside. Seeing Yiju rush out the door, this made her secretly sigh that a decayed wood cannot be carved at my knife. Where's my knife? Yiju ran, searching for sharp weapon, but that he was completely unfamiliar with this place. He was entirely unacquainted with the school's building structure in the post-wasteland world. Where was there any school? Just surviving was already a challenge. Last night I watched the news with my dad. The reporter said there are huge cracks and deep pits appearing on the ground. And they're still growing. Me too. Those deep pits and cracks are terrifying. Could there be monsters hiding underneath? Along the way, many students were discussing. Congratulations, you all have learned to buzz in. Yiju quickly passed through them. His words left them stunned. Boom! A loud noise followed. Then, the teaching building shook violently. Earthquake, those who were sleeping, chasing and playing, listening to music, preparing for class. They all screamed. From the ground, continuous rumbling sounds emerged. Then, a menacing red blade of light cleaved out from the ground. The dark clouds parted. This towering teaching building was instantly split in two. Help. Those who accidentally fell into the ground fissures screamed in terror as they fell. The students injured by falling stones all clutched their wounds, wailing in agony on the ground. Chapter 2 System Binding Successful. In the sky, black rain began to fall. Outside the school, there were buzzing noises everywhere. The world was gradually collapsing. Damn, that demon god's blade nearly grazed me. Yiju was drenched in cold sweat. He was only a few meters away from death. Taking a deep breath, he looked at the weapon in his hand. It was a fruit knife. He had just picked it up in the school cafeteria. There was not a single person in the cafeteria now. This was definitely an optimal hunting environment for Yiju, because the more crowded the place, the more likely it was to get crowded and blocked. Only lone wolves with strength in the early stages could survive more easily. Creak! Just then a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spine echoed from the ground. Not just Yiju. All teachers and students who heard this sound changed their expressions. Something was definitely down there. With a miserable scream, a second scream quickly followed. Is the demon about to crawl out? Yi Ju's heart tightened upon hearing this. He stared intently at the edge of the fissure. Snap! A black claw tightly grasped the edge, followed by a twisted body appearing before his eyes. Little inferior demon, the weakest among flesh and blood demons. Yi Ju was not surprised but rather delighted. So, the flesh nest hidden beneath the school was a little inferior demon. Monster, little inferior demon. Type, lowest rank. Description, black skin. It is the lowest existence among demons. They have huge eyeballs and sunken nostrils. Their biting power and fangs can easily tear through steel. Guga, the little inferior demon spotted Yi Ju. It excitedly charged over, flesh and blood. Delicious flesh and blood it could hardly wait to indulge. But, crack, a fruit knife accurately stabbed into its forehead. Fly knife. It was dumbfounded, its brain instantly losing all consciousness. You have killed a little inferior demon, gaining 10 experience points. Experience points required for leveling up, 90 points. You need to reach level 5 to awaken and become an Awakened One, but the world prompts were essentially unchanged from his previous life. Yi Ju walked over to the corpse and forcefully pulled out the fruit knife. Poochie. Thick black blood splattered out. Bang. Next to the little inferior demon, a bottle of potion exploded out. Name, Undying Potion Effect. Gain a buff after drinking. Immortal, lasts only 10 seconds. This potion was quite common in Yi Ju's previous world. Within 10 seconds, fatal injuries do not result in death. Many Awakened Ones used it to complete their final battles. Of course, injuries will not be healed and will be accounted for after 10 seconds. However, a cold mechanical voice stopped Yi Ju in his tracks. Congratulations, permanent buff extraction system bound. The host can extract effect from various equipment and unlimited items to convert them into permanent buffs. Extracted items will disappear. What the hell? Yi Ju was instantly stunned. A system? Is this a system? A benefit for travelers? And this can extract effects from various items? Convert them into permanent buffs for oneself? This is simply a bug. Yi Ju found it hard to believe. There are just too many items and equipment with effects. Physical damage reflection, magical damage reflection, critical hit potions, damage reduction, damage amplification, recovery potions. Wait. What does this mean? With time, can he become infinitely stronger? Extract. The effect of the immortal potion. Immortal. Yi Ju took a deep breath to calm himself down. He decided to give it a try. If he successfully obtained the immortal buff, he could withstand hits. Not only withstand, but also seek victory amid stability. After all, he wouldn't die. Maybe I can become the first awakened person in the world and win the first prize. Yi Ju's eyes sparkled. With an immortal buff, he wanted to enjoy himself to the fullest. Not enjoying would be inhumane. In his previous life, that he had long been fed up with being timid and standing far away, only to watch others gain experience in a tragic life. Chapitre 3. Permanent buff extraction. Ding! The extraction of the immortal potion is successful. You have obtained the permanent buff, Immortal. In an instant, countless blue starlights surged into Yi Ju's body from all around. The buff activation is successful, and you can choose to turn it on or off in the buff section. Buff section, Immortal. Recite to check, and you can observe the details of any buff. Check. Yi Ju silently thought. Immortal buff. No matter what injury is received, it will not die, including but not limited to dizziness, confusion, fainting, etc. Negative effects are judged according to the host's will. Can be combined with the indestructible skill to form an immortal and indestructible buff. Duration, permanent. Yi Ju was overjoyed. Immortal. He asked the demon god, can you achieve this? The key point is, this is not just one buff. In the future, he can obtain more and stronger buffs. Thinking of this, he forced himself to calm his excited heart. Although he was now immortal, he had no combat power at all. Right now, he was still a low-level fighter. He quickly formulated a plan. The first step was to have enough combat power to gain sufficient buffs. Then, he would proceed to the second step, eliminate the small demon nest. It should be noted that the experience points and rewards from exterminating a nest are very generous. Although, it is an extreme approach because exterminating a nest is often done by a well-equipped team of strong fighters. So let's begin the hunt. Yi Ju licked his lips. He began to move, running towards the nearest scream. Help me! Save me! It was a bloody blonde boy. One of his legs had been almost completely eaten. However, his willpower was incredibly strong. He had not fainted. Upon seeing the person approaching, he seemed to grasp the last straw of hope. I'm sorry, I can only avenge you. Yi Ju ran past him, charging towards the little demon that was chasing after him. Guga! The little demon let out a strange scream and opened its bloody mouth to bite. Zong! Yi Ju performed a sliding tackle, flipping the little demon onto the ground. Then, he leaped high from the ground. A knife gleaming with a cold light plunged deep into its heart. With a strong pull, a spray of thick black blood splattered around. You have killed a little demon and gained 10 experience points. Experience points needed for leveling up, 80. You need to reach level 5 to awaken and become an Awaken 1. Yi Ju quickly muted the subsequent minor prompt sounds. Immediately, he looked at the item that the little demon had dropped. It turned out to be a long-handled weapon. Piercing spear, special effect, piercing. There is a 10 chance to trigger the piercing effect when attacking, dealing double damage. Extract piercing effect. Yi Ju directly extracted the special effect using the system. Ding! Extracted the piercing spear. Piercing effect successful. You have gained a permanent buff. Piercing. Again, those blue starlights entered his body from all directions. Check buff bar. Piercing. Yi Ju silently thought for a moment. Penetration buff. There is a 10 chance to trigger the penetration effect when attacking, dealing double damage. This buff can stack. Each stack increases by 10, up to a maximum of 100. Duration permanent. Can it stack? That's simply ridiculous. Yi Ju was extremely surprised. This meant that he needed to extract 10 times to fully activate this buff. He had to hunt more monsters. In the next moment, he charged into the darkness. So powerful. The scene of him instantly killing the small inferior demon was naturally seen by the boy with the broken leg. However, he did not notice that a despicable little inferior demon had appeared behind him. A large mouth with sharp fangs viciously bit towards his head. Surprisingly, Ye, who had run far away, did not hear the scream behind him. Perhaps that boy survived. Chapter 4. This man has secrets. Yi Ju continued to wander, searching for the traces of the little demon. The smell was simply overwhelming, blood and a fishy stench. If he hadn't gotten used to it long ago, he might have vomited right there. The little demon mentioned in the old books, although it was the weakest, it was still difficult to contend with before humans awakened. After all, they were not like Yi Ju, who could directly upgrade from prey to predator. Silence. An eerie silence, except for the occasional desperate screams coming from the teaching building, constantly jarring their nerve cells. Those monsters, they're looking for us. We must not make a sound. Otherwise, we'll be eaten. Su Yan was in the same situation. She had been hiding in a locker in a corner for about half an hour. At this moment, all she could hear was the sound of her own heartbeat. Why did this happen? Su Yan felt completely disoriented. Just half an hour ago, her best friend sitting next to her had died a horrible death right before her eyes. That monster had devoured half of her friend's body. Was it still not full? I can hear its footsteps. Su Yan hurriedly covered her lips tightly. She couldn't make any sound. However, just then, her phone started ringing. Ding, 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 ding. Su Yan's fingers moved quickly, and in an instant, she managed to silence that damn phone. But then everything spun, and the locker she was hiding in toppled over. In an instant, Su Yan's body rolled out of the locker like a piece of delicious meat, landing right in front of the monster's feet. Su Yan could even see a bracelet on the monster's fangs. It was the bracelet her best friend wore, a gift she had given her on her birthday. She let out a scream, kicking and flailing with all her might. What is wrong with you? To her surprise, the demon actually spoke. Su Yan rubbed her eyes vigorously. Where was the demon and the bracelet? Before her stood a living person. Su Yan didn't know what to say. She realized that perhaps the locker was too lacking in oxygen, combined with her extreme mental stress, that it caused her to hallucinate. However, when she finally saw the person clearly, she let out a shocked voice. Why you? Are you Yi Ju? Su Yan pointed at him, her finger trembling. Remember to kill a demon. That nonsensical sentence was exactly what this boy had said to her half an hour ago. He must know something she didn't. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that to her. Then I'll be leaving first. Ye nodded. There's an immortality buff. Not daring is not human. Hunt more demons and gain more rewards. Don't leave me on. Scared, Su Yan said softly. The perfect goddess. The Alu school beauty has always been her persona. This is the first time she has shown such weakness in front of a boy. In that moment, a strange thought even crossed her mind. Why is he so impatient? Is it because I'm not pretty enough, or my figure is not good? I want to hunt demons. It's very dangerous for you to follow me. Ye fronit. He immediately turned around and ran towards the dark corridor at the other end. You, wait for me. Suyin woke up and hurriedly chased after him. A woman's intuition told her that she must not let this person go. Ah, they're coming. Run. Suddenly, several girls and boys came rushing from the front, screaming in terror, run, run, run. However, they crazily whizzed past her. In an instant, Suyin also wanted to run with them. What on earth was he doing? Suyin felt an inexplicable urge. A pair of long, perfect legs ran forward without anyone noticing. Her fear was completely replaced by curiosity. Chapter 5. Shocking Suyin for 100 years. Boom! A loud noise. The boy in front of Yi was directly knocked away, flying out. The whole classroom was in chaos. A dozen students huddled together, crying loudly. Another boy was blasted away and then fell heavily. It was evident that this little bully had immense strength. Power mutation type? Mutated demon? Y'all kidding. His expression changed slightly. When encountering such a mutated type in the early stage, there is only one truth. Run. However, the experience points for killing a mutated type are also very rich. Crack. The fist of the mutated little demon smashed into a nearby window, shattering the glass into countless pieces. Its sinister and evil expression conveyed its strength. Help, I don't want my head smashed. The boy beneath it screamed in fear, but could only watch as the muscle-bound demon's fist came down hard towards his head. Bang! It split open like a watermelon. Roar! The proud mutated little demon pounded its chest with both hands and howled at the sky. Ugh! Suyin, who rushed over, witnessed this scene and immediately vomited all over the ground. When she saw Yi Ju walking over with an expressionless face. Hey, are you looking for death? She finally couldn't help but scream. This person is insane. A madman. He actually walked towards the demon. Moreover, his steps quickened, turning into a sprint. Whoosh! Yi Ju suddenly charged forward. Those who were still alive, wailing on the ground, and those who were crying together were all dumbfounded. With the terrifying strength of this monster, a casual grab could crush a person's head. How dare this person rush forward? Is he out of his mind? Boom! 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 The mutated little demon roared. It felt that its authority was being challenged. Its fist was raised high. It began to furiously smash down at Yi Ju. Boom! 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 The scene was in chaos. Dust flying everywhere. Suyin didn't even dare to look at Yi Ju's condition. However, as the dust settled, there was no blood or entrails bursting forth. Yi Ju was not injured. On the contrary, that terrifying mutated little demon was panting heavily. Whoosh! At that moment, a fruit knife appeared in Yi Ju's hand, swiftly slashing towards the little demon's eyes. A howl of misery echoed. Looking again at the little demon's eyes, they were completely blinded. It went crazy. The chairs and stools in the classroom were kicked and thrown by it. However, one knife after another kept cutting into its body. Even a blade was bent. My God, is this a human? So strong. Is he a special forces soldier? Martial arts. This must be martial arts, right? Everything felt surreal to Suyin and the students on the ground. Aya, the mutated little demon continuously let out hoarse howls, its voice gradually weakening. Yi Ju once again extended his left hand, picking up the broken glass from the ground. With a thrust, he plunged it into its heart. Roar! The mutated little demon was still struggling desperately. In the end, it landed a punch on Yi Ju. After delivering that punch, its life instantly came to an end. With a loud crack, it exploded. Yi Ju was directly blasted away. The wooden tables instantly shattered, and several fragments splintered out, embedding themselves in his chest and abdomen. However, he remained unfazed like a war god, reaching out to pull out the shards from his body. Blood gushed out in a torrent. This scene was naturally witnessed by Suyin and the others. In their eyes, there was a flicker of shock and admiration. What is a real man? This is a real man, wounded yet not even furrowing his brow. Yi Ju had already obtained the loot and was walking towards the door. Yay. You're injured. Should I bandage you up? Su Yan followed him and said softly, Chapter 6, Permanent de strike buff. Yi Ju nodded, allowing Su Yan to bandage him. Although he wasn't dead, he had lost too much blood and felt a bit dizzy. He had yet to reach level 1. But he dared to challenge the mutated minor demon. Perhaps he was the only one who would do so. However, the rewards were substantial. First, he leveled up to level 1, improving his physical fitness. Additionally, his body unlocked energy, starting with an initial value of 100 points. This energy could be used to cast magic and fight spirit body demons. The skin of spirit body demons was relatively fragile, but their movements were very strange. They could ignore the laws of physics, passing through walls and flying. Even Newton would be hard-pressed to suppress the coffin lid if he saw it. Yi Ju took out the loot and examined it. It turned out to be a thick skill book. Thunder Strike. After use, it creates a lightning strike every 2 seconds that randomly strikes surrounding enemies. Description. Activate deactivate. Consumes 10 energy points per second. System. Can I extract the special effects of the skill? Yi Ju muttered a question. A chilling voice rang out. Extraction. Without saying a word, it directly proceeded with the extraction. Ding. Extraction successful. You have obtained a permanent Thunderstrike buff. Check. Thunderstrike buff. 1 Thunderstrike every 2 seconds. Damage determined by host level. This buff can be replaced by the group Thunderstrike. Duration. Permanent. Close open. No energy consumption? Yi was stunned. This is too awesome, right? A lightning strike every 2 seconds, striking the monsters to scream. And there's a group lightning strike? Absurd. Just think about it. He stands with his hands behind his back, and the lightning falls from the sky to slaughter the enemies. Absolutely stunning. Group lightning strike. Yi Ju looked towards the future. Perhaps he would become a violent monster, awakening practitioner in the future. The bandaging was done. At this moment, Su Yan had already finished bandaging Yi Ju. She had torn her own shirt. A slight breeze could reveal what shouldn't be seen. Yi Ju stood up. It would be great if he could extract a healing buff. Yi Ju, what did you just do? Su Yan asked. Since she had been bandaging Yi Ju's wounds all along, she witnessed the scene of those blue light dots entering Yi Ju's body. It completely shocked her. The rewards from killing the demon. Yi Ju moved his shoulders. Rewards? Is it just like playing an online game? Su Yan was taken aback. Probably, besides item rewards. There must be magic core rewards for mutated demons and boss demons. Yi Ju took out one of the spoils from earlier. It was a black, walnut-sized meat lump. This thing had to be dug out from the corpse. The stronger the monster, the greater the chance of producing a magic core. Although smaller monsters could also yield one, the probability was extremely low. What is a magic core? Su Yan felt like an idiot. Before the upheaval, she was an academic achiever. The knowledge in her mind was like an ocean. Now, she was completely bewildered. The item used for awakening was needed to break through to level 5 and become an awakener. Otherwise, she couldn't step into higher levels. Yi Ju put away the magic core. To become an awakener, at least 10 magic cores worth of energy are needed. He has only obtained 1, which is far from enough. Level. Awakener? What the hell is that? Su Yan opened her mouth. You just need to kill a demon, and you will receive a prompt. That's it. Yi Ju shrugged his shoulders. He didn't mind giving the newcomer a little science. The next life and death would depend on fate. He prepared to continue walking towards the place where the demons were. But I can't do it, Su Yan said awkwardly. If you can't do it, wait, don't move. Suddenly, Yi Ju looked at Su Yan with a tense expression. No, to be precise, he was staring at something behind Su Yan, as if there was something terrifying. Chapter 7, Double Nest. What? Su Yan's lips were trembling. Her entire face turned pale. She knew that Yi Ju didn't change his expression much when he fought that mutated little demon. Now, his face was changing. What was behind her? Su Yan really wanted to turn around and take a look, but she didn't dare. Her legs were shaking. Could it be a double nest? Yi Ju frowned and took a half step back. Yay. Ju. Su Yan opened her mouth, already in tears. She was a smart child. She understood that Yi Ju's half step back was serious. He was preparing to leave her behind and escape. No, please don't. Su Yan pleaded desperately. But Yi Ju did not change his expression and continued to retreat. Because he had already seen that the eerie, transparent hand were just about to tear open Su Yan's chest. Whoosh! In a swift motion, Yi Ju ran into the darkness behind him. The strange hands suddenly halted at Su Yan's heart. Whoosh! They followed Yi Ju's escape route into the depths of the darkness. Su Yan survived. Ah! Su Yan suddenly collapsed to the ground. She felt a sharp pain in her chest, and when she touched it, her hand was covered in blood. In that moment, she realized it must have been the demon behind her. Yi Ju. Was he intentionally trying to lure this demon away? A strange thought crossed Su Yan's mind. She felt that Yi Ju had not abandoned her to escape. Her emotions became incredibly complicated in an instant. She decided to chase after him. This school, indeed, is a dual nest. Yi Ju took a deep breath. There was one blood-flesh nest and one spirit nest. He curled up his legs and jumped to another corridor. Behind him, the shadow actually passed through the wall and air without any obstruction, charging towards him, completely ignoring the laws of physics. Just then, the lights in the corridor flickered. The true form of the demon was revealed. A demon doll. A demon doll, one of the lowest-ranked demons among spirits. Yi Ju came to a stop. He channeled the energy within his body to his fist and instinctively struck out. Boom! With one blow, the body of the demon doll was instantly sent flying. With a bang, thick juice and fresh blood mixed and exploded. He could even hear the sound of bones shattering. Conservatively estimating, at least 2 ribs must have been broken, right? Eek! It cried out in pain, letting out a strange sound. It did not continue to pounce, but instead began to circle slowly around Yi Ju. The demon had a physical body and a spiritual body. To deal with the spiritual body, one could only use energy attacks. Yi Ju squinted his eyes. Thunder Strike activated. Bang! A loud thunderclap descended from the sky. It struck hard on the head of the demon doll. The sound of the skull shattering rang out clearly. Moreover, it was accompanied by an eyeball popping out of its socket. 2 seconds. Bang! Another thunder strike. A crisp cracking sound. The demon doll's head shattered like a rotten watermelon. Black blood splattered all over the walls. From the broken head, a crystal magic core flew out. The crystal magic core has the same effect as the flesh magic core. Both are awakening items. However, there is one difference. An awakener using the crystal magic core will become a supernatural type. An awakener using the flesh magic core will be of the mutation type. Yi Ju, are you okay? What kind of demon is this? Su Yan panted as she caught up. She looked at the pus and blood on the walls and knew that Yi Ju had killed the demon. However, she still didn't know what kind of demon it was. This is a spirit demon. Killing this one means there shouldn't be a second one nearby. Yi Ju walked over and picked up the item that the demon doll had dropped. It was a stack of yellow paper, a limited-use item. Chapter 8. Thunder Comes. It's you, old master. Exorcism Talisman X to effect. When there are spiritual demons nearby, it will automatically ignite to form a protective shield, preventing the demons from attacking you. Duration, 10 seconds. Extract. Yi Ju silently thought. Ding. Extraction of special effect successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the permanent spirit repelling buff. Permanent spirit repelling buff. When there are spiritual demons nearby, a protective membrane will automatically form, preventing the demons from attacking you. Cannot withstand powerful spiritual demons. Duration permanent. Yi Ju threw the remaining 9 spirit-repelling talismans to Su Yan. With the permanent spirit-repelling buff, these were just scraps of paper. Ah, how embarrassing. Su Yan still obediently took them and put them away. After all, she still vividly remembered the terrifying scene from just now. I'm going to hunt demons. It's dangerous for you to follow me. Yi Ju looked at her. If he hadn't made the right decision just now, Su Yan would have been dead by now. Can you let me kill a demon? Su Yan bit her silver teeth and pleaded. No. Yi Ju furrowed his brows. He was only level 1 right now. Although killing the demon doll gave him a lot of experience, he was still far from level 2. He had to quickly become an awakened one. Well, Su Yan felt a bit disappointed. As long as she killed a demon and received the reward, she might also become stronger. When they encounter the main force later, he should leave. Yi Ju shook his head. No one could keep up with his pace. At least, no one now. Su Yan could only sigh, repeatedly dialing the emergency number. But as Yi Ju said, the world had already collapsed. There were no more police. However, there was still a signal for now. Hello, Su Wei, is that you? Great, you're still alive. Where are you? Su Yan exclaimed with joy. The person who had just called her from a locker was Su Wei, her childhood friend. I'm at, hurry, bring people to save us. There are demons outside. He glanced at his trembling classmates huddled together, all holding chairs, ready to fight to the death. I'll take you to find them. Yiju heard about the demons and hurried over with Su Yan. Sure enough, two small low-level demons were constantly attacking a classroom door. The door was already in tatters. Bang! With a sudden crash, the door finally shattered. Ah, they're coming in, they're coming in. The students in the classroom immediately screamed in panic. Guga! The two small demons excitedly charged in, almost simultaneously launching their attacks. In an instant, screams filled the air. By the time Yiju rushed in, for people had already died. The other students were confronting the demons with the legs of desks, their faces filled with terror. However, something shocking happened. Boom! A blue lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Bang! Immediately, the fiercest of the small demons was struck, letting out a low, pitiful howl. Its body was charred. 2 seconds passed in shock. Then, another lightning bolt struck down. Crack! The head of this small demon burst apart, collapsing down. What happened? Is it thunder? Master, is it you? Everyone looked bewildered. The remaining small demon lunged forward with a frenzied howl. Bang! Another lightning strike hit the small demon. Instantly, its head exploded like a watermelon. The scene was in chaos, the smell of blood thick enough to suffocate a cow. Chapter 9. Equipment ownership issue as the two flesh and blood demons fell one after another finally. Yiju has reached level 2. His energy has increased by 10 points, and his physical fitness has improved again. Suyan? Su-wei was instantly overjoyed when he saw the girl behind Yiju. He got up from the ground and lunged at her. You're covered in blood. Su-yin dodged, causing Su-wei to miss. For some reason. Anyway, she just didn't want to appear too close to Su-wei in front of Yiju. Great, you're still alive, and you really brought people to save us, Su-wei said awkwardly. He glanced at Yiju, his eyes filled with some resentment. Having grown up with Su-yin, he could sense any unusual behavior from her. It seems that she's probably interested in this wild brat, right? Damn, that shameless woman. Su-wei secretly gritted his teeth. At this moment, Yiju looked around. There were more than a dozen male and female students here. Each person's face instinctively showed an expression of despair after going through excessive hopelessness. In other places, it was a complete mess. May I ask, which class are you from? The class leader of this class is a girl. Her name is Li Lianxue. She's probably from class 3. Yiju looked at her. For some reason, he felt that she looked somewhat familiar. For a moment, he couldn't recall why. Thank you so much. I didn't expect you to be able to kill the demon, Li Lianxue said with a grateful expression. If he hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, what she cared about the most was the power of Yiju, that mysterious lightning strike, and the effortless strength to blow the demon's head off. How did he get it? This student, was that lightning strike just now released by you? Is it high technology? At this moment, a female teacher, around 27 or 28 years old, walked over. Her professional skirt was torn, barely covering the important parts. Yeah, that was really awesome just now, was it you? A boy hurriedly approached, looking both shocked and excited. Can you teach me? In an instant, Yiju was surrounded. Everyone, don't rush, I know the truth, I'll tell you. Su-yin, fearing Yiju would be impatient, quickly stepped forward. Su-yin, you know? Su-wei turned around in surprise. Yes, Yiju's power comes from the demons. As long as we kill the demons, we can get rewards, Su-yin explained. She recounted the thrilling process along the way. So that is how it is, haha. If I just kill a demon, won't I be invincible? Exactly. Just like playing an online game, defeating monsters to drop equipment. By the way, what about the items dropped by those two demons just now? The crowd was excited and delighted, all looking towards the corpses of the two demons. However, coincidentally, Yiju was bending down to pick up the equipment. A small shield. A skill book. Classmate, we really need these 2 pieces of equipment. You can't take them away. Su-wei's face instantly darkened. He craved that power. With that kind of power, he could definitely force Su-yin to be with him. Yeah, classmate, you're already so strong. You should share a bit, right? Several boys nodded in agreement. That's right. We need to unite with love. A strong team is truly strong. We can't show individual heroism. Some female students also said, Yiju just saved us. Li Lianxue was stunned. I also think it's wrong to do this. The remaining people looked awkward, still having some conscience. How about this? Let us give the equipment to Teacher Chun. After all, the teacher is an adult and knows how to lead us. Su Wei's voice grew stranger as he spoke, almost changing pitch by the end. Su Wei, what nonsense are you talking? The equipment belongs to Yi Ju. He killed the demons. Su Yanfronith. I didn't expect Su Wei to be this kind of person. She had misjudged him all along. Chapter 10, Awakener. How about this? Classmate Yi Ju. Let the teacher use the equipment. The teacher will protect you and your group. Shinya looked at Yi Ju. As a teacher, her long-cultivated authority still existed. Although this student was a bit cold. He wouldn't resist an adult, right? Do you want to watch us die? The last sentence, Shinya slowly uttered. If it weren't for this extraordinary moment, she really didn't want to use this tactic to pressure the students. Yes, our lives are in your hands, classmate Yi Ju. Seeing Yi Ju silent, Su Wei added. Since we know the source of the power, then, becoming as strong as Yi Ju should be a matter of minutes, right? It's not impossible, but I have a condition. Yi Ju said. He had seen it long ago. That little shield can grow larger for defense against attacks, but it has no special effects. As for that skill book, it's just a skill book for learning fishing. It also has no special effects. Yi Ju, why did you agree to the teacher? Su Yin was upset. Su Yin, Yi Ju also realized that having a strong team is truly strong. Don't worry, the teacher will protect you in the future. Su Wikwiklipu Su Yanisaiv. He was afraid Yi Ju would have a change of heart. After all, his strength was evident to all. Conditions? All right, go ahead. Shinya was slightly taken aback. She suddenly felt that she was not facing a student, but rather negotiating with an adult. Why did she have this feeling? Calm down. That's right. He was too calm. From beginning to end, this classmate was too calm. I want her. Yi Ju's finger pointed at one of the people. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Her. You want her? What does this mean? Yi Ju, what do you mean? Su Yin was taken aback for a moment. The person Yi Ju is referring to is not himself, but it's the class monitor. Li Lianxue? Me? Li Lianxue's face instantly turned red. Does this mean? It's too sudden, right? It's you. He finally remembered who this woman was. It was actually the legendary Wasteland Empress. That's right. In his previous life, he had a brief encounter with her. At that time, he was just a small soldier in the Longshao base. When the Wasteland Empress walked past him, she didn't even spare him a glance. She didn't recognize him, but he recognized her. He never expected that the beginning of her legend would be in this ordinary school. Since that's the case, he would lend her a hand early on. What a nice thought. How could the class monitor follow you? Don't think that just because you're strong, you can do whatever you want. We are not afraid of you. That's right. We are not afraid of you. All the students looked furious. Unexpectedly, this Yi Ju turned out to be quite the old hand. Yay. Let's change the terms. I can't agree to this condition. Teacher Chinya frowned. She thought to herself, why has Yi Ju been staring at Li Lianxue ever since he walked in? Acting so aloof, but now it seems he's just a person with ulterior motives. Well, never mind. The deal is off. I want to leave, and you can't stop me. Yes, need it. Wait, I'm willing to go with you. Li Lianxue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. This can't be. No, class monitor, you can't agree to him. Exactly. Everyone immediately tried to dissuade her upon hearing this. I've already made up my mind. Li Lianxue silently walked towards Yi Ju's back. Chapter 11. The Rise of the Empress. All right, class monitor, we respect your wishes. Su Wei stepped forward and nodded. Now, Yi Ju, hand over the equipment. He suddenly shouted. Fine, the trash is yours. Yi Ju threw the two items on the ground and left with the silent Li Lianxue. Wait for me. Su Yan's face flushed, and she gritted her teeth, wanting to chase after them. However, Su Wei stood in front of her, along with some teachers and other classmates. Get out of the way. Su Yan was furious. No way. The class leader has already sacrificed himself for the team. How can we let you go too? Su Wei shook his head. Su Wei is right. Su Yin, why don't you come and teach us how to use these two pieces of equipment? Teacher Chunya walked up and patted Su Yin on the shoulder. Oomph. I don't know how to use them. Su Yin was so angry that her teeth itched. She huffed and turned away, thinking, what happened to Yi Ju? Is he really captivated by that little Li Lianxue? No, I must catch up to him. She took a deep breath, a smile appearing on her face. As long as she found the opportunity, she would immediately run away to chase after Yi Ju. You, what are you doing? Don't come closer. Li Lianxue looked at Yi Ju with a face full of fear. The man before her kept advancing. Could it be she misjudged him? Yi Ju was speechless. Why are women all like this? He only wanted to take the javelin behind Li Lianxue. When Li Lianxue saw Yi Ju tying the knife to the javelin, her face instantly flushed. Clearly, she was overthinking it. Yi absolutely had no intention of infringing upon her. The important thing is, he also handed the short spear to himself. Thank you. Li Lianxue looked very embarrassed. Do you know how to use it for self-defense? Yi Ju asked. I can only throw, not stab. It's originally a throwing weapon. There's no need for close combat now. Ye nodded. It turns out that a Wasteland Empress who hasn't grown up can be so adorable. If those guys from the last life had seen this scene, they would have been so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. Let's go. Where are we going? Li Lianxue still didn't know what Yi Ju was thinking. Hunting demons. Yi Ju began to search for the scent of demons. It's difficult to estimate how many small low-level demons have crawled out from underground. However, the atmosphere at school is so quiet that the initial judgment is that there are only a few. But if the nest underground is not eradicated, small demons will continue to emerge. May I ask, are you planning to take me to hunt demons? Li Lianxue's Moutwisha, revealing a stiff sumila. Is there a problem? Ye nodded. The problem is serious. Although I have practiced javelin, but Li Lianxue looked terrified. The demons are truly terrifying. They left her with a deep shadow. She cannot avoid them, and now it's even worse. She actually has to hunt them? Is this man out of his mind? There are no buts. If it can't be done, one can only die on the spot. Yi Ju shrugged his shoulders. At least give me 1 or 2 pieces of equipment, Li Lianxue said after a long pause. If I had the equipment that the demons dropped, maybe I could kill too. Didn't I give you a short spear? Yi Ju stopped in his tracks. Ahead, 3 small demons were walking side by side, gurgling. They were enjoying the limbs and chunks of flesh in their hands, munching away. Chapter 12. Will the heavens cry? The demons are eating people. Those severed limbs perhaps belong to my friends. Li Lianxue's little face turned pale instantly. The hand holding the spear trembled incessantly. She was an ordinary person, seeing such a scene. It was inevitable. Sigh. Yi was helpless and shook his head. It seemed that even the future Wasteland Empress couldn't overcome this mental barrier. He couldn't help but take a step forward. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. The nearest little demon was instantly killed. Another one, screeching in panic, dropped its dinner and began to flee. This little demon was not stupid. The person in front of it could control its life at will. It had to escape. Kill it. Yi Ju shouted softly, I can't do it. Li Lianxue shivered all over. She was gripping the short spear too tightly, making it difficult to even pry her fingers open. Seeing this, Yi Ju had no choice but to chase after him. He didn't want to miss out on the experience points. Wait for me. Li Lianxue saw Yi Ju chasing after him, leaving her all alone. Her face turned even paler. The endless darkness around her seemed to want to swallow her whole. Thump, thump, thump. She ran with all her might. But Yi Ju's speed was too fast, and soon even his shadow was nowhere to be seen. Wait for me. Li Lianxue shouta rapidly. But the darkness pressed in, making it hard for her to breathe. At that moment, a voice came from around her. It was the special call that only a little demon would make. Li Lianxue was greatly alarmed and quickly raised her short spear in front of her. She searched for the little demon's trace, but she was too nervous to notice that it had already crept up behind her. Goo! How? The little demon let out an excited low growl. The sudden sound next to her ear nearly scared Li Lianxue to the point of wetting herself. Immediately, a great force came from behind her, and she was knocked to the ground. Goo! How? The little demon then sat on top of her, pinning her down. A pair of claws began to tear at her clothes. Ah! Finally, Li Lianxue screamed. She had never experienced the struggle on the brink of death. The humiliation of being toyed with at will was driving her insane. In an instant, she felt something within her switch on. It was an indescribable madness. An unexplainable desire suddenly erupted from within her. Damn it! Her eyes turned blood red. Her originally black and smooth long hair had unexpectedly turned purple. Phew! The short spear suddenly pierced into the little demon's artery. Goo! The little demon immediately rolled its eyes back. Dark blood spurted out in an instant. However, Li Lianxue licked her lips and crazily drank it up. What was happening? Initially, she thought Li Lianxue was injured and covered in blood. Upon closer inspection, she found that from the corner of her mouth to her neck, it was all the little demon's black blood. Hey, are you okay? Ye spoke. Huh? Hey, you're talking to me? Kneel down and lick my boots. Li Lianxue stood up. Her eyes were filled with disdain, and her expression was arrogant. Her blood-red eyes scanned Yiju as if she were looking at a toy. Yiju was somewhat dazed. What was going on? How did Li Lianxue end up like this? Those blood-red eyes and flowing purple hair were exactly the same as the image of the Wasteland Empress from the last life. Could it be? Suddenly, an absurd conjecture was born in his heart. Chapter 13. More terrifying than a demon. Dual personality. Li Lianxue actually had a dual personality? The first personality was so scared of the demon that she couldn't even walk. It was obvious that this second darkened personality was much stronger. Hey, are you pretending not to hear me? Li Lianxue looked at Yiju with a disdainful gaze. But then, she immediately felt something was wrong. The man in front of her was exuding a menacing aura all over. She could feel it now. It was terrifying, more terrifying than a demon. No one had ever made such a request of me before. Yiju smiled faintly, his eyes turning cold. It seemed that the malevolent energy accumulated from his past life could also manifest here. He was once a frontline warrior of the Long Shao base, drenched in blood, not knowing how many demons and awakened ones he had slain. Even after crossing over, this malevolent energy could still spread from deep within his soul. Li Lianxue happened to be a person with a dual personality, particularly sensitive to souls. In an instant, she froze in place. You are very strong. Li Lianxue finally recovered from her shock. The blood-red hue in her eyes gradually faded, and her purple hair turned black. Without fear or retreat, a strange light appeared in her eyes. It seemed she had also realized her dark personality. Moreover, she seemed to be very aware of what she had just done. I'm sorry, I lost control just now. Li Lianxue quickly apologized. However, it seemed there had been some changes. Had the future empress of the Wasteland finally taken her first step? Yi Jian had no expression on his face. At this moment, sounds of movement came from the dark corridor in the distance. It turned out to be 3 people who had discovered Yi Ju and Li Lianxue. They were taken aback, but no sound came from their mouths. Yi Ju turned around and left, preparing to go to another teaching building to continue hunting demons. He didn't want to get too involved with too many people. The Wasteland Empress was just someone he wanted to help, to add a bit of hope to the future world. At that moment, one person suddenly said, Yiju, but he was someone from another world and didn't he recognize him? Sun Pu looked Yiju up and down because there wasn't a clean spot on him. He had killed too many demons, leaving him covered in blood and filth. However, Sun Pu didn't know that. Instead, he was filled with malice. He would do anything to survive. The 2 chubby people beside him were the ones he was ready to use as cannon fodder at any moment. After all, with their extra fat, if they were left behind, those demons would temporarily stop chasing him. Thus, Sun Pu smiled and said, Oh, aren't you Yiju? Li Lianxue. How come you're with him? Are we really that familiar? Yiju asked Sun Pu. Li Lianxue frowned and remained silent. She and him were in the same badminton club. Yiju, even though we're not very familiar with each other, this situation is too dangerous. We need to take care of each other and escape together. Sun Pu quickly said, Yeah, there's strength in numbers. The other 2 chubby guys chimed in. However, their eyes were on Li Lianxue. It was the end of the world. Even beautiful women had been brought down. In the orderly world of the past, they would have had no chance. Perhaps now, they might even get a chance to get close. Since we're not familiar, don't block my way. Get lost. Yiju had no smile on his face. His tone was full of endless sarcasm, merciless. Yiju, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Li Lianxue, it's too dangerous for you to follow him. Come over to our side. Upon hearing this, Sun Pu's expression changed. Chapter 14. Let me follow you. To your side? Li Lianxue was taken aback. Yes, we have more people, it's safer. Sun Pu said. Safer? That is hard to say. Yiju smiled again. In the Wasteland, he was not the kind of person to be easily intimidated. He had seen it all before. Sun Pu, he saw through the essence at a glance. What are you talking about, Yiju? I warn you. A surge of anger arose in Sun Pu's heart. As a classmate, he had long known what kind of person Yiju was. He was simply a soft persimmon, easily manipulated. And now he was pretending to be a big shot? Who do you think you are, getting bold with me? One of the chubby guys walked over and shouted angrily, "Are you Yiju? You can leave. But leave Li Lianxue behind. We'll take care of her so she won't be harmed by you." Another chubby guy also stepped forward. "Did you hear that? The one who should leave is you," Sun Pu said proudly. "You guys are really annoying." Yiju helplessly shook his head. He suddenly grabbed the fat man's chin and actually lifted him up with sheer force. How much strength would that require? For Li Lianxue, the scene before her was not shocking, but the other two were different. They could hardly believe their eyes. A superhero? Is Yiju a Superman? He actually lifted a nearly 200-pound fat man with just one arm? "You, let go." The fat man was lifted into the air, his hands still desperately trying to pry Yiju's grip. But that grip was as solid as steel. Not only did it not budge, but it was also incredibly hard. This is the difference between a level 2 physical quality and someone who hasn't hunted demons yet. "Damn it, let go." Another person rushed over. However, he was instantly grabbed by the throat. His legs were desperately kicking in the air, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Yiju. At this moment, he regretted it immensely. Why did he have to stand out like a fool? Now getting caught was just asking for it. Sun Pu stared blankly at the scene before him, not knowing how to react. Two arms were holding up a 200-pound fat man. Is he even human? Is there still a law? Could it be he is a master of internal martial arts? An inheritor of ancient martial arts from novels? He had previously even thought of making this person his cannon fodder? This is simply asking for death. Bang! Bang! Yiju casually tossed it aside. Ouch! The two chubby guys immediately fell over like dogs eating shit. "Are you really Yiju?" Sun Pu swallowed hard. Until yesterday, they were still in the same classroom. Once, he even had Yiju fetch him water and snacks. Without a doubt, Yiju is just an ordinary person. How could he become so strong all of a sudden? I have no clue at all. That calm face occasionally showing a chilling smile. It's like he has become a completely different person. If one could be changed so much by a desperate situation, isn't that a bit too much? Yeah. He definitely has secrets. The secret of this power. He wants to know if he could also possess it. I'm willing to follow you. Yiju, take me with you. Sun Pu directly fell to the ground. Are you an idiot? Yiju looked at him impatiently. Why should he take him along? Yeah. We are classmates in the same classroom, after all. You're so amazing. At least take care of me a bit, and let me follow you. Sun Pu raised his head, revealing what he thought was a perfect smile. Chapter 15. Your time of death has come. Sorry, I never take useless people with me, and besides, I don't even know your name. Yiju said. Suddenly, Sun Pu's face turned pale and then flushed. He had been insisting that he was your classmate. And now, you're asking for my name? Is this serious? This is really slapping oneself in the face. Yiju, I admit that I was wrong about the past, but you can't belittle me like this. A glint of resentment flickered in Sun Pu's eyes. I just wanted to follow you for safety, but if you don't want that, then fine. He forced a smile and looked at Li Lianxue. I was just worried about you. After all, we are both in the badminton club. Sun Pu kept saying, Enough with the nonsense. I don't consider you a classmate, and if you dare to block my way, you'll bear the consequences. Ye fronit. He was busy hunting demons and had long been displeased with the roadblock. This servant had completely lost interest in talking to him. You. The resentment on the servant's face could no longer be suppressed. His face was almost twisted and deformed. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Fortunately, Yiju had already turned to leave. If you won't let me follow, I'll just follow you from a distance and see where your power comes from. That servant followed him. Li Lianxue had noticed the person behind her. Let him follow from behind. Yiju's voice rang out. He sneered inwardly. There was more than one mutation in the flesh and blood nest. There was also more than one demon in the spirit nest. As he hunted more demons, elite demons and boss demons would gradually crawl out of the nest. However, he had not encountered one yet. Of course, he believed that he would encounter them soon, as long as he kept killing demons. Bang, bang, bang. Yiju carried his hands behind his back, constantly searching for demons. The sound of the thunderstrike spell was very loud, attracting many small inferior demons. But instant kill. All killed in an instant. What kind of monster is he? Seeing such a scene, Sun Pu almost bit his own tongue off. Is he even human? How can he just stand there and have lightning strike? Envy, jealousy, hatred. Sun Pu's eyes turned red. Finally, he saw the demon's equipment drop. So that's it. Killing demons can yield rewards? Haha, just like playing a game. Sun Pu was incredibly excited and couldn't contain himself. He was already prepared to kill a demon. However, he wanted revenge. He had figured out the pattern of the Thunderstrike spell. One every 2 seconds. If faced with more than 20 demons, no matter how powerful Yiju is, he wouldn't be able to resist, right? He was very much looking forward to the scene of Yiju being overwhelmed by 20-some demons. Just thinking about it felt incredibly satisfying. The stadium. It really is the stadium. Yiju, you're doomed. A mad gleam appeared in Sun Pu's eyes. He didn't expect Yiju's death to come so soon. The stadium. There were at least 30 small, inferior demons there. And a terrifying thing. He had only seen a shadow. But he felt fear from the depths of his soul. Don't ask him how he knew. It was because he had always betrayed his teammates to escape from there. So, when he saw Yiju heading towards the stadium, he was incredibly excited. Li Lianxue. Oh, Li Lianxue, you're also going to suffer a loss. Blame it on you following the wrong person. Sun Pu muttered quietly. However, these words were heard by Yiju. With level 2 physical attributes, his hearing had also improved, so naturally he caught every word. Chapter 16, Demon Leader. No way from this far away. Can he still find me? Sun Pu panicked for a moment. Fortunately, Yiju turned and left, which finally relieved him. Damn it, daring to scare me. I'll collect your corpse later. Sun Pu thought fiercely. Only children make choices. He wants all the equipment on Yiju. Maybe there is an elite demon in the stadium. Yiju's eyes brightened. He heard Sun Pu's mumbling. That shadow was definitely an elite-level demon, followed by more than 30 little demons. The stadium's door was heavily locked with chains. Although Yiju could open the door, it would definitely alert all the demons inside. Do you know how to sneak? Yiju suddenly said. I don't know. Li Lianxue quickly shook her head. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Ye nodded. In his hand was a short blade that had just dropped from the minor demon. This short blade had no special effects, but it was harder and sharper than the previous fruit knife. Oh! Li Lianxue glanced around and nodded, looking at Yiju again. He had already entered the stadium through the window. Let the killing begin. Yiju's mouth curled into a smile. The stadium was very large, the dim lights flickering. It was nothing but eerie, the unique sound of the demon's breath. He had already heard the demons breathing. They must have eaten their fill. Now they were sleeping. It was expected that they would wake up in less than an hour. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yiju moved stealthily. He squinted his eyes and counted the demons in the stadium. There were as many as 35. In the very center of the stadium, there was a demon with a very round belly. This demon was completely different from the ordinary low-level demons. It had distinct demonic patterns on its body and a pair of black wings on its back. It stood a full 3 meters tall. The leader. It was actually the leader. Yiju was incredibly excited. He originally thought he would be facing an elite demon, but unexpectedly, he struck it rich. Experience points, equipment, props, and flesh and blood magic cores were all beckoning to him. With a thrust, the short blade plunged into the demon's head, twisting it forcefully, resulting in instant death. There wasn't even a chance to scream. However, no items dropped. He continued the same tactic. 1, 2, 3. In no time, Yiju had stealthily taken down 10 of them. The other 20 or so had no idea anything was wrong. However, he didn't receive any special effect equipment or items. It seemed his luck had run out right from the start. Oh boss, it's all up to you now. Yiju licked his lips. Why is it so quiet? Is something wrong with Yiju? Li Lianxue actually felt a bit worried about his safety. Originally, she had been forced to travel with Yiju. If Yiju were in danger, she would definitely be able to escape. However, Li Lianxue found that Yiju had no ulterior motives toward her. On the contrary, he was very indifferent. He taught her how to kill demons and reminded her that once she had the ability to survive, she should leave on her own. At that moment, Li Lianxue was speechless. I remember there is a glass window here that can see the situation inside. Li Lianxue began to search for that window. Here it is. She eagerly looked inside. She saw. Yiju was as agile as a cat. In the faint moonlight, there was no sound and no unnecessary movements. He grabbed the demon by the neck, covered its nose and mouth, and stabbed it cleanly in the heart without any hesitation. Chapter 17. Follow closely. Impressive. Li Lianxue instinctively held her breath. Yiju's skills are simply identical to those of the assassins and agents in movies. How deep does he actually hide? What else is there that she doesn't know? When Yiju killed the more than 20th demon, he finally turned his luck around. He consecutively obtained 3 pieces of equipment and a bottle of healing potion. System, can I extract the effect of the healing potion? Yiju silently thought. Host, you can extract the effects of this potion. Extract. Ding. Extraction of recovery potion. Recovery effect successful. You have obtained a permanent buff. Recovery. In an instant, countless blue starlights surged into his body from all around. Buff activation successful. You can choose to turn it on or off in the buff column. Buff column. Immortal penetration. Thunderstrike recovery. Silently observing. One can check the details of any buff. Check recovery buff. Recovery buff. Any injury will gradually heal. Can be replaced by a higher level self-healing buff. Duration. Permanent. Immortal combined with recovery. A perfect combination. Yi Jue was delighted. He didn't have time to pick up other things. He would deal with the leader first. Those are the items that could make people stronger. A pair of greedy eyes was staring at the things on the ground. Was this Yi Ju's powerful secret? Sun Pu was extremely excited. The previous lightning spell had left a deep impression on him. That was no longer something that should exist in the human world. It was completely a spell from a TV drama or a novel. Nowadays, as long as he shouted towards the arena, as long as it could cause chaos, he could take the opportunity to seize those treasures. Don't disturb Yiju. Just then, Li Lianxue suddenly appeared behind him. That's right. She had noticed him to the moment Sun Pu appeared. When she saw Sun Pu trying to harm Yiju, she finally couldn't help but speak up. Li Lianxue, why are you here too? Oh, right. You must have enjoyed yourself with him, right? Sun Pu turned around with a smirk on his face. However, there was no fear or retreat as he had expected. Li Lianxue actually pointed the short spear in her hand at herself. How dare she? You dare. Sun Pu growled. Idare. Li Lianxue tightened her grip on the short spear. This was a step she had to take. The world was already like this, and she was powerless to change it. If she didn't have a bit of awareness, how could she survive? Don't get excited. I was just joking with you. How could I harm Yiju? Sun Pu immediately raised both hands. He was calculating the distance, preparing to pounce on Li Lianxue and snatched the weapon from her hand. The first night in the Wasteland was the most terrifying night. Most of the people who had barely survived absolutely could not sleep peacefully on the first night in the Wasteland. They witnessed their beloved friends and lovers being torn apart by demons, or in dangerous times. They were the ones who pushed them out themselves. Never test human nature. The evil of human nature will be vividly displayed in the most extreme situations. As time passed in the Wasteland, burning, killing, and raping would only become more severe, hungry and thirsty. They also had to worry that the wandering demons could discover them at any moment. No one could sleep soundly. They kept thinking repeatedly about why it had come to this. Where was the army? Where were the police? Why was there no response from the outside world? The mobile signal was also gone. They couldn't get through or go online. Everyone was isolated from the world. Chapter 18. Humiliate the demon leader. No one could sleep soundly. Of course, except for the demons. After enjoying a lavish dinner, they fell into a deep sleep. 28, 29, 30. Yiju has already killed 30 of them. The demon's blood has soaked the entire outfit. Sun Pu, you bastard. Damn it. Today I won't believe I can't deal with you. Ye yu ears taichet. And he heard 2 kinds of sounds. Li Lianxue was grappling with Sun Pu, and it was very intense. Go ahead and fight. Ye yisimidet. He deliberately let Sun Pu follow, just to temper Li Lianxue a bit. It would be best if she could kill someone with her own hands and get over that hurdle. Of course, he wasn't worried that Li Lianxue would have any problems, because that dark persona was very strong. Now he just needed to focus on dealing with the demon leader. Roar. Perhaps the sound was too loud. The demon leader woke up, spreading its wings a full half-meter. Early. Yi Ju Chong smiled slightly. Roar. The demon chief was momentarily stunned. Immediately, it let out an angry roar towards the sky. However, there was not a single little demon responding to its call. Even if you screamed your throat raw, it wouldn't matter. They were all dead. Yi Ju shook his head. He pointed behind him. Corpses. All of them were the bodies of the little demons. Each little demon had its throat slit, heart pierced, and brain dug out. They were dead beyond any doubt. Roar! The demon leader let out a loud roar. With a flap of his wings, he attempted to take off into the air. That won't do. Don't even think about escaping. Yiju let out a sound and activated the Thunderstrike technique. Boom! The lightning that fell from the sky directly struck the demon leader, bringing it crashing down from midair. The stiffness lasted about 1 second. That's enough. Yiju dashed forward in a single step. Thud! The sharp weapon pierced through the demon leader's belly. He yanked it hard. Blood and filth spilled everywhere, enough to make anyone want to vomit. Whoosh! He twisted his body and appeared behind the demon leader. Crack! One of the demon leader's wing bones was heavily severed. Thud! At the same time, the demon leader swung its claws and sent Yiju flying. Ha ha ha! He's dead, definitely dead. Sun Pu, who had just gotten up from the ground, witnessed this scene. He was ecstatic. He couldn't believe that after such a blow, Yiju could still be alive. Yiju is dead, and the demon is seriously injured. All the treasures belong to him now. Li Lianxue is also there, and suddenly, he feels an unbearable desire. Below, it actually becomes hard. Yay, yay. Li Lianxue also screams in fear. Yiju was knocked away like a piece of torn cloth, heavily falling to the ground, coughing up blood. An ordinary person would definitely not survive. But suddenly, Sun Pu's laughter stopped. The limp Yiju actually began to crawl up slowly. What? How are you? Impossible. Sun Pu's mouth fell open. Yay, yay. Li Lianxue, who was originally numb and despairing, was suddenly filled with surprise. She didn't understand why she was so concerned about Yiju's life and death. Seeing that I'm not dead, are you surprised? Yiju said calmly. With the immortal buff, he dared to challenge the demon chief alone. Otherwise, it would be pure suicide. It should be noted that the previous strike was crucial. The demon could not be eliminated solely with the lightning spell. Roar! At this moment, the demon chief charged forward with heavy steps. That last hit had rendered it unable to fly. Now it was extremely angry. It wanted to tear apart the body of this arrogant human with its claws. However, a bolt of lightning struck down instantly. The back of the demon chief was instantly charred. The membranes on its wings turned into holes, torn apart by the lightning. Roar! After a brief paralysis, it charged again. It charged towards that damned human. Bang! Another bolt of lightning fell. The demon instantly knelt halfway. A large amount of filthy entrails fell from the wound on its belly. Roar! The demon chief let out a furious roar of unwillingness. Only 10 meters away, Yiju stood still, not moving at all. Chapter 19. The Pursuit Battle. However, the demon leader had already stopped all actions. Are you afraid? He had seen many of the abilities of demons with his own eyes. Powerful physical capabilities, unparalleled speed, and insane desires. None of these could compare to humans. Only awakened beings could contend with them. The hierarchy of demons is simple. Minor demons, mutated demons, elite demons, and demon leaders. Above the demon leaders are the great demons. Great demons possess powerful and incredible absolute strength. They often reside in the deepest parts of their lairs. Roar! At this moment, the demon leader let out a frenzied roar towards the sky. For the first time, it was the first time it had been despised by a human. This was an insult, a tremendous insult. Boom! A surge of blood-red heat erupted violently from its body. Bang! Its fist slammed hard against the ground. Instantly, countless cracks spread across the concrete floor, radiating outward. The reason the demon leader is a leader is due to its super strength in a certain part of its body or a certain attribute. This particular demon's attribute is definitely power-based. It charged at Yiju. It collided head-on with the lightning strike spell. Potential eruption? Yiju was taken aback. The demon's potential explosion could temporarily increase its combat power. This boss was incredibly strong. If it hit him again, although he wouldn't die, his body would definitely be unable to continue fighting for a short period of time. Repairing his body would take at least hours. Whoosh! He suddenly unleashed the ultimate speed of a level 2 new human to dodge. Roar! The demon boss let out a low growl. It turned out it wanted to escape. Yiju was stunned and quickly chased after it. Today, no matter what, it cannot escape. Why is the demon charging at me? Sun Pu let out a strange cry. He never expected that the demon leader would charge in his direction. Moreover, the distance between them was closing at a visibly fast speed. Whoosh! At that moment, Lilianxue rolled away to a distant place. All of this happened in an instant. Boom! The next second, the glass and wall shattered together. Sun Pu, trying to react, let out a miserable howl as he collided directly with the demon leader. Bang! He felt as if he had been hit by a bloody meat train. The powerful impact sent him flying 10 meters away. He felt a heaviness in his chest and vomited something. Internal organs? His face changed drastically, but he couldn't make any sound. The world was spinning. Endless darkness began to envelop him. I am not willing. Sun Pu lay on the ground, his pupils still dazed. His chest had been crushed, a mass of blood and flesh. That was close. Lilianxue collapsed onto the ground. Just a moment ago, she felt that death was so close to her. If it weren't for the other her inside her body, suddenly taking control, she couldn't imagine what would have happened. The demon leader was truly terrifying. A slight delay in reaction and the outcome would be the same as Sun Pu's. Whoosh! The next moment, Yi Ju appeared in front of her. 10 minutes. You come back. Immediately, he chased after the demon leader. All right. Lilianxue took a deep breath, leaned against the wall, and slowly sat down, forcing herself to calm down. She definitely couldn't help with chasing the demon leader. Right now, she also needed to rest well. After all, she had just fought with Sun Pu and was injured. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't be a match for Sun Pu, Lilianxue said with her head down, among the shattered glass on the ground. That enchanting face was reflected. Red eyes, purple long hair. Chapter 20. The clam and the snipe struggle? Bang, 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 bang. The demon leader roared as it smashed through various obstacles. The huge noise spread in all directions. Almost all the survivors in the teaching building heard this terrifying sound. Guga. They all crazily rushed in one direction. The scene was extremely shocking. What exactly happened? Some survivors dared to show their heads, looking at all this with confusion. The behavior of these minor demons was too unusual. What exactly was calling them? What kind of demon made that roaring sound? Unclear. Completely incomprehensible. Interesting, let's go see. A long-haired youth held a ball of red light in his hand. In front of him, a minor demon was riddled with wounds, dead in a tragic state. Fire-type skill. This long-haired youth actually killed a demon and dropped a fire-type skill book. It was evident that his luck, strength, and psychological endurance were extraordinary. Oh, I feel danger. It's better not to go. Beside Oh stood a bald youth. Xiao Gu. Only danger can make us grow. Oh smiled coldly. The fire-type skill he obtained, called Fire Incineration, was a spell that could grow. As long as he kept killing demons, it could continuously evolve and mutate. So, he had to kill more demons. Kill those strong demons. Because the stronger the demon, the stronger the life energy. I still feel uneasy. Long Xiaogu said no more and could only follow Oh to run. Guga Guga. The spectacular scene stopped at a certain corridor. This left Oh and Long Xiaogu dumbfounded. What? They are continuously attacking a person. I can't be mistaken? Oh's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. It's a person, strong, too strong. Long Xiaogu was taken aback. This shocking feeling, the untouchable atmosphere. He hadn't felt this in a long time. The person being besieged by demons had an overwhelming pressure and power in his eyes that made them feel shocked. A suppression from his soul. In front of this person, anyone would feel weak. These minor demons were simply no match for him. Why were they lining up to die? Oh was shocked, speechless. Oh, look, what is behind this group of minor demons? Long Xiaogu suddenly pointed to a certain place, his voice trembling. That's... I can't be mistaken. What kind of monster is this demon? Oh took several steps back on the spot. Fierce. So fierce. Clearly different from other demons. This demon was definitely boss level. Ah Wu, look, that demon is covered in gruesome wounds. Long Xiaogu gasped. That's right, all wounds, varying in size, all bleeding, especially the fatal wound on its stomach. Ah nodded heavily. In an instant, speculation and judgment arose in their minds. Hunter and the hunted. This mysterious, powerful man, being continuously attacked by minor demons, was looking for trouble with this demon. It seemed that this demon had suffered a tremendous loss at his hands. Now it was panting heavily, staring intently at the man's every move. "Brother, have you ever heard of the fable of the clam and the snipe fighting?" Oh, he narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the demons and that powerful man. Chapter 21. A Promising Future. Oh, the fisherman is not so easy to be. Long Xiaogu shook his head. He did not agree with Ao's suggestion. Too dangerous. Whether it's that demon or that man, either side is very deadly. Let's observe a bit more. It's best to find an opportunity. Ao nodded, his eyelids squinting together. The battle between Yi Ju and the demon leader is still ongoing. There are many little demons, as if they never end. Fortunately, the terrain here is narrow, making it not so easy to be surrounded. Even so, Yi Ju still had many shocking wounds on his body. Extract Wind Blade Special Effect. Ding, extraction successful. Congratulations, on obtenu un permanent buff. Whoosh. Yi Ju stood still. The wind blade that appeared in front of him severed the head of a small demon. This was the special effect equipment he had found, and it worked quite smoothly. Extracting the fireball effect. Ding, extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining a permanent buff. Another weapon with special effects disappeared from Yi Ju's hands. He still didn't move. The fireball rapidly condensed in front of him. Boom! Those small demons that were about to close in were instantly hit. Wow, wow, wow. They screamed as they were burned. Extracting the reflect damage effect. Ding, extraction successful. Congratulations on obtenu un permanent buff. Finally, Yi Ju has released a reflection damage equipment. Reflection damage buff. There is a 10 chance to reflect damage back to the enemy when attacked, causing 10 of the enemy's own damage. This buff can stack, with each stack being 100 up to a maximum of 1000. Duration permanent. Just as he guessed, reflection damage is also a stackable buff. The insane part is that each stack has a 100 effect. The future looks promising. Yi Ju was laughing very happily. It seemed he had already seen a scene in the future. A certain unlucky big demon hit his body, and then he actually killed himself. That would definitely be too interesting. Roar. The demon leader finally noticed something was off. This human was actually becoming braver the more he fought. There was no sign of exhaustion at all. At this rate, it was just a matter of time before hundreds of small demons were slaughtered clean. Giving me so much experience, look, I've already leveled up to level 3. Ye laughed heartily. The Thunderstrike buff, Wind Blade buff, and Fireball buff continuously produced wind, fire, and thunder. Buffs are just buffs, completely consuming no energy. No matter how many little weak demons there are, they're no match for him. It's like cheating. This is simply cheating. Over 300 little weak demons were wiped out by him alone. The equipment that dropped on the ground amounted to dozens of pieces. It can't simply be described as having extraordinary luck. It's your turn. Yi Ju charged towards the demon chief. Killing it would grant him enough experience to reach level 4. That would leave him just one level away from awakening. Roar. The demon chief let out a deafening roar, unwilling to back down, and engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Ju. However, it had no chance at all. Water, fire, and lightning spells bombarded it in succession. Finally, with a terrible scream, it fell heavily to the ground. Bang! A golden chest appeared. A golden box. I never expected to be this lucky. Yi Ju was extremely excited. Usually calm and composed, his enthusiasm showed that this item was extraordinary. Yi Ju, it's just 10 minutes. Have you finished? At this moment, Li Lianxue dared to appear. You're just in time. Clean up the scene and gather all the equipment together. Yi Ju said. Then, his eyes turned to the golden box. Open. Chapter 22. Hurry up and roll. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the unique legendary demon sword crafting blueprint. Huang Quan Blade. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a space ring. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a skill book. Huang Quan Blade. In an instant, Yi Ju froze. No, no, no. I never thought it would actually be the Huang Quan Blade. Once one of the most famous demon swords in the Wasteland, he actually dropped the blueprint. On the blueprint, there is a black long sword, its black part resembling solidified lava. The hilt has 4 claws for protection, inlaid with a red gemstone. Legend has it that when this sword attacks, the sword's shadow is a fiery red illusion like lava. View details. Legendary, Demon Sword Crafting Blueprint. Huanquan Blade. Required crafting materials are as follows. 5,000 liters of demon blood, 10 flesh demon cores, and 10 crystal demon cores. The above materials can only forge the sword blank. If you want to forge the true Huanquan Blade, you need at least 1 demon god heart. Damn, a demon god heart? Yi Jiuwei was stunned. What concept is a demon god? Its fighting power can crush the future him with a single kick. A blade embryo is just a blade embryo. But the Yellow Springs blade from the previous life was, after all, just a blade embryo. Yet it was still so powerful and invincible. Yi Ju shook his head and began to collect the blood of the little evil demons. The blood volume of a little evil demon is about 5 liters. Gathering 5,000 liters is just a matter of time. The problem is that the flesh and blood magic core and the crystal magic core completely conflict with the direction he wants to awaken. It seems that, crack, Yi Ju reached into the chest of the demon's head. A small flesh tumor appeared in his hand. Now, he possessed 2 flesh and blood magic cores. The spatial ring, unexpectedly, also burst out. Yi Ju looked at another item. This thing was too important for someone who wanted to survive in the Wasteland. All the items could be easily stored in space, providing various conveniences. What equipment could make him so happy? Li Lianxue was still curious about it. However, she didn't dare to interrupt him. Just then, Oh and Long Xiaogu stepped out. Hello, classmate. Nice to meet you. I'm Wu Jin, and this is my friend, Long Xiaogu. Wu Jin's gaze was slightly intense. The equipment and items on the ground, along with a few skill books, were quietly lying there. It was simply too tempting. This battle might have wiped out all the demons in the school. It was precisely because they witnessed Yi Ju's terrifying strength that their desire for power became even stronger. With those items, they would become as strong as this man. Thus, Wu Jin and Long Xiaogu decided to reveal themselves. Wu Jin, Long Xiaogu. Yi Ju was quite surprised. They turned out to be powerful figures from a future wasteland world. They did not join any faction and completely relied on their own abilities to make a great name for themselves in the wasteland. However, Yi Ju had heard of their way of doing things. They were definitely not your average ruthless. Just because of small conflict, they would wipe out an entire base of wanderers. They were so merciless that they would even kill children if it threatened their interests. Get lost. After a while, Yi Ju said coldly. Crack. The scene fell into silence. No one expected that Yi Ju would react this way. At that moment, Wu Jin and Long Xiaogu's faces instantly stiffened. The veins on their foreheads were bulging. Who could have imagined? Yi Ju is really being so disrespectful. Why aren't you leaving quickly? Ye is needed distaminfu. Chapter 23. Crazy Buff Extraction. All right, we remember you. Wu Jin spoke out in frustration and turned to leave. Long Xiaogu also shot Yi Ju a cold glance before following suit. Remember me? Well then, I'll make your memories even more profound. My name is Yi Ju. Ye. He made his move. His buffs activated in an instant, completely ignoring Li Lianxue's shocked gaze. Wind blades and fireballs struck into the dark where the two had disappeared. Suddenly, 2 screams echoed simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a series of running sounds followed. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. Ye coldly snorted. He did not kill them. This was not mercy. Instead, he looked towards the future. This world needs more powerful combat strength. After killing the demon leader, Yi Ju began to clean up the battlefield. The magic knife blueprint needed blood, and these small and large demons were instantly drained into dry corpses. Immediately, red wave patterns emerged from the end of the knife body on the blueprint. As long as the waves were pushed to the knife tip, Condition 1 would be fulfilled. Now, he began to extract the equipment effects. The equipment dropped by the small demons was quite good. Even the whiteboard items had decent sharpness and defense. Additionally, there were blue-lettered equipment drops. Blue-lettered equipment did not have special effects, such as energy value 10, causing final damage of 0, 1, and so on. There were countless types of blue-lettered equipment. Of course, the system of Yi Ju can only extract special effects. This fixed attribute blue text cannot be converted into buffs. This means he also needs to wear equipment. Extract the special effect of the silver scale chest armor. Yi Ju said, this silver scale chest armor has a physical damage reduction effect, that triggers when attacked. Currently, it provides a 10 damage reduction. Each extraction increases it by 100, stacking up to 1,000. This effect does not conflict with the reflection buff. This is quite good as well. Another skill book disappeared in Yiju's hands, with specks of starlight entering his body. Mind shock buff. Description: any enemy that approaches you for the first time will experience a mind shock, causing them to be momentarily disoriented. I'll extract this too. It's a great tool for farming monsters. Yiju murmured, Star Impact buff. Description: activating this buff, your body gathers energy every 10 seconds, releasing a shockwave of 120 of her energy outward. Having extracted 3 types of buffs, Yiju's combat power soared once again. Moreover, after defeating the demon boss, his level had risen to level 4. He also gained half a bar of experience. The final special effect equipment turned out to be an old-fashioned helmet with goggles. It was also the nest perception technique that Yiju had always wanted. With this perception ability, he would be able to accurately determine the location of the nests. Extraction. Ding! Congratulations, extraction successful. You have obtained the permanent nest perception technique buff. Permanent nest perception technique buff. You can sense flesh nests and spirit nests. Note: ineffective against high-level nests. Very good. Yiju clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power within him. As long as he extracted this last skill book, everything would be ready. Extract. Ding! Congratulations, extraction successful. You have obtained the permanent group lightning strike buff. Ding! Your lightning strike has been replaced by group lightning strike. Permanent group lightning strike buff. You can punish enemies with lightning strikes based on your judgment. Damage calculated according to your level. Current quantity limit is 100. Chapter 24. Invitation from Hell. Continuing to extract group lightning strike can stack the quantity, with a maximum limit of 10,000. Ordinary people can only sustain one use of group lightning strike, as it consumes 100 energy points in just 1 second. A level 10 Awakener increases their energy by 10 points per level, allowing for 2 seconds of use. Naturally restoring energy takes a long time, unless you have equipment or items that restore energy. Of course, taking potions during battle is also an option. Generally, Awakeners who are good at managing energy carry various blue-named equipment that increases energy points. However, the group lightning strike has become Yiju's buff. He can use it however he wants. As long as he wishes, he can activate it continuously. Anyone he deems an enemy will be struck by lightning. You can keep all this equipment. I can only help you this much, he said helplessly. Huh? Lilianxue opened her mouth, all actions frozen. The school was already safe, with no demons in sight. Yiju said, Where are you going? Lilianxue quickly asked. Yiju's attitude: is he trying to drive her away? Back then, he forcibly took her away. Now he is eager to send her away? What a scumbag, a jerk. She was simply stunned. I'm going to the demon's lair to draw blood, and after exterminating them, I won't stay here any longer. Yiju's eyes looked at her. In that moment, Lilianxue understood. Burden. She was nothing but a burden. She couldn't help but give a bitter smile of self-mockery. The real Wasteland world was waiting for her. After receiving the 5 pieces of equipment and items that Yiju gave her, after a while, she said sincerely, Yiju, no matter what, I still want to thank you. For the sake of humanity. Yiju couldn't help but sigh. A minute later, Lilianxue looked in the direction where Yiju had disappeared and couldn't help but clench her pink fist. She needed to gain strength, the strength to walk alongside him. So, it was time to leave the school, to sense the demon's lair. In an instant, a light dot appeared in Yiju's mind. He sensed that the demon's lair was located underground in that place. This was the first flesh nest. So where is the second one? Yiju began to sense the second spirit body nest. After a short while, his eyes suddenly widened. One in the north, one in the south. First, eliminate the flesh and blood nest. Yiju arrived at the edge of the massive knife mark. He looked down. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. In the darkness, there were specks of blood red, like countless demonic eyes peering at you. Hell was inviting you. Yiju took a deep breath and crawled down the entrance. Although he wouldn't die, jumping down would definitely leave him in a messy state. Relying solely on a low-level healing spell, it was hard to say how long it would take to recover. At the front of Hell, there are entrances, passages, and rivers. All the low-level demon nests reside at the entrance of hell. The densely packed holes at the entrance of hell are like human hair follicles. This knowledge was hard-earned, information that warriors exchanged their lives for. Finally, he arrived. Yiju had been climbing down for an unknown amount of time. He finally arrived at the entrance to hell. He paused on a protruding rock slab. Below him were irregular holes resembling a honeycomb. Just like hair follicles, the demon's nest was beneath these follicles. At this moment, dozens of small imps crawled out from the holes, climbing along the rock. In every fleshy nest at the entrance to hell, there must be a large demon present. This one was no exception. Yiju remained calm. He arrived at one of the cave openings. Suddenly, a foul stench hit him. He leaped down. He entered the flesh nest. The flesh nest was filled with passages, resembling a maze. The great demon lived deep within here. It was responsible for guarding the passage to hell, preventing anything from crossing over. Guha! A small elite demon was the first to discover him. Chapter 25. The emergence of the violent monster farming style. This small elite demon was a warrior responsible for patrolling the flesh nest. Its combat power was stronger than that of the mutated small demons. Guha! It noticed Yiju and became extremely agitated. Breath. It could clearly sense that the opponent's aura was stronger than its own. It's important to note that Yiju had already reached level 4. The aura of a level 4 new human. Moreover, it also smelled a strong scent of blood. The source of this blood scent was its kind. It was very shocked. How many of its kind had this human killed? Its eyes were filled with confusion and anger. Guha! It let out a howl to the sky. A sharp sound emerged. Bang! At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck it directly. It staggered but did not fall. Instead, it let out an even louder sharp sound. Was it calling for its kind? Yiju's face was expressionless. Boom! A large fireball was unleashed. The little demon was instantly engulfed in the fireball. Guga! With a commotion, the voices of the little demons echoed from all directions. You have disturbed the nest. You will face an endless assault from the little demon army. Come on, I want more blood. Yiju let out a low shout. Countless small demons rushed towards him from all directions. In an instant, Yiju was completely surrounded. There was truly no way out. The only option was to fight. It was either their death or his. The battle began. The small demons from all sides were struck by the mental shockwave buff. They stood frozen in place. Then, boom! A wave of starlight shockwave erupted outward from Yiju. Dozens of small demons that were close to him were instantly blown away. But that wasn't all. 100 bolts of lightning fell from the sky, striking chaotically. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. What does it mean to explode? This is what it means to explode. So far, who could have imagined that someone had already infiltrated the demon lair? What the army couldn't do, Yiju accomplished, and he was still alive. While alive, he crazily exterminated the small demons. His experience points were skyrocketing. Guga! Small demons surged in from all directions again. They madly pounced towards Yiju. Boom! 10 seconds had passed, and the starlight shockwave buff had cooled down. Centered on Yiju, another shockwave swept outward. Gagaga! Countless small demons were sent flying out. They roared, howled, and went insane. In an instant, the small demon army was actually restrained by Yiju. They couldn't even get close. Roar! An elite small demon charged in under the lightning. However, what awaited it was an unlimited cast of Windblade. In an instant, it was instantly killed. Meanwhile, blades of wind generated around Yiju, continuously slicing outward. Countless fireballs were also gathering, boom, 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 attacking in all directions. So powerful. The combination of Yiju is simply too powerful. It's practically a no-consumption violent group, farming flow. He doesn't even need to lift a finger. Just standing there, he enjoys the explosions around him like fireworks. Human. A deep voice echoed from the depths of the nest. All the actions of the little demons came to a halt, fading away like ants. Then, in the depths of the cave, before Yiju, a tall shadow gradually appeared. From far to near, it grew larger. The great demon, it was slowly walking out. Is the great demon finally unable to sit still? He narrowed his eyes. A preliminary estimate suggests that this great demon stands over 20 meters tall. Definitely a fierce character. Humans, dare to challenge me? Like an ancient god whispering, the shadow of the great demon gradually became clearer. Chapter 26. Battle against the Great Demon. The combat power of the Great Demon surpasses that of the demon leaders. At the same time, its intelligence is comparable to that of humans. The duty of the Great Demon is to guard the passage to hell. Only after crossing the river can one truly enter hell. However, Yiju's goal is not to enter hell. His strength is still insufficient. His level is too low, and he hasn't even awakened. Although the violent monster farming method seems powerful, it only excels at clearing low-level monsters. Against the demons in hell, it's just a tickle. So, Yiju would not recklessly venture deep into hell without stacking buffs like physical resistance, magic resistance, physical immunity, and magic immunity. The demons there are not comparable to this large demon before him. Human, you are underestimating me. The great demon has finally appeared. It stands about 25 meters tall. Its upper body is a muscular humanoid form. Its lower body is covered with long hair and hooves. It has two sharp black horns on its head, and faint black flames are burning. Surprisingly, it has no wings on its back, but carries a massive demon blade. Instead, it is clad in heavy black scales, making a clanking sound as it walks. Enough talk, let's fight. Yiju directly struck down with a lightning bolt. The already enlarged area of the lightning appeared so insignificant in front of the great demon. Bang! Struck by the lightning, the great demon let out an angry roar. This indicated that the lightning was effective against the great demon, but the effect was not immediate. The defense of its black scaly armor far exceeded Yiju's imagination. Human, I will strike you down. The great demon growled lowly. It drew the giant demonic blade from its back and fiercely swung it towards Yiju. Boom! In an instant, all of Yiju's buffs fell onto the great demon. Suddenly, both of them were sent flying backward. Yiju was thrown away, his clothes soaked with blood, and the wound was slowly healing. The great demon was in a worse state, covered in wounds, and it was uncertain how much longer that black scale armor could hold out. So, Yiju wants to defeat the great demon, and must accumulate damage multiple times until the great demon scales fall off. The great demon, in an instant, it sensed Yiju's intentions. It aimed for a quick resolution, roaring loudly and crazily intensifying its attacks on Yiju. Buffs fully activated. Boom! Yiju was knocked away by the great demon again and again, spitting out large amounts of blood. However, he just wouldn't die, managing to stand up each time. Human, why won't you die? The great demon was almost dumbfounded to see Yiju stand up once more. It had never encountered a human like this before. If it were anyone else, they would have died countless times by now. Demon, flame. The great demon launched a fierce attack again. As a great demon, it could control the flame of magic. The flame of magic did not disappoint it, igniting Yiju and charring him instantly. Is that all you can do? But Yiju was once again severely injured, but grew braver with each battle. Impossible. This is impossible. The great demon roared. More and deeper scars were appearing on its body. Those wind blades, fireballs, thunderstrikes, shockwaves kept attacking it. Brilliant sparks erupted from its body. It was like a stubborn plaster, sticking to it and constantly attacking. It was utterly disgusting. The great demon was extremely enraged. Its demonic giant blade struck down on Yiju again. Boom! Yiju was directly sent flying. Chapter 27. Don't come over. Impossible, impossible. The great demon finally let out a piercing shriek. It completely lost its composure. That last strike, it was its strongest blow. The demon giant blade entwined with the flames of magic. But the human stood up again. What on earth is happening? It couldn't understand at all. It didn't comprehend why this seemingly weak human just wouldn't die. His body was already in tatters. Why? Why can he stand up again? What power is driving him? Belief? Is it the belief that he must defeat me? The belief that the human race will surely win? From the beginning, the great demon never thought it would lose. From the start, it considered Yiju as tonight's big supplement. A warm-up, a taste. Who would have thought it encountered a tough opponent? It's simply an unkillable cockroach. And don't those spells need energy to be driven? From the very beginning, it kept attacking it, How shameless can one be? The great demon then realized that it had long lost its advantage. The relentless attacks from Yi never cease, continuously bombarding with various buffs. Unyielding, the assault goes on. The strikes keep coming. Finally, the dark scales of the great demon are being pierced one by one. Wind blades are slicing through it. Fireballs are burning it. Every few seconds, it suffers from lightning strikes. Its body is drenched in blood. Damn, I will not fall. It wants to escape from this human side. It has realized, only by creating distance can those inexplicable attacks disappear. If you had fled across the river from the beginning, then I really wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. Yiju wiped the blood off his face and smiled slightly. Although his whole body was broken, he still persevered and chased after it. You, don't come over. The great demon roared and fled. Just cross the river, go into the river. However, it didn't hold on for long before it finally collapsed with a loud crash, creating a huge pit in its nest. The roaring stopped completely, the strongest existence at the entrance of hell, and yet it was actually killed by a human. Who could believe it? And no one could know. With its death, the entire flesh and blood nest began to collapse from the inside. Yiju managed to eliminate a demon nest before awakening. A large amount of blood and equipment all entered the space ring. Before the nest collapsed, Yiju escaped from the entrance of hell. He began to climb up along the huge seam of the demon god's blade. When he reached the surface, a hand reached down. Kid, you're lucky. You didn't die from falling. It was a man in a green military uniform. He pulled Yiju up, nearly startling him. Twisted bones, broken flesh. How could he still be alive? An ordinary person would have died long ago, right? This will to survive is simply astonishing. Someone take him to the tank. He is a soldier. We call them demons. They live in nests underground that we cannot attack. We spare no sacrifice, no matter the cost, in an attempt to eliminate the demons appearing everywhere. However, demons keep crawling out of the nests. There's simply too many of them continuously entering our cities. Now, we have to announce that the situation is continuously worsening. A complete evacuation of the city is in order. The horn on the tank keeps blaring. Finally, our army is going to abandon this city. The 10 million people who survived in this city must evacuate in a very short time. The situation has deteriorated to an unbearable extent. When humanity leaves here, the land and city will turn into Wasteland. Chapter 28. A miracle happens. Damn, Commander, are you out of your mind? You brought over a half-dead person. The doctor in the camp roared madly. The beds were already full. Many injured patients had to lie on the ground, using simple plastic as mattresses. This is an order. There is no way around it, doctor. You handle it. The soldier shook his head helplessly. Fine, move him to that empty space over there. I'll check on him when I have time to see if he is dead or not. The doctor sighed. All right, move him over there. The soldier nodded. After a while, Yiju opened his eyes. Although the healing buff was still active, his injuries from the demon lair were too severe. It would be best for him to lie down for a few hours. So, Yiju did not resist and was pulled by these people to a corner. In the eyes of others, he was already in a state of waiting for death. However, it was very noisy here, with chaotic crowds everywhere. Everyone was very excited. Yiju looked around. All around him lay soldiers, groaning in pain, with many missing arms and legs. System, extract the special effect powerful group healing buff. Ding, extraction successful. You have obtained a permanent buff, powerful group healing. Permanent powerful group healing buff. All injured within your controllable range will receive strong healing effects. This skill book was dropped by the great demon after its death. Additionally, there's a large flesh magic core. This large magic core has enough energy to replace 2 flesh magic cores. This means he now has 4 flesh magic cores. Defeating the great demon and destroying its lair allowed Yiju to directly level up to level 5 with full experience. Now, he needs 10 flesh magic cores to awaken and become a mutant. However, this is far from enough. Yiju still needs 9 crystal magic cores. Therefore, he must eliminate the spirit body nest before the great evacuation. He will definitely not miss the opportunity to obtain magic cores. With 10 flesh magic cores and 10 crystal magic cores, there's a chance to evolve into a special evolver. Yiju tightly clenches fists. This is the intelligence about the future Wasteland. The unexpected discoverer is just a child. This child became a special evolutionary being after becoming a supernatural and mutated individual. Then, the demon god descended, and this path had not yet reached halfway. That child died. However, the power that child displayed far exceeded the combat abilities of the supernatural and mutated systems. Many saw the dawn, believing that their children could walk this path in the future. But when the demon god descended, the dawn was submerged in eternal darkness, failing to shine. It is necessary to awaken as a special evolutionary being. Yiju took a deep breath, becoming a special evolver combined with a permanent buff. Challenging the demon god is not a dream. Just like that, an hour passed. Yiju felt the fatigue in his body, as well as the soreness and weakness in his muscles, all disappear, and his condition greatly improved. The power of the strong group recovery was indeed formidable. The doctor was completely bewildered, unable to believe what he was seeing as he examined the soldier's wounds. Haha, a miracle. Doctor, this is a miracle. That's right, that's right. Heaven bless our human race. Help me up. I can still go kill demons. The restored warriors all shouted in excitement. Just a moment ago, they were weeping and wailing, and the next moment, they were full of energy, eager to hunt down demons. Chapter 29, Task Execution Team. Thus, the doctor reported this strange incident to the higher-ups. A bunch of fools. Someone has acquired healing equipment, and it's large-scale and extremely powerful. The lieutenant colonel shouted excitedly. With this healing equipment, our army will surely achieve a significant victory in the battle against the demons. Find it. Give me the list. Where is it? Bring it to me. The lieutenant colonel yelled. But there is no list. So many people die every day. So many are sent in. How could it be possible? The doctor looked shocked. Damn it. No matter what, we have to find this equipment. The lieutenant colonel growled. Right now, our army needs to protect civilians and evacuate the city. The death toll far exceeds expectations. At this rate, the army's strength will collapse. Continue to recruit new humans. All those above level 1, recruit them all. The lieutenant colonel immediately spoke into the microphone. There are still many people in the city who have gained power. These individuals must be recruited. So, tanks are being deployed, and loudspeakers are making various announcements. Yiju being sent here by that squad leader is not unexpected. However, this disabled person is clearly being looked down upon. That's it. Yiju was also conscripted. Temporarily joining them would allow for more blood to be obtained. The army is too conspicuous, definitely a primary target for the demons' attacks. A flashy tank driving down the street is equivalent to taunting. Humans who have reached level 1 are referred to as new humans, which helps distinguish them from ordinary people. New humans can directly engage in combat because their physical attributes have been enhanced, and they have unlocked the power of energy. Moreover, the military will distribute equipment and items. After all, the number of demons killed is simply too high. The military's equipment has piled up into a small mountain. Of course, special equipment is given to those at the lieutenant level. Yiju was sent onto a truck, flanked by tanks at both the front and back. They traveled through military camps and refugee camps, eventually arriving at Wasteland. You 4 new humans. Your mission is to rescue those trapped in the theater. Inside the military truck, there was a serious middle-aged man. His name was Dong-Hu, a sergeant. Are there many demons in the theater? A man with glasses pushed up his glasses and asked. His name was Chung Xian, holding 2 short knives, both blue-letter weapons with very good sharpness. There is no intelligence. The theater has been sealed off from the inside, so you must be careful, Dong-Hu said. TCH, no intelligence. Sergeant, are you just pushing us into a fire pit? A young man with blonde hair snorted. What's wrong, Yang Wenshao? Are you scared? The third person to speak was a woman, clearly familiar with him, standing up with a mocking expression. Damn it, Su Ziyue, why are you targeting me everywhere? Yang Wenshao slapped aside the truck. All right, stop arguing. We need to unite for this mission. Dong-Hu stood up, exuding a military aura. Yang Wenshao instantly turned his face away, no longer being careless. So, Sergeant, does that mean you will act with us? Chung Xian pushed up his glasses and asked. That's right, we've arrived at the destination, fire. As soon as Dong-Hu's voice came through the microphone boom, the tank at the front blasted a big hole in the theater's door. After waiting for a long time, not a single demon came out. We received a distress signal. At least 100 people are still alive. Dong-hu jumped out of the truck and cautiously entered the hole of the theater. Instantly, a choking stench hit him. Chapter 30, Are you also a close combat type? Why does it smell so bad? Yang Wenchao pinched his nose and said, Sergeant, this place has already been turned into a nest by demons. Are you sure there are still hundreds of people alive? Su Ziyue, the woman, frowned. She had seen such ground nests before. They were all transformed by demons after completely occupying the area, secreting black substances that changed the appearance of the original building. Now the paths they walked on had turned into round nest passages, covered with various substances from the demons' bodies. That stench was the smell of this substance. I am very sure. Come and look at the map. Dong-hu took out the map. Yiju leaned in to take a closer look. The map was very complex. The theater had 3 levels, 2 above ground and 1 below. A certain location on the underground level was circled in red. That was probably where the survivors were. Hey, what are you staring at, you cripple? What's so interesting? Yang Wenchao glared at him in dissatisfaction. He couldn't understand why the army would choose a cripple. Were all the new humans dead, or could a so climb a tree? Just think about it. Everyone else is an elite warrior, yet a noob has mixed in. Doesn't that frustrate you? Weaklings are a burden. Whenever the demons were about to attack the weakest member, the others would vaguely protect and cover him. Such a person is a cancer to the team. Therefore, Yang Wenchao felt that this lame guy was a troublemaker. Yang Wenchao, please show some respect, Su Ziyue said coldly. Damn it, Su Ziyue, you're targeting me like this. It's not my fault. Yang Wenchao's mouth twitched, and his gaze toward Yiju became even more unfriendly. Yiju, however, remained indifferent and completely ignored him. To him, the young man with yellow hair was too weak. He only wanted to exterminate all the demons in the theater. Since the demons had nested here, it meant that a powerful demon existed. A powerful demon with a flesh and blood core. Damn, daring to ignore me. Just wait. Young Wenzhao spot fierce. Everyone quiet down, Sergeant. Do we have a battle plan? Cheng Xian pushed up his glasses. We need to go through here, then do this, and finally this. The sergeant quickly formulated a plan. Good. I'm a melee type. Let me take the lead. Cheng Xian showed the 2 short knives in his hands. Damn, I'm also a melee type. I want experience too. I'm about to level up to level 3. Yang Wenjiao took out an exaggerated long axe. This was the equipment he had obtained after fighting his way out of a bar, an axe with special effects. Bone-crushing attacks have a chance to shatter the enemy's bones. Then you and Cheng Xian will be the vanguard. Su Ziyue, you lean towards energy type, support from the center, and I'll take the rear. Dong-hu nodded. As for you, he couldn't help but look at Yiju. You stay with Su Ziyue, protector. The resume says you're a melee type? Melee type? Cheng Xian glanced at Yiju. His left leg was obviously limping. Can he still be considered a melee type? Protecting her is not a problem. After all, he didn't need experience points anymore. He was already level 5 with full experience. Without awakening, he wouldn't gain any experience points. Since that was the case, he would let them work hard in front while he was responsible for absorbing blood from the Huangquan blade blueprint at the back. Originally, exterminating the demon nest was enough to gain 5,000 demon blood. However, at that time, he didn't have time to absorb blood from the blueprint, as the nest had already collapsed. In addition, besides the group healing skill book, the great demon dropped something else, Chapter 31, Encountering the Fog-Kill Demon. This item was also a blueprint named the Fully Automatic Defense Beam Tower. However, the manufacturing difficulty was extremely high, and the required material was extraterrestrial metal. To create extraterrestrial metal, one needed falling gold. Falling gold does not belong to Earth. It comes from outer space. A 5-kilogram piece of falling gold has a market price of around 20 million. Finally, it requires 2 types of demon cores and falling gold to merge, producing a brand new material, extraterrestrial metal. A fully automatic defense beam tower can directly ensure the defense line of a base. This blueprint is one of the rarest of the rare. In the previous life, the Dragon Roar base that Yi Ju was waiting for had one of these things. He saw with his own eyes that even 1,000 great demons attacking together could not break through. The power of that beam tower was simply invincible. So, Yi Ju also wanted to install a beam tower for what was once called home. This was the second goal. The purpose of staying in the military, to seek information about the fallen gold. At this moment, their group had already penetrated deep into the interior of the Grand Theater. The situation was somewhat difficult to understand. It was a thick, dark mist. Indeed, there was black mist inside the Grand Theater. Moreover, it was completely unclear what the situation was inside. This black mist was too mysterious, instilling fear in them. It made everyone highly alert, sensing that pervasive, demonic aura. What exactly was this demon? Was it the black mist? Or something within the black mist? Spiritual demons, could it be? Yi Ju was taken aback. In ancient texts, there were rumors about a certain entity. In a last life, there was a wandering demon known as Mist Killer. Mist Killer's movements were erratic, and its form was very strange. A peculiar and dense black mist would appear around it, perfectly concealing its presence. Even those more powerful than Mist Killer would fall completely passive when caught in this black mist. Many strong individuals from the last life brought numerous followers to hunt down Mist Killer. And what was the result? They all ended up dying at the hands of Mist Killer's assassination. Mist Killer was a killer-type demon operating alone in the Wasteland. It had no connections to any demon lairs. No one had ever seen its true form. No one knew its name. It was said that those who had encountered Mist Killer had all died. Thus, this black mist not only reminded Yi Ju of the records in ancient texts, but also made it highly likely that the rumors were true. Being able to create black mist during battle and having a legion of shadow demons meant it came from the River of Crossing. That's right. The records stated that this demon originated from the River of Crossing. It was a demon from the River of Crossing, almost identical to the rumors. It would appear unpredictably in certain locations, without any warning. Moreover, before accidentally entering the black mist, no one could see it. Only after being immersed in it would people realize what was happening. In the last life, those who accidentally stumbled into the black mist in a certain place had no chance of survival. Therefore, various rumors about Mist Killer spread widely. The River of Crossing was too mysterious. The demons from the hellish River of Crossing were so powerful that they had such terrifying abilities. It was certain that if someone was very unfortunate and accidentally fell in a Mist Killer's trap, they would be completely doomed. Not because it would trap you to death. On the contrary, within this black mist, there would appear a massive number of terrifyingly powerful shadow demon legions. That's right. This is the terrifying aspect of spirit demons. Of course, the name Shadow Demon Legion was also derived from Mist Killer's name by later generations. Chapter 32, Shadow Demon Legion. This type of Shadow Demon Legion has no physical form. They can condense at any time from the black mist. Then they attack from all directions. As long as Mist Killer remains within the black mist, the Shadow Demon Legion can continuously emerge. You might have just killed one shadow, and in the next second, countless shadows will condense again and launch an attack against you. Although these shadows are formed from black mist, their power is extremely terrifying. Ultimately, as the battle continues, even more powerful shadows will appear. They will continuously assault you from the black mist, leaving you in deep despair. This is Mist Killer, the infamous demon from the last life. Encountering it is almost a dead end. Many have lost their lives at the hands of the demon Mist Killer. When the black mist dissipates, one would see the tragic bodies lying on the ground. However, there are a few rare individuals who managed to come out. They defeated countless ghostly shadows. But those who walked out alive from the black mist must have been significant figures in the apocalypse. Why? Because surviving from the black mist indicates they defeated numerous terrifying shadow demon legions. They killed the main body, the demon Mist Killer. It would be difficult not to be powerful. Such individuals must be talents that major forces compete for, because the rewards for defeating the demon Mist Killer are extremely generous. Special equipment, blueprints, items, everything you can imagine. Most importantly, Mist Killer's Spirit Demon Core, which is worth 5 ordinary Spirit Demon Cores. Many forces in the last life would rush to where Mist Killer appeared with their people. They would attack frantically just for the huge crystal demon core. Although the cost is painful, perhaps in the end, not a single person would survive. But what if just one person made it out alive? Who wouldn't want to risk their life for the demon core? After enduring so much cruelty and terror, who wouldn't want to become strong? Who wouldn't want to rise above this wasteland? The people of the post-apocalypse have minds completely different from the present. What exactly is this black mist, and when were we enveloped by it? Suzy Yue said in astonishment. At that moment, while they were all in a panic, suddenly, a grotesque demon condensed out from the black mist beside them. Before they could even react in shock, the demon lunged fiercely at them. Bang! Suzy Yue pulled out her pistol and fired. The bullet was actually blue. This pistol of hers was equipment dropped by a certain demon. Sunset Night, special effect, concealment. The grotesque demon was instantly pierced through and turned into black smoke, merging back into the black mist. Seeing this scene, Yi Jueshin was even more certain in his heart that this was the infamous fog killer from his previous life. No wonder the theater was sealed so tightly. It was to prevent this demon from getting out. After all, the strength of the new humans was still not enough. Most were at level 1. Level 2 new humans were already considered geniuses among geniuses. As for those who reached level 3, there were probably very few, and those people were either strong or exceptionally lucky. However, even among these people, encountering the infamous demon fog killer from his previous life, it was possible that everyone would die instantly. Donghu smiled slightly as he saw the demon disappear into the black mist. He could still smile. Yiju shook his head instead. This sergeant clearly didn't know. This was a deadly ambush. Chapter 33, Desperate. For ordinary people, the survival rate is less than 1 in 1,000. In the previous life, even the core members of those superpowers did not dare to challenge it easily. Could they all survive just relying on the 4 of them? So, Yiju shook his head. Hiss! Another hideous demon coalesced in the black mist, attacking Chengxian at the forefront. Whoosh! Chengxian slashed down with his knife, a stream of light flashing across the blade. Clearly, he used energy. Puffed. The demon was directly cut in half. However, yet another demon materialized, lunging at him. Everyone watched this scene in horror, completely unaware of what was happening. This demon was too bizarre. Just after being killed, it reformed? No wonder. There was an omnipresent demonic aura surrounding them. Could it be this black mist is the entire demon? Have they finally realized it? Yiju looked at them. Now, the Shadow Demon Legion had conjured another humanoid demon. This demon wielded a long knife and slashed wildly. What on earth is this place? Yanlun cried out. He had never seen this kind of demon before. It was too bizarre and completely unmanageable. Yiju spoke extremely quickly. This demon is called Mistkill, and it's impossible to break out. Mistkill? Have you encountered this kind of demon? Donghu was shocked and looked at Yiju. Yiju said coldly, Endless? The 4 of them were taken aback, their faces changing dramatically. Yiju said again. Donghu quickly asked, P2, when the fog kills the demon's true body will descend. Just kill it. Yiju said. With a flick of his hand, a fireball extinguished a shadow demon. As soon as the others heard this, their faces turned pale. As long as they killed quickly, the shadow demons would automatically dissipate. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Around them, shadow demons were constantly gathering. In an instant, there were dozens of them. Kill. Donghu let out a low growl. At this moment, they had to fight desperately. If they didn't fight desperately, they would die. The few of them exchanged glances. Since it was like this, they would fight with all their might. They were all new humans, with a bright future ahead, and no one wanted to fall here. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone gave it their all. They shouted. All their trump cards were used. However, in the eyes of the demon army, there was no fear at all. They crazily gathered and rushed towards them. Originally, one person needed to deal with 3. As the battle time progressed, each person had to deal with 5 at the same time. No one had help to assist others. Just staying alive was already very difficult. 20 demons suddenly appeared beside Yiju. They launched an attack in an instant. However, it had no effect. That's right. They were completely repelled by a light barrier half a meter away. As a result, 100 demons pounced on his light barrier, attacking frantically. This was the buff Yiju had obtained earlier, permanent spirit repulsion. All low-level spirit demons could not approach him. Yeye, Suzy Yu shouted in her line of sight. Yiju was surrounded by hundreds of demons, and not even a person could be seen. Those demons piled up into a small mountain. Run. He asked beyond saving. Dong Hu shouted. He had ultimately underestimated the strength of Mist Kill. Chapter 34. Mission failed. There were too many demons. Chung Xian growled. Escape? Where to escape? In the trap of Mist Kill's demons, there was nowhere to run. Everyone was caught in a bitter fight. Right now, the strength of the demons was perfectly matched with theirs. However, they began to notice something increasingly wrong. The power of the Demon Shadow Legion was gradually rising. Slowly, they were becoming stronger than them. Only then did they finally understand that the demons formed from the black mist were becoming stronger. It's over, it's over. We're doomed. How could this happen? Young Wenchao shouted. His axe kept chopping. If it weren't for the restorative potions he carried, he would have already been drained dry and died under the demon's blades. Watching the potions in his pocket dwindle, he finally panicked. Damn it, how could there be such strange demons? Why aren't they flesh and blood demons? Flesh and blood demons at least have blood and flesh. What about these? After hitting them, there was no sense of impact at all. If he used too little force, he couldn't even kill them. Thus, Yang Wenchao was so frustrated he nearly spat blood. He had lost count of how many cuts he had received. He only felt blood continuously flowing from his body. How much longer could he hold on? Su Ziyue gritted her teeth. She pulled out another revolver, the Destruction Duke. 2 revolvers fired at once. However, human stamina is limited, while the continuously spawned demons do not feel fatigue. You are constantly weakening, but the demons being created were becoming stronger in essence. You were growing more and more exhausted. Death was also the end. In that moment, everyone despaired. They all realized something. Perhaps they were going to die here. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Young Winto shouted repeatedly. What a pity mission failed. Dong Hu smiled bitterly. Faced with the demons charging fiercely, he resisted with all his strength. The next second, another 10 demons appeared, not giving any opportunity at all. They aimed to use a swarm tactic to crush your last hope. It's over. Su Ziyue also smiled bitterly. Her energy was already spent. The potions had been used up. She finally understood what endless truly meant. 1, 2, 3, 4. This was the number of demons they could take with them. After a few seconds, everyone was mortally wounded. On the verge of death, they could only wait to die. Boom! At that moment, a light of day shone. Countless demons were overturned on the ground. Then, thunder flashed across the sky, and countless demons turned to ashes amidst their wailing. What is happening? Su Ziyue barely opened her eyes. However, everything before her was black. She was too severely injured, and her consciousness was already hazy. Not far from her, Dong Hu, Chung Xian, and Yang Wenchao lay motionless, unsure if they were dead or not. The thunder of the heavens continued for an unknown time before finally calming down. However, Su Ziyue still closed her eyes. She was just too tired. But then, a warm current appeared in her body. Healing. This was her last thought before she fainted. Is Mist Kill finally going to reveal itself? Yi Ju stood still. In his previous life, he had never seen the Fog Killer. Today, he was truly lucky. He saw the black mist continuously condensing together, until finally, a pitch-black demon appeared before him. A human. The aura emanating from the Fog Killer demon was comparable to that of a great demon. The voice from its throat carried a threatening roar, as if to demonstrate its power. Chapter 35. Instant Kill of the Fog Killer Demon. What greeted the Fog Killer Demon was an endless barrage of buffs. It seems you really like the tactic of overwhelming numbers. Yi Ju let out a cold smile. Buffs fully activated. Various wind blades, fireballs, and lightning gathered around him. After annihilating a nest, although he didn't have time to absorb the blueprints, he picked up quite a few equipment and items, including more than a dozen pieces of special effect gear. The harvest was bountiful. Firebomb, water shell, iron shell, slash wave, dust blade. These skill books were all transformed into Yi Ju's permanent buffs. As long as he was willing to activate them, these powers would coalesce around him. Now, he was incredibly powerful. The advantage was overwhelming. He could solo the Demon Shadow Legion by himself. This task team, on the other hand, still had to rely on weapon advantages to fight, which was simply too low end. Although they were already strong, with 4 people they had killed 100 Demon Shadows. How could it be you? The Mist Killer Demon was constantly forced back by the bombardment. The successive attacks made it difficult for it to resist or fight back. Think about it carefully. You are a demon who only understands assassination. Facing a barrage of wind blades, fireballs, and water shells without any blind spots. Who can withstand that? Even the great demons can't endure it. So, when Yi Ju unleashed all his firepower, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Bang, 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 bang. The Mist Killer demon let out a final wail. Under the relentless bombardment, it dropped a skill book, 3 pieces of equipment, and 2 items. Clatter. The 4 people lying half dead on the ground also leveled up. Because they had participated in the battle, they gained experience from killing the main body. When they wake up, they probably won't even realize how they survived in such a dire situation. They had instant killed the Mist Killer demon recorded in the ancient book. Yi Ju picked up all the equipment and threw it into the spatial ring. Then, he carefully extracted the most important crystal magic core from the corpse. This crystal magic core, which was as big as a hand, was equivalent to 5 regular ones. Now he had effectively obtained 6 crystal magic cores. In total, he possessed 4 flesh magic cores and 6 crystal magic cores. Extraction, special effect, counter damage. Ding, extraction successful. Your permanent counter damage buff has increased to 120. Permanent counter damage buff. When attacked by physical or energy attacks, enemies take 120 counter damage. The meat shield counter damage build was gradually taking shape. Yi Ju Xiao couldn't help but smile. The violent monster farming strategy is suitable for clearing major demons and below. When battling demons above major demons, you need to plan ahead. For example, physical immunity and magical immunity invincibility? No, brother. Have you heard of holy damage? Generally, demons above major demons have special damage skills. However, a retaliation build with physical immunity, magical immunity, and meat shield retaliation? Think about it. A powerful demon punches you, and while you have physical immunity, the damage is firmly reflected back onto the demon. This is equivalent to the demon punching itself to death. It touches the ground with one hand, and in an instant, a hard ice wall rises from the ground. Then, Yi Ju jumped to the 2nd floor to search for other demons. Besides Mist Killer, there were also some scattered small demons here, such as the Bullhead Demon and the Pighead Demon. These types of demons tend to favor girls and enjoy special treatment. Yi Ju stood there. The Bull-Headed Demon was violently slammed against the wall behind him by a shockwave. Then ice spikes, lightning, and slashing waves directly dismembered it. Chapter 36. Underground Air Raid Shelter. Is it strong? Is Yi Ju strong now? No. At least he doesn't think so. These skills seem flashy and cool. But low level is still low level. Think about it. Can low-level skills from low-level demons defeat strong ones? Especially the demons in the river, those that surpass great demons. Your damage dealt to them is like just tickling them. What is truly useful are skills like reflect damage, physical immunity, magical immunity, immortality, and indestructibility. However, such skills generally only drop from demons at the level of great demons or higher. Up to now, Yi Ju has only stacked reflect damage to 120, has 11 physical immunity and no magical immunity at all. So is he strong? I remember, this is the place marked by the red circle. Yi Ju arrived alone at the basement of the Grand Theater. The demons had already been cleared out by him. The entire Grand Theater seemed to be purified. All the demons had turned into mummified corpses. There was a small episode. Every few days, someone speculated that a vampire had appeared in the Grand Theater. Moreover, it specifically fed on the blood of demons. This rumor had been circulating among the new humans for a long time. It turned out to be a bomb shelter. No wonder the survivors could live under the nests built by the demons for so long. Usually, air raid shelters are stocked with food and various supplies. Basements and various storage rooms can provide hiding places. Crack. Yi Ju opened the lock of the air raid shelter. He already knew the door code, as Dong had informed them before they set out. A beam of light flashed from inside. Then, a group of people looked at him with excitement. Great! The army has sent someone to rescue us. Big brother, are you here to save us? Little brother, are you the only one? There were about 100 survivors in the air raid shelter. They had been living here for more than 10 days. The shelter had a specific ventilation system. So the air was relatively good. That's right, everyone come out. I am from the new Humanity Guard organization. Yeah, nodded. What about the demons? Yeah, little brother. There are demons here. What if we encounter a demon? Someone said with concern. Are you guys talking about this? Yeah, site put aside. Behind him lay various demons in disarray. Are all the demons dead? Really all dead? Did you do it, brother? The new humans are so powerful. Can I become a new human too? A group of people excitedly came out. They'd been hiding in the air raid shelter from the very beginning. Fortunately, there were advanced network facilities inside. They also learned about the new humans. As long as they killed demons, they could gain experience points, and anyone could potentially become strong. Yiju smiled and led them towards the entrance of the theater. At this moment, the buff from the strong group had been active for a long time, and Dong Hu and the others had not yet awakened. It seemed that their injuries were too severe. Therefore, Yiju found a few strong young men to carry them out together. They're coming out. The soldiers responsible for escorting Yiju and the others quickly shouted into the microphone. Several military buses, escorted by tanks, drove over directly and took all these people away within minutes. The fierce aura of the level 5 new humans scared away some nearby individuals with ulterior motives. What the hell is this human? Level 5? I'm only level 1. Anyone can display their level. However, no one is willing to expose their details. After all, keeping a low profile is the way to go. However, Yiju no longer had the need to keep a low profile. Chapter 37. Firm Refusal. Watch out for the wheels. There are people ahead. Suddenly, the officer's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Creak. The bus came to a stop. This was a clumsy girl. She seemed somewhat flustered, looking at the bus and not daring to take another step forward. Upon closer inspection, she wasn't bad-looking, belonging to that pure student type. It's just that her clothes were a bit torn. If she could dress up a little, she could be considered a beauty. Dunk Minmin. I mean no harm. I'm just too hungry and came out to find something to eat. This girl named Dong Minmin was startled by the base vehicle. She even raised her hands above her head, stammering to explain. Food. In the Wasteland, food and water are the most scarce and precious resources. If there's south anything that can drive humanity to unleash their evil nature, it's definitely extreme hunger. This girl in front of me, so fragile. Yet she still chose to take the risk, facing the dark apocalypse outside to look for food. I must say, Yiju appreciated this kind of behavior. After all, in his previous life, he had done the same. Although at that time, he had not been pushed to the limit. What to do? A group of soldiers looked troubled. The survivors remained silent. So, Yiju got off the car while eating beef jerky, scanning her surroundings. Despite her timid appearance, this girl's endurance was likely much stronger than average. After becoming an awakened, she might even be stronger than ordinary people, right? Beef jerky? At that moment, Dong Minmin noticed the packaging bag in Yiju's hand. The 3 big characters were written very clearly. She could see the movement of Yiju's throat as she swallowed. Her eyes were shining brightly. Gulu gulu. Her stomach unexpectedly started to grumble too. Oh my, it's actually beef jerky. This person is actually eating beef jerky. Moreover, she was chewing it heartily. Dong Minmin felt like she was going crazy. Hunger made her very bold, and she cautiously asked, could you share some food with me? No way. Yi resolutely refused. In Dong Minmin's eyes, this man was so cold. This man was so heartless. This man was so malicious and detestable. She really didn't know how to describe it anymore. In her aggrieved eyes, tears sparkled. Please, just give me a little bit. I have a small appetite. I know this request is excessive, but could you possibly show a little kindness? Dong Minmin's face flashed with a hint of grievance as she spoke even more submissively. Ye jui fronit. Just think about it. A little girl looking at you with a pitiful gaze, begging you for help. Damn, forget about humans. Even a dog would be unable to resist. The intertwining of hunger and misery finally made her unable to hold back her tears. Attention turned to Dong Minmin. This girl was covered in bruises, probably having suffered some kind of torment. Usually, they might take care of 1 or 2 people, but now all of them were severely injured. Who had the time to care about others' lives? Thud! A bag of beef jerky fell to the ground, making a noise. It was obvious that there was a lot of jerky inside. Chapter 38. An unexpected demon core explosion. He looked around and said, there are quite a few demon corpses here. Help me pry open their skulls And if you find any blood meat demon cores, hand them over to me. Regardless of whether there are any, this bag of beef jerky is your reward. Really? Dong Minmin asked in surprise. Of course it's true. Yi Ju casually tossed a weapon over. In any case, he had no hope. Dong Minmin stared hard at the beef jerky and picked up the fire axe. Bang! She swung it at a demon's head. No, no. This man's so-called flesh and blood magic core. Dong Minmin felt a wave of disappointment, raised the fire axe again, and struck at another one. Bang! The demon's skull shattered, blood flowing from the top of its head, covering its face and making it even more hideous. However, this was not the time to be afraid. To get the beef jerky, she had to do this. Dong Minmin raised the fire axe in her hand and swung again. While Dong Minmin was working, a group of soldiers was surveying the hospital. It had to be said, it was terrifying and eerie. Inside, it was unknown what kind of demons were lurking. However, there were clearly supplies to be scavenged in the hospital. Let the survivors from the theater go first. We'll search for medical supplies. A group of soldiers stamped out their cigarettes. The soldiers nodded and began looking for the hospital's entrance. After all, the doors and windows were sealed. Squeak! A rat contaminated by demonic matter suddenly appeared, about the size of a husky. There should be a passage over there. Dong Hu leaned out from the car, pointing in that direction. He couldn't move yet, but seeing the rat as big as a dog startled him. People should be able to squeeze through the passage it had opened. Someone went over to check. Sure enough, they discovered the rat's passage and entered the hospital first. Found it, I found it. Just then, Dong Minmin suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Huh, what did you find? Yi Ju was taken aback. The magic core, is it this? Dong Minmin dropped the axe, her arms went weak. She was almost exhausted to the ground. She weakly ran over, opening her hand. Sure enough, a magic core the size of a bottle cap was lying in her palm. Damn, did we really find it? What kind of luck is this? Or is it that the output of magic cores is actually high? Yi Ju was dumbfounded. Wasn't it this? Dong Minmin saw Yi Ju in a daze and awkwardly asked. Frustrated. It seems like I got excited for nothing. No, you got it right, it's this one. Yi Ju felt a bit embarrassed. He gently pinched the magic core. Aside from being a little smaller than the previous one, everything else was exactly the same. Great then. Dong Minmin was filled with excitement, her eyes involuntarily looking at the bag of beef jerky on the ground. Just take it away. Yi Ju waved his hand. Hearing him say that, Dong Minmin felt a surge of excitement. She quickly picked up the beef jerky, tore open the packaging, and started eating. At this moment, Yi Ju took out a bottle of mineral water and a pack of instant noodles from his space bracelet and handed them to Dong Minmin. These supplies were something he casually grabbed when he had nothing to do. Are you giving all this to me? Dong Minmin was stunned and even stuttered. There's actually mineral water and instant noodles. Yes, but there are conditions. Yi Ju smiled at her. I can't. I have a boyfriend. He's in the hospital. Dong Minmin bit her lip and looked up at the man in front of her. She misunderstood. Clearly, Dong Minmin definitely misunderstood something. Chapter 39, Cultivating Minor Characters. As a young girl, besides being a student, what else could she do to help Yi Ju, whether before the apocalypse or after it? There are always unspoken rules. Giving up one's dignity and selling one's body. In the apocalypse, this is a common practice. But her boyfriend is upstairs. Boyfriend? He absolutely glanced at the bruises and scars on her body, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Does her boyfriend enjoy playing beat-up games? Perhaps. This poor girl, enduring fear and anxiety. Is she out searching for food out of necessity? Is it unavoidable? Yi Ju shook his head and said, I'm not interested in you. What are the conditions? Dong Minmin asked, stunned. My condition is that you have to become a new human. Dong Minmin was dumbfounded on the spot. A new human? Her? How is that possible? After all, demons are demons. They run faster than her. They jump farther than her. So, killing demons is simply unrealistic. No, I can't do it. Really can't. I'm not cut out for this. Thinking of this, Dong Minmin quickly shook her head. Whether I am cut out for this is for me to decide. Yi Ju's voice interrupted her wild thoughts. The weak can rise in the wasteland. Cannon fodder can become great figures. Just think about it. A little girl who should have been lost in the apocalypse, weak and helpless, with her fate controlled by others. She could die any day. Suddenly, She defied fate. She became a new human, even an Awakener, and she grew stronger and stronger, even earning the admiration of thousands. As a cultivator, as a rewriter, it was undoubtedly a thrilling experience. He could personally transform into the wind to push the apocalypse forward. Of course, he could also cultivate others, watching them turn like windmills in the Wasteland. Those military soldiers were all level 1 new humans. They dared not speak. By now, they all knew Yiju's strength. Level 5 new human. So strong, no one dared to contradict what he said. But Dong Minmin fiddled with the hem of her clothes. She really couldn't figure out what this man in front of her was thinking. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me about the situation in the hospital and about your boyfriend. Yiju said meaningfully. Swish. Dong Minmin's expression changed. Clearly, she was very afraid when she heard the words boyfriend. 10 minutes later, a voice came from the microphone. This is a warning. Something seems off in the hospital, but it's hard to say what. Everyone, into the hospital. The soldiers fell silent for a moment. It stinks. Everyone followed and crawled in. There was a strange smell in this rat hole. An ordinary person might gag just by smelling it, because it was truly disgusting. The rat hole wasn't very long, and soon they reached the other end. This was the sewer of the hospital. After walking just a few steps, a mutated rat caught their scent. Upon seeing fresh food, it immediately bared its sharp fangs and grinned menacingly. A soldier handed his AK to Dong Minmin and said, "Shoot." Okay. Dong Minmin nodded with a gloomy face. This mutated rat was hard to deal with. Although its experience points weren't as high as a demon's, even a mosquito is still meat when it's small. I can't use it. Dong Minmin stammered in shock when she saw it was a real gun. Chapter 40. Entering the hospital together. Like this. Hold tight, yes. Press down like this. Use your body's strength to push, that's right. Now pull the trigger. A soldier was teaching her step by step. Bang! A bullet, as fast as lightning, hit the forehead of the mutated rat. In an instant, the mutated rat's head was smashed to pieces. Good. Yiju smiled behind. There were quite a few mutated mice here. With the sound of gunfire, more mutated mice discovered them. After a scream, they rushed forward crazily. Suppressing fire, the soldiers shouted. Bang, bang, bang. With the help of those soldiers, Dong Minmin pressed the gun and started firing. The mutated mice were torn apart, blood flowing endlessly. To avoid the bullets, they dodged everywhere, rolling like donkeys and jumping like cats, using all sorts of moves. A stray mouse pounced over. Before it could get close, it was struck down by a bolt of lightning, turning into flesh and blood. The blood splattered on Dong Minmin's face, feeling extremely warm. Dong Minmin let out a shriek. Yi Jueshuan was somewhat amused and exasperated. What's the big deal about the brain and internal organs? What is there to be afraid of? Keep going, he said. The soldiers quickly held down Dong Minmin's head, urging her to calm down. The AK immediately spat out flames. After a while, the sewer was left with a pile of rat corpses. I leveled up to level 1. I have become a new human. Coming back to her senses, Dong Minmin exclaimed. Thank you, thank you. I really have become a new human. Dong Minmin was excited and thrilled. She had never imagined that one day she could become an Awakener, and she had also awakened special powers. Am I dreaming? She pinched her face hard. It hurt. So it seems not. Level 1 new human Dong Minmin. Go ahead and clear the way. Yiju smiled at her and said. In fact, Dong Minmin knew another safe passage in the hospital. However, Yiju insisted on taking this route, and she had no choice. Suppressing the fear and anxiety in her heart, she glanced back at Yiju and Su Ziwe, steeled herself, and walked forward. Originally, the girl's slender body didn't have much strength. However, she had become awakened. She could easily climb ladders and leap over dangerous terrain in one go. Speed. Yiju followed behind like a tourist. There was no tenderness at all. Instead, it felt more like a slave master urging her. Dong Minmin felt she was being ruthlessly exploited. However, strangely enough, she didn't feel very resistant. She wiped the sweat off her forehead vigorously. She wiped her clothes, which were stained with dirty blood. Fortunately, they encountered no danger along the way and quickly climbed up the ladder, leaving the sewer. The three of them entered the lowest level of the hospital. Do you know the way here? Yiju asked. I have always lived on the 3rd level and have never dared to come down. Dong Minmin quickly replied. After a while, a soldier said, Demon, there's a demon leader. The soldier looked terrified. Demon leader? Everyone gasped. They had experienced that kind of terror. The horror of the demon leader still lingered in their minds. They couldn't help but look at Dong Minmin. This girl, how could she have survived for so long in a hospital controlled by the demon leader? Why? Facing the soldier's doubts, Dong Minmin's face turned pale. What is a demon leader? She didn't know. She only knew that there were many demons in the hospital. However, she had a unique route to avoid them. Chapter 41. Mutated Demon Leader. Do we have the medicine we need here? Like aspirin? The officer asked again. There are many. It seems a fierce battle is about to happen. Everyone touched their noses, pulled out their guns, and also their demon gear. Dong Minmin extended her arm. Yiju ordered. Then, a syringe pierced into her flesh. Dong Minmin couldn't help but let out a low moan. A circle of faint dark light circulated around her body. It made her feel itchy hot and restless all over. After about 10 minutes, Dong Minmin suddenly vomited all over the ground, along with some black-red viscous substance. This scared the people around her, leaving their faces pale. They didn't know what Yi Ju had injected into Dong Minmin. Therefore, they felt very frightened. This was a potion released by a demon, capable of enhancing physical qualities. Yi Ju said. At this moment, Dong Minmin felt a peculiar power suddenly surge from within her body. This feeling was as if she had eaten a pound of devil peppers, drank 10 pounds of fake liquor. Her face flushed red. She almost fell over. This demonic potion was one of the items dropped by the fog-killing demon. It had already been used on her. Within 10 minutes, the signs of Dong Minmin's convulsions disappeared. This potion increased her mental strength. Now, her mental power was beyond that of ordinary people. She could clearly sense the powerful presence in the hospital. The demon chief? Is this the power of the demon chief? Dong Minmin was full of excitement. However, her mental power pierced through that demon chief. A piercing shriek. Another shriek echoed again, even higher than before. Boom, boom, boom. All the glass shattered. The warriors all covered their ears. Bam! At that moment, a small figure fell from the sky. The floor was cracked underfoot. The demon chief? This is a mutated demon chief. Its strength is comparable to a major demon. Yi Ju stared at the newcomer. Ding. Human, your scent is quite special. You have eliminated a fog-killer demon. The mutated demon leader's eyes were blood red as she fixed her gaze on Yi Ju, completely ignoring the others. A cruel smile emerged. With shark-like teeth, they clicked ominously as she bit down. Indeed, the mutated demon leader was more fluent than even the great demons in speech. Yesimidet. Hand over your flesh and blood, especially your flesh and blood. The mutated demon chief's chest rose and fell. A brownish-yellow aura continuously erupted from her nose and mouth. Come and take it if you dare. Yi Ju's buffs were fully activated. However, a thunderous roar erupted, filled with an incredibly violent killing intent and bloodlust. Everyone quickly turned to look, their pupils constricting. Wings. This mutated demon lord actually sprouted 2 flesh wings from its back. A pair of deep black eyes coldly looked down at him. She was not flying anymore, but leaping up to dive. Sharp, curved talon-like spikes had grown on her arms. Extremely sharp. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. In an instant, Yi Ju's buffs surprisingly all dodged. Be careful. A warrior stood in front of Yi Ju, then was violently knocked back over 10 meters. A large gash opened in his abdomen, bleeding profusely. If it weren't for the new humans, this blow would have likely severed him in 2. However, this moment caused the mutated demon chief's attack to falter. The sky was filled with lightning, wind blades, and fireballs rapidly gathering. Chapter 42. We won the bet. However, the mutated demon chief revealed a mocking expression in his eyes. He blocked with his wings and completely defended against it. So, Yi Ju is not invincible. Those low-level skills are basically useless against high-level demons. The mutated demon chief's body suddenly swelled. Then he charged at those military soldiers like a mountain of flesh. Strong, too strong. A drop of sweat slid down the foreheads of these soldiers, their nerves tensed. This damned demon's physical abilities are too abnormal. Just like that, he killed 5 or 6 of them. It looks like it's South time for close combat. Yiju took a deep breath. The buff was ineffective. He could only force it. So, he fixed his eyes intently, trying to capture her movements. Immediately after, Yiju felt a wild wind sweeping in from his right side. It blew his hair and closed to the right. He couldn't help but be startled, and he quickly swung the weapon in his hand. Bang! The weapon broke instantly. A sharp claw, as if reaching out from the depths of hell, lunged towards his heart. So fast! Yiju was taken aback. Bang! A terrifying force surged through him, directly knocking him backwards. What tremendous power! Yiju was surprised. At the moment he was knocked backward and flying, he used the force to execute a backflip. As Yiju just landed on the ground, the mutated demon chief let out a roar towards the sky. How does it feel to be countered? He was slightly taken aback. That punch just now had completely stunned the mutated demon chief. The damage was fully reflected back onto herself. Roar! A surge of air gathered above her. The power of the demon? Yiju was taken aback and quickly dodged. Bang! A strong stench rushed towards him. The air condensed instantly and exploded in front of Yiju, life and death in an instant. The world fell silent. Yiju's body seemed to transform into a phantom, a total of 5 layers. One layer stacked upon another. He swung towards the mutated demon leader. At the moment of impact, all 5 layers of the phantom stacked onto the demon's body. Boom! The sky erupted with a thunderous roar. Raindrops the size of beans fell from the sky. Between heaven and earth, everything was blurred, enveloped in a torrential downpour. No, it can't be. The mutated demon leader's eyes were blood red, filled with shock and disbelief. She actually split in two. The weapon had become dull, deeply embedded in the ground. As the 3 words fell, she was defeated. The demon's life was thus extinguished. Yiju took a deep breath. He won. That's right. He won by luck. At the last moment, he hit the jackpot. 5-fold phantom. This skill was unleashed by the fog killer demon. He directly converted it into a permanent buff, turning it into his passive ability. However, it has a chance of activation, a 12 chance on normal attacks. Using 5-fold phantom requires a massive amount of energy. There's a famous story about an old lady who lifted a car to save her grandson, a mother who ran 100 meters in just 5 seconds to save her son from falling. Such stories are everywhere. This is because they unconsciously tap into their energy in critical situations. But afterward, the old lady passed away the next day. That mother's body also deteriorated day by day. This was due to exhaustion. The accelerated cell division during the outburst drained their potential. However, the new humans are different. They can fully withstand the burden of the energy they gain. Did he kill it? Did the demon leader die? The crowd exclaimed in horror. This demon completely shattered their worldview. It could fly and unleash explosive waves. Yet it was killed by Yiju. I must say this man is truly strong. No wonder he is a level 5 new human. Upon returning to the base, he must report this truthfully to the higher-ups. Someone like him will undoubtedly be a powerful figure in the future. Dead. Yiju responded with a sound. His long black hair was draped down, the tips dripping with sweat. It was time to pick up the equipment dropped by the demon. Chapter 43. Extracting buffs again. 2 skill books and 2 pieces of equipment. Song of Ice. Level 3. Golden grade. Special effect. When attacking an enemy, there is a 50 chance to trigger the Ice Seal effect, causing a 2-second force control effect on the enemy. Besides this piece of equipment, the other skill books are relatively useless. Moreover, after witnessing the mutated demon leader's low-level buff attack, Yiju is ready to start a set of violent basic attack passive flow. When attacking enemies, there is a 50 chance to trigger the freezing effect. This probability, if further stacked with some quick attack buffs, will ensure that 1 control effect occurs in 2 attacks, making it practically invincible. Thinking of this, Yiju extracted this special effect. The next moment, a system prompt sounded. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a new permanent buff. Please open the buff panel to view it. Hearing the voice, Yiju quickly looked at the buff panel. Ice control buff, not bad, not bad. Yiju nodded slightly and looked at another piece of equipment. Heart of the Inferior Demon, level 2. Gold grade, special effect. automatically restores 10 energy points per second. This equipment's effect is very suitable for energy-type awakeners. It is of no use to Yiju. However, having it is better than not having it, so he directly extracted it. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a new permanent buff. Please open the buff panel to check. After a prompt, Yiju's buff panel added another special effect. After dealing with these two pieces of equipment, there were also two skill books. Quiet. After using energy, you possess feather-like silence. This skill book is suitable for stealth. Consumes 5 energy points per second. This one is also good. Yiju directly extracted the effect, converting it into a permanent buff that no longer consumes energy, transforming it into a permanent passive. The last skill book indicates that he has already desired magic immunity. Magic immunity, level 4, golden grade, special effect. Immune to 10 of all energy-based attacks. Extraction. Yiju directly extracted it. Now he has 120 return damage, 10 physical immunity, and magic immunity. What happened? At this moment, Suzy Yue on the bus woke up. She only knew that the warriors followed Yiju into the hospital to scavenge for medicine. Then she fainted again and had many nightmares. Finally, she woke up and found that her injuries had almost healed. Is this really a healing spell? She was shocked. Very, very shocked. When was she treated? At the same time, she looked at Cheng Xian and the others. These few people were all frowning tightly, covered in blood, and had not yet awakened. Although Dong, who woke up once after the bus stopped, he fainted again. It should be known that they all suffered fatal injuries. The outcome was definitely death. How did they survive now? Moreover, it seemed that they were gradually recovering. She really couldn't figure out how they were all treated in such a short time. Wait, someone in the base mentioned this, saying it was a miracle. Suzy Yue's feeling grew stronger. Group healing spell? It must be a group healing spell. The lieutenant colonel ordered to look for equipment. Could it be? On Yiju. Who are you? Suzy Yue stepped out of the bus, looking confused. In front of her stood a girl, still a student. Dong Minmin smiled shyly and said, "Hello, my name is Dong Minmin. Chapter 44, just 4 more. Dong Minmin? All right, nice to meet you. Suzy Yue not that. This Dong Minmin is a new human. Her level is not hidden. Level 1. However, her muscle tone is quite good. It seems she has practiced something. She has no idea. This was because Yiju gave Dong Minmin an injection, a potion to enhance physical fitness. Otherwise, where did her muscles come from? Where's Yiju? Suzy Yue asked. You mean him? He has already left, Dong Minmin said. Left? Where did he go? Suzy Yue was instantly shocked. I don't know. He left before entering the base, Dong Minmin said with admiration. She saw Yiju leave with her own eyes. She had once called out to him. However, Yiju just smiled at her and left. At this moment, Cheng Xian woke up from his faint. My injury is actually healed? Dong Hu opened his shirt in shock. We were all wrong. That Yiju is a level 5 new human. Suzy Yue showed a hint of confusion in his eyes. What did you say? That cripple is a level 5 new human? Upon arriving at the stronghold, Yang Wenchao also woke up. Hearing this, he couldn't believe it. Just think about it. A cripple you look down on is actually a level 5 new human? How is that possible? Is it really like that? Dong Hu nodded. At first, I was also very shocked, but it was indeed he who saved us. Suzy Yue said, we have all been treated, no doubt about it. The group treatment equipment mentioned by the major must be on him, or rather, he himself is the equipment. Cheng Xian pushed up his glasses. He is the new human with the group treatment equipment? Yang Wenchao was extremely excited, not expecting that the person the major was looking for was actually right beside them. Where is he? Where did he go? He said excitedly. Handing Yiju over to the major would definitely be a great achievement. We could exchange it for a lot of equipment and items, as well as food and water. You have to know that the army has scavenged a lot of supplies in the city. The quantity is enormous. I know what you're thinking. But Yiju has already left, Suzy Yue said coldly with a smirk. What? Left? Damn it. Do you know how important he is? How ridiculous group treatment is. Yang Wenchao growled. He could hardly believe his ears. I only know that it was he who saved your life, and our lives were all saved by him. Suzy Yue said with a cold smile. Damn it. Yang Wenchao punched the wall fiercely. He took some medical supplies scavenged from the hospital. I woke up once in between, and I know about this. Dong Hu nodded. He just didn't expect Yi Ju to leave so decisively, not even accepting a reward. At the same time, as a sergeant, he also understood how powerful the skill or equipment of group treatment was. But the person had already left. For now, it would be best to report truthfully. The military's tasks are too cumbersome. There will be plenty of opportunities to find fallen gold, etc., especially in the military's research institute, where this material is everywhere. However, it is not in the city. It might not have been established yet. An unexpected gain of a flesh and blood magic core, a mutated demon chief's magic core, could be worth 4, and I already have 10 magic cores. Yi Ju revealed the happiest smile. Now, he could directly awaken as a mutant. The mutant, also known as a transformer, can alter the structure of their own body. If he awakens now, then his potential will be this great. He is destined to become a special evolver. Currently, he is still short of 4 crystal magic cores. Chapter 45. Searching for the nest. Confirming the previous spirit nest, the demon doll, once again. Yi Ju silently thought for a moment. Don't forget, he has a buff that allows him to search for demon nests. Good, it's nearby. After a while, Yi Ju opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. Destroying the lair of this demonic doll would surely yield more than 4 crystal magic cores. By then, he would be able to awaken. After simply eating something to replenish his energy, he continued toward the sense location. Ruins. Everywhere were ruins. The city ravaged by demons was billowing with thick smoke. Burning. It seemed as if every inch of land was on fire. Occasionally, some careless demons or animals infected by demonic substances would pounce towards him. However, before they could get close, they were instantly killed. As long as it was a low-level monster, they couldn't escape Yi Ju's buffed automatic attacks. However, killing one demon without a timely retreat would trigger a chain reaction. More and more demons would come after you, attacking continuously until they killed you. But, more and more demons appeared. The entire area was howling. Demons were flooding in like a swarm, crazily attacking. It was like destroying an ant nest, countless ants swarming in from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions. Every demon was exploding. Flesh and blood scattered like brilliant fireworks. Yi Ju calmly absorbed the blood from the Huangquan knife blueprint. The demon blood required to eliminate these demons should be about enough. The battle lasted for half an hour. However, it was a one-sided massacre. Yi Ju arrived at the sense location unscathed. The ground split open by the demon godblade was emitting rolling flames. Beside it stood a group of people dressed differently from the others. They were not wearing clothes, but rather what resembled armor. The armor completely enveloped their bodies, including their heads. Their faces were completely hidden. The armor was black and purple. Are they warriors from the Dragon Kingdom Research Institute? Yi Ju was somewhat taken aback. He didn't expect that the scientists from the Dragon Country Research Institute would act so quickly. He was well-versed in ancient texts and had naturally seen such things before. It was introduced as the early-stage protective suit from the Dragon Country Research Institute. Soft and lightweight, it could withstand most attacks. Just then, a soldier from the Research Institute spoke up. He was holding a life exploration radar and seemed to have noticed something. Leave here, that's an order. Do not approach, or we will open fire. Immediately, he pointed some kind of gun at Yi Ju. No, it's you who should leave. I won't harm you. Ye chocolate. He had no intention of harming these people. After all, he still needed to visit the Dragon Roar Research Institute after it was established. Huh? What are you saying? Don't come any closer, we will really shoot. These people said excitedly. Then go ahead and shoot, it won't kill me anyway. Yi Ju shrugged his shoulders and walked straight towards them. The air suddenly became tense, and everyone felt a bit panicked. Damn it, shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. But where was Yi Ju's figure? Such speed, they couldn't hit him at all. Where was he? This group of people exclaimed in surprise. I know you are here to investigate the spirit demons, wanting to gain the spirit demon's ability to penetrate and attack while ignoring the laws of physics. Yi Ju shook his head, walked to the crack, and said again, but still, don't get your hopes up. That is a power unique to demons. This research will yield no results. Chapter 46. Encountering Researchers. Hey, what are you doing? A group of people suddenly narrowed their eyes, because this mysterious person's speed was astonishingly fast. Their eyes could barely catch his movements. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious person jumped into the crack, plunging into the endless darkness below. Is he trying to kill himself? Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that such a powerful and terrifying new human would actually commit suicide just like that? No, I think he jumped down on purpose. Searching for what we need, a scientist removed his mask, revealing an old man with a white beard. Director Wu, what should we do now? Other researchers were even more bewildered. Go down. We need to see what this person is doing. Director Wu said seriously. But we don't even know what's down there. Although our tools can reach the depths, the risk is too great. A researcher hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. No one knew what was below. They only knew that demons had crawled up from there. The demon's lair. The real demon's lair? If that's the case, it means they have barged into the demon's home. Undoubtedly, this is a death wish. But that person just jumped down, right? Maybe it's not what we think. I've decided. Director Wu, let me go down first. The spirit of exploration is a fundamental way of human thinking. It's not just inventors and scientists who use it. Everyone has a spirit of exploration. It's just that these people have amplified it. Okay, with this top-level protective armor, we can stay safe even in danger. Director Wu nodded. So a group of people began to set up equipment, dropping vertically from the ground into the depths. Wow, it's so deep. How did that person jump down? Yeah. Is he a god? No, just a high-level new human, at least level 4. Level 4? No way. Are there really level 4 new humans? Why not? The group began to discuss frantically. After nearly 5 minutes of descent, they finally reached a position where they could stand. Oh my god, who would have thought there would be these things underground? Honeycomb? Is it just a honeycomb? Are all these holes filled with demons? Did the demons crawl out of these holes? At this moment, they could no longer remain calm. This was simply the entrance to hell. They guessed right. This was indeed the entrance to hell. Entering these holes was like stepping into the passageway of hell. What about that person? Don't know. Let's quickly study and collect data here. Set up all the equipment. Weapons. Be ready for battle and evacuation at any time. Director Wu and the group began to research the entrance to hell. They grew bolder and eventually jumped directly into the entrance. They arrived at the passageway of hell. Oh my god, this is simply a maze. Look at these substances. They are left by the demons. Sample, quick, take samples. At that moment, a demon doll floated over from a distance. Before Director Wu could react, he felt a chill at his neck. Shocked, he instinctively dodged to the side. But he was still a moment too late. His shoulder was slashed, leaving a bloody gash. With a protective talisman, he hadn't been injured in a long time and hadn't felt pain for ages. Chapter 47. The potential of new humans is infinite. The others looked at the demon in shock. A spiritual body demon. Indeed, a spiritual body demon. We found it. Quick, use the particle capture device. After Director Wu was injured, everyone looked at the sudden change before them with fear. The warriors protecting them quickly pulled out an exaggerated-looking gun. Rather than a gun, it was more of a capture device. This was a specialized particle capture gun. If nothing went wrong, it could capture a spiritual body demon alive. The value of a single spiritual body demon was immense, ignoring the laws of physics. A bizarre way of killing, constantly declaring to them that this is a combination of energy. The rules and methods of energy operation. Director Wu believed that there must be equations involved. Only by cracking them could humanity utilize this energy running method and gain powers similar to those of spiritual body demons. Fire. Aim at it. Hurry. Bang. A buzzing sound. The demon doll let out a sharp, eerie scream. It was indeed frozen in the void. Captured by the particle gun. Great. Take it away. Hurry and take it away. This is a significant step in human history. All the researchers were overjoyed. The theory stands. Wait, what is that? Oh my god, run. I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Director Wu's mind was also a mess. He couldn't understand. Why were there so many demon dolls appearing before them? Just a rough count showed nearly 100. What do we do? How do we fight? We're completely doomed, okay? Retreat. Even if one person survives, we must get the demon doll to the research lab. Run. Director Wu, run. Everyone shouted in unison. Death was too close. They were ready to face their demise. But the next second, a storm of lightning and fire intermingled. Those demon dolls were suddenly swept away. In an instant, they were all wiped out. Not a single one left to breathe. What is going on? What did I just see? Oh my God. Everyone stopped moving. They were dumbfounded. In just 1 second, all those demon dolls turned to ashes. How is this possible? Who did this? Who saved them? If you hadn't been lucky enough to meet me, you would have been wiped out. In the distance, a figure approached. It's you. My God. You didn't die from the fall? So strong. Too strong. Did you wipe out this group of demon dolls? One by one. The researchers looked as if they had seen a ghost. This scene was simply too unbelievable. It completely overturned their worldview. Of course it's me. Without me, you would be doomed. Yiju stepped forward and smiled slightly. Level 5? What? You're actually level 5? God. Are you a god? Upon seeing Yiju's level, their eyes nearly fell to the ground. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions to the country. Director Wu sincerely expressed his gratitude. The injury on his shoulder was neither light nor heavy. However, as soon as Yiju approached, the wound started to itch and surprisingly began to heal. Impressive. It's no wonder that the term monster cannot be simply summarized. Instantly killing 100 demons. This made him realize that the potential of new humans is limitless. Chapter 48. Transaction established. Oh, you caught a demon doll? Not bad, not bad. Ye nodded. Although they couldn't come up with anything, they couldn't pour cold water on it again, right? Yes, we have been planning for many days, and now we have finally succeeded. Thank you very much. Director Wu had a beaming expression. Obviously, he didn't take Yiju's previous words to heart. Thank me? That's easy to say, but I want something in return. You guys don't mind, do you? Yiju nodded with a faint smile. You want something? What is it? Director Wu instantly became alert. He suddenly realized the danger. He clearly understood Yiju's strength. If he wanted to kill them all, it probably wouldn't even take 2 seconds. Just like the fate of those demonic dolls. In an instant, no one dared to move. What I want is falling gold. Yiju said, what? You want to fall into gold? Director Wu exclaimed loudly. It's falling into gold from the outer sky. Ye gesturet. You actually know about falling gold. So you understand the importance of this thing, right? How many grams do you want? Director Wu said in a deep voice. How many grams? I probably need about 100 gene. Yiju thought for a moment and said, what? Director Wu almost had a heart attack because of Yiju. 100 pounds? What kind of joke is this? When it comes to researching falling gold, it's usually calculated in grams. And he is saying 100 pounds right off the bat? He hasn't even suffered such serious injuries while fighting in Syria. What a joke. This person is definitely joking. This deal is not valid. Director Wu crossed his arms and shook his head repeatedly. It can be negotiated. In fact, our falling gold is very precious, but the country can definitely come up with 100 pounds. So why don't we make a deal? Yiju said, what transaction? Director Wu asked, what do you think of my strength? Yiju said, strong, very strong. He's the strongest among all the new humans I've seen. Director Wu honestly replied, that's right, you're still too strong. The others nodded crazily but kept a certain distance, clearly very wary. Then what can someone like me do for the country, don't you know? Yiju smiled slightly. What can you do? Could it be, are you willing to help us with dissection? Director Wu was taken aback. Get lost. I was talking about henchmen. Don't you want various demon experimental subjects? I can help you catch them. Yiju widened his eyes. This is indeed a very good suggestion. Director Wu's expression was serious. The risk of capturing a demon is simply too high. They had just come close to total annihilation while trying to catch a spirit demon. How would they capture a higher level demon? I can also provide you with some intelligence you don't know, such as where this place is and where it leads to. Yiju stepped on the ground. This information is indeed very tempting, but it's very difficult for me to apply for 100 pounds of gold right now. You need to keep capturing demons for me, contributing more to my research, and then I will gain greater power, making it easier to apply for 100 pounds of gold. Director Wu furrowed his brows and said, all right, the deal is established. I believe you won't breach the contract. Yiju said decisively. Catching demons was incredibly easy for him. However, their breach of contract, a slight smile carried a hint of chill. Then can you tell us what this place is now? Director Wu felt a shiver and couldn't help but swallow hard. Chapter 49. What lies behind the door, the entrance to hell, is right here. Yiju said, what are you talking about, hell? Entrance? Director Wu and his team were completely baffled. You only know that demons crawl from underground to the surface. But you don't know that even more powerful demons have yet to appear. Ye invincibility. A more powerful demon? Director Wu immediately looked at Yi Ju with a shocked and inquisitive gaze. Little demons are common and can be seen everywhere. Slightly stronger than little demons are elite demons, which have a chance to drop good items. Stronger than elite demons are demon leaders. Demon leaders are currently the most troublesome entities for the military. Firstly, their intelligence is comparable to that of adults. Secondly, they possess great strength, making firearms and ammunition ineffective. Only new humans can deal with them. A demon leader appeared in the direction of XX. More than 100 new humans were sacrificed to protect a high-ranking official during the retreat. In the end, they perished together. It's important to note that those new humans all had skills and equipment. Even so, the losses were heavy. As for mutated demons, mutated demon leaders are even stronger than great demons. No one has ever seen a mutated great demon leader. People like Director Wu have not even encountered a great demon. So, we're the even stronger demons. Director Wu hurriedly asked. Guarding the river in the passage of hell is the great demon. Yi Ju had a mysterious smile. Corridor? Crossing the river? Great devil? A group of people looked confused again. Let me give you a brief explanation so you don't waste time researching it. Yi Ju listened to the discussions of the crowd and smiled. The three gates of hell are the entrance, the passage, and the river crossing. The entrance is the place we are currently in, which is relatively safe. The flesh nests and spirit nests grow in the passage. As long as we destroy the nests, the hell passage here will collapse, and the demons in the river crossing will not be able to come up. He slowly explained the three gates of hell to these researchers. It should be very helpful to them. Is it really like this? Director Wu and the others looked surprised and excited. What Yi Ju said is undoubtedly the most advanced intelligence. This means they have acquired more advanced knowledge than foreign countries. But how does he know this? Director Wu's gaze towards Yi Ju became even more complex. This person's behavior is completely inscrutable. However, his intuition tells him it's worth believing. So the powerful demon you mentioned, is it the one in the river? A group of people turned even paler. The warriors protecting them felt the same way. Who would have thought that such a perverse demon would have 3 layers of gates? If the demon in the river really climbs up, humanity would just be lambs to the slaughter. No, you misunderstand. The demon in the river is indeed powerful, but I can already kill it. Yi Ju shook his head. What? You've already managed to kill the demon in the river? Everyone was taken aback. They had never even seen a great demon. This mysterious person had already killed the demon in the river? What does the demon in the river look like? So, where's the powerful demon you mentioned? Director Wu had a bad premonition. The door? The door to hell. The door is just the entrance. What was behind the door? Suddenly, he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Chapter 50, The Second Deal. What is behind the door? Director Wu asked tremulously. Behind the door is the true hell. Yi Ju took a cigarette handed to him by the soldiers and took 2 puffs. The circles of smoke floated up into the air with his words. True hell? Everyone was immensely shocked. Does hell really exist? They had already believed. The appearance of demons had overturned everyone's worldview. Then hell must exist too, right? After crossing the river, it is the first prison, the underworld. Yi Ju said coldly. That's right. It's the underworld. The demons in the underworld will be the objects of fear for everyone. The underworld. The first prison. This news is too ahead of its time, and it's hard for us to comprehend right now. Director Wu looked at Yi Ju, who had a face of indifference. In shock, he believed that Yi Ju was definitely not lying, because there was no need for that at all. In about a month, the demons in the river will crawl out. Yi Ju said, put out the cigarette, but what? 1 month? This time is too tight. How strong is the demon in the river? Yes, it's even hard to retreat. Too short, too short. A group of people was suddenly stunned and began to discuss. The demon in the river is probably at the level of 5th grade new humanity. Yi Ju let out a laugh. What? Level 5? We're only at level 1. Oh my god. The group of warriors looked at Yi Ju with terrified eyes. Those researchers who couldn't handle it were already trembling. What kind of sin has the human race committed? And who have they provoked? Why do they want to annihilate us? If we want to survive, We need to quickly level up to level 5. Yi Ju said, only the physical quality of a level 5 new human can keep up with the battle. Level 4 can barely manage. It requires team combat. Comrades, you're being too optimistic. The soldiers shook their heads with bitter smiles. Then Director Wu suddenly asked, how much longer until the demons from the underworld climb up? Almost 3 months. Yi Ju said, what kind of combat power is needed to contend with it? Director Wu continued to ask, this is related to another piece of intelligence, which is very important. You will need to offer something in exchange. This old guy has finally fallen into the trap. Is it going to be another strange fall? Director Wu had an awkward expression on his face. No, what I want is a very small thing. That's right, about the size of a fingernail. Yi Ju was gesturing with his hand, and it was about the size of a fingernail. Could it be a magic ore? Director Wu suddenly became extremely excited, rushing forward to grab Yi Ju's shoulders. He was just too excited, because the magic core was a super discovery of the Temporary Research Institute. The person who discovered it was a frontline warrior. His team had defeated a powerful demon and uncovered a strange object. After he reported it, it instantly caused a huge uproar. That's right, the magic core contains immense energy. It's like a human leveling up to level 1 and unlocking their abilities. The energy fluctuations in the magic core are completely consistent with that. In fact, the military has already started using magic cores to create various technologies, modifying firearms, replacing power sources, engines, and so on. However, Director Wu has always believed that the magic core is absolutely linked to the new humans. This mysterious person named Yi Ju clearly knows the role of the magic core for the new humans. Otherwise, he would never have asked for it. I certainly know, so it's time to discuss the second deal, right? Yi Ju forced a smile on his face. Chapter 51. The deal is established again. A second deal? Director Wu forced himself to calm down. He knew that this person would definitely ask for a high price. However, he was very eager to know the information about the magic cores. Information warfare is also the biggest war. As long as he mastered the information in advance, he could save a lot of time and be a big step ahead. Go ahead, how many magic cores do you want? Director Wu stared intently at Yi Ju. I know that magic cores are very important right now, and I won't ask for much, 10 flesh magic cores and 10 spirit magic cores. Yi Ju nodded and said, with 20 magic cores, the Huangquan blade can be created. What, 20? A group of people suddenly gasped in shock. This is really asking for too much. The atmosphere instantly became tense and silent. Too much. You are asking for too much. Director Wu had a constipated expression on his face. This Yi Ju is too demonic, right? More demonic than a demon. Just like that, he wants 20 magic cores? He might be able to get 10 blood magic cores. But spiritual magic cores are simply too rare. There are hardly any in the entire army now. He is asking for 10 in one go. I can't believe it. After a long pause, Director Wu still wore a constipated expression. It seems you can't provide them. Yi Ju noticed the extremely constipated expression on Director Wu's face and couldn't help but smile inwardly. It seemed that he really couldn't produce anything. One must know that the chance of ordinary demons dropping magic cores is negligible. He had killed so many demon bosses along the way and only obtained 10 flesh magic cores and 6 crystal magic cores. This might be equivalent to the entire asset of the Research Institute, right? Indeed it was. Director Wu smiled awkwardly. Well then, the deal is off. Yi Ju shook his head. No, let's talk it over. How about this? Give us 5 days, and I will have the major issue an order for the entire city to hand over their magic cores. I estimate that, aside from those needed for the Research Institute, we can give you 5 each. Director Wu's expression was quite remarkable. 5 each. That's definitely a big show of sincerity. All right, it's settled then. I'll come to collect them in 5 days. Ye nodded. The deal is done. Tell us the true purpose of the magic core. Director Wu said with great seriousness. Awakening. Yi Ju also said solemnly, awakening? The breaths of the group suddenly paused. 10 blood flesh magic cores can allow a level 5 new human to awaken and become a mutated Awakener. Ye slowly spoke. Awaken one. What is their strength? Director Wu asked in shock. Only an awakened one can contend with the underworld demon. Yi Ju had a serious expression on his face. But what he said sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Only the awakened can contend with the underworld demons. Only 3 months? My God, this information is truly crucial for us. Director Wu felt like he was about to have a heart attack. Collecting demon cores. We must do our utmost to cultivate the awakened. Only the awakened can survive in the wasteland ravaged by demons. Those who awaken using spirit demon cores will become energy type, skilled in using various energies, spirits, and so on. Yi Ju let out a laugh. Is there really such a thing? Director Wu looked astonished. That's right, the final outcome of the spiritual demons you're studying is an awakened being of the energy system. Yi Ju said the ethereal demon's disregard for physical laws and its bizarre attack methods. This is something energy-type awakeners can achieve. Chapter 52. Extracting the severe injury buff. I see. No wonder you said our research yielded no results. Director Wu had already recovered from shock earlier. His expression was complicated. If it weren't for encountering Yi Ju this time, this is the power of intelligence. This is all I can tell you. Yi Ju shook his head. It wasn't a good thing for them to say too much right now. In any case, this is all that can be revealed for now. This is enough for Director Wu and his group to digest. Little brother, thank you for your tremendous contribution to the country. Director Wu grabbed Yi Ju's hand and gave it a firm shake. By the way, a microphone locator was handed to Yi Ju. You can contact us anytime. And we can reach you anytime as well, Director Wu said. No problem, just don't forget our deal. Yi Ju smiled faintly and hung the small item on himself. Don't worry, old man, I won't break my promise. On the contrary, I really hope to help you. Director Wu laughed heartily. Strong people will only get stronger. He had already established a connection with Yi Ju. As long as they maintained it properly, it would mean an additional reliable ally in the future. Top combat power. For humanity. Ye nodded. Consensus reached. Then we need to retreat. Do you want to come with us to the Temporary Research Institute to take a look? Director Wu suggested. No, I'm looking for the crystal magic core. This nest is about to be destroyed, so you don't need to come back here anymore. Yi Ju said. All right. Director Wu took a deep look at Yi Ju, then led a group of researchers and soldiers to move forward with ropes. Before long, their figures disappeared into the darkness. All right, it's time to search for the great demon. Yi Ju just annihilated so many demon dolls, but instead only a few pieces of equipment dropped. Extraction. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a permanent buff. Holy Light Mark. Holy Light Mark. Each attack accumulates 1 layer of Holy Light Mark. After stacking 10 layers, it will trigger the Judgment skill, dealing composite damage based on physical attributes to a single enemy. This passive is quite good, Yi Ju said, because he is now developing a passive basic attack flow. This permanent buff is very good. Extracting this equipment again. Bow of Wounding level, 4 quality, gold special effect. After hitting an enemy with a physical attack, there is a 10 chance to inflict a wounding effect on the enemy. After the effect is triggered, the enemy's recovery, self-healing, and healing are forcibly reduced by 50. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the permanent buff. Wound. There's a 10 chance to inflict a wounding effect on the enemy when attacking. After the effect is triggered, the enemy's recovery, self-healing, and healing are forcibly reduced by 50. This is a stackable buff. After being converted to a permanent buff, it is no longer restricted by the condition of only being triggered by physical hits. Moreover, wound is also a very important special effect. Yi Ju can also stack this buff to 1,000. It's worth noting that the demons in the underworld all have self-healing and healing abilities. Without serious injuries, they can basically avoid being one-shot. Strong attack power is also necessary. Yi Ju has some low-level skill buffs that are not affected by overall physical attributes. They're simply basic damage. For example, Windblade and Ice Cone. Basically, one can say goodbye to attacking boss-level demons. Chapter 53. The Eye of the External Auditor. Yi Ju is walking in the passage of hell. Through me the way into the doleful city. This is the inscription on the gate of hell, engraved above the wall leading to the river. Why is it in a foreign language? Because tracing back to before, this demon was once controlled by monks from the West. This sentence means, through me, enter the river of endless suffering. The river is just ahead. and the great demon should appear now, right? Ye is needed coldly. At that moment, an eyeball condensed in front of the river crossing. Umans, you shall not pass through me into the river of endless suffering. This eyeball was that of a great demon among the spiritual demons. It was a strange life form that was not fully material. It was a sentient being that could not be called a biological entity. The spiritual demons were neither gas, nor did they have a materialized form. Simply put, they were an inexplicable energy body. When it moved, it ignored the laws of physics. When it attacked, it could still be perceived. As long as you were a new human, you would be able to detect it. To his surprise, the demon guarding the river crossing turned out to be the eye of the external examiner. Yi Ju suppressed the excitement in his heart. The crystal that can be produced by the eye of the external examiner can be worth 4. If he takes it down, he can directly awaken as a special evolver. However, as the name suggests, the eye of the external examiner is the eye of the external examiner, a powerful demon in the river. Yi Ju is not afraid, nor will he back down. In his previous life, he carried out a mission to save people and ended up in a city in hell. It was a place with burning large graves, surrounded by towering flames. Inside the city was an endless graveyard, with open coffins spewing out fierce flames. The powerful awakened ones captured by demons were all tortured in stone coffins engulfed in fire. Compared to that, this is nothing but a small scene. Swish! Petrifying rays? Yi Ju had long been prepared and quickly activated his buff after dodging. However, the distance was a bit far. Only some long-range wind blades and ice cones could reach the target. Your dwelling will be swallowed by the waves. The eye of the external auditor roared. Its body ignored the laws of physics and charged straight towards Yi Ju. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Eyes constantly sprouted writhing, scaly tentacles. Bang, bang, bang. Like whips, they attacked the area behind Yi Ju. Unfortunately, I don't have the buff for immunity to pain right now. Otherwise, I could just stand there and let you strike me, and you'd end up dead. Yi Ju was bombarding the eye of the external judge with various buffs while contemplating his development path. He had not yet obtained the effect of pain immunity. The combination of recovery buffs and powerful group recovery buffs barely allowed his body to reach the capability of repairing damage. But it was still not enough. He must obtain advanced self-healing. At that time, the combination of reflective armor, physical immunity, magical immunity, pain immunity, recovery, powerful group recovery, and advanced self-healing would form a super reflective armor flow. Such a great demon could be directly killed in return. Heaven is in hell. You will be judged. The eye of the external judge was attacking Yi Ju frantically. Meanwhile, Yi Ju was also using buffs to continuously deplete the life of the great demon, because physical attacks were completely ineffective against spiritual beings. If it were a flesh and blood great demon, it wouldn't be so awkward. Chapter 54 provoked the super boss. The eye of the external auditor, apart from the disgusting tentacle attacks, also had the petrification ray. Those petrified would have their brains forever trapped in their stone bodies, becoming living statues. They wouldn't completely die, suffering eternal torment. For Yi Ju, this kind of special attack was extremely deadly. If he gained a buff to immunize against abnormal states, he wouldn't need to dodge anymore. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A thunderclap echoed through the corridors of hell. Various explosions shattered the nest into pieces. The battle between Yi Ju and the Eye of the Overseer continued until the entrance of hell. Leviathan will devour the human race. The Eye of the Overseer simply repeated a few phrases. It was just an eye. Its intelligence was not that high. It guarded the crossing, and when faced with challengers or invaders, it would automatically trigger its counterattack setting. The buff from Yi Ju was crazily bombarding it. This had been going on for half an hour. If it weren't for the signs of injury on the eye of the external examiner, he would have considered retreating directly. Spirit demons were much harder to deal with than flesh demons, especially the major demons among the spirits. Just avoiding the petrification rays made Yi Ju break out in a cold sweat every time. He didn't want to become a stone that could only think. Boom! Boom! The fierce battle continued for another hour. He was unaware of how many times he had been smashed away by the tentacles. His immortality made him immune to death. His wounds were healing quickly. Truly, It was the eyes of the demon in the river. The fog that kills demons was simply not worth comparing. Yiju made up his mind. Today he must smash that dog's eye, even if it provokes the super big boss, the external examiner in the river. Just then, a white light suddenly appeared in front of Yiju. No, it wasn't a white light, but an invisible wall. When Yiju crossed a certain point, it blocked his way. The wall of size? This wall-like thing appeared abruptly and without warning. The wall of size combined with the petrification ray. Unprepared individuals would fall victim in an instant. However, Yiju instead used the momentum to jump and ran to the other side. Various buffs of lightning, fireballs, and ice spikes never ceased around him. Like a heavy machine gun, they continuously fired at the external examiner's eye. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, the external examiner's eye was shattered to pieces. Severely broken. Black blood continuously sprayed in the air, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a sharp object pierced Yiju's calf. Yiju felt a sharp pain and looked down. A tentacle had pierced through his flesh. Crack! He wielded a sharp weapon and struck down fiercely, instantly severing it. Then he ran again. At the same time, the sighing wall and countless spiritual tentacles came rushing in crazily. All at once, Yiju had many tiny blood holes on his body, constantly oozing fresh blood. Damn it, if you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Ye-ida, jursedlud. Bang, bang, bang. The buff shot out like bullets, continuously firing at the eyes of the external examiner. The spiritual body splattered like blood and flesh. Human, you are remembered by me. This eye emitted its final sound. Then, it exploded in the void like fireworks. Equipment and skill books fell from the sky like scattered flowers, shining with light. Boom, boom, boom. The nest trembled. The engraved walls of the Hell Gate began to crack. I succeeded. Yiju took a deep breath, his face lighting up with joy. The huge crystal magic core was in hand. He needed to escape quickly, gathering everything that had exploded into his spatial ring. Like a spider, he frantically climbed towards the light above the cliff. The darkness behind him was closing in. Stay, human. I will judge you. Black water continued to surge in the river. An incredible humanoid figure was seeping out from within. Chapter 55. Escape from the underground. The demon in the river? Yiju's expression changed. He didn't expect that after taking out this eye, the external examiner in the river would actually come to personally hunt him down. The darkness beneath him was getting closer and closer. Deep within, a massive shadowy figure emerged, its sharp claws glowing as it reached for him. But, as long as he reached the surface, the external examiner would stop chasing him, because the slaughter of souls was still far from enough. It wasn't enough to support its arrival on the surface. Only a month later, when more souls fall into hell, would this demon in the river be able to crawl to the surface. If you have the ability, just kill me. Yiju let out a loud roar. He still couldn't fight against the external examiner. However, once he becomes a special evolver and then transitions to a legendary demon hunter, killing it will be a piece of cake. Enter the eternally miserable abyss. The external examiner's deep voice echoed. Those two shadow claws gradually closed in on Yiju's body. Get lost. Ye-ida, jursedlud. The deep pit of eternal misery. That's the very bottom of hell. No one has ever reached there, and no one has ever known what lies there. His hands and feet kept climbing, so fast, yet still unable to escape the closing grip of those shadowy claws. Is it the rope left by Director Wu and the others? Yiju suddenly saw hope. He grabbed the rope fiercely, where there was a red button. Slap! With a strong hit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the machine on the ground started to operate. However, the speed of ascent was too slow. I climb. Yiju's heart raced as he grabbed the rope and climbed up frantically. Just as the demon's shadowy claws were about to catch him, whoosh. He burst out of the crack. The sun shone once more. Humanity, I remember you. The darkness beneath faded away like a receding tide. My name is Yiju, and don't mistake me for someone else in the future. Ye schaut lude undergrund. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At that moment, there was a sound coming from the intercom. Hello, hello. Comrade Yiju, can you hear me? This is Director Wu, a strong voice said. I am Yiju, just escaped from underground. I have already worked hard to apply for the matters regarding the falling gold and the magic core, Director Wu said. Go ahead, what research subjects do you need? Chocolate. I just like dealing with smart people. I'll send the location to the tracker I gave you earlier. So pay attention. Director Wu also smiled. Okay, once you arrive at the location, we'll get in touch. Yi Ju said. At this moment, the great evacuation had already begun. Almost all first-level new humans in the city were being recruited to join the fight. There were hardly any people left in the city, especially in the area where he was. It was lifeless, a wasteland. Gurgle, a demon spotted him. Instead of immediately attacking, it suddenly let out a high-pitched scream toward the sky. This was a signal to call its kind. However, the next second, it was crushed by a massive wheel. You are a new human? Good. We are on a mission. You have been recruited. An armored vehicle happened to pass by and unexpectedly discovered Yi Ju. The officer on the vehicle immediately issued the order. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a coordinate was sent to Yi Ju's LCD locator. Respected Comrade Ye. I am Director Wu's assistant. My name is Wang Yin. I have arranged for the armored unit to head your way. Their mission is your target. Please be sure to capture the target alive and hand it over to the armored unit. Chapter 56, Reunion with Su Yin. Okay. Yi Ju nodded at the officer. He got onto the military truck behind the armored vehicle. Inside, there were many survivors who had been found. They huddled in their spots, afraid to make a sound. It was already a blessing not to have been killed by the demons. Being found and rescued by the military was surely the result of good karma from a past life. Hey, Yi Ju, is that you? At that moment, a flashlight shone on Yi Ju. The person seemed momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with surprise. Yi Ju felt that the voice was very familiar, so he looked over. Su Yan? He was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect to run into Su Yin and her group. What a coincidence. It's really you. Su Yan shouted excitedly. This immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the few disheveled people behind her. You're still alive? Su Wei's eyes flickered. It seemed he was assessing Yi Ju's strength. After all, Yi Ju's outfit was too extravagant. You have to know, Yi Ju obtained a lot of blue gear and casually put on. This made him look very impressive and boastful to outsiders. The officer was just like that. Upon seeing Yi Ju fully armed, he instantly recruited him. Classmate, I didn't expect to see you here. Teacher Chinya walked over. Her suit skirt had been torn, and her black stockings were full of holes. It seemed she had gone through quite a lot. However, the gear she was wearing was still what Yi Ju had left behind. Yi Ju, I missed you so much. Su Yin gritted her silver teeth. She didn't know how miserable her life had been after leaving him. She encountered demons, was stabbed in the back by classmates, and almost got attacked by Su Wei. It was infuriating. Now, seeing Yi Ju standing in front of her, her eyes sparkled. Savior, Prince Charming Jesus. It couldn't be more accurate. Miss me? I was just passing by. Yi Ju touched his nose. Being thought of by such a beautiful woman was indeed a bit surprising. Damn. Su Wei, who was listening nearby, let out a cold snort. Then, Su Yin chattered on about everything that had happened. Especially when she mentioned Su Wei wanting to assault her, she shot him a fierce glare. Su Wei's expression froze for a moment. Then he put on a smile and said, Brother Yi Ju, since you're just passing by, don't meddle in my business, okay? This is my woman. The latter part of his sentence was subtly threatening. The implication was, don't be fooled by your seemingly innocent appearance. I'm not an easy target either. He was now a level 2 new human, no longer that weakling from before. So when he saw Yi Ju again, he didn't feel afraid. On the contrary, he was very proud. Bullshit. When have I ever been your woman? You're crazy. Su Yin, now with a backing, immediately retorted. Her fair arms naturally wrapped around Yi Ju's. Yi Ju thought to himself that he was definitely not some kind of lustful beast. However, this arm was too smooth and tender, cool and refreshing, making him feel extremely pleasant. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, but that is when they are well-fed and warm, sleeping soundly without worries. Now, with dangers lurking everywhere, what kind of mood could Yi Ju have? But, entangle as he might, it was still quite enjoyable for him. Damn it, idiot, let go of me. Su Yin is my woman. Su Wei cursed fiercely. Idiot? Yi Ju's eyes turned cold. He had seen people courting death, but he had never seen anyone courting death like this. Chapter 57. Your mother doesn't even recognize you. So what do you want to do? This is a military vehicle. Do you think you can act recklessly? Sue straightened his back and said with a mocking expression. Suddenly, he remembered something and shouted, "By the way, where's our squad leader, Lilianxue? Did you get bored of her and kill her? I guess I'm right, aren't I?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Yi Ju as if they were seeing a demon. Nonsense. That woman is no longer by Yi Ju's side for a reason. I believe Yi Ju is not that kind of person. She tightened her arm around Yi Ju's, the soft bulge pressing against his arm. This almost made Su Wei choke with anger. Yi Ju, did something happen to Lilianxue? Yu quickly asked. I don't know. Yi Ju shrugged his shoulders. After that woman equipped her, he hadn't seen her again. So now he didn't know what she was doing. Anyway, she couldn't possibly be dead. After all, she was a big shot from the past. Don't know? Su Wei shouted loudly. Su Yin, don't be blind. This person is a devil. Following him will eventually lead you to the same fate as Li Lianxue. Only I, Su Wei, am your best refuge. Upon hearing this, Su Yin was instantly furious. She had seen through who Su Wei really was a long time ago. If Yi Ju is a demon, then Su Wei is the mongrel among demons. Not even worthy of being called a demon. He is the mongrel of mongrels. Are you done speaking? Yi Ju gave him a smile. I'm going to beat you up so badly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. Then he walked straight over. The people around quickly dispersed, making way for Yi Ju. There weren't many people in the big truck to begin with. In an instant, Su Wei was isolated. They were all classmates. Why not talk things out properly? Chinya hurried over, wanted to stop the fight. Teacher, we are no longer in school. You can't control us. This is the Wasteland. Su Wei shook his neck, cracked his fingers, making a ka sound. He pushed forward. Chinya stumbled to the side, looking bewildered. When did Su Wei become so strong? Su Wei took the initiative and lunged at Yi Ju. His speed was incredibly fast. No wonder he was a level 2 new human. However, in the blink of an eye, a hammer blow landed on Su Wei's face. Puff! Su Wei's face instantly twisted, his features all scrunched together. Bang! He was sent flying backward. The change was too sudden. Everyone was stunned. Did he just get taken out in a second? How to keep these people from being shocked? Yi Ju couldn't care less about their reactions and walked up to Su Wei, attacking his face. He intentionally suppressed his strength to the minimum just to hit Su Wei a few more times. Bang, 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 bang. After a few punches, Su Wei was no longer recognizable. All his teeth were gone, his once prominent nose was caved in, and his eyes were swollen to the size of a donkey's eyes. You. He could barely speak, his consciousness fading. Scum. Deserved it. Su Yin cursed loudly and walked over. She used her boot to grind Su Wei's head into the ground. Ziz. Ziz. So satisfying. It was really too satisfying. Don't bother me. I want to sleep for a while. Yi Ju wiped the blood off his fists and leaned back to sleep. Awakening as a special evolver, he had to find the perfect position. Chapter 58. The Hidden Demon. He didn't know how long it had been, but Su Wei woke up. He found that all his injuries had miraculously healed. A miracle? This is a miracle. He must have awakened some ability without realizing it. Self-healing ability? It must be self-healing ability for sure. He was overjoyed. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. A fist the size of a sandbag landed on his face again. Su Wei let out a scream of agony. He was knocked out again, turning into a swollen mess. It felt great to just throw a couple of punches in a carefree manner. Yi Ju laughed and said, the people around were dumbfounded. Is this healing before beating? It's simply devilish. However, in the Dark Ages, incredible things happen every minute in every corner. These are not things they should be concerned about. Moreover, this time, no one spoke up for Su Wei. Even Shinya was quietly watching. Serves him right. Sudanes norted coldly. By night, the armored vehicle stopped. After they got off the vehicle, they realized they were going to set up camp. There were over 40 people in this group. They started to build a fire to cook porridge. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Everyone swallowed their saliva. Since the Great Catastrophe, these people had not eaten a hot meal. Naturally, it stirred everyone's appetite. There was no need to worry about demon hordes here, as they had already reached the urban development zone. Each person was limited to one serving. With a shout, everyone began to line up voluntarily. Yiju jumped out of the car and sensed the demon's lair. There were no lairs nearby. However, the strange atmosphere made him squint his eyes slightly. His sixth sense was very strong, and his intuition told him that this development zone was unusual. There must be a powerful demon nearby. However, this demon was very good at hiding and disguising itself. If it weren't for Yiju detecting its presence, no one would have been able to find it. A demon that specializes in disguise? This could be troublesome. Yiju looked at the crowd, lit a cigarette, and slowly took puffs, his thoughts drifting further and further away. Hey buddy, can you spare a cigarette? At this moment, a thin middle-aged man walked over, smiling broadly. Yiju only wanted to deal with the demon and had no interest in these people, so he waved his hand. Bro, just wait. I'll get something to trade with you. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, then slapped his forehead. After speaking, he ignored Yiju's reaction and ran to the other side. Yiju didn't pay much attention. However, when the middle-aged man appeared again, he brought a person in front of him. Bro, this woman I picked up on the road. I guarantee she's clean. I haven't touched her. Just so we're clear, I want a whole pack of cigarettes. After saying that, he pushed the woman in front of him. The woman's hair was a messy tangle. Her face was very dirty, probably hadn't been taken care of for a long time. Yiju looked at the woman with her head down. It is common in the Wasteland to trade women, as men's desires are often stronger. Once they have power, they will dominate those weaker than themselves. Yiju sighed and was about to refuse. Damn, you actually hit a chocolate. Give it to me. Little did he know, this middle-aged man kicked the woman hard. Then, he snatched the Dove chocolate away. The woman cried out in pain and begged for mercy. However, Yiju's expression changed slightly. In an instant, this woman unleashed a chilling power. Good heavens, this thing is not human at all. It's actually the demon lurking in the team. What does it want to do? Chapter 59. It's actually Scarlet. What does this demon lurking in the team want to do? Yiju did not rush to take action. Instead, he wanted to see what she was actually doing. Ancient texts recorded that during great disasters, there were humanoid female demons in the river. Their appearance was undoubtedly human, even more beautiful. These demons were very intelligent, with high IQs, belonging to a special category of demons. They had no nests and came from the river. Of course, they were not boss-level demons like the external examiners, but rather low-level minions. The ancient texts mentioned that their movements were strange and they would not actively harm others. They only wanted to escape from hell and flee from the grasp of the external examiners. Therefore, this woman is a demon who sneaked out from the river. So pitiful, Yiju, please help her. At this moment, Suyin walked over. She had been watching from the side. When a middle-aged man went to kick the woman, she couldn't help but speak up. Yiju took out a whole pack of cigarettes from the space bracelet and tossed it to the middle-aged man. All right, the deal is done. The woman is yours. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and hurriedly left with the cigarettes. He had never seen such an ugly woman before. Now he was finally free. Are you okay? What's your name? Su Yin then patted the woman's shoulder reassuredly. I'm Fine. My name is Fei. Hong, the woman stammered. You said your name is Fei Hong? Suddenly, Yiju seemed to remember something. He abruptly raised his head and stared intently at the woman, his gaze seeming to pierce through her. Yes. Fei Hong felt uneasy under his gaze and hurriedly replied. Yi Jiueshin's heart trembled. Crimson, the only demon that allied with the human race in the last life. Crimson is their leader, the leader of that powerful demon army, a historically significant figure who fought alongside humans and demon gods until their destruction. Why are you so excited? Do you know her? Suyan Vidinklet Hernose. Yiju had seen this expression before, similar to when she saw Li Lianxue. Suddenly, she felt a bit regretful. She really was a meddlesome person, causing trouble for herself, and now there was one more competitor. Suyan didn't notice that, subconsciously, she had already regarded Yiju as someone important to her. Come with me. Yiju grabbed the crimson arm and walked into the nearby darkness. Hey! Su Yin shouted from behind, but did not follow. She knew that Yiju must have something to say to that woman. So, she wisely waited in place. Slap! Yiju pushed Fei Hong against the wall. Stop pretending. I know you're a demon. In just a short sentence, Fei Hong's eyes widened. He actually knew that I am a demon? Impossible. I have hidden it so well. Human, what do you want? If it comes to a fight, I'm confident I can escape. Fei Hong raised his head, and his face had already transformed into his true form. A bizarre face, similar to a Western vampire, with two short fangs. You're too confident, but I know you escaped from the river. I'm not your enemy. Yi Ju shook his head. Not an enemy? Chi Hong was taken aback. Her nose twitched slightly as she looked at Yi Ju with an incredulous gaze. You actually got involved with the external examiner? It has already marked you. You can't escape, just like me. Chi Hong stared at Yi Ju with wide eyes. It turned out that this person's fate was the same as hers. Chapter 60. For the future. I blew up one of its eyes. The equipment and skill books that popped out from that were all quite good. He extracted a few special effects that could be useful in battle. Human. Your situation is too dangerous. Scarlet was suddenly taken aback. She scanned Yi Ju from top to bottom, as if trying to see through him. It is rare for a human to be marked by an external examiner. Just a mere demon from the river crossing. I don't even regard the demons from the underworld. Yi Ju crushed the cigarette underfoot, extinguishing it. You actually know so much, even the existence of the underworld? Chi Hong was incredibly shocked. As a demon, her way of thinking was completely different from that of humans. At the same time, she had always believed that humans had no hope of defeating demons because hell was simply too powerful. The achievements humans had made so far in her eyes were like playing house. They had no idea that deeper levels of hell and stronger demons would keep crawling to the surface. They would never know what lay beneath the river, what was beneath the river. Therefore, hearing the word underworld from Yi Ju left her utterly stunned. Could it be that she underestimated humans? Had humans already grasped the structure of hell? Even the underworld had been discovered. Never underestimate humans. Yi Ju revealed a smile. Other humans are too weak, but I can feel that you are very strong. However, being with you is too dangerous. Chi Hong shook her head. Once the terrifying external examiner crawls to the surface, the first one to seek revenge on this person will be them. Next will be those little lowly demons like her who escaped from the river. Traitors will be sentenced to an eternal pit of misery. Thinking of that, Chi Hong trembled all over. You are afraid of the external examiner, right? Although it is powerful, it is not even a demon god. And there are chances to defeat it. Yi Ju said, what? You even know about the demon god? Who exactly are you? The demon god. That's a forbidden existence in hell. Why does this human know about it? Who is he? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that we are on the same front. Yi Ju still wore a faint smile. He took out some equipment from his space bracelet. This is Chi Hong Hes Titas Fly. Her current strength was around level 3 new human. To be honest, she wasn't strong. The equipment was very important for her. Although she was a demon, her race was quite special. She could reverse use the equipment that demons exploded. However, no merit, no reward. How could she ask for it? My principle is to help when I can, to lend a hand when possible. If you put on this equipment, disguising yourself as a new human and blending into the army without being discovered would be completely feasible, much better than your current situation. Yi Ju pointed out, you make a lot of sense. I was too scared before and only focused on escaping. Thank you. I will remember you. Fei Hong nodded gratefully. She quickly put on the equipment that Yi Ju had given her. It was a set of dark green leather armor that perfectly hugged her slender figure, along with a long sword that was a blue letter weapon and could be carried on her back. She looked like a female warrior, completely indistinguishable from a human. No one would suspect that she was a demon. If it weren't for Yi Ju having read ancient texts and knowing the future, remembering the name Fei Hong, he wouldn't easily conclude that she was a demon now. Yi Ju silently smoked a cigarette, contemplating the departing figure of Chi Hong, the only demon army leader on the same front as humanity. Chi Hong. She has risen from here. Chapter 61. Discovering a secondary target. After Yi Ju let Chi Hong go, Su Yin walked over. She looked at the lonely figure with a puzzled expression. Yi Ju, why did you let her go? There are demons outside. She can't survive alone, she said. If she can't survive, then there's no justice in the world. Yet absolutissimidet. He took out food and water from his space ring, making Su Yin swallow her saliva. Yi Ju couldn't eat with someone staring at her so intently. So she simply gave her some. Thank you. You are really a good person, Su Yin said, touched. She took the mineral water and bread and started eating. It's hard to believe that she would have such a messy day. Although the night was unsafe, the new humans had excellent vision. At the slightest rustle, they would immediately issue a warning. The camp had been attacked about 3 times. Finally, they endured until dawn. Everyone tidied up a bit, and the armored vehicle set off again. By around noon, several vehicles finally came to a stop. Secondary target detected. Large supermarket, said the officer on the armored vehicle. In the distance stood a large supermarket, with patrolling thugs outside, at least a dozen of them. There were more of them than their group. And that didn't even count the people inside the supermarket. There was an army. Damn, what were we afraid of? We're new humans. Haha, hand over the vehicle. TSK, there are women too? The thugs showed no fear of the military armored vehicle. Instead, they even flipped the bird in disdain and provocation. All the new humans got out of the vehicles, launched an attack under cover, and eliminated the thugs. Every person's microphone echoed with the command from the commander. Although these people were reluctant, they still took action. Offending the army meant they would never enter the stronghold. You all just rest. Yiju immediately extinguished the cigarette at the corner of his mouth and walked forward. What is lacking in this wasteland? Food? Water? Women? Besides these, there is also fun. He glanced around and then cursed fiercely. Look, you bastards. If you stare again, I'll dig your eyeballs out to use as marbles. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Hurry up and come over to Neil and apologize. What? The jaws of this group of thugs almost dropped to the ground, unable to close for a long time. Is this kid crazy? Does he have a mental illness? How dare he openly insult them? What other words could describe it besides being tired of living? Kid, no matter what your background is, you're dead meat. Damn it, I'm going to skin you alive. I'll take your bones. They're so hard. Perfect for making broth. Do you dare to say that again? The thugs on the rooftop of the supermarket looked fierce. Yiju, what are you doing? Chenya exclaimed in terror. She never expected Yiju to be so bold, daring to provoke those thugs. The new humans also looked at him in shock. The hatred he drew was, in a word, absolute. Yay. You are simply my idol. Suyin covered her little mouth in astonishment. However, Yiju calmly looked at the rioters. He raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, there are no extra words, nor will I repeat what you want to hear. Such a domineering and arrogant remark unleashed a barrage of disdain that completely covered all the rioters present. Chapter 62. Should I make him bleed on the spot? Damn it. Seeking death. Don't stop me. I want to chop him up. Where's the knife? Where's my knife? The rioters were practically enraged. Wait a minute. Yiju saw the approaching mob and calmly said, haha, now you know to beg for mercy? Let me tell you, it's too late. Even the King of Heaven can't save you. The mob members said with a cruel expression. It's over. This person is doomed. Are they crazy? Isn't this asking for trouble? Some survivors in the supermarket looked out the window and sighed. They had thought there was hope to escape from the mob. Oh no, they didn't expect a mentally unstable person to show up. This is ridiculous. Why would the army recruit such people? At this moment, you all think you're so tough, why don't you be my sons? As soon as the words left Yiju's mouth, the charging thugs instantly froze as if under a spell. The survivors, including Chunya and the others, suddenly gasped in shock. Be my son? This guy is really putting on an act. Looking so refined and out of the ordinary, just perfect. Just think about it. If the principal was educating you, and suddenly your gaze became resolute, then you confidently extended your right hand with a kind smile, saying, be my son. Just imagine if you could still walk out of the campus alive after that. If you do, I'll eat shit. So what the hell? Isn't this guy a lunatic? It drives me crazy. Damn it. The thugs were practically fuming in anger. Today, I'm very happy. Yiju wore a bright smile and quickly waved his hand. Brothers, are you looking for some fun? Let me tell you a story. The story goes like this. I'm a golden key. I was inserted into an ordinary lock, but no matter what, I couldn't open it. You guys are iron keys, and you open it right away. Why? Isn't that obvious? Because we are a perfect match for that lock. We are the original pair, you understand? Your question reflects reality quite well. It's very tricky, but no matter how noble your birth is, you can't win her heart. In the end, the victors are us iron keys. The question is too simple. You must be an idiot. Hee. Really? Suddenly, Yiju said cheekily, are you guys crazy? I'm just messing around. Why would I want her heart? All the thugs were left dumbfounded. The soldiers in the armored vehicle were also stunned. In the next second, Everyone nearly laughed until they cried. They had almost forgotten that this was a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Damn, what a genius. This kid is simply a genius. However, the faces of the thugs were as dark as the bottom of a pot. They unanimously decided to no longer waste a single word with this kid. Otherwise, who knows what even more outrageous things he would say. They needed blood. Not only that, they wanted to splatter blood. Let this kid bleed on the spot. Come on, Yiju said. With all buffs activated, he became an emotionless killer. Bang, 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 bang. Ice blades, wind blades, fireballs, lightning. He began to fire wildly at the group of thugs. The wasteland is terrifying, but losing humanity is even more terrifying. This group of thugs can no longer be called human. Damn, what equipment is this? What the hell? Not good. Quick dodge. Let him use it and see how much energy he has. Several thugs charging forward were instantly torn to pieces. The thugs behind them all retreated, their faces filled with terror. Chapter 63. This is the age of demons. However, Yiju will not show them any mercy. The demon era has begun. Humanity's civilization may come to an end here and fall into eternal fear. Rat-tat-tat. The buffs have almost formed a line. The projectiles crisscrossed, even tearing the ground apart. Amidst the thick smoke, the scene was chaotic to the extreme. Curses, cries of agony, screams. As long as the rioters got within 20 meters of Yiju, they would be torn apart. One person suppressed all the rioters. Damn, does this kid have unlimited energy? The firepower is too strong. Damn it, there will be a time to stop sooner or later, but right now, don't rush in, or you'll end up like a sieve. The rioters hid behind the walls, cursing wildly. They thought this bronze would be easy, but they didn't expect him to be a king. It's our turn now, brothers. Hold on the buffs. The monster is scary. The group of new humans behind Yiju exchanged glances. Did they think hiding would keep them safe? Whoosh. They charged straight into the smoke, like a sharp sword, slaughtering madly. The new humans were no longer the slow-moving, ordinary people. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, ah. The sounds of painful screams rose and fell. Filthy blood. The stench of corruption filled the air. Inside the bodies of the thugs, it was as if a piece of meat had rotted in the sewer for a long time. Run. Damn it. There are level 3 new humans. Don't panic. Don't panic. First, kill that man. Fear surged like a tide. A few reckless thugs let out beast-like growls and lunged at everyone. But now these people no longer saw them as human. The only fate for the thugs was death. The thugs rushing forward were torn to pieces by various energy buffs. Yiju's face was expressionless. He was a cold-blooded killer. Was the Wasteland? The Wasteland is a world where the rules have been rewritten. The Wasteland has no rules. Ah, please spare me. I was wrong, truly wrong. Don't kill me. Help, help. Food. We will give you this food. Wailing, screaming, despair. The remaining dozens of thugs were panic-stricken. Kill them all. The commander in the armored vehicle snorted coldly. Kill. Everyone shouted. Blood spurted wildly. Run into the supermarket. Run off. Run. The remaining thugs turned pale as paper. They thought this group of people were soft persimmons. They never expected them to be tough nuts. Everyone run. At this moment, the supermarket was out of control and the survivors inside had scattered and fled. The thugs had been controlling the food until now. Now, someone came to rescue them. Everyone excitedly ran outside. Attack the supermarket. Kill. The battle escalated again. However, it ended in a crushing defeat. All the thugs were eliminated. Bang! The commander shot off the iron lock of the supermarket's warehouse. He pushed open the door. Inside were bags of rice, instant noodles, chocolate, and more. So much food. Piles of food. This was a bloody profit. Everyone suddenly became cheerful. With this much food, they could probably eat into a ball. Rip. Someone violently tore open a packaging bag and poured all the chocolate beans into their mouth. Crunch. Crunch. Chewing hard. Damn, this is so delicious. This person was almost moved to tears. Chapter 64, just keep driving forward. Delicious. So delicious. The world before the Wasteland was truly wonderful. You have to know, the food intake of the new humans is surprisingly large every day. It's even bigger than that of competitive eaters. Eating is very important for them. The new humans. The goal of every new human is to eat their fill. This is so delicious. Teacher Chun Yu was also very moved. She choked down 10 thick sausages, 5 cans of meat, 3 large bags of beef jerky, and finally downed 2 bottles of soda. Only then did she let out a satisfied burp. She was finally satisfied. After cleaning up the supermarket, the armored vehicle traversed the foul-smelling street. There were many apartment buildings here, and many people who had not evacuated. They had no way to escape. The sudden change turned the entire world upside down. Governments of every country chose to rescue and restore at the first opportunity. Although in the future, the word country would gradually fade away. To protect the remaining people and evacuate, the military almost moved out in full force. You have to know, at least 70 of the soldiers had turned into zombies. The information Yi Ju knew from his past life was that at the moment of the demon outbreak, a dozen small countries were instantly wiped out. Then one after another, half of them disappeared. In the end, only a few major countries struggled to hold on, and Huaxiao was one of them. The drastic reduction in military numbers meant the country could not deploy troops to save everyone. So, those who did not manage to evacuate could only find ways to survive. The only way was to become a new human. Then they would still have the strength to fight against the demons. Car wife, come out and look at the car. Is it a military vehicle? Hey, stop. There's still living people here. When those people cautiously observed outside the window, they saw the armored vehicle and 2 military trucks. They jumped and bounced with excitement. However, the vehicle did not stop. Why? Why don't you come to save us? Have we been abandoned? Stop, you bastard. From begging for help to cursing, from cursing to swearing. We are on an important mission. There is no room for anyone else in the vehicle. The lieutenant in the armored vehicle said in a deep voice. He had been the one giving orders all along. There are more and more demons. A shout came from the microphone. They were too conspicuous. The hum of the engine was not hard for the demons to hear. However, the demons did not rush to attack. They were gathering to launch an assault. Gagaga! More and more demons ran alongside the left and right of the 3 vehicles. These damned demons are surprisingly clever. The lieutenant glared fiercely at those running figures. If they stop, they will definitely be surrounded. However, they had Yi Ju, this level 5 new human. The recent battle against the thugs had fully demonstrated this person's strength. Strong. So, no one spoke. Everyone was silent. Only the driver was madly driving the vehicle forward. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Brother Yi Ju, the demons are getting closer. We can only rely on you now. The lieutenant shouted helplessly. He could only shout this. There was no other way. If it were someone else, it would be equivalent to sending them to their death. But he believed in Yi Ju. Just keep driving forward. Yi Ju's lips curled up into a smile. He climbed from the window to the top of the car and sat cross-legged. In that instant, thousands of demons charged towards them. Chapter 65. This is a slaughter feast. Roar. The number of demons chasing them was overwhelming. Like a swarm rushing towards them, the roar was deafening. On this street, where the only sound was the demons' howls, it was exceptionally clear and horrifying. It shook as if the floors were trembling slightly. It could only be described as thousands, endlessly coming. It's over. It's over. One person in the military truck fell to the ground with a thud, nearly losing control from fear. The others also couldn't withstand such a terrifying scene and could only crouch down and hold their heads. It seemed that this action could alleviate their inner fear. I don't want to die. I don't want to. Su Wei, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the desperate scene outside. He immediately began to scream. Do you know how much my life is worth? He shouted wildly. Slap. Su Ying gave him a hard slap, knocking him out again. However, the atmosphere of despair filled the entire truck. But no matter what they did, they couldn't stop the fact that a large number of demons were already rushing over. Death was so close. And at that moment, it seemed like a storm was brewing outside. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. On the way to the mission destination, the lieutenant led a group of new human warriors, all looking around like they had seen a ghost. Their worldview was completely shattered again after the Wasteland outbreak. Damn, damn, damn. At that moment, these were the only words they could utter. When Yi Ju displayed his strength while killing the thugs, they were only shocked at the time. Now, they felt that Yi Ju was not human at all. The demons outside the window fell like flies, howling in agony. So cool. Suyan's Xiaodidi excitivity. Following Yiju, her heart was shocked again and again. It was so thrilling, so unbelievable, so astonishing. Could he kill all the demons by himself? Someone shouted in disbelief. Who would dare to believe it? Who could understand this scene? What exactly did he do? Why could those wind blades, fireballs, ice spikes shoot out wildly in all directions without limits? This half hour was simply a slaughter feast. Who exactly is Yiju? Chinya couldn't contain her shock, gripping the car window tightly. A celestial being? Someone in the car blurted out. Damn, this isn't a cultivation novel. Someone glared at him. Everyone's gaze returned to the window. The surrounding demons were already stuck. That's right, even the demons were stunned. Their brains crashed. They had never encountered such a human. In an instant, there was a deathly silence. The sounds of exploding demons continued. These demons, which made humans fearful and scream in despair, were now like a group of harmless ants. They fell in droves around Yiju. Black blood, white gray matter, a pile of wreckage and heads, covered the road around them. It formed an extremely terrifying yet exhilarating scene. Low-level skills were quite good for dealing with small demons. Yiju's lips curled up in satisfaction. In his buff bar, there were a total of 23 area attack skills extracted. Various skills could be precisely interwoven, without any stiffness or blind spots. Within a range of 20 meters and 10 meters, as long as it was within this range, he would continuously bombard with his buffs. Therefore, no matter how many little demons came, they would all be reduced to minced meat. Chapter 66. Is it a kitten research institute? Yiju must be the kind of super soldier secretly cultivated by the military, right? Chinya found it unbelievable. It completely subverted her worldview. Yes. It must be a superhuman developed by the research institute, and a secret one at that. Another person immediately chimed in. The discussion grew increasingly heated. Everyone could no longer contain their emotions. The shock that Yiju brought to them was too great. Can the new humans be so strong? Can they be so powerful? You guys are really thinking too far out of the box. Su Yin shook her head. Yiju had known her for a long time. It was not at all as they said. This brother Yiju, you've worked hard. So who exactly are you? At this moment, the lieutenant's voice came through the microphone. It was obvious that he didn't know what to say. His tone was filled with tremors. At this moment, he actually felt fear. When a person's combat power is 1,000 times stronger than others, the sense of oppression will come down invisibly. He never would have thought that the new human warrior he casually picked up by the roadside would be so strong. It's nothing. I'm sent by Director Wu. Yiju waved his hand and said, Director Wu, no wonder. The lieutenant was surprised. So was it just found? Was it that someone was deliberately waiting for him there? He had been foolishly thinking. Dizzy. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Director Wu and his group were too mysterious, fond of research. So, the lieutenant concluded that Yiju must be a super soldier within the military. Brother Yiju, it's a good thing you're here. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't make it to the Kitten Research Institute. The lieutenant took a deep breath and said, Please give me the details of the mission. Yiju jumped onto the armored vehicle and entered through the entrance. The lieutenant quickly stood up and came over to shake hands. This mission is to capture Dr. Xiao from the Kitten Research Institute alive, as instructed by Director Wu. The lieutenant hurriedly said, The Kitten Research Institute? Yiju felt like laughing. How could a research institute have such a name? Shouldn't they be more grand and impressive? For example, something like Queen Bee Research Institute or Black Red Queen Research Institute. Why use the term live capture? Will this Dr. Xiao resist it? Yiju asked. It's like this. Dr. Xiao and Director Wu have different views in their theoretical concepts. After an argument, Dr. Xiao said she never wanted to see Director Wu again. Isn't this the end of the world? Director Wu feels that being left alone in the ruined city is too dangerous. So she ordered us to take her away and evacuate with everyone. I estimate she will use various traps to hinder us. The lieutenant said, How much longer until we reach the Kitten Research Institute? Yiju asked. It would probably take about 1 hour. The lieutenant looked at the map and pointed to the target point. Yiju nodded and crawled out of the armored vehicle. The foul-smelling wind immediately hit him in the face. Looking around, there was smoke everywhere. Su Yin excitedly rushed over, dancing with her hands and feet. The soft touch made Yiju hesitate to push her away. It was too shocking, too powerful, too explosive. Su Yin looked into Yiju's eyes, which sparkled with excitement. For some reason, Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced. This feeling was, could it be, that she had fallen in love? She suddenly felt shy and instinctively moved away from Yiju. Damn it. Sue had just woken up and saw this scene. He nearly exploded with anger. However, someone next to him punched him in the face. How dare he curse? He fainted again. He didn't know when. Yiju's enemies are also the enemies of these people. Chapter 67. The road ahead for the human race is still very long. Not long after, the armored vehicle G-54 stopped at the entrance of a certain cliff. This is a dark passage that seems endless. Beside it, a billboard still features a celebrity endorsing a toothpaste brand. The teeth are very white, and the person is very beautiful. But it's hard to say if this person still has the condition to brush their teeth every day. He jumped out of the car and stood beside the tall vehicle. Why are these plants so tall and long? They really are different from other grasses. Look at these flowers. They seem as big as sunflowers. A group of people exclaimed. This is something Dr. Xiao has researched. The lieutenant shook his head, signaling all the soldiers to disembark, gear up, and enter the mountain tunnel. The survivors from the military truck and several new humans were assigned to guard the armored vehicle. Chunya and Su Yin were left behind. Although Su Yin was very dissatisfied, she still obediently complied. Wait, there's danger here. Look at those corpses. Yiju said. Inside the passage were various demon corpses, with severed limbs and remains scattered everywhere. Mechanical dog. The lieutenant took a remote-controlled mechanical dog from a soldier's backpack beside him. Creaking, the mechanical dog moved inward under the lieutenant's control. Bang! With a loud noise immediately after. The mechanical dog was cut open as if it had been sliced by a machine, a neat incision made on its body. Sharp blades were embedded in the walls around. Ye chocolate. Is there a way? The lieutenant couldn't help but look at him. It is indeed difficult for ordinary people to overcome, but for a level 5 new human. Yiju casually took out a long knife from the spatial wristband. Then he walked inside, buzzing. The blades instantly shot out from the walls, slicing towards him at an extreme speed. Swish, swish, swish. Bang, bang, bang. Yiju's arm instantly transformed into a phantom. A few seconds later, the popping blades were all severed one by one. What a trick! A woman in the underground research facility, holding a cup of coffee, watched this scene on the camera. At that moment, the man bared his teeth at the camera. Suddenly, the camera was destroyed. Let's go. Yiju led the way ahead. He casually checked his own buffs. The group farming build was basically formed. The reflection damage builds reflection damage. Physical immunity and magic immunity still needed to be stacked. The monster-slaying build only had a few passive skills, which were far from enough. He had to make himself more perfect before the arrival of the demon god and the start of the survival arena. Yiju has already made up his mind. He wants to obtain at least 5 legendary-level skills and 2 legendary-level weapons. After that, he will change his class to a legendary demon hunter. By then, even the demon gods won't be able to do anything to him. Unfortunately, the demon gods are just the beginning, because after the demon gods descended in the survival arena, all human hero units were directly killed. As a result, humanity perished. In the previous life, no one could see what happened after the demon gods arrived. It is said that after the demon gods descended, even stronger punishments emerged. I still have a long way to go as a human. Yiju couldn't help but say to himself. Just then, an absolutely unavoidable metal door appeared in front of him. We've arrived. This is the entrance to the Cat Research Institute. The lieutenant nodded, took out a device, and began to rewrite commands on the computer next to the metal door. After a while, with a series of clicks, the metal door slowly opened. Inside was an elevator. Whoosh! 5 or 6 people stepped onto the elevator and descended to the Underground Research Institute. Dr. Xiao, we're here. Please don't resist. We are here to rescue you. The lieutenant shouted towards the camera inside. Chapter 68. Anti-demon armor design. Blueprint. Don't think I don't know. It's that old man's order, right? I won't go with you. Doctor. Zhao's voice sounded disdainful. Dr. Xiao, please don't make it difficult for us. We're just following orders. The lieutenant and his team rushed in and began searching every corner of the research institute. This underground research institute was large, with laboratories everywhere. However, there were still lights, indicating that a small nuclear power station was probably operating nearby. This Dr. Xiao is not simple at all. Yiju walked forward. He saw that the laboratory was filled with the dissected corpses of demons. Every part had been made into specimens. Judging by the signs of struggle, they must have been taken apart while still alive. Poor demons. Even in the wars in Syria, they haven't suffered such severe injuries. Huh, what's this? Anti-demon armor. Yiju stopped in front of a computer. On the screen was a rotating 3D armor. Each component was introduced in detail. Anti-demon armor? He was taken aback. He didn't expect to see the design of the anti-demon armor here. Could it be that the anti-demon armor worn by future warriors would be developed by Dr. Zhao? Anti-demon armor. That's a good name. Let's call it that from now on. Dr. Zhao's voice sounded. It seemed she was very pleased with the name Yiju had given. Unexpectedly, the demons had just descended not long ago, and the design of the anti-demon armor was already out. He absolutely does not praise. Oh, from what you say, you understand quite well. Dr. Zhao looked surprised. Good. Keep talking to her like this. Our hacker is breaking through the isolation door. The lieutenant was quietly gesturing beside him. It's okay. The anti-demon armor is made from demon materials and equipment that exploded from them. Yiju said. Dr. Zhao was instantly shocked. The proud work she had studied for many days was unexpectedly seen through in an instant. Who on earth is this person? The biggest feature of the anti-demon armor is that it can accommodate 10-20 equipment effects and can be freely combined. If a person with ability attributes uses it, they will definitely insert 20 blue text effects related to the energy system, greatly enhancing their combat power. Yiju said, You actually know this so clearly? Dr. Zhao was even more shocked. I even know how to upgrade the anti-demon armor to the 2nd generation, 3rd generation, and even the anti-hell armor. Yiju said, The 2nd generation, 3rd generation, anti-hell armor? Dr. Zhao expressed that she was already dizzy from listening. However, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Her research results were successful. The path was right. If you come with us, I will share the subsequent design drawings and how to improve them with you. Yiju smiled and said, Really? Dr. Zhao quickly asked. Of course, but I have a condition. After the anti-demon armor is made, I want to be the first to use it. Ye nodded. The deal is established. It's settled. Ding. Suddenly, all the isolation doors in the research institute were opened. Her location was also exposed. Dr. Zhao, please come with us. The lieutenant and his group walked in front of her, unable to help but smile. Why the rush? I need to pack my things. Dr. Zhao turned around. She was probably just in her 30s, wearing red glasses and dressed in black stockings, looking very sexy. As she spoke, she began to copy the data on her computer to take with her. Who are you? And how do you know about my research results? During her free time, Dr. Zhao kept staring at Yiju. She really couldn't understand how this young man managed to crack the anti-demon armor at a glance. Chapter 69, Waiting for the Transaction Time. Maybe I'm a genius. Yiju said ambiguously. He couldn't just say he came from another world, right? He guessed these people would think he was a lunatic. Dr. Zhao became even more suspicious. However, she didn't ask further and only inquired about a few more questions regarding the armor before stopping. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he left the research institute, Director Wu sent a message. It was sent by his assistant, Wang Yinyan. Why didn't Director Wu send it himself? Don't ask. The answer is that older people don't know how to use smartphones. Dr. Zhao had already packed the equipment and was ready to transport it away. Yiju said, Comrade Yiju, the country will thank you and remember your contributions. Don't forget my gold ore and magic cores. Our transaction time is within 5 days. No problem. We are already applying for it, and the first batch of gold, ore, and magic cores will arrive soon. The message stated, All right, the items have arrived. I will personally go pick them up. He now possesses 20 magic cores, which are used to awaken as special evolvers. After that, he will need 10 flesh magic cores and 10 crystal magic cores to create the Huangquan blade. As for why Yiju is not awakening now, that's a secret. The Huangquan blade must be forged first. The lieutenant said, Wait, where's Yiju? At this moment, Su Yin quickly asked. He was the only one missing. Could he have had an accident? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is so strong. Then, there's only one possibility. I'm so mad. Yiju, you ran away again. Su Yin stomped her foot in anger. Huh, that's right. Brother Yiju has other matters to attend to and won't be joining us. The lieutenant said with a smile. Oomph. There is no justice, no evil. There is only flesh and blood. The ideology of demons. The cruelty of demons. Yiju looked up at the oppressive sky over the city ahead. Behind him lay countless demon corpses in disarray. He was waiting for a transaction, waiting for the research institute to send him a message to collect his goods. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked a few times on the almost broken security door. The demons outside had been eliminated. What? The demons have been eliminated? No. This man, he must be lying to me. He wants to trick me into going out. There are still demons outside. I will never open the door. A woman in the room let out a scream. Liar, liar, I don't believe it. Clearly, she had panicked to the point of losing her sanity. Are you an idiot? If there were still demons, would I be chatting with you like this? Stupid. So stupid. The people in this room have lost all sense. He was just about to leave. However, it seemed the woman in the room had been persuaded. She slowly opened a small gap and saw the demons lying on the ground outside. Her face suddenly turned pale. She looked up at the figure standing outside the door and finally believed Yiju's words. You really killed them all? The woman's face was pale, yet filled with surprise. She suddenly threw herself onto Yiju's back. Yiju could feel her softness clearly. TSK, TSK. Yiju touched his nose, turned around, and firmly pressed down on her shoulders, looking her up and down. Although her face was dirty, he could still recognize who she was. Damn, isn't this an Ichiran, the celebrity who endorsed the toothpaste in that advertisement just now? What a coincidence. Yiju couldn't help but smile. In the Wasteland, such a gem would undoubtedly stimulate the male nerves. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt that the world that had just turned into Wasteland was full of interesting possibilities. Chapter 70. Should men descend to 100 layers of hell? What do you want to do? And Ichiran felt her face flush under such intense scrutiny. Her heart raced. She was well aware of her own charm. When the world hadn't turned into Wasteland before the demons descended, a simple blink from her would attract countless men. So in the Wasteland, it was even more so. Perhaps her allure would be amplified 1,000 times or more. And Ichiran wasn't foolish either. She wiped her tears, fully aware that the person in front of her was probably her last lifeline. So she asked knowingly. As the words, "What do you want to do?" fell, her body pressed even closer to Yiju. Damn, hiss. Yiju immediately gasped in shock. At this moment, shouldn't he do something? Shouldn't he really do something? As a man, he should descend into 100 layers of hell. Damn, this is even harder to endure than 100 layers of hell. In his previous life, he had never touched a woman. The torment. It was simply torment. However, a hint of bloodiness rushed into his nose. This made Yiju instantly cool down. He pushed her away and rushed into the room. The source of the bloodiness was a young man who was gasping for air in the corner against the wall. His abdomen was already rotting. Moreover, it was clearly worsening, continuously dripping with decaying liquid. This is a friend of mine. His name is Wu Lei. And Ichiran hesitated for a moment. She emphasized the word friend heavily. She certainly didn't want Yiju to misunderstand. Oh, Yiju had a blank expression. Save me. Save me. Wu Lei looked pale as he stared at Yiju and said, "My dad is a major. If you could take me to find my dad, I will agree to any conditions." Major? What a coincidence. Yiju touched his nose. Coincidentally, and by chance, both happened on the same day. Yes, it's Major. Wu Lei nodded quickly. However, even if your dad is Li Gang, he can't save you now. Yiju shrugged his shoulders. He knew why this person had been infected. It must have been because he ate demon meat. Demon substances are definitely not something humans can digest. It is highly toxic, and even with his healing buff, it would be of no use. Unless there is an antidote buff. But after killing demons for so long, no such skill book has dropped. Xiaoyun, please let him save me. Wu Lei coughed and cast a pleading glance at Xiaoyun. Wu Lei, you have already been infected. No one can save you. Xiaoyun quickly took a step back. No, I can still be saved. Cough. As Wu Lei spoke, his eyes suddenly turned blood red and countless veins burst. He's in so much pain. Please kill him, okay? Xiaoyun said with difficulty. Let me kill him? Yiju's lips curled up in a slight arc. Yes, kill him. I can no longer bear to watch. Ni Yuyu Nadith. So, do you want to come with me? Yiju suddenly said, huh? This? I well want. Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment. She was still not a new human. Staying here would only lead to a dead end. If she wanted to survive in the Wasteland, she had to find a way to rely on a powerful man. The man in front of her was her last lifeline. Then let's take action. You kill him. Yiju had a cold expression. I. Ikome. And Chiuyun looked shocked. She couldn't help but glance at Wu Lei. At this moment, Wu Lei was twitching all over. However, she had lived until now without even killing a chicken. Now, asking her to kill someone. Wasn't that asking too much of her? Chapter 71. Dawn tears the night sky. Can I not kill? After a long pause, she said hesitantly. Sure. Yiju immediately nodded. Nikuyun es fasuden libreitund. However, when she saw Yiju turn around and walk away without saying a word, her face instantly turned pale. Don't go, I'll kill. And Chiuyun was on the verge of tears. All right, then hurry up and take action. I have limited time. Yiju took out his weapon and threw it on the ground. If such a stunning beauty is left unattended, she will surely meet a tragic end. The outcome will either be being devoured by a demon or being picked up by someone else. In that case, she would definitely become a plaything. Forget it. Yiju thought so. All right, I'll take action. And Chiuyun trembled as she picked up the weapon and came to Wu Lei's side. She held back the urge to glance at Yiju again, only to find him shaking his head and sighing. With determination, she plunged the weapon into Wu Lei's heart. Those who had eaten demon meat wouldn't die even if their hearts were pierced. Yiju said, Bang! He stepped forward and kicked Wu Lei's head, shattering it. Red and white splattered all over the ground. And Chiuyun was so frightened by the scene that her face turned pale. I'll barely let you pass this time. Go close the door. I need to rest for a while. Yiju hadn't rested much. Taking this opportunity, he closed his eyes for a moment. And Chiuyun quickly nodded. Dawn tore through the night sky. A ray of light illuminated the horizon of the abandoned city. And the nightmare of the night finally came to an end. Sizzle. That was the sound of steak grilling on an iron plate. And Chiuyun opened her eyes. Steak. She couldn't help but gasp in surprise. She never expected that this man had brought steak in his backpack. Luxurious. It was really too extravagant. Do you want to eat? Yiju turned around and asked with a smile. Want? And Chiuyun swallowed hard. In fact, she hadn't eaten anything decent since the demons arrived. And Chiuyun understood very well how weak her body was. She feared that this powerful new human could easily flick her with a finger, leaving her in a fate worse than death. So, she could only try her best to showcase her acting skills, portraying herself as pitiful. It was like a newborn kitten mewing weakly for milk. How many points of familiarity? Yiju asked her, and Chiuyun was taken aback for a moment. This man was actually asking her how she wanted her steak cooked. In the Wasteland, having a steak to eat was already good enough. To think he was still indulging in asking for a specific doneness? Then let's go with rare. It has a strong, bloody taste. After all, it suits the environment of the Wasteland. Yiju smiled and said. After a while, 2 tempting steaks were served on the table. The rich aroma of meat filled the surrounding air. Yiju handed a plate of steak to Chiuyun with a blank expression. Really for me? Chiuyun looked astonished, hardly believing her eyes. Steak. Authentic steak. Before even touching the knife and fork, her heart was already intoxicated. This is the temptation of food, especially in the apocalypse. Hurry up and eat. Yiju shook his head. Then I won't be polite. And Chiuyun quickly picked up the steak and took a big bite. Seeing this, Yiju also picked up the steak with a fork and began to gnaw on it. The fragrant smell immediately penetrated deep into his body. To say that saliva flowed like a river would be an understatement. After finishing the steak, Yiju took out a bottle of cola from his backpack and drank it all in one go. And Chiuyun was stunned, her eyes wide open. Cola. He even had cola. Hey, save me a sip. No. And Chiuyun's heart was bleeding. Chapter 72. The hero list emerges. Do you want a drink? Yiju asked. I want a drink. Yiju threw it over without any hesitation. Thank you. And Chiuyun was almost moved to tears. Eagerly pulled open the drink ring and carefully started to drink. Yiju smiled at this. He had already cultivated a dongminman. Now he might as well cultivate an Chiuyun. After all, the hero units in the Demon God arena are not enough to deal with the Demon God. However, the butterfly effect tells everyone that when a butterfly gently flaps its wings, a sandstorm will appear on the other side of the world. Nevertheless, Inai Chuyun is after all a flower in a greenhouse. Sending her to kill demons might be beyond her physical capabilities. I need to leave here, Yi Ju said expressionlessly. I will follow you. That's right. He likes people with awareness. This is a skill book and equipment. Yi Ju took out something from the space wristband. Give it to me? Niyu Yungast. She could hardly believe it. The man in front of her actually handed over the equipment and skill book that everyone valued to her. What does equipment represent in the Wasteland? It goes without saying, right? The symbol of power. The pinnacle of authority. So, the question arises. Has he gone mad? Doesn't he want it? Yi Ju asked. Yes. And Ai-Chien quickly picked it up. As an actress, her receptivity and adaptability were extremely strong. The low murmurs of demons came from not far away. The street, which originally had few demons, was now filled with many demons. Yi Ju walked out. The demons immediately noticed him, their bloodshot eyes filled with a desire for flesh and blood. The demons craved blood and flesh. Kill, Yi Ju said. I can't. And Ai Chuyun shouted loudly. If we don't kill, we will die. Yi Ju took a step back. Roar, roar, roar. The demons let out a thunderous roar. Yellow slime dripped from their mouths, rushing madly towards them. Flesh! Flesh! This scene once again stirred up Inai Chuyun's fear. She screamed in a frenzy, waving her hands wildly. Ice blast technique! Ice blast technique! Bang! 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 Flesh was flying everywhere. The air was filled with the smell of blood. This scent could ignite the desire for slaughter in the human heart. It could turn a cheerful person into a psychopath. En émotionnelle explosion. Terror was masked. The intertwining feelings made Inai Chuyun's body excited as well. She gasped for breath. Even if her energy was nearly depleted, her body felt numb, sore, and weak. Her cells were trembling. This woman should have leveled up to level 1. Yi Ju nodded upon seeing this. At that time, the people from the Research Institute should have notified him as well. However, after thinking it over, it should be about time, right? Yi Ju looked up at the sky behind him. Boom! A massive stone wall fell from the sky with a tremendous force. Then it sank deep into the earth, unmovable. The whole world would be stirred by it, because the mysterious stone wall continuously recorded the names of every new human. Only 17 were different, written in shining golden characters, representing the highest glory of humanity. The heroic list. That's right. Starting from level 1, there are distinct rankings. The heroic list is the total power ranking and the most honorable list. This kind of stone wall will exist everywhere. It is not man-made. Instead, it was deliberately placed by an existence more mysterious than the demon god. Ascending to the heroic list is not just an honor. It is directly related to the demon god arena. The top 7 heroes on the list will battle the demon god. The first battle is 3 months from today, from the first purgatory, the demon god of the underworld. But no one knows this information. Once the heroic stone wall appears, everyone will strive to climb the heroic list. Ranking higher, higher. The closer to the front, the better, because this is where 1's value is judged. Chapter 73, Heroic List 7th. The same enormous heroic lists appeared all over Huaxia. Yi Ju arrived in front of the hero monument. It was already engraved with countless names. Discover why 555 alternate space point. Proceed with operation. A mechanical voice prompted Yi Ju. Proceed. Ye nodded. The hero leaderboard could immediately be controlled according to his will. The rankings continuously rose until reaching the first place. Human hero leaderboard, first place. Adam, human hero leaderboard, second place. Adam? Yi Ju was shocked beyond measure. It turned out to be Adam. Adam was merely a legend of the Wasteland in later generations. It is said that this person is unparalleled in the world. However, before the Demon God War, he had already been killed. Moreover, no one knows the cause of Adam's death. It was as if he had suddenly vanished. It turns out that in the early days of the Wasteland, Adam was actually the strongest in combat power. If he ranked first, then he must have already awakened, right? Yi Ju was deep in thought. He originally thought his ranking would be quite high. Unexpectedly, he was ranked 7th. Human hero list, 7th place. Yi Ju. The 6 heroes above him were all monster-level humans. Among them, 5 were heroes from abroad. Adam, Musashi, Nikola, Burning-sky. All were legendary figures from the previous life. Yiju took a deep breath. However, these people were all killed by the demon gods in the demon god arena. This life must be changed. Yiju gazed at the hero leaderboard. Ha ha ha, I found my ranking. How can I be so amazing and only rank over 1,000,000? That's not scientific. Who is this Adam in first place, so arrogant? These names sound quite formidable. Hey, look, the 7th place is someone with the surname Yi. Is he Chinese? The enormous hero leaderboard on the horizon astonished everyone. More and more people rushed towards it, just to check their rankings. Of course, anyone can manipulate it to query anyone's life, like their friends or family. More and more inexplicable events began to emerge. Is this the work of aliens? It's hard to explain, really hard to explain. In the conference hall, the last rulers of Huaxia were discussing this matter. Comrade Ye. Congratulations on ranking 7th on the hero leaderboard, bringing glory to Huaxia. At this moment, Yi Ju's walkie-talkie rang. It was Director Wu's voice. 7th on the hero leaderboard? Is it him? No way. And Qiuyan beside him was shocked. She followed Yi Ju to the hero leaderboard and naturally heard this. If I told you this is a death list, what would you think? Death list? Why do you say that? Director Wu was taken aback for a moment. Do you want to know about the Demon God Arena? The Demon God Arena? Director Wu was stunned. He said he had never heard of it. This is also an important piece of information. Let's exchange another 10 magic cores for it. Yiju said this. Comrade Ye. How about we just owe it for now? Director Wu said awkwardly. He had only applied for 5 flesh magic cores and 5 crystal magic cores, which was already quite difficult to obtain. Asking for another 10 of each would be simply unbearable. All right, I won't force you. Yiju shook his head. He was also unwilling to say more. Betting on the respect of humanity in battle would ultimately end in a tragic defeat. Chapter 74. What does the golden font represent? Well, let's talk about it later. Director Wu had no choice but to say. In addition, I want to thank you again for helping me rescue Dr. Xiao. Her research on anti-demon armor has been a great help to us. His voice was extremely sincere. It's just a transaction. Has the 100 pounds of gold I wanted arrived? Yiju asked. You can come over now. My research institute is not far from the base in this city, and my assistant will send you the location. Director Wu said. What about the magic core? Yiju asked 3 words again. You actually know Director Wu? And Qiuyan said in shock. Director Wu is a big shot. She had met Wu Lei once before, and she still vividly remembers the grandeur of that occasion. With numerous researchers accompanying and 100 soldiers providing protection. So, how could Qiuyan not be shocked? Especially since this man next to her is ranked 7th on the human hero list. Oh my god, she still can't believe it. Yay. He is actually the 7th on the hero list? In a desolate area, a woman looked up in surprise at the sky. As the strong wind blew, a bewitching face was revealed under her mask. Her complexion was a vivid crimson. Behind her, there was a group of women like her. Sister Crimson, do you know the 7th on the hero list? The enchanting women hurriedly asked. They were all demons who crawled up from the river. Know him? I can't say for sure, but he has helped me. Crimson nodded. In fact, Yiju didn't know that these demons were not purely evil. They were humans who had been captured and demonized by the entity in the river. In other words, they were all previously human, all missing persons who had evaporated from the world. So what should we do now? These women asked. I have a plan, Crimson said. This team will definitely become a formidable fighting force. City S, military stronghold. Yiju, you are so despicable. Suyin shouted upon seeing the name on the hero list. However, the admiration in her eyes was even greater than before. I didn't expect our school's student to be so strong, Chinyer exclaimed. They were escorted to the stronghold. The military said they were building a new base. The new base could accommodate people from 3 nearby cities. So, they were temporarily safe. They just had to wait for evacuation. Damn it. A person with distorted features, whose face looked like a pig's head, walked alone on the street. The name on the huge hero list made him curse madly. Brother Yiju is so strong. A small team on a mission to scavenge supplies stopped. Among them was a girl who looked like a student with short hair. However, her eyes were sharp and competent, different from before. It was Dong Minmin. She had become a new human and was recruited upon arriving at the stronghold. Although the task she executed had risks, She had survived multiple times with great strength. In the battle of wits and courage against demons, she finally leveled up to level 2, becoming a main fighting force in this team. Ah, do you know the 7th on the hero list? A nearby young man asked in astonishment, his eyes shining. The golden characters on the huge hero list were incredibly dazzling, 1,000 times more than those white ones below. He also wanted to be among the top 7. I won't tell you, Dong Min said with a smile, staring at the name on the list, lost in thought. Chapter 75, The Bait Plan. Yiju, he has been moving forward all along. This woman stood atop a small mountain made of demon corpses, covered in blood. Her purple hair floated in the wind. Sister Wenqi, the equipment has been packed. A young man with yellow hair looked at her. Wenqi, pick some useful skills to learn, and use the rest to recruit new humans, Lil Yinshua said coldly, her crimson pupils gazing into the distance. Recruit new humans? Could it be? The young man named Wenqi was slightly taken aback. If Yi Ju were here, he would be surprised to find that this young man was the one he thought Wu Ti survived during the disaster. Now, he had grown into a level 2 new human. However, his leg injury had not completely healed, and he still walked with a slight limp. That's right. I'm building my own team, Lil Yinshua nodded. I didn't expect the person who teamed up with us for tasks back then to be so strong. Cheng Xian pushed up his glasses. Yeah, I guess we're no longer in the same world, Su Ziyue said with a bitter smile. At that time, they all knew how powerful this man was. They never expected that he would rank 7th in the world. When they saw that name, they were not surprised, but felt an immense shock. What's so impressive about that? Young Wenchao snorted coldly. Hee, look at you being so sour. Are you still unconvinced? Su Ziyue, nah. I refuse to accept it. At this moment, Yiju has already taken Ni Qiuyun towards the stronghold. Without a vehicle, they can only walk. Whoa. At that moment, a sound came from a pickup truck ahead. There a long rope was hanging from a hook, and a struggling woman was dangling from it. Her name is Wu Yini. During the demon's arrival, she was lucky enough to survive by hiding at home. Hearing the military broadcast about a mass evacuation to a new base, she hurriedly ran out. Unexpectedly, she was captured by a group of ruthless people. They hung her upside down, tightly binding her hands and feet. Blood dripped from her mouth, soaking the ground. Woo, she screamed, tears streaming down her face. She desperately begged for mercy from the people in the pickup truck. However, that group just looked at her with cold smiles. A woman screaming so loudly would surely attract many demons, right? Yes, while the demons are busy with her, we can ambush them. This is called bait. Scream all you want, no one will save you. The pickup truck continued to move steadily forward. The demons followed behind, gathering wildly, more and more. Almost all the demons on the street came. Boom! The people shouted, boom, boom, boom. The landmines buried on the street began to explode in succession. The demons fell into the trap, being torn apart, and equipment exploded out. So satisfying, so exhilarating. This is how killing demons should feel. The group laughed madly. Roar! At that moment, a demon leader swooped down. Its vicious claws slammed into the pickup truck. Bang! The pickup truck instantly flipped over. Damn! It's the demon leader. Fight it! Damn! The tattooed guys took out their equipment and fought fiercely against the demon leader. However, something shocking happened. The woman who was originally hanging from the pickup truck miraculously stood up unscathed and even broke free from her bindings. Furthermore, she desperately ran towards Ni Qiuyun. Chapter 76. He is Yi Ju. Don't come over. Ni Yun shouted in fright. As for why, it's simple. That woman lured the demons over. There were over 100 demons following her, forming a dense swarm. Help! Wu Yini screamed desperately. Hundreds of demons were behind her, and they were still increasing. Since she wasn't wearing boots, the soles of her feet were being scraped against the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. Occasionally, 1 or 2 fast little demons would pounce and bite a chunk of flesh from her leg, crunching down hard. It hurts, it hurts! Wu Yini watched helplessly as her flesh was being eaten by the demons. That was her own flesh. However, she wasn't dead yet. She had to run. Run to that pretty woman in front of her. Make those demons stop focusing on her. Don't come over. Enai Chiyun's face changed dramatically. Although she was a level 2 new human, facing so many demons, she was definitely no match. Bang, 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 bang. It seemed they had triggered the buried bombs. The demons were instantly blown to pieces, with entrails and blood flying everywhere. Wu Yini was lucky not to be directly hit by the explosion. Instead, she was pushed towards Enai Chiyun by the shockwave. Bang, bang, bang. The bombs had a chain reaction, instantly blowing up the entire demon swarm. So close. She was so close to dying. At the temporary base of Long Shao, go find this person named Yi Ju and directly promote him to Major. An old man suddenly spoke up. What? Major? Commander Long. Isn't that too much? Yes, I just checked. And Yi Ju is not part of the military. Going straight from civilian to major has no precedent in the military. Indeed, although this Yi Ju is powerful, he is only strong on the first-tier leaderboard, which is just his physical condition. Promoting him to major is too early. At most, he could only be a captain. The group at the conference table discussed animatedly. Humph. The old man merely glanced at everyone and pointed to the hero list. Do you understand what this means? Huh. The big shots expressed their confusion. This is a hope that cannot be missed. Leaving this sentence, Commander Long turned and left. At this time, the battle ended. This small team had killed the demon leader. It must be said that this small team was very strong. Apart from the mutation, the demon leader was already one of the strongest demons on the ground. They had taken it down in less than 10 minutes. Although it was a siege. Damn. Finally killed it. Damn, a broken arm, it hurts. Dig out the magic core. The military is paying a high price for this now. Collect the equipment and skill books. By the way, what about that woman? Is she dead? Damn, she is really lucky. Not blown up over there. The group found the surviving Wu Yini. They all started laughing. This toy is just too fun. If she didn't die, it shows how tough her skin is. When they approached with strange smiles, Wu Yini was terrified, screaming in panic. Don't come over, don't come over. This is the 7th-ranked hero on the hero list. He is Yi Ju. If you don't want to be killed, leave quickly. Chapter 77. Instant kill what? What did you say? He is Yi Ju? Ha ha ha. If he is Yi Ju, then I am Adam. The 6 people immediately laughed, so hard they almost fell over. Just think about it. A woman who is about to be driven to a dead and casually grabs a passerby on the street and tells you, this is the 7th hero in the world. Do you believe it? Ha ha ha. Only a fool would believe it, right? Are they fools? Ha ha ha. Even if he really is Yi Ju, can he take on all 6 of us new humans? Exactly. If he really is Yi Ju, I'll smash his head. The bearded, muscular man leading the group laughed heartily. He weighed his knife in his hand, licking his lips, and stepped closer. You, don't come over. Don't come over. Wu Yini screamed in terror repeatedly. Oh, smash my head. Yi Ju originally didn't want to bother with this nonsense. But when he heard that the leader was going to crush him, he immediately turned around. Crack, crack. He moved his wrists, making a loud popping sound. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. What do you mean you want to go to war with us? Don't weigh yourself against what you are. That group of people started shouting crazily. I've seen people courting death, but I've never seen anyone who enjoys courting death this much. Yi Ju shook his head, seeking death. One of the men, with a dagger, cursed loudly. He charged towards Yi Ju in a swift movement. The dagger, glowing blue, aimed straight for his heart. Bang! Unexpectedly, a massive fist smashed into the face of the dagger-wielding man. The dagger man let out a terrible scream, his entire face caving in. Kill him. The others, seeing this, were enraged. How dare they injure their brother? Immediately, various skills and weapons were unleashed. Run away. Wu Yini, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear. We're doomed. Absolutely doomed. What is wrong with this person? Not even trying to dodge when death is imminent. Then, something that left her in shock happened. The moment all the attacks hit that person. Boom! A shock wave erupted, centered around him. The group was instantly deformed by the impact, crashing heavily against the surrounding walls like rags. A strong person. Wu Yini's eyes went wide in disbelief. Instant kill. Instantly killed. No more talking. They were wiped out in an instant. Hey, just then, Enai Chiyun curiously asked, how did you know he was Yi Ju? Huh? Yeah, is he really Yi Ju? Just a corner dog in a desperate situation. Did he really just stumble upon a dead mouse? The person in front of her. No, this gentleman is the 7th on the hero list. The top combat power in Huaxia. Wu Yini was utterly dumbfounded. Then, her eyes lit up. As long as she followed this invincible powerhouse, she would be safe. But how could she persuade Yi Ju to let her follow him? What should she do? How to do it? What to do? At that moment, Wu Yini's mind was spinning wildly. She filtered and calculated all possibilities in just a few seconds. At that moment, she didn't even know what she was doing. Her body instinctively started running. She rushed towards the direction where the bearded strong man was knocked away. Cough, cough, cough. The bearded strong man was not dead yet, continuously coughing up blood. You. He widened his eyes, looking at the person rushing towards him. It's actually Wu Yini? This toy? Darn. He just opened his mouth. Suddenly, a sharp piece of glass swiftly cut through his throat. Then, a hand quickly reached into his pants pocket. He struggled frantically, but the magic core was still taken out. This is it. Chapter 78, Return to the Base. Wu Yini was instantly overjoyed, tightly grasping the magic core in her hand. Her eyes looked at Yi Ju with sharpness. Brother, I think this is useful to you. She was betting. That's right, she was betting. She had heard before that the military was buying this thing at a high price. So it must have its value. Therefore, her hope was pinned on this small item. You're very clever, much better than her. This magic core was collected into the space ring. I refused to accept it. However, she didn't dare to act recklessly. I won the bet. Wu Yini looked at her hands in disbelief. For a moment, she also forgot the pain on her body. The wounds bitten by the demon were still oozing blood. Yi Ju said, with a powerful group healing buff nearby, these wounds would heal quickly. However, the flesh that had fallen off would not grow back unless one obtained the group's self-healing buff. Thank you, thank you. Wu Yini couldn't help but shed tears, her nose twitching. At that moment, she really felt a sense of being reborn after death. But soon, her pain returned. This man actually wanted her to kill a demon. Big brother, are you joking? Wu Yini's mouth twitched, and she couldn't help but take a step back. Do you think I'm joking? I don't carry useless people with me. Yi Ju had a blank expression. In S City, the temporary military base was managed by Wu Zhen, the highest commander, with a military rank of major. Normally, this rank would not qualify him to command the entire base. However, the higher-ups near S City had perished in an accident. Therefore, the distant Longshao base appointed him as the highest commander, disregarding his rank, to temporarily oversee the operations of the entire base. Wu Zhen would continue to command until the new base was completed. He stood at a high point, gazing outside. Outside the base was a ring of facilities, all gathering places for survivors. Various tents of all sizes occupied nearly every inch of land, making it extremely crowded. The crowd was noisy, resembling a massive marketplace. All kinds of trade were taking place: equipment, items, skill books, food, even other things. How was the wall construction going? He asked an officer beside him. It's already in full swing. It will be completed today, the officer replied with a salute. Good. By the way, I've received a message from above asking me to find the 7th on the hero list. Do you have any leads? Wu Zhen inquired. Well, this person has had significant contact with Director Wu. You can ask him personally, the officer responded. Director Wu? Then I'll head to the Research Institute. You all take care of things here, Wu Zhen said after a moment of contemplation. No problem. We guarantee the task will be completed. So this is the base. Wow, what a big and tall wall. Ni Qiuyun and Wu Yini exclaimed. They had never entered a survivor base and needed to register. Name, age, previous address, and new human level. What? You're all level 3. The young lady responsible for levels looked at them in shock. It was known that she was only level 1, which was already quite good among females. Could it be they were mercenaries? However, they looked so delicate and tender, it didn't seem like it. Do you want to enlist? Our benefits are great, with handsome guys, various equipment, food, items, skill books. The young lady babbled on. Chapter 79. Are you also Yi Ju? Enlist? Ni Qiuyun and Wu Yini exchanged glances. Let's go. Yi Ju's expression was indifferent. It was time for these two to leave him. However, they stammered reluctantly. At this moment, They didn't know what to say anymore. Their original goal was the stronghold. Now that they had truly arrived at the stronghold, they found it hard to accept the fact that they had to leave Yiju's side. But Yiju's attitude has already made everything clear. Then we will wait for you at the base, and Chuyin said. Me too, Wu Yini quickly nodded. Although this man tormented her like a devil to become a new human, the result was all for her own good. She has already regarded Yiju as a benefactor. Anyway, let's go to the base. Someone will notify you soon. The registration lady smiled and gestured. At this moment, 2 new human warriors came over. Their attitude was very serious, and they politely invited them into the base. Look, this is respect for the strong. Yes, and the warriors personally came to welcome and guide them. Did you hear that? Those 2 women are level 3 new humans. No way, that's awesome. As they walked into the base, the people behind them were discussing animatedly. It's your turn. What's your name? Age, previous address, and new human level. The registration lady lifted her head, glanced, and casually asked. The man in front of her had no imposing manner, was too ordinary, just a bit handsome. He probably suited being a pretty boy or something. Yeah. Yiju said, Yeah. Right. Yeah. Huh. At that moment, the registration girl suddenly stuttered and quickly looked up. Her gaze was strange. Then she sighed, another Yiju, security, come take him away. The registration girl said helplessly. Haha, another one popping up as Yiju. I'm impressed. Do they really think everyone is Yiju? So silly. Must have water in their brain to dare impersonate the 7th in the world. In an instant, the crowd erupted in laughter. Just think about it. An ordinary young man, looking all plain and simple, suddenly says at the registration desk, I am Yiju. Pfft, who would believe that? Whoever believes it is a muggle. This is already the 21st person to impersonate Yiju since the hero list came out. Hey, you kid have some guts, daring to impersonate Yiju. Come with us for a trip. At this moment, several fully armed security personnel approached with cold expressions. He absolutely made no move and followed them into the stronghold. Before reaching the survivors' gathering place, he was taken into the temporarily constructed new human management facility. Click. He was locked in a cell. Just the right time to take a break. Yiju casually lay down, having been killing demons nonstop for the past few days without much sleep. Now was just the right time for a nap. Who knew there were so many people here? Wow, another Yiju, haha. Where are you from? I'm from Fengqing Yiju. I'm from Maiqing Yiju, haha. These people, some are middle-aged, some are children, and they're young people too. They really are all Yiju. However, it's just a simple case of sharing the same name. On the platform of the S-City base, a helicopter landed. A group of soldiers walked out. They were different from the soldiers stationed here. Their uniforms were neat, and their equipment was complete. Presumably, these were the regular troops. Chapter 80. People from Longshao base, what's the situation? The officer who got off asked. The walls have been built, and the base is defending well. Good. Longshao base is under construction. You need to hold on until completion, the officer said. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The soldiers saluted. By the way, has Yiju ever appeared at your base? The officer asked. Yes, he was in contact with Director Wu from the Research Institute. Wu Xiaoxiao has already gone to communicate. The soldier replied. Good. Take me over. I represent the Supreme Commander and have a few words to convey. In S-City, at the Temporary Ground Research Institute, you applied for the fall of gold and demon cores. It turns out you had a deal with Yiju? Wu Zhan said in surprise. That's right, that young man. You really should meet him. It's incredibly shocking. He just stood there, and all the demons turned to ashes. At that moment, he was so impressive that I wanted this young officer in front of me to know about it too. But even so, the fall of gold and demon cores is very important to the military. Those at the top who are lining up to awaken are giving me orders, you know? Wu Zhan said. Sigh. It's my fault. I shouldn't have revealed the information to the military so quickly. Director Wu shook his head helplessly. The Awaken matter is still Yiju's second transaction. I didn't expect the military to turn the tables. Now the young officer wants to backtrack. Regardless, I won't hand over these 10 demon cores. A person's combat power is always limited. We need to cultivate a team. Moreover, he isn't a soldier. He's a wanderer. Wu Zhan said coldly. Please say that to Yiju. Director Wu's old face turned serious. Who says he isn't a soldier? The order from Commander Long is to grant Yi Ju a colonel rank directly after finding him. At this moment, the officer from Longshao Base walked into the research institute and saluted. What? Wu Zhan was taken aback. Colonel? What is the Supreme Commander thinking? Upgrading a civilian directly to a colonel? This is unprecedented. Haha, our Little Cat Research Institute will also grant Yi Ju the title of Senior Researcher, Doctor. Xiao walked out from the side. Then, it's time for the Fall of Gold and Demon Cores to be handed over to me, right? Director Wu said with a smile. Since it's an order from the upper echelons, it naturally should be. Wu Zhan nodded and handed the box to him. Inside the box were 5 crystal demon cores and 5 flesh and blood demon cores. Additionally, there were these. After finding Yi Ju, they should be handed over together. The officer suddenly took out a small box covered in patterns. That's good. I'll contact Yi Ju right away to see if he has arrived at the base. Director Wu's expression suddenly changed. At the temporary, newly established human management office. At the counter, a communicator suddenly rang and kept ringing. Hey, isn't this the communicator just taken from that Yi Ju? 2 newly recruited human soldiers responsible for managing these items walked over. Hello, who are you? One of them asked as he opened it. Huh? Who are you? Wu Director was taken aback. This isn't Yi Ju's voice. I'm her dad, the newly recruited soldier. Not a military man, blurted out. My dad. Wu Director's expression stiffened as he looked around. Chapter 81. New Human Management Office. Ha ha ha. He said yes, her dad. Dr. Xiao burst out laughing beside him. I'm Director Wu. I'm looking for Yi Ju. Wu Director's face darkened. I don't care which director you are. There are so many Yi Jus here. Can't you find it yourself? Slap. The communicator was turned off. Wu Director stood there holding the communicator in a daze for a long time. I think that Yi Ju should be in a newly established human management office. Wu Zhan suddenly said, What? You locked Yi Ju in there? The officer from Longshao Base was dumbfounded. Wu Zhan's mouth twitched. What's going on? The 7th in the world, the 1st in Huaxia, actually locked up in the newly established human management office. What the hell is this? Doesn't Tihi resist? Is the strength of the 7th on the hero list like this? No. What is he thinking? He doesn't understand. Not at all. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and rescue him. Director Wu rolled his eyes. What does it mean to be the 7th in the world, the 1st in Huaxia? Everyone in the military regards this person as a glory. Those without military ranks see him as a capital to show off. The 1st in Huaxia. Impressive, right? Who says Huaxia has no strong people? What do those golden characters mean? Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of orderly footsteps echoed in the survivor camp. The leader was a young officer, followed by a group of officers and hundreds of newly recruited human soldiers. What is this for? Probably patrolling, right? Doesn't T seem like it? Many people began to discuss. You know, it's not easy to see a young officer usually, especially with so many people following him. Hey, those are people from the Research Institute, all wearing white coats. Are they going to do research? Look at their serious faces. Something big must have happened. Could it be that a powerful demon is about to attack? Hey, wait, they are heading towards the newly established human management office. What are they going there for? More and more people began to talk about this matter. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the newly established human management office was knocked on. Who is it? When this person opened the electronic door, he was dumbfounded. It was a group of dark figures, and the imposing aura made him tremble all over. There's a saying, why does the murderous aura of soldiers who kill on the battlefield prevent animals from approaching? It's the aura, the magnetic field, the temperament, the breath. Just think about it. So many soldiers with a fierce aura gathered together, their expressions serious, coldly staring at him. Can an ordinary citizen withstand this kind of pressure? I recognize that voice. You're my father? Director Wu squinted his eyes and said coldly, no. I was just talking nonsense. I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. This new human is only level 2, and he immediately panicked and knelt down. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you can forget about that mouth of yours. Wu Zhan coldly shouted. Yes, I was wrong. The person, frightened, quickly nodded. Where are the others? Where is Yi Ju? Director Wu asked. Yeah. They're all locked up over there. They really got locked up. The officer from Longshao Base couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. This is too hard to accept. The 7th in the world, the 1st in Huaxia? They actually got locked up in the new humans management office. If this matter gets out, it will probably become a laughingstock for everyone in the world. Chapter 82. Wait for him to wake up. Talp, 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 talp. A group of people rushed to the front of Yi Ju and the others. Feng Chink, Ye Ye. My Ching Yi Ju. We're all dumbfounded. What the hell? Why are so many big shots coming in? Are they here to cause trouble for them? I was wrong, but my name is really Yi Ju. So am I. I didn't mean to impersonate him. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can change my name, is that okay? Several Yi Ju cried out in panic. Just think about it. A group of unfriendly-looking people are staring at you. What are they going to do? Besides punishing them, what else could it be? Open the cell. Wu Zhen shouted. Yes, yes, yes. The terrified person quickly took out the electronic door card and swiped it. Immediately, the glass door opened. You all go out. Director Wu said. Huh? Out? Okay. We'll leave now. The elderly Yi Ju exclaimed and hurriedly supported himself against the wall, limping out. This scene made the soldiers' faces darken again. Damn it. They are really grabbing anyone. Even this kind of Yi Ju got caught. Yi Ju, we are here. Director Wu looked happily at the only person in the cell. This person was lying on the bed, breathing evenly. This person is Ye. A group of soldiers gulped. For the first time. This is the first time being so close to a big shot. So excited. So thrilled. Idol. My idol is sleeping. So beautiful. A soldier said in a low voice, full of surprise. The number one in Huaxia is right in front of us, my god. Should keep it down. Don't wake the god up. Yes, my voice was too loud. A group of soldiers began to whisper and discuss among themselves. Wu Zhen frowned and stepped forward. However, a hand stopped him. Don't disturb him. We'll just wait outside for him to wake up. Director Wu said. Wu Zhen hesitated for a moment, but still walked out. Huh. The major and the others have been in there for so long. What are they doing? Yeah, it's been half an hour already. Hasn't it? The outside was already buzzing with heated discussions. TCH, it's just a few soldiers. Haven't you seen them before? Yi Ju, where are you? Su Yin glanced over and left while holding a blue fruit. 2 hours later, Yi Ju lifted his eyelids and sat up on the bed. On the table in front of him was a glass of pure water. Haha, Comrade Ye. You're finally awake. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Director Wu was the first to walk over, looking very pleased. You're here? Where are my things? Yi Ju messed up his hair. This nap was so refreshing. The things are at the Research Institute. You need to come with us for a trip. Director Wu said with a smile. Okay. Yi Ju stood up and looked outside the door. There were 2 soldiers standing there. Colonel, nice to meet you. I am Wu Zhen, a major in charge of arms and the commander and manager of the S Stronghold. Wu Zhen saluted with a standard military gesture. Brother Yi Ju, I don't need to introduce myself. I come from Longshao Base. I'm a second lieutenant, the second lieutenant said with a smile. What's the situation, Colonel, with me? Yi Ju was taken aback. How did he end up with a colonel rank without knowing it? Yes, this was personally awarded to you by Commander Long. And when you arrive at Longshao Base, you will still need to complete the military ceremony, the second lieutenant said. It doesn't matter. I'm not really interested in this. Yi Ju shrugged his shoulders. Chapter 83. It was me who killed. Wu Zhen frowned upon hearing this. However, he couldn't get angry. Now Yi Ju's military rank was 2 levels higher than his. Since it was personally issued by Commander Long, it meant this was a fact. All right, let's hurry up and go. Yi Ju is still eager to get the magic core and the falling gold. Haha, Comrade Ye. It's the first time I've seen you so anxious. Director Wu laughed heartily. This is very important to me. Yi Ju said, important? Could it be? You have already become an Awakened One? Director Wu asked in shock. What? Awakened One? Wu Zhen also looked at Yi Ju in astonishment. He knew that Yi Ju was a level 5 new human. Could it be that by taking those magic cores, one could truly awaken and become an Awakened One? Would they be the first to meet an Awakened One? Idol, as expected of our idol. The warriors looked excited. Indeed, he is the number 1 in Huaxia and is about to become an Awakened One. They would soon witness the demeanor of an Awakened One. Sort of, Yi Ju replied. Ye nodded. He didn't want to become an Awakened One. Instead, he wanted to gamble on becoming a special evolver. However, this was just the beginning. To become a special evolver, he also needed to advance to a legendary demon hunter. Is there anything we can help you with? Director Wu quickly asked. Has the anti-demon armor been completed? Ye retorted. Director Wu said proudly, okay, I need this. Invincibility. Next to him, Wu Zhen frowned. The significance of the first anti-demon armor research is immense. How could it be casually handed over to others? He was just about to stop it. However, Director Wu spoke up first. No problem. I am well aware of your transaction with Dr. Xiao. The first anti-demon armor has 10 blue slots, which can accommodate 10 blue effects. You can tell us what effects you want. All will be inserted with swiftness. Yiju said 10 swift? Director Wu pondered for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, the blue effect of swift doesn't appear often. Within 7 days, I can find you 10 pieces of swift equipment, but I have a condition. Wu Zhen suddenly said. Speak. Yiju glanced at him. Help me find my son. His name is Wu Lei, and he is still in S City, but I don't know his whereabouts. I only knew that he was with a female, star named Ni Qiuyun. Wu Zhen said word by word. He is already dead. Yiju shook his head. That guy who ate the demon meat is probably rotting by now, right? What? You've seen him. How'd he die? Wu Zhen stepped forward in shock and asked. He ate the demon meat, got infected with the demon substance, and turned into a walking corpse. So I killed him. Yiju said frankly. Indeed, when I saw that guy, he was already beyond saving. What, you killed him? Wu Zhen suddenly grabbed Yiju's collar, shouting in disbelief. Lieutenant Colonel, don't be impulsive. Director Wu and the officer were instantly startled. Lieutenant Colonel, the collar you are grabbing belongs to the number 1 in Huaxia and the 7th in the world. That's right. Ye nodded. You. Wu Zhen took a few steps back, his face suddenly darkening. Lieutenant Colonel, once infected with demonic substances, one will turn into an unconscious monster. There's truly no way to save them. We all know this. Director Wu advised from the side. But what if there's still hope? I mean, what if? Wu Zhen clenched his teeth tightly. He had promised his wife that he would do everything possible to save their son. He never expected such a result. Chapter 84. All conditions met. Child, you and I both know this is impossible. Director Wu patted Wu Zhen's shoulder. Many people know. He and the lieutenant colonel are distant relatives. All right. Wu Zhen took a deep breath and walked out first. What about my Swift? Yiju took a glance and asked. Don't worry, Comrade Yiju. This child will definitely keep their promise, Director Wu said with a smile. The Little Cat Research Institute? Yiju was taken aback. There was no choice. Dr. Xiao insisted on the name change, or she would leave. Director Wu said helplessly. She really has a personality. Yiju said, when she first met Dr. Xiao, that woman was quite extraordinary. You finally arrived, my dear brother. Dr. Xiao walked out of the research room. Brother? Yiju touched his nose. Before the crossing, he was quite a few years older than her. During the War of the Demon Gods, he was already 66 years old. By the way, you promised to help me improve the armor, right? Dr. Xiao winked as she spoke. This made the soldiers behind them dry mouth, as they found her too seductive, and the quality of those black stockings was too high. Although I never gave a definite answer, I will help. Yiju said, the second and third generations of anti-demon armor, as well as anti-hell armor, are extremely important for humanity. Comrade Yiju, here is the magic core you requested. At this moment, Director Wu brought over a box. Upon opening it, 10 magic cores lay quietly inside. Yiju reached out and put the magic core into the space ring. Is this a space ring? Dr. Xiao excitedly hugged his arm. Yes. Ye nodded. Can you let me study it? Dr. Xiao asked eagerly. No. Yiju shook his head. There were too many things inside. Legendary weapon blueprint for the Huangquan knife. Blueprint for the beam tower, various supplies, and so on. TCH. Dr. Xiao instantly released his arm and stood on the other side. Colonel, this is something Commander Long specifically entrusted to you. At this moment, the lieutenant walked over and placed a pattern box on the table. This is... Yi looked into the despair and was surprised to find another 10 magic cores. He had obtained a total of 20 magic cores, with 10 flesh and 10 crystals. The Huangquan knife, the conditions for special evolution were all met. It seemed that Yi was very satisfied. The lieutenant smiled slightly. I am indeed very satisfied. It has saved me quite a bit of time. Ye nodded. So, do you accept the identity of a major? The lieutenant asked. I do not accept. Yiju suddenly said. The second lieutenant's expression changed. He didn't expect Yiju to refuse so clearly. What should he do? However, the Longshao base needs me, and I will provide assistance. Ye simidet. Phew. You scare me to death. Even if it's just a nominal position, that's fine. Lieutenant Xiao let out a sigh of relief and then gave a standard military salute. However, it's still difficult for the helicopter to avoid the flying demon swarm. Whether they can survive now depends on luck. Comrade Yiju, are you planning to awaken now? Can we observe? Only Director Wu and Dr. Xiao were left, and they asked eagerly, "Do you want me to destroy the stronghold?" Yiju revealed his snow-white teeth. Chapter 85. They are coming. Why do you say that? Director Wu and Dr. Xiao asked with puzzled expressions. What I need to awaken is not a mutation system, nor an energy system. The important thing is, a powerful magic core is also necessary. Yiju's eyes were as hungry as a starving wolf. Special Evolver. One must become a special evolver to truly take the first step. So where can this powerful magic core be obtained? Director Wu asked. In the 3 gates of hell. There is a powerful demon resembling a demon god in the river crossing, named the External Auditor, and I need his magic core. Yiju's voice was extremely hoarse, filled with intense desire. The demon in the river, the External Examiner? Dr. Xiao looked bewildered. How should this name be interpreted? It's somewhat difficult to understand. It can be understood as an official who judges outside the demon race, a demon with a certain status within the demon race. Yiju said, "These damned demons. What do they have to judge us?" Director Wu angrily slammed the table. This is a battle where there is no justice, no evil. There is only flesh and blood, and the totem to which our race submits. That is the essence of this fight. Ye coldissimidet. Deep in hell, within the black light, who is lying in that coffin? He must uncover this secret. However, there are too many secrets in this world. In the last life, the human race didn't even get to see the Garden of Eden. It is said that angels still exist in this world. Some people claim to have seen angels. Their descriptions say that angels are not what we understand them to be. Longshao Base is about to be completed, and the entire city is about to evacuate. But in just a month, the demons in the river will crawl out. Is the final battle in City S about to begin? Director Wu remembered what Yiju had once said. The final battle? No, it's just the beginning. Yiju had a blank expression. He turned and left, determined to first create the legendary weapon, the Huangquan blade. 15 days later, the river of hell was boiling, and a tall figure gradually emerged. The souls had been collected enough. The river was finally fully opened. The figure became clearer, revealing a humanoid monster wearing a triangular helmet mask. This monster was over 10 meters tall, dragging a huge, bizarre cleaver, delivering a strong visual impact. Go! Violent demon, punish the sins of humanity, harvest more souls, and open the gate to the underworld for us. A deep and complex voice came from within the gate at the bottom of the river. As you command, the violent demon roared. This demon was the External Auditor, known as violence deep within the underworld. It dragged the cleaver and crushed countless little demons. 2 explosively muscled arms gradually pressed against the rock wall as it crawled down towards the ground. In the darkness, countless terrifying scarlet eyes followed behind violence, gradually closing in on the surface. Oh my God! Countless demons were approaching the ground. They are coming. They are coming. Just those 4 simple words made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Although demons have biological characteristics, the material that protects them prevents thermal imaging observation. Only the naked eye can vaguely judge their numbers. This is the 91st Regiment, my God. Is there only 1 person left? Countless demons are coming. They are coming. The survivors in the outpost trembled uncontrollably. They knew demons were definitely not this simple. Demons have their own army. Chapter 86. Kill, 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 kill. They are here. Have they really come? The demons Yiju mentioned. Wu Zhen stood up, shocked. Major, Director Wu and the others left 4 days ago. Report, Major. The first and second batches have already evacuated. We're the rear guard and must block the demons. At this moment, the survivor camp was in an uproar. But just a few minutes later, everyone could see the distant flames shooting into the sky. Those countless shells were roaring. The demons attacked in the night. They really came. Someone shouted. So dense, oh my God, so many demons. This sentence sent a chill down the spine of everyone. Oh my God, what does so dense even mean? The last team, major evacuation. The major shouted loudly. According to the plan, some survivors and warriors had already set off one after another. Now, there were still 1 million new humans and warriors remaining in the outpost. They had to unite as a rear guard, while simultaneously conducting a major evacuation. Major, we will take a detour from here, splitting the team into 3 groups. Major, I will lead a portion of the new human warriors as bait. Here, going around the lake would take too long. We can only detour south. Vehicles are limited. We can only walk. Wu Jun and those soldiers discussed the route and other matters nervously while evacuating. Buzz, a strange sound from the sky outside, made their hearts contract sharply. That was the collective sound made by the swarm of demons. At the same time, countless people screamed behind them. The demons are closing in. Yiju heard this and suddenly raised his head. There were simply too many people. Without realizing it, large groups of people were crazily rushing forward. Various teams have been scattered. The dark, oppressive demons behind were already pouncing forward. Come on, come on. Yiju stood at a high point, watching the madness, brutality, and oppressive darkness in the distance. The first battle between humans and demons was finally about to begin. He leaped suddenly and landed at the back of the line. Boom! Flames, lightning, hurricanes, ice storms, various energy-based skills began to swirl around him. Bang, 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 bang. Then they shot out in all directions. Because of the darkness, he had no idea how many demons were around him, only hearing the rising and falling roars from all sides. Only the fire-based skills barely helped him discern the direction. Kill, 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 kill. Kill, 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 kill. Dance, dance. Yiju killed the demons at the fastest speed of his life. The demon's blood stained his anti-demon armor black. This was the world's first anti-demon armor, painstakingly researched by Director Wu and Dr. Xiao. All the slots were filled with the attribute of swiftness. Therefore, Yiju's current movement speed was 3 times faster than before. But even so, the area attack buff didn't have time to gather a second shot before being overwhelmed by the demon army. There was an ominous sign that the demons were about to pounce on him. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. 6 meters was the strongest attack range of Yiju's area attack buff. I have extracted all the area attack skills that could be extracted, but even so, is it still not enough? Yiju knew he couldn't kill these demons. That's why he used this swift anti-demon armor. With his speed, there was still hope to escape the encirclement. He had already lost count of how many he had killed. Even with area attack buffs, there were still some that slipped through the cracks. He didn't know how many unexpected attacks from demons he had endured. Chapter 87, Day of Darkness. I must become a special evolver. Yiju's heart was as hard as stone. He charged through the demons step by step, yet was surrounded time and again. The number of demons was simply overwhelming. It felt like a small boat entering a vast ocean. The cries for help and screams of humans around him dwindled with the passage of time, fewer and fewer. In the end, it seemed as if Yiju was the only one left in the world still holding on. He was not afraid of the demon's claws, because he could heal his wounds in an instant after being attacked. He was not afraid of the incorporeal demons that defied the laws of physics, because he could directly explode them with energy. Although mutated demons were crashing towards him in droves, he rolled away and created distance again, engaging them in battle. The demons in the river possessed highly corrosive substances. If it were any other clothing, it would have been corroded clean by now. This anti-demon armor, though somewhat damaged, remained incredibly sturdy. Kill, frantically slaughtering. Skills flew through the air, sparkling with flames, appearing extremely dazzling in the darkness. The demons shattered into pieces with every breath. Wherever he passed, the ground was littered with the broken bodies of demons, not a single one intact. This left the demons behind him stunned for a moment before they dared to pounce. This was the true prowess of a lone warrior against 1,000 troops. However, without awakening and relying on group attack buffs, Yiju was merely scratching the surface. Poof! A flare suddenly appeared a short distance ahead. It was someone in front guiding the others. Under the illumination of the flare, he could almost see countless demons surging forward, an endless tide. These demons had lived in the river for who knows how many years. They craved flesh and blood. There was no justice, no evil, only flesh and blood existed. And there were so many of them, it felt like there was no end to the killing. Yiju was stunned by the endless demons. It turned out that the beginning of the Wasteland was so terrifying. No wonder the ancient books after the Wasteland recorded that the first battle began. It was the day of darkness. It was the day of slaughter. It was the day of the first strike. Kill, kill. Yi absolutely crushes the 7 killers and 8 killers. Soon, they encounter the rear end of the team, where a group of humans is resisting. They're not soldiers, but over 30 new humans. They're almost forming a circle, moving while fiercely resisting the demons that keep charging at them. Those demons are incredibly brutal. As long as they can take a bite, they will never miss the opportunity. Yiju saw with his own eyes that many people were bitten to a bloody mess, with hardly any flesh left on their bodies. However, they still held on fiercely, fighting while retreating, maintaining tight defenses. The horde of demons suddenly couldn't break in. Just then, a group of fierce winged demons flew down from the sky. They looked like bats with sharp beaks and monkey-like faces diving down with forks. The sudden onslaught of flying demons caught those people off guard. Instantly, their formation was thrown into chaos, and each person was instantly turned into a target by the chaotic spears. Yiju felt a sharp pain in his heart. Although he did not know these people, they were all of the human race. Seeing such a tragic death, he immediately rushed toward the area where there were people slaughtering demons along the way. Time passed second by second. Originally, a single skill could instantly kill a small demon, but now it took 2. The group attack buff skills were calculated based on his stamina. The weaker Yiju became, the smaller the power of the buff. Once he exhausted his strength, the outcome would be being torn apart by the demons. Even if his body didn't die, what use would just a head be? Chapter 88. The Emergence of the Yellow Springs Blade. However, Yiju did not back down. The reason he fought so hard was not to cover their escape. He was determined to find that existence among the demons. That external examiner, referred to by the demons as the violent guy. Where is he exactly where? Blood mixed with demon slime covered Yiju's face. He didn't have time to wipe it away. It made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. At that moment, it seemed that the troops ahead fired a shell. Boom! It suddenly illuminated his surroundings. High buildings. Yiju's eyes lit up, and he leaped suddenly, disregarding the demon behind him. In an instant, he entered the high-rise building. After catching his breath, he began to climb up relentlessly. Finally, he reached the rooftop, and the darkness below was laid out before him. Crack! He suddenly shed some of his armor. A third of it was already worn out. Fortunately, it was still usable. I am a hunter, and I must have patience. Yiju took a deep breath and hid in a corner. His eyes were constantly searching the battlefield. The troops commanded by Wu Zhan were surrounded by a large number of heavy destructive weapons. So, wherever there was a lot of firelight, that was where they were retreating. The remaining scattered glimmers, constantly being extinguished, were places devoured by demons. Damn it, Major! We've run out of heavy destructive weapons. I've run out of energy too. What do we do now? The soldiers shouted, but their voices were drowned out by the roars of the demons. Without the heavy weapons, the battlefield became much quieter. Roar! Just then, a demon over 10 meters tall approached the battlefield. My God, what is that? That machete. It's too long. Run. What are you waiting for? Found it. It's him. Violence. Yiju's eyes flashed with excitement. At that moment, the violent demon had already entered the battlefield. Almost no one could match him. That huge machete could instantly cleave 4 or 5 powerful new humans in half. Humans, hand over your souls. The violent demon laughed chillingly, a fierce light flickering in his eyes. Is that the demon Yiju spoke of? Wu Zhan took out his binoculars for a look, his face turning pale. I hope he can. Handle him. You finally appeared. Yiju leaped away, swiftly killing hundreds of demons, and stood before the embodiment of violence. Finally, he has appeared. I remember your aura, human. The violent demon roared, charging forward with its massive body. The great axe was aimed directly at Yiju's body. Suddenly, the Huangquan blade appeared in front of Yiju's chest. Arise, Huangquan blade. The Huangquan blade swept horizontally towards the violence in front of him. Sparks flew between the sharp axe and the Huangquan blade in an instant. Human, you are doomed. The violence revealed a fierce expression, and the massive axe exerted force once more. Bang! Yiju's foot suddenly sank into the ground. The anti-demon armor on his body instantly shattered and burst outwards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sharp fragments even killed several demons that charged forward. He let out a violent laugh a few times. However, the laughter abruptly stopped. In the next moment, his enormous sword actually broke fiercely. Bang! The broken blade plunged into the ground far away. This scene was too unbelievable. Even the demons that were about to pounce were momentarily stunned in place. The sword held by the human why is it flashing with purple light? Chapter 89. This is the Demon Slayer Blade. This is a Huangquan knife. Remember this, you scum. Yiju let out a low roar. Bang! Immediately after, Violence felt a spasm of intense pain in his chest. He suddenly looked down. His chest was abruptly cut open, revealing a beating heart. Bang, bang, bang. In the next second, that strong heart suddenly spewed out pus and blood, splitting in half. I heard you were very strong, huh? Well then, I'm activating my cheat. One strike to kill you with my cheat. Piercing through the 5-layered illusion with 2 passive yellow spring blades. Will you die or not? Boom! Violence kicked towards Yiju. The immense impact sent Yiju flying. His body instantly smashed into the ground, creating cracks. Yiju's tone was filled with an unknown sense of urgency. Humanity, for the first time, forcing the demons. Violence did not speak, but his trembling hands revealed the instability of his inner emotions. The demon was actually afraid of humans. If you want to use the demon group, just call. Yiju said coldly. Today, he was going to obtain this powerful magic core. Violence glanced warily at the knife in Yiju's hand. A sense of indescribable fear rose from his heart. In his expectations, the human who had been kicked away should have died. But why was this person able to come to him alive and well? This disparity made Violence feel a sense of unreality. How could a human possibly contend with a demon? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you thinking it's impossible? Absolutely impossible? Yeah, moquette. Violence trembled all over, and the triangular head immediately took it off, revealing the chilling teeth in its mouth. The 7th on the human hero list, truly impressive. His expression was strange as he grinned. Possession skill? Yiju's expression changed. The violence before him was no longer mere violence. He had been controlled by a higher power. Who are you? Yiju spoke up and asked me. I come from the underworld, and the Lord of the underworld is me. The voice was chillingly cold. In an instant, all the demons around felt an overwhelming fear and did not dare to move. I thought it was. Yiju let out a breath. The lords of hell each rule their own infernal worlds. They are hostile, competitive, and warring with one another. Now, the triple gates of hell have been opened. He thought it was the Lord of Hell from the 3rd layer of purgatory coming over. But upon hearing it was the Lord of the underworld, he immediately smiled with disdain. You're laughing? The Lord of the underworld asked coldly. I am laughing, and I'm very happy. The Lord of the 1st purgatory dares to come over and try to show off like others. Do you have that capability? Others may not know, but I certainly do. As for those assassin-type demons, I can easily take down 10 with one hand. Yiju looked down at the violence in front of him. Boom! The brutal aura erupted and reached its peak in an instant. A visible wave rippled around the violence, stirring up the bloodstains on the ground. Immediately after, there was a sound like water waves. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you know what weapon I have in my hand? Ye's eyes were blood red as he raised which was radiating with purple light. This is the blade of demon slaying. This is the knife of demon butchery. This is the light of hope. Just in time, this knife also requires a demon god's heart to activate. Lord of the underworld, we shall meet at the demon god arena. Whoosh! Yiju charged forward in a single leap, jumping over. Bang! The massive head of the monster fell to the ground. Chapter 90. The Wasteland Apocalypse reappears. Instant kill. Instant kill. Splash! Blood gushed out, flowing everywhere. The strongest demon in the river was instantly killed by Yiju. Yiju lightly turned his wrist to shake off the blood droplets from the Huangquan knife, turning his back to everyone. He did it. Wu Zhan excitedly put down the binoculars. The big boss is dead. Then these demons should be disheartened, right? But after a long silence, a head that fell to the ground let out an extremely angry roar. The overwhelming demons seemed to have been stimulated by something. They became even more frenzied and more brutal. Pucci. Yi Ju pulled out a huge magic core from the violent body. Then, in an instant, he was overwhelmed by an endless swarm of demons. At that moment, Yi Ju felt a darkness before his eyes, and a wave of intense pain surged through his body. If he lost consciousness here, he would be finished. He activated all his buffs and fled with all his might. The violent explosions caused the surrounding buildings to collapse with a deafening roar. He ran for his life, but there were too many demons. They were everywhere. Killing one boss had no impact on their relentless consumption of humans. Boom, boom, boom. In the end, Yi Ju was crushed to the ground by a massive stone. The towering buildings on both sides suddenly collapsed, instantly burying him within. Yi Ju was already exhausted. He didn't even know how long he had been fleeing. The group energy buff had demolished the surrounding buildings. After that, he was also struck into a patch of darkness. He didn't know how much time had passed. In the 10th battle against the demon gods, the last human hero was defeated by the demon god. The human race had no more heroes to take the field, and then other races announced that humanity had lost the right to exist. The human race was thus annihilated. His mother's last words made his nose tingle, and the painful longing for the past erupted instantly. He witnessed the destruction of humanity, countless cold corpses falling from the sky. What a scene that was! The apocalypse. The Wasteland apocalypse. Everyone was heartbroken, in deep pain, their hearts torn apart. Subsequently, the demon god in the sky stomped down, and the remaining humans turned to ashes together. But now, there was only darkness before him, coldness, and the surroundings were silent like hell. So heavy. I am pinned down underground. He frowned and activated the buff. Bang! A tremendous force sent all the stones on him flying. He slowly stood up. He didn't know when, but his body had already been healed by the recovery buff. Sunlight beamed down from above. The place he was in was a wasteland. After checking his physical condition, he found he was just missing some flesh that couldn't be restored, but everything else was fine. Consider it a gain. Yi Ju looked at the huge magic core in the space bracelet, smiling. He glanced around. It was very quiet and serene, as if the demons had vanished. How long had he been unconscious? He didn't know how long he had been out. Gurgle. Anyway, he was already so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back. So, Yi Ju quickly took out some food and water from his bracelet and sat down to eat. As the food was digested, he gradually regained some strength. His vision also became clearer. In the faint light under the dark clouds in the sky, all he could see were corpses. Chapter 91. Just one more condition. In the sky, it unexpectedly started to snow white, fluffy snow. It was clearly still summer, but the climate of the wasteland had completely changed from what it used to be. Soon, these human corpses, the demons' corpses, would all be buried under the accumulating snow. Yi Ju walked on the wasteland, on the broken streets, following the guidance of the solar corona. The once colorful lights and magnificent buildings. The world that was once bustling and vibrant has turned into ruins. A glorious civilization has thus fallen silent. Looking back through history, how many once glorious dynasties ultimately became ruins? They are buried beneath the yellow sand, covered by the rise of the next dynasty. Throughout history, how many extraordinary talents, once remarkable, have ultimately turned into a cup of yellow earth. Yi Ju didn't know how far he had walked or how much time had passed. The corpses finally became less dense, and the road gradually opened up. A roar from a demon instantly stimulated his nerves. Two little demons were frantically attacking that piece of ruins. Yi Ju focused his gaze and found that beneath the ruins there was not a person, but a large wolf dog. This large wolf dog had surprisingly survived the onslaught of the demon tide. Woof! Suddenly, the wolf dog emitted a burst of flame from its mouth. A skill? Yi Ju was taken aback. Animals can learn skills too? It seems that ancient books from the wasteland of later generations have recorded this. But he had somewhat forgotten. He drew closer and realized that the dog was already severely injured, bloodied all over. Disappear. Before Yi Ju finished speaking, Two bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Bang! Bang! The two little demons were instantly torn apart, their body parts flying everywhere. Restore. Yiju activated the recovery buff. The big wolf dog just crawled out from the ruins. Damn it. Thank you, I almost died. My name is Fu. The big wolf dog actually spoke. I remember now. You are a rare animal evolver. Yiju was suddenly shocked. This big wolf dog called Laifu turned out to be an evolver. Huh? What is an evolver? This dog doesn't understand. Laifu looked confused. Have you eaten this thing? Yiju took out the magic core from the spatial bracelet. A woof. When Laifu saw it, his eyes instantly lit up, and he bit down on it. However, he only ended up biting the air. The magic core was already stored back in Yiju's bracelet. This was a violent magic core, the key to his becoming a special evolver. Sure enough, you didn't just eat one. Yiju patted Laifu's head. Wow, is this the magic core? I've eaten 3, and there's a blue one as well. If you give me the magic core, I'll recognize you as my master. Laifu shook off the snow on his body, his eyes still shining as he looked at Yiju. That large piece of magic core smelled so good. He had never seen such a big magic core before. You've even eaten crystal magic cores? That's strange. Are you going to become an evolver? Are you already at level 3? Yeah, nodded. Evolvers are different from mutation types. Their energy types, levels, defense, and physical enhancements are all stronger than the latter. It is important to know that the greatest characteristic of an evolver is the ability to undergo a second job change. The conditions required for this job change are also extremely strict. Yiju is preparing to become a special evolver, and he has now collected enough magic cores. However, he is hesitant to use them recklessly because there's a chance of failure. If he fails, he will never be able to become a special evolver again. With good luck, he might become an evolver, but it would be far inferior to being a special evolver. He has already collected in excess of the required magic cores, and the surplus will be used to craft beam towers. Zhaijin has also obtained 100 pounds of it from a former base. There is only one condition. He must find a way to obtain the Hell's Fallen Treasure. That's right. If he gets the Hell's Fallen Treasure, he will have a 100 chance of becoming a special evolver. Chapter 92. All are lone wolves. What is the Hell's Fallen Treasure? Laifu curiously asked. As an animal evolver, his intelligence has caught up with that of humans, and he is curious about everything. The treasure left behind by human heroes has fallen into hell, becoming the fallen treasure. Yiju said, he knows what the treasures of the underworld are. Therefore, he must obtain them. 3 months later, the first demon god will descend, and the arena will begin to sound. Before that, he must enter the underworld once. Hell, Laifu trembled all over. He knew the terror beneath the ground. It filled his soul with fear. Now the demons from the river have crawled to the surface, and the guardian of the river is dead. However, trying to steal treasures right under the nose of the lord of the underworld is a bit difficult. Yiju and Laifu walked on the wasteland. First, let me make it clear, if you want to go underground, I won't follow unless you give me the huge magic core. Laifu looked fearful. Yiju narrowed his eyes slightly. It was definitely unrealistic for someone to steal the fallen treasures right under the nose of the lord of the underworld. What if there was an extra dog? Hey, boss, why are you looking at me like that? Laifu trembled all over. Hee, I have a plan that I want to discuss with you. Yiju chuckled. I can't hear you. I'm just a dog. Woof, woof, woof. Unless you give me that huge magic core. Laifu let out a howl and started running forward. Just as Yiju was about to chase after Laifu, several sudden crackling sounds rang out in the distance. A few new human soldiers in military uniforms raised their guns, aiming at Laifu. Laifu also opened his mouth, sparks gathering in his doggy mouth. Don't shoot. That's my dog. Yiju walked over, trying hard to appear harmless and innocent. Laifu cannot die. I still need to nurture it well. Let it go steal the treasures from the underworld for me. Who are you? Those people cautiously scrutinized Yiju. It should be known that S-City is now a wasteland filled with lifeless corpses. This young man suddenly emerged from this direction. It felt truly strange. My name is Laifu, a lone survivor under the Great Evacuation, just lucky to have survived. Yiju really couldn't think of any other reason besides this explanation. He also didn't want to expose himself. The name Yiju has become too famous now. No matter where he goes, trouble follows. Laifu, Are you also alone? The group was taken aback, and their expressions relaxed a bit due to Yiju's words, their wariness and vigilance slightly easing. The gun pointed at Lai Fu was lowered. This name is quite amusing. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Ow! Lai Fu let out an unhappy cry. The evacuation team, impacted by the demon tide, didn't know how many people had strayed from the route. For instance, they had escaped into a cave while being chased by a group of demons. After a desperate fight to eliminate the demons, when they finally saw the light again, they realized they had fallen behind. The worst part was that after this wave of demon tide, the Earth's magnetic field changed. The communication devices that used to work became paralyzed. Also, the compass was ineffective. The roads and signposts were destroyed, leaving them completely unaware of which way was the correct route. All right, I declare that your dog has been requisitioned. The one in charge was just a sergeant, giving the order like that. Dogs are good things. Moreover, this is a large wolf dog with a bit of training. It can take on the role of scouting. Chapter 93. This dog cannot run. Ow! Lai Fu called out. He cast a proud glance at Yiju. This dog. Yiju gave a bitter smile and followed along. Right now, Lai Fu was of no use. A level 3 physical quality was simply too low. Skills, books, and equipment all had to be the most special ones, the kind most suitable for stealth and raiding. A few people arrived at the so-called temporary camp. In front of them were groups of survivors huddled together. They were starving. Upon seeing the dog, their eyes turned red. Are we eating dog meat today? Great. We have something to eat. I'll skin it and make soup. The distribution of soldiers, new humans, and ordinary people in this group was very distinct. But now, everyone had only one wish, to have a full meal. This dog cannot be eaten. The sergeant's eyes suddenly turned cold, pointing his gun at these people. Why can't we eat it? Exactly. We're starving to death. We can't even move. Some people immediately began to shout. Because this dog can help us find food. It used to be a police dog. The sergeant held the tag on Lai Fu's neck and explained to the crowd. He didn't expect such a strong reaction from these people. They actually wanted to eat the dog. Can it really help us find food? Is that true? No way. A group of people were skeptical. Owa. Lai Fu suddenly howled at the sky, expressing his dissatisfaction. This dog was too timid, afraid to speak in front of so many people, probably fearing being treated as a monster. Yiju secretly smiled, still grinning foolishly. Everyone be patient. With this dog, we will definitely find food. The sergeant had no choice but to crouch down and pat Lai Fu. Woof! Lai Fu understood and immediately started running, darting towards the small woods in the distance. Would this dog take the chance to run away? Yiju was a bit worried. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. He could use force to control this dog. But this dog would never be loyal to work for him. One must know that stealing treasures from the underworld requires complete trust from both parties to succeed. He casually took out a sausage and started chewing on it. It was so fragrant. The aroma of the sausage practically rushed into the noses of everyone nearby. Hey kid, hand over that sausage. Zheng Yihong walked over to Yiju, staring at him coldly. Hey, Zheng Yihong, that's someone else's sausage. What are you going to do? Wang Xiuhan said, frowning. Give it to me. Why aren't you talking? If you don't talk, I'll hit you. Zheng Yihong completely ignored Wang Xiuhan's words and just fixed his gaze on the sausage. By the way, this dog wants that thing. Yiju was deep in thought, continuing to eat his sausage. He even took out another one and started peeling it. Ignoring. Blatantly ignoring. This almost drove Zheng Yihong mad. Where did this kid get so many sausages? Give them to me. Zheng Yihong growled. Yes, it definitely wouldn't run away. That dog's desire was obvious. When it followed the sergeant, it had stared at my wristband several times. Yiju's eyes became brighter. Yes, that dog would definitely not easily give up its super large magic core. Damn! Zheng Yihong finally got angry. He suddenly threw a punch at Yiju's temple. Everyone gasped in surprise. Chapter 94. Food Processing Factory. It was not Yiju who flew out, but Zheng Yihong. He let out a scream and rolled on the ground in pain. Level 5, definitely a level 5 new human. Wang Xiuhan was incredibly surprised. Zheng Yihong was a warrior who had survived the demon tide, and he was already level 4 now. The only one who could easily knock him away could only be level 5, right? Seeing Zheng Yihong's miserable state, the others fell silent. No matter what, you can't eat a sausage in front of everyone. At this moment, Wang Xiuhan approached and whispered something. Hearing her words, Yi Ju turned his gaze towards her. This woman had black wavy hair and wore black-rimmed glasses, looking very mature and authoritative. She resembled Dr. Xiao to some extent. Isn't it just a sausage? Yi Ju smiled and took a big bite of the ham sausage. Wang Xiuhan couldn't help but swallow when she saw this scene. Ever since the disaster, she hadn't eaten any packaged food like this, except for porridge. Zheng Yihong felt the same way. Seeing Yi Ju gnawing on the ham sausage made him unable to resist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been driven to this extent. Zheng Yihong got up from the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He left in frustration, not looking for trouble again. Do you want to eat? Yi Ju revealed a set of white teeth. Thought. As soon as these words were spoken, the desire in Wang Xiuhan's eyes flickered slightly. It wasn't that she had never eaten hot dogs, but she missed the world from before too much and wanted to taste the flavors of that previous world. Here you go. Yi Ju directly threw her a garlic-flavored ham. This ham was too thick, instantly chilling the atmosphere nearby. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the ham, unable to look away. Thank you. You're a good person, Wang Xiuhan said, deeply moved. She quickly tore open the packaging and took a few bites. Then, she called over a few children around 10 years old from a distance. When those children saw Wang Xiuhan beckoning them, they hurried over. Each of you take a bite, Wang Xiuhan ordered. Okay, big sister. The children responded eagerly as they took the ham and lined up to munch on it. Good person, you don't mind, do you? Wang Xiuhan said awkwardly. These were all her students, and it was nothing short of a miracle that they had made it this far. Are you a teacher? Yi Ju's smile was simple and genuine. I'm their homeroom teacher. Wang Xiuhan nodded. You couldn't help but think of that teacher Chunya, and wondered how she was doing now. She either went to the Longshao base or died on the way. There are only these two possibilities. In any case, thank you for providing us with food. Wang Xiuhan was very grateful to him. It's important to know that food is incredibly precious right now. Ever since the city turned into Wasteland with demons rampaging, there's hardly anything to eat in the wild. You're welcome. Yi Ju had no expression. Anyway, the food in his wristband could almost pile up into a small mountain. Woof, woof. At that moment, a few barks attracted everyone's attention. Then, Lai Fu appeared in front of everyone, with the sergeant following behind. Did you find food? How is it? The tense atmosphere shifted, and everyone looked expectantly at the sergeant and Lai Fu. I heard that I found a food processing plant not far from here. The sergeant exclaimed excitedly. A food processing plant? Doesn't that mean there's a lot of food? What are we waiting for? Let us go. Chapter 95. The Mutant Ant Nest. But there are mutant beasts there. The sergeant fell silent for a moment. Then his gaze swept over everyone. Mutant beasts? Those are creatures infected by demonic substances. Sergeant, are there mutant beasts? Can't we fight them together? The crowd began to stir. The mutant beasts are ants. The sergeant hesitated again. Aren't they just ants? Are we afraid of ants? We are new humans, equipped with weapons. Let the ants taste the power of my fire skills. Everyone was eager to try. Only Yi Ju walked over to Lai Fu, grabbing him by the neck, and said, Are you trying to get them killed? Isn't it you who's here? Lai Fu immediately stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes in protest. Yi Ju was immediately speechless. This dead dog was actually eyeing him. Let's go. At this moment, the sergeant had already led the group towards the food processing plant. Yi Ju stood up and couldn't help but sigh. In the early days, there were still many resources on Earth that people could use. For example, food left over from before the disaster, and the existing land could continuously grow crops. However, as the weather became colder, these resource production chains would all break down. Food became the primary resource contested by humans and mutated beasts. Furthermore, in the later stages, the mutated beasts grew stronger, making the survival conditions for humans even more difficult. I have a plan. Let's arrange for a few people to secretly get food without alarming those mutated ants. After the sergeant brought everyone to the top of the mountain, he turned and said, Is it the ant nest? Wow, how can this ant mound be as high as a truck? How big must these ants be? Some people immediately began to have second thoughts. Competing with mutated beasts for food. It didn't seem like an easy task. Who will go? Whoever can get food from under the mutated beast can take an extra 50%. I guarantee that no one will dare to rob your food in the future. I will vouch for that. Moreover, you can safely reach the base city under the protection of our soldiers. The sergeant continued. Everyone exchanged glances. An extra 50% for risking their lives? It just wasn't worth it. Then how about 70%? The sergeant continued to tempt them. I'll go. At this moment, Wang Xiuhan, who was standing next to Yiju, suddenly raised her hand. Wang Xiuhan, you just happen to have the strength of a level 3 new human, and you're a woman with nimble movements. You can handle this. Here are 2 burlap sacks. Go fill them with canned food, and make sure to fill them up. The sergeant said as he handed her 2 burlap sacks that had previously contained lime. Okay. Wang Xiuhan nodded, tied the sacks around her waist, crouched down, and stealthily made her way toward the food processing plant. The sergeant asked, what about me? I'll pass. I just need to take a bite. It's too dangerous. Those people shook their heads. I'll go. Wang Xiuhan crept into the food processing plant. She continuously heard rustling sounds. That was the sound of ants crawling. This indicated that the ants had come out and were no longer in a dormant state. Ants generally rely on their sense of smell and their massive numbers to find food. They eat almost everything, omnivorous, carnivorous, vegetarian. This meant that they could also eat humans. But the temptation of getting an extra 70% of the food was simply too alluring. She took a deep breath. With a leap, she silently arrived at the workshop marked as the food warehouse. Sure enough, there were neatly arranged canned foods, beef, lamb, and pork. Schaubte 96 var. Be lighter, even lighter. Wang Xiuhan bent down and began to put the cans one by one into the sack. In just a few minutes, one sack was already full. She was overjoyed, savoring this moment of happiness. All right, time to fill the second sack. Wang Xiuhan took a deep breath and began to speed up her movements. Fortunately, she hadn't attracted the attention of the mutated ants. The sergeant, observing Wang Xiuhan through binoculars, let out a sigh of relief when he saw her starting to fill the second sack. Who would have thought that at this moment? A scream echoed through the night sky. Zheng Yihong. A scene quickly flashed through Wang Xiuhan's mind. Zheng Yihong, who was carefully searching for food, accidentally bumped into a patrolling ant. Then the ant bit him, causing him such intense pain that he couldn't help but scream. Just think about it. If an ordinary ant bites you, you would experience swelling and pain. How much stronger would the toxins be from ants contaminated by demonic substances? Indeed, Zheng Yihong's features were twisted, rolling on the ground and howling in agony. More and more ants gathered towards him. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Various chunks of meat were bitten off his body. He let out an even more miserable scream. At this moment, it seemed that the air had solidified. Swish, 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 swish. Huge ants surged out from the mound. They seemed to have been stimulated by something. Wang Xiuhan, run! The sergeant couldn't help but roar. He had already seen through the binoculars that a small wave of ants was heading towards her, seemingly searching for her location. Wang Xiuhan gritted her teeth tightly. With 2 sacks of canned food on her back, she climbed onto the roof. However, the antennae of those mutated ants twitched, and their sharp heads lifted, looking in her direction. So big, such huge ants. Wang Xiuhan was startled. Those ants were as big as huskies. No wonder Zheng Yihong screamed to the heavens in pain after being bitten once. But he must be dead by now, right? I don't want to die yet. I want to live. Wang Xiuhan held onto the cans, tried her best to move forward, her route avoiding the ants. However, the few ants behind her kept chasing her. Go get her, the sergeant commanded. Yes. Several soldiers marched forward, preparing to meet Wang Xiuhan. However, 4 large mutated ants suddenly appeared in front of Wang Xiuhan. She couldn't help but take a step back, turning around to see that the mutated ants behind her had also caught up. It was over. Her heart sank. Teacher. Although the few children couldn't see, they sensed that something was wrong and started shouting loudly. Damn it, shut them up. The sergeant's eyes narrowed as he growled. Slap, slap, slap. A few new humans slapped the kids' mouths hard, but it still attracted the attention of the ants. A group of large mutated ants quickly crawled towards them in an orderly manner, like a spear of death in the night. Va! At this point, the sergeant drew his long knife and shouted, Run? Where to run? We can only fight. They had survived the attack of the demonic horde. Or mere ants. Kill. Kill. Everyone desperately began to fight against the ants. Wang Xiuhan heard the explosions and knew that no one could care about her life or death now. She felt despair. Chapter 97. The sound of the knife ringing. Why does it ring? Buzz. The sky trembled, and the sound of a knife rang out, startling the heavens, divine light flashing. Immediately after, like a silver dragon of fire, it crackled and illuminated the sky. The next second, a long knife, with purple light spilling out, fell to the ground, sending a chilling aura. Wang Xiuhan was utterly astonished. She saw the long knife surged with an overwhelming force, striking in all directions. The devastating power turned countless mutated ants into powder. What is this power? Not far away, many people were bleeding from their ears and noses, affected by the terrifying shockwave, with several collapsing to the ground. It's you. Wang Xiuhan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the person before her. The visitor was none other than Yi Ju, who greeted with a big hand and pulled out the Huangquan knife stuck in the ground. Boom! With a single slash, the momentum was like a mountain collapsing. The sky trembled, and dark clouds covered the heavens. The huge blade light wove through the mutated ants. Energy splattered everywhere, dazzling the eyes. Poof, 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 poof. Dozens of mutated ants exploded one after another. This scene was simply shocking to the onlookers. Strong. Too strong. Do we have such a powerful person in our team? Oh my God, what am I seeing? Countless mutated ants were slain under the knife. And this scene was incredibly breathtaking. Whoosh! Yi Ju moved through the air, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Puff, 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 puff. The blade energy surged like a rainbow, dazzling and unstoppable, slicing the ground apart. Hiss! Some mutated ants with patterned bodies shot out shimmering threads toward the sky. They could actually weave a large net like spiders, attempting to trap Yi Ju inside. Puff! Several fire-red mutated ants opened their mouths and spewed forth flames. Instantly, the large net ignited, trying to burn Yi Ju alive. Who would have thought that mutated beasts could actually cooperate? Be careful, Wang Xiuhan shouted in fear. But Yi Ju sneered. Countless energy-based skills began to gather around him. Boom! His body shook and suddenly erupted outward. Bang, 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 bang. Those patterned ants and the fiery red mutated ants were instantly torn to pieces. Energy-based skills once again gathered around Yi Ju, shocking everyone. This scene, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Yes, it was that invincible man during the Demon Tide. I once caught a glimpse of him. Everyone was stunned. The mutated ants that were attacking them also gave up and shifted their assault towards the person in the center of the arena. Yi Ju was surrounded by a continuous tremor of energy, keeping the swarm of mutated ants at bay. He had already stepped into the ant nest, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the deep pit. Why did he jump in? All right, he was going to kill the ant queen. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the ground shook and rumbled. Suddenly, a blade of light burst forth from the ground. Then, a shrill cry echoed through the night sky. The mutated ants began to spin around like headless flies. The ant queen was dead. It was a great opportunity. Quickly clear out the remaining ants. Kill. After a chaotic slaughter, the mutated ants were almost wiped out. At this moment, several cracking sounds emerged from the ground. Wang Xiuhan, who was closest, looked and was instantly delighted. It was Yi Ju covered in slime, crawling out from underground, seemingly unscathed. Chapter 98. Barbecued Ant Queen. Lai Fu, are you okay? Wang Xiuhan hesitated and said. She didn't even know this man's name. Lai Fu was definitely not his real name. She casually used a water-based skill to wash off the slime on him. Then she crouched down and dug into the ground. Bang! A fat white worm was pulled out by him with one hand. The worm hit the ground with a thud, and everyone fell silent. This ant queen was rich in protein. It shouldn't go to waste. Yi Ju stood in place, his untrimmed hair dancing wildly in the wind. He had packed it away. Lai Fu grinned beside him, showing his teeth. Comrade Lai Fu, you. Anyway, thank you for saving us. The sergeant took a deep breath and still walked over, extending a friendly hand. It was a small effort. Yi Ju lightly clenched his hand. Many people had already begun to fear him, even not daring to make eye contact. Brother, you are so strong. Can I become this strong too? I want to be as powerful as you. Only Wang Xiuhan's group of students rushed over, looking excited. Of course you can. Yi Ju put the Huangquan knife into the space ring. This knife blank seemed like a bottomless pit. His current energy was about 150 points. However, using this knife could only last for a few minutes. Legendary weapons are different from the equipment dropped by demons. They do not have a panel. This is the uniqueness of legendary weapons. Therefore, his system couldn't extract special effects. It is unknown what the legendary weapon will become after absorbing the heart of the demon god. It should be noted that in the previous life, humanity was stuck between ordinary and legendary. After that, there was no more involvement from humans. Woof! Lai Fu pounced on the ant queen, eagerly devouring the delicious chunks of meat. Eating them after they are roasted, he was speechless and kicked him aside by the back of his neck. All right, then let's listen to the expert. The sergeant smiled. Although a few people were sacrificed, the outcome was finally good. Not only did they obtain food, but also a super expert in the team. Now the team was as safe as it could be. The mutated beasts were infected by demonic substances, so all their internal organs were inedible. Yi Ju added, I'm the one who slaughters pigs. I'm here to clean up. A strong man stepped forward bravely. I'm a chef. I have spices. I have salt. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the group became lively. About an hour later, the aroma of protein wafted into everyone's noses. Completely different from what they had imagined. It was incredibly fragrant. A woof. Lai Fu had already drooled all over the ground and took a big bite. It was smooth, tender, and juicy. It's hard to imagine. This is the taste of a mutated beast. Not bad. Not bad. It's a familiar texture. Yi Ju also ate some. This reminded him of his previous life. In the future Wasteland, mutated ants would be farmed just like pigs, cows, and sheep. Ant meat had once become mainstream, with a queen ant being the most exquisite delicacy. He stood up, walked aside, and took out a cigarette to light it. Now, a demon tide had erupted all over the earth. The demons in the river had crawled onto the surface. But humanity was still resisting. It wouldn't be long before anti-demon armor would be fully developed. By then, the demon tide would not pose much of a threat to human-based cities. Chapter 99. Are you done playing? Not to mention, the demons would also drop various high-tech blueprints. Energy shields, fully automated weapons, high-energy laser weapons, hypersonic aircraft, even space-based weapons. Space-based weapons are weapon systems deployed in Earth's orbit. They can quickly and accurately strike targets on land, in the ocean, and in the atmosphere from a high vantage point. They are known as the Staff of God. However, these blueprints can only be dropped by demons after the sixth circle of hell. As for why demons would drop equipment, this secret is known only to Yi Ju in this world. In the future Wasteland, it is no longer a secret. It was the work of a group of mysterious people wearing headscarves. They do not belong to humanity and, based on energy assessment, are definitely a higher-level race. They call themselves the Source. The Source edited the experience settings, equipment settings, item settings, potion settings, and everything else. Once, the heroes of humanity had the opportunity to ask the Source a question. The heroes remained silent for a long time and finally asked, "Why are you doing this?" "Because you are too weak, we decided to give you a chance." Yes, without such settings edited by the Source, humanity would have long been extinct. Not to mention the demon god arena, they wouldn't even qualify. Yi Ju crushed the cigarette, but under his foot and looked towards the distant moon. The next day, we walked into the surface nest area, where the demons had all been unleashed, or perhaps they hadn't. It was safest to go there. A newcomer said, "No way. We have ordinary people in our team. Once contaminated by demon matter, they won't die, but will definitely fall ill." The sergeant frowned. They die even faster when encountering demons. The incident with the mutated ants last night has already reduced their numbers by a third. The person retorted sharply, "Let me say something. My opinion is to take the edge route, balancing both ends." Someone else interjected, "Comrade Lai Fu, please share your opinion." The sergeant looked at that person involuntarily. "Your destination is Longshao Base City, right? I can point you away. The base city is over there." Yi Ju said, "That way?" "No way. Do we take a wrong turn? The base city is actually over there." "Really?" Many people were skeptical. This was because the direction Yi Ju pointed to completely deviated from the route they had planned. "Believe it or not, you are already lost." Yi Ju shook his head. This group of people was too blind. If they wanted to survive in the wasteland, they had to forget their previous knowledge. The sergeant didn't expect it to be like this. Were they really going to change their course? They had already discussed it and unanimously believed that this path led to the base city. Now, it was actually being overturned. You can discuss it slowly, anyway. I'm going to head in that direction. Yiju grabbed Laifu with one hand and walked to the side. How? Laifu bared his teeth. He knew what this person was thinking and resisted with all his might. Are you done playing? As long as you obediently follow my arrangements, I can consider giving you this magic core. Yiju took out the magic core like a magician. This magic core was as large as a palm and smelled incredible. Woof! Laifu's eyes immediately lit up, and he bit into the air again. As long as you agree to that matter of mine. Ye chocolate. Stealing treasure from the underworld? What abilities do I have for that? Laifu rolled his eyes and barked in annoyance. Chapter 100. The base city is right ahead. Who says he can do it now? Yiju slapped Laifu on the head. Woof! Laifu rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction again. At this moment, a faint light had appeared in the sky. The distant mountains, though not tall, still lay like ancient giants at the dim horizon. In that case, let's take the route that Comrade Laifu wants to take. After discussing all night, the sergeants finally made their decision. You have escaped a disaster. Yiju smiled slightly. Going to the demon's lair? It's definitely a one-way trip. The only place that can currently build a base city is over at Long Shao, which has that kind of strength. Other places will take a long time to develop. A group of people marched forward in great momentum. Yiju is at the forefront of the team, meaning to lead the way for everyone. Everyone is very touched. In fact, it is a dog training plan. What is the dog training plan? It is to train Laifu to become an assassin. Although Laifu is an evolved being, its current level is too low. Kill these demons. Yiju captured a half-dead demon and threw it in front of the cowardly dog. Woof! Laifu was more than happy to bite it to death one by one. With experience delivered right to his door, how could he refuse? Just like that, several days passed. Oh! Laifu howled to the sky. He leveled up to level 6. You have to know, every wave he killed was a group of demons, and a massive amount of experience points were thrown onto him. Finally, he evolved into a level 6 creature. Although he is just a dog, this skill is stealthy and suits you well. I'll modify this piece of equipment, and you can wear it too. Yi personally took action to modify the equipment for this dog. When Laifu reappeared in front of everyone, he was armed to the teeth. Woof! Laifu was clearly very satisfied with this outfit. The combination of equipment and skills was simply perfect for this timid dog. Upon seeing the demon, he immediately went invisible. While invisible, he made no sound at all. He was truly the assassin among assassins. Look, there! It's here! The sergeant suddenly raised his arm and shouted. Did we go the right way? Great, we finally arrived. You scared me. I thought we took a wrong turn. The fire of hope instantly burned fiercely in everyone's hearts. Emotions surging. Fat Xian was originally a chubby guy standing at 1.8 meters tall. However, his once prominent belly had shrunk inward. Nevertheless, it did not diminish his self-satisfied demeanor. After the demon crawled out of the ground, he never expected to become a new human. Moreover, he sang all the way and gathered a group of friends who had narrowly escaped death. He had not experienced a demon tide. However, he had heard of the horror. So he was very afraid, fearing that the ruined city he was in would suddenly erupt with a demon tide. He was also worried about what to do if the food and water ran out. Just wait to die. So, he and his brothers decided to head to the base city. They brought enough food and water. On the way, they had great luck and even found a bus that could drive. But Fat Xian was trembling all over, cold sweat pouring down. They turned off the lights in the bus. It was pitch black everywhere. Through the car windows, one could barely see the night sky and stars outside. The night sky was beautiful, but no one dared to make a sound, because under this crescent moon, there was a huge black shadow staring at them from outside the bus. Chapter 101. The Threat of Mutant Beasts. A mutant beast? Is this a mutant beast? Is this the creature infected by demonic substances? Have the creatures of Earth become this terrifying? With mutant beasts ahead and demons behind, what should humanity do? Fat Xian gasped. This was his first encounter with a living mutant beast, and it was so big. It looked like it might be a mutated tiger or lion. Damn! The bus could not withstand the attack from this creature. Fat Xian suddenly felt anxious. Fat Qian. A faint voice came from the walkie-talkie. Clearly, his teammates had also spotted the huge shadow. Moreover, the voice was tinged with a subtle tremor. Demons are indeed terrifying, but encountering such a giant beast seems even more frightening. The psychological impact on them was unimaginable. Run, Fat Qian, let's hurry and escape. A girl's voice sounded urgently. Escape? I want it too, but this thing is staring at us. What should we do? Damn, don't joke around. Fat Qian wanted to cry without tears. The height of the mutant beast was not shorter than the bus, just a bit shorter in body. Perhaps it would be easier to deal with? Fat Qian looked carefully. This creature had a flat head and two curved, saw-like teeth at the corners of its mouth. What does this look like? What do you think? Fat Qian shivered. Centipede. Oh crap. Damn it. That's right. It's a centipede. Moreover, what was sticking out of the ground was only a small part of it. Heaven knows how long it really is. His teammates also discovered this chilling truth. They cautiously took a quick look through the gaps in the base vehicle. But this glance nearly scared them to death. The terror and pressure brought by the mutant beast were suffocating. Everyone, stay quiet. Fat Qian took a deep breath. This could very well be a level 45 mutant beast. Its strength probably far exceeded theirs. However, it seemed uninterested in the bus. It didn't seem to have the desire to attack. This not only relieved him. However, then, the muscles on his face began to twitch. Another car was coming, rushing in like a bull, speeding along. The vehicle seemed to have been modified. Dozens of cars had originally been parked here, but it smashed through them like they were tofu. The huge roar it produced immediately attracted the attention of the mutant centipede. Whoosh! The mutant centipede suddenly shrank into the ground in the eyes of Fat Qian and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Then the ground seemed to shake like an earthquake. It was obvious that the mutant centipede was rushing towards that car. Now's the time. Fat Qian had completely floored the gas pedal. This was a good opportunity. If we don't escape now, when will we? He didn't have any equipment to use. On the bus, apart from a heavy machine gun, there was no other heavy firepower. Facing the mutant beast, they would only suffer losses, gaining no advantage at all. His teammates were hunched over in the cabin, palms full of cold sweat. Boom, boom, boom. They just watched as the mutant centipede charged towards that car. Those steel and concrete structures seemed like paper in front of it. The car suddenly let out a series of screams. Clearly, the people inside had also spotted this giant creature. It was a giant centipede covered in black armor. Under the moonlight, it shimmered with the luster of metal plates. Its head resembled a giant metallic square cone, exuding a chilling sense of technology. On both sides of its body were sharp blade-like wings. Glinting coldly, it radiated a murderous aura. Bang, bang, bang. They engaged in battle, using skills and firearms. A barrage of roars attacked the steel armor of the centipede giant. Chapter 102. Instant Kill. Unfortunately, those small skills and bullets were like hitting steel plates, sparking beautiful sparks. Seeing this scene, Fat Qian's eyes nearly popped out. The bullets were actually ineffective? Just now, he had foolishly thought that the heavy machine gun on the bus could deal considerable damage to the mutant beast. However, this unbelievable scene hit him coldly in the face. Damn it, they were going to fight back. The car let out a roar. A row of fierce spikes suddenly extended from the front of the car. Then, it crashed hard into the body of the centipede giant. This scene, although it was very impactful, but the car was actually lifted up by the mutant centipede. In an instant, the sound of the engine mixed with the terrifying low roar. Bang, bang, bang. People inside the car were frantically throwing skills outside. With an explosive roar, a large amount of soil erupted violently. The sky was almost filled with smoke and dust. In that moment, there seemed to be a brief silence. However, this was merely temporary deafness after the loud noise. The roaring engine sound erupted again. Whoosh! The battle vehicle shot out from the thick smoke. It was clearly desperately trying to escape the mutated centipede's hunt. The frantic flight towards the base city had begun. However, the road was very narrow. Two large vehicles simply could not move side by side. Fat Qian's vehicle was moving at an incredibly slow speed. So slow it was like a snail. In just a moment, it was caught up by the battle vehicle. On both sides of the continent, there were also death trenches. Bang! The entire bus shook violently. Fat Qian was startled. Voices of teammates came through the radio in a panic. Fat Chien, it's bad. They're trying to forcefully ram us apart. Our bus's defensive capability is too low. We can't withstand their impact. Fat Chien signaled for the person next to him to take the wheel. He himself aimed a heavy machine gun out of the sunroof and exposed his upper body. Damn it, he roared. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets roared out, the flames splattering all over the front of the battle vehicle. However, it was obvious that the battle vehicle's glass and body had been modified. The material was extremely strong. The 7.62 caliber bullets could only leave some marks. He could only continue to suppress. Fat Chien's scalp was tingling. He knew that the spikes on the front of that battle vehicle were too powerful. His bus simply couldn't withstand multiple impacts. It was now a race for survival. He didn't even have time to think. It was purely instinctual survival. The bus and the battle vehicle were both afraid of falling behind, because something even more terrifying was chasing them from behind. This was the law of the jungle. Survival of the fittest, the strong rule. This cold and cruel rule of the apocalypse only believed in the survival of the fittest. It was perfectly normal for the battle vehicle to choose to ram Fat Chien's bus for survival, just to gain a slight chance of living. Fat Chien wouldn't blame them. However, he also couldn't just die for nothing. If you have the ability, come and take it. Damn it, let us pass. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Damn it, the centipede is still chasing us. Kill them. Kill them. The men and women on the battle vehicle were screaming madly. Want to kill me? You can try. Fat Chien poked his head out and raised his middle finger outside the window. Bang! The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. He felt a cold object brush past the hair on the back of his head. If it had been even a moment slower, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dare to use a sniper rifle on me? Fat Chien couldn't help but roar. Just now it was too damn dangerous. His life was almost lost. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook again. That mutated centipede was about to move. Suddenly, a ferocious black shadow dropped from the sky, smashing hard into the back of the battle vehicle. In an instant, several people screamed as they were thrown out. The mutated centipede's crimson eyes flickered a few times. It directly swallowed several people whole. The entire process was swift and decisive. The battle vehicle and those on it were completely wiped out. Fat Chien felt a wave of sadness. However, a terrifying event occurred again. Bang, bang, bang. If this one lands solidly, the minibus would definitely be doomed. What huge worm! A faint voice echoed. Woof. Then came a dissatisfied bark. Whoosh. However, it was too dark around, and it was impossible to see the face of the newcomer. But he could see the long knife in his hand, which was continuously emitting a cold light. A long knife. Fat Chien was puzzled. Could it be that this person had learned skills related to knives? Just as Fat Chien was observing, the shadow's long knife swept. The sound of air being cut resonated around. Screech! The mutated centipede was instantly disemboweled. Splash! Green blood and internal organs flowed out immediately. Instant kill. Chapter 103 Strategic Stronghold. What the hell is this? Fat Chien's whole body trembled. Just then, a knife wind blew over like a fierce snowstorm. PFF, PFF, PFF. The sky emitted a series of clashing sounds. The people in Fat Chien's vehicle looked outside in disbelief. Their eyes nearly fell to the ground. They saw a large crack splitting the ground, spreading into the distance. It looked terrifying. Anything that blocked it was turned to dust. This person was incredibly powerful. Each person held this thought in their hearts. Whoosh, like a tsunami, it spread out. Woof! A dog suddenly ran out and began to gnaw at the centipede. Yuck, 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 this is too disgusting. Laifu took a few bites and then howled in disdain. However, this scene stunned the onlookers. Did I see that right? This dog even eats centipede meat? Where's this dog from? It's a Chilean. Why do I feel like this dog is at a higher level than me? Am I even inferior to a dog? The expressions on the faces of Fat Chien's people were incredibly rich. Just moments ago, they were in a desperate situation. Who would have thought that this person could effortlessly kill a mutated beast? It was as simple as swatting a fly. Big, 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 big boss. Thank you for saving us. Fat Chien got out of the car, looking terrified as he lowered his head and said, the mysterious young man in front of him, accompanied by a dog that looked down on everyone. What kind of background does he have? He didn't dare to ask too much or say too much. You're going to the base city? Yi Ju asked. Yes, yes. That's right, we are going to the base city. It's just not far ahead. Qin Pengzi quickly nodded and said, "Oh, do you have any magic cores on you?" Yi Ju asked again, Are there two? They are from the elite demons we hunted. The fat man immediately understood and urged the people behind him to quickly bring over the magic cores. One was a flesh magic core, and the other was a crystal magic core. Not bad. Yi Ju smiled slightly and threw one to Lai Fu. Woof! Lai Fu opened his mouth wide and swallowed the magic core, clearly enjoying it. Ah! Chimpanzee couldn't help but gasp at this scene. Such an important magic core, and he actually used it to feed a dog? You have to know, according to military intelligence, magic cores can awaken people. Could it be that this person is already awakened, so he doesn't need the magic core anymore? That's right, otherwise he couldn't be this powerful. This is a big shot. He must hold on tight. Leg. Leg brother, can we enter the base city with you? Chimpanzee called out impulsively. Leg brother? Yi Ju felt that the title was okay and nonchalantly nodded his head. Anyway, there was a large group following behind him, so he let Fatty Chien and the others blend into the team. About an hour later, Fatty Chien and his group happily entered the team. When he saw this batch of survivors, soldiers, and new humans, he was absolutely shocked. After that so-called demon tide, he didn't expect so many people to survive. However, he could already see soldiers in military uniforms. Fatty Chien kept calling out Brother Leg as they walked, and soon they arrived at the foot of a high wall. This wall was over 40 meters tall. Cannons were mounted on top of the wall, all large caliber, long range, and modified anti-demon artillery. The base city was actually a strategic stronghold. The fact that it could be quickly established after the disaster demonstrated the leader's strength. Chapter 104. Conditions for entering the base city. You see, there are also soldiers in strange armor guarding the city wall. I've never seen that armor before. Is it high-tech? A group of people began to discuss quietly. Armor? Yi Ju looked up. So that's it. Those soldiers are all wearing anti-demon armor. Have they mass-produced it so quickly? He couldn't help but nod. However, the city walls still need improvement. They might hold up against early-stage demons, but not in the later stages. In the late Wasteland, the base cities have level classifications. Level 15. Take a level 5 base city, for example. Its walls are over 100 meters high. Moreover, in construction, they adopted the plans of Hell's Drop Treasure. It's practically flawless, unless faced with extremely powerful demons. Just looking at this city fills me with confidence about surviving in the future. Fatty Chien's eyes were filled with admiration. It seems they're finally safe. Wang Xiuhan felt the burden on her shoulders lighten considerably. At least these kids can be protected. And so, a large group of people marched toward the heavily guarded entrance. All around, there were many figures walking in pairs or small groups. They also looked like survivor teams similar to theirs. However, many of these people were wearing makeshift military uniforms. It seems they have all been conscripted into the army. In fact, Longshao Bay City had started construction before the disaster occurred. Due to the enormous scale of the project, it attracted the attention of many foreign spies. It even led to a series of news stories internationally. This project began about 20 years ago and was only barely completed when the demons arrived. It seemed they were going to search them. No way, I have so many things here. Are they really going to take them? That is not certain. The flow of people gathering around grew larger, whispering among themselves. The population of the base city has reached saturation, and they need to present housing rental certificates or property deeds. A soldier in camouflage walked up to them. What the hell? What are housing rental certificates and property deeds? I've never heard of them. If I don't have them, I can't go in? The atmosphere among the crowd suddenly rose. Who would have thought that the base city, this beautiful city that had been broadcasting continuously, would actually inform them that it was at full capacity? What's going on? Are they messing with them? Tricking them? Don't worry, we have considered this situation. Just look around. The camouflage soldier pointed to the area around the wall. There were countless camps, tents already set up, with people coming and going, eating, trading, recruiting teammates. Damn, so that is how it is. I thought those people were crazy. Fatty Chien rolled his eyes. As long as you live under the high walls, you can receive protection from the base city, said the camouflage soldier. Besides the property deed, what other conditions are there to enter the base city? Wang Xiuhan stepped forward to ask. New humans of level 3 or above can be conscripted into the army and obtain a temporary residence permit, or they can turn in a magic core to exchange for a temporary residence permit to enter the base city. The temporary residence permit allows you to live in temporarily assigned housing. The soldier patiently explained to them, "Level 3? I'm only level 2. Damn, where am I supposed to find a magic core? Isn't this asking us to risk our lives?" The crowd erupted in commotion. These conditions are too harsh. It's just entering a city after all. An entry fee of a magic core? Many of them have never even seen what a magic core looks like. Chapter 105, Is That You, Colonel? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiuhan frowned. Her condition was met, but what about these kids if she left? So, you can set up camp here, and we will distribute food, water, and daily necessities regularly. Go hunt demons and strive to enter the base city, the camouflage soldier said with a smile. However, when his eyes inadvertently scanned the crowd, he froze. Up. He suddenly started stuttering. Up what? Fatty Qian raised an eyebrow. Colonel, is it really you? This soldier excitedly approached that person and suddenly saluted with a standard military gesture. What's going on? Colonel? Who is the colonel? The crowd was instantly confused. When they looked at that person, they were all astonished. It's him? Him? It's actually him? That powerful man. I almost forgot I was a colonel. Yi Ju shrugged his shoulders. He didn't expect to be recognized. Is it because his face is too handsome? Respectable, Colonel. We have been waiting for you for a long time. You are our idol. This soldier looked deeply moved, almost on the verge of crying in public. Come on. Is it really necessary to be so exaggerated? It's just a colonel, an idol. Are we not human? Some voices in the crowd began to express their dissatisfaction. You don't understand anything. This person is. The soldier immediately retorted. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Shut up. The person who walked out from the entrance was a tall, red-haired woman, holding a notebook, looking very serious. Is this someone from the research institute? Come to personally receive the colonel? The soldier hurried over and quickly explained the situation. I already know all of this. Wang Yinyin signaled to the camera on the city wall. Director Wu was having a heated argument with Dr. Xiao over a difference in research direction. Various documents, blankets, and clips were flying everywhere. This made Wang Yinyin, who was sitting in front of the computer, feel very helpless. She picked up a cup of coffee and looked at the camera in the computer. This camera was specially installed for the research institute. Hey, that person looks so familiar. Seems like I've seen him in a picture. Wang Yinyin raised her eyebrows and quickly pulled up the picture from the computer. It showed Yi Ju's profile and information. This person looks a lot like the picture. Could he really be the real deal? Unsure of what to think, Wang Yinyin hurriedly dragged Director Wu over. Did you not see that I'm busy? It's Comrade Yi Ju. He's still alive. I knew he was still alive. Director Wu immediately recognized that person. He is here? Great. Let us have him judge whether the anti-demon armor version 2 should be developed this way. Dr. Xiao shouted. So, when Wang Yinyin arrived at the city gate and heard that the soldier was about to expose Yi Ju's identity, she quickly spoke up to stop it. If he is discovered to be Yi Ju here, the 7th on the hero list, the number 1 in Huaxia, it would certainly cause a stir. Hello, I am the one who communicated with you earlier, Wang Yinyin. Wang Yinyin smiled and extended her hand. Woof. Lai Fu's eyes lit up. He suddenly pounced, placing his paws on Wang Yinyin's chest. Wang Yinyin didn't expect to be suddenly attacked by a dog and stepped back in surprise. You naughty dog. Yi Ju was speechless and went up to hit Lai Fu on the head. Chapter 106, Gene Warehouse. Woof. Lai Fu immediately protested and ran towards the base city. This dog ran too fast. Not even touching the ground, its shoulders didn't shake, and in an instant, it turned into a small black dot. Colonel, your dog has run away. The soldier was a bit surprised. This dog was extraordinary. Its strength was a mystery. It's fine, Yi Ju said. This dog has now reached level 7. There probably isn't anyone in the entire base city who can match this dog. Moreover, it has learned a bunch of assassin skills, making it impossible to catch him in a net. Let's hurry and leave, Wang Yinyin said. There are too many leaders in the base city who want to meet him. We must first take him to the research institute before that. Yi Ju nodded and turned his head away. At this moment, Wang Xiuhan had already brought the students to a distance. These children needed protection and needed to grow stronger. She couldn't leave yet. Qianpengzi and his group had already completed their registration. They were all level 3 or higher new humans, eligible to be summoned to enter the base city. Thank you all the way, Laifu High School. A sergeant walked over and gave a standard military salute. He didn't expect that the person in front of him had such a high military rank. Laifu, Wang Yinyin had a strange expression. The research institute at Longshao Base was far superior to the previously rudimentary outpost. Various high-tech facilities and research personnel were fully equipped. The research director was still Old Wu, who now served as the overall research manager. Although Dr. Zhao's position was a notch lower than Old Wu's, she was still a senior capable of organizing and formulating research work at any time. However, she showed no respect for the elderly or care for the young, often clashing with Director Wu. Usually, whoever won would have the final say. The people in the research lab had become accustomed to it. The image on the computer flickered a few times and then emitted sound. When did I become a senior researcher? Yi Ju said, we secretly collected your fingerprints and facial data to create a convenient identity for you. Wang Yinyin smiled slightly. Oh, Yi Ju nodded and walked into the Grand Metal Building. What you see now is our gene modification program, Wang Yinyin said. Before Yi Ju's eyes were many gene chambers, each with numerous small robots at work. Among them, a woman approached. I am the bioengineered human Maggie. Welcome to the gene chamber. Bioengineered human? Yi Ju recalled what was recorded in ancient texts. In the early days of the Wasteland, there indeed appeared bioengineered humans. However, bioengineered humans were neither human nor biological. They could not become combat forces, but could only serve as tools for production. In the later stages of the Wasteland, when food was scarce, those hungry people relied on digging out the central proteins from the electronic devices of bioengineered humans to survive. Genetic warehouses? Boring research. However, Yi Ju shook his head. Genetic modification is indeed an incredibly miraculous technology now. It can transplant the bodies of demons and mutated beasts into humans. Prosthetics and mechanical arms in peacetime are all considered extremely crude and superficial genetic modifications, but they do not actually involve the level of genes. Now the technology has made breakthroughs. It can merge genes and cells fundamentally, completely becoming one's own body. Useless research? Wang Yinyin was taken aback. She gestured for Yi Ju to take another look. Those warriors who walked out of the genetic warehouse all possessed powerful limbs. Chapter 107. Technological Breakthrough. For example, this soldier's slender arms were replaced with the dual arms of a mutated beast. Strong and powerful, combat effectiveness greatly increased. Looking at another soldier who was full of excitement, 2 wings appeared on his back. After moving them a bit, he could actually fly about 10 centimeters. The genes of mutated beasts can merge, and the genes of demons can also merge. Humanity is now stronger than ever. There's a famous saying, human potential is limitless. This saying is indeed true. The human body is inherently a perfect template, capable of merging with everything. Wamin is boring, not useless. Indeed, in the early days of the Wasteland, gene fusion could significantly enhance a person's combat power. However, later issues were discovered. Those who underwent gene fusion would experience an inexplicable transformation in their personalities after awakening. They became murderous, ferocious, greedy, and bloodthirsty. Women were somewhat better off, but men became completely uncontrollable. By the time of Yi Ju's era, gene storage had been abolished and became an antique. Well then, Wang Yinyin shrugged and continued walking with Yi Ju, taking the elevator. During this time, she also introduced a nutrient chamber to Yi Ju. This nutrient chamber could meet all the energy supply needs for biological survival. In the previous peaceful era, it was just a container for vitamins. I want this one. Yi Ju pointed to one of the machines. Huh, this. Okay, I can make the decision for one nutrient chamber. Wang Yinyin hesitated for a moment and then agreed readily. Whoosh. The nutrient chamber instantly entered Yi Ju's spatial bracelet. By the way, your spatial bracelet was produced by a demon, right? We've also cracked this technology, but it's just a bit smaller. We call it a spatial ring. Wang Yinyin extended a finger, on which was a blue, technologically textured ring. This is the latest invention, the spatial ring, which can hold quite a lot of things. It seems your research institute is operating quite well. Ye nodded. The spatial ring, like the anti-demon armor, would become a mainstream tool for Awakeners in the future. Let's keep walking, Wang Yinyan said. They leisurely passed through the busy crowd of researchers. Ahead was a large warehouse filled with various complex circuits, and many researchers were busily operating. Some new human warriors were sitting in chairs, wearing black helmets on their heads. Virtual helmets? Ye chocolate. In the future Wasteland era, virtual helmets will be the mainstream of the mainstream. They can provide mental enjoyment, help relax, and bring joy to life. Another important function is virtual combat games, which can simulate your appearance and strength in reality. By wearing the helmet, one can connect their consciousness to a virtual battlefield and engage in combat. Previous technology was only at a 3D level. If it weren't for the blueprints brought by the demons, it would take at least a few hundred years to reach this level. It seems that Yi Shangxiao is also a gaming expert, as she immediately recognized it as a virtual helmet. Wang Yinyan said, "The development of the virtual helmet is very important. Its purpose is to allow children, women, and the elderly to train inside, cultivating their combat skills against demons. This way, anyone can challenge the demons and upgrade to become a new human." "We've arrived," she suddenly said. "This is a super large laboratory, and Dr. Xiao is directing the researchers at work. In front of these people, hovering in midair, is a beautifully crafted armor." Chapter 108, Special Evolutionary Battle Armor. "You finally came. Come quickly to see my second-generation anti-demon armor." When Dr. Xiao saw Yi Ju, she gracefully walked over in red high heels. "My second-generation anti-demon armor can accommodate over a dozen more equipment effects than the previous generation, totaling 35. In addition, it can store 5 types of energy-based skills without consuming its own energy. The most significant feature is that it can activate a power that ignores physical rules, lasting for 1 minute. Dr. Xiao said proudly. "Really? The development is impressive." Yi Ju stared at the beautiful battle armor and nodded. "Not bad. Comrade Ye. Come take a look at my work." Director Wu suddenly turned around and slammed the table. The battle armor he developed was also black and menacing in shape, but there were many black liquids writhing on it. "Old Wu, did you use demonic materials?" Yi Ju was somewhat surprised. This was indeed a bold decision, but I have already completed perfect adjustments. Director Wu waved his hand, and various data and details of the battle armor appeared in midair. It is important to know that this data and the blueprints can never be shown to outsiders. Based on your hints, I realized that there is a power within the flesh and blood magic core that can induce mutations. So I tried various methods and finally, I developed this set of battle armor. It not only enhances the user's body, but can also automatically transform into cannons, guns, knives, swords. It can also heal wounds, and flesh can slowly regenerate and grow. Director Wu said with excitement on his face. "It seems that you are all on the right track, using the magic core to develop the second-generation battle armor." Ye nodded. Based on the crystal magic core, Dr. Xiao developed an energy-type battle suit. Director Wu used the flesh and blood magic core to develop a reinforcement-type battle suit. The uses of magic cores don't stop there. They can also replace electric power, various weapons, and even nuclear energy. He added, "Indeed, our thoughts were correct." Director Wu and Dr. Xiao exchanged glances, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. "However, I would like to ask you to develop a special battle suit for me." Yi Ju suddenly said, "Special battle armor? How special?" Director Wu and Dr. Xiao asked curiously. "Fusion. Combine the characteristics of these 2 sets of armor into one, creating a special evolved battle armor." Yi Ju said, "Fusion? Is this the 3rd generation of anti-demon battle armor?" Director Wu and Dr. Xiao were momentarily stunned. "No. The final direction of the battle armor you each develop will ultimately become the anti-hell battle armor." Yi Ju shook his head and said, "This special evolutionist battle armor. Perhaps only I can wear it in the world." Special evolutionist battle armor. Interesting. I accept this challenge. Dr. Xiao looked expectant. "Then let's fuse it. We have specially created this set of exclusive battle armor for you." Director Wu nodded. "The difficulty may be quite high, so feel free to ask for my help if needed, with a time limit of 3 months." Ye fronted. This special evolved battle armor was not developed in the wasteland of the previous life. History may have already begun to change from now on. No problem. The materials needed by our research institute really have to be found by you. Director Wu secretly smiled. For example, the substances in the river. They have always wanted, but couldn't obtain. The commander over there has sent out combat teams, but they have all been annihilated. Chapter 109 Leaders of the Base City, Tatata. At this moment, a sound rang out from outside. A group of high-ranking leaders entered the laboratory. They came really quickly. Dr. Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. The visitors were none other than Commander Long and the leaders of the base city. In the current Longshao base city, the army has been restructured. The hierarchy is very different from before. At the top is the commander-in-chief, who holds military power and is also the boss of the base city. Below the commander-in-chief are the deputy commander, intermediate commander, and junior commander. Then come the generals, lieutenant generals, major generals, colonel, lieutenant colonel, major. Below the major is the great battalion commander, small battalion commander, team leader, and new humanity warriors. Everything has been simplified and unified. Among them, the rank of the great battalion commander is significant, commanding numerous troops. Each great battalion commander has 10 small battalions under their command, each with a small battalion commander. Each small battalion has 5 teams, each with a team leader. The teams are composed of new humanity warriors, totaling about 100 people. So far, the number of great battalion commanders has exceeded 100. There will be more in the future, and constant expansion will occur. In the base city, each battalion has daily tasks: collecting samples of mutated beasts and edible mutated beasts, exploring shadow areas, or scavenging materials. The more dangerous tasks involve exterminating demon nests on the ground. Generally, only 2 battalions dare to take action. Of course, there are non-combat personnel in the base. These personnel set up procurement stations in the base city, collecting various items needed by laboratories and teams. There are also specialists recruiting talents every day, such as construction workers, architectural designers, researchers, and so on. However, just having this is a big mistake if one thinks it can control a base city. The base city gathers too many people with different ideas. After intense discussions and meetings, a special organization called the Guild was born among the populace. Currently, there are about thousands of legally registered guilds in Longshao Bay City. The largest guild is called the Star Guild, led by an esteemed elder from before the disaster. Comrade Yiju, nice to meet you for the first time. I am the commander-in-chief of the base, Long Shaoqin. Long Shaoqin had an imposing demeanor and looked at Yiju with a peculiar gaze. Yeah. The faces of the generals and lieutenant generals present changed. This clean and handsome young man is actually the 7th in the world and the 1st in Huaxia. They all scrutinized Yiju from head to toe with examining eyes. Long Shaoqin, huh? Yiju nodded slightly. Later generations of ancient texts had recorded this person briefly. He was the original builder, leader, and commander of the Longshao base. However, he ultimately died under the tide of demons, perishing along with the original base city. The Longshao base that followed underwent several reforms in personnel and positions. For a level 1 base, it was destroyed, then rebuilt, destroyed, rebuilt. Ultimately, it was upgraded to a level 5 base city. Yishang Xiao, how dare you directly call the commander by name? Wei Ting couldn't help but shout, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He reprimanded in front of so many people, which surprised everyone. And who do you think you are? Yiju raised his eyebrows slightly. I am the deputy commander, your superior above many levels. My name is Wei Ting. When you see me, you should salute. Wei Ting straightened his body, looking down at him. Is that so? Yiju had no expression. However, the murderous aura from his soul gradually spread throughout the space. Suddenly, these commanders and generals took half a step back, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 110. Shocking everyone, this aura was terrifying. It was like the brilliance of stars, chaotic and violent, unstoppable. They finally felt the tremor from their souls. This pressure seemed to have turned into something tangible. It was the aura of a world-class powerhouse. They had never felt it before, but at this moment, it seemed as if they all had that feeling. This. Wei Ting's hair was continuously blown back. He actually saw a void, an endless road. On this road, Yiju stood with his back to him. The surrounding star domains were desolate, as if the galaxy had fallen. The immense pressure made him feel suffocated. Another person who felt it deeply was Long Xiaoqin. He felt this pressure transform into a tsunami. It swept over everything, unstoppable, instantly drowning him in it. Is this the seventh in the world, the first in Huaxia? In this brief moment, these people felt as if they had experienced something unforgettable in their lives. Suddenly, something deep in the laboratory trembled. It was a drop of blood. Yes, the deepest secret of the laboratory held a drop of bright red blood. It seemed to resonate. Is it awakening? Director Wu's heart surged with overwhelming waves. This was unprecedented. It had only trembled slightly, and then the surroundings fell silent. Dr. Xiao was also very surprised, unable to calm down. However, Yiju did not notice any of this. His momentum suddenly retracted, and the overwhelming aura instantly disappeared without a trace. Once again, it transformed into the harmless feeling of their first meeting. What happened? It was too terrifying. The people in the laboratory were drenched in cold sweat. Just now, that was an immense aura. The strength was absolutely the strongest they had ever seen. But why? They simultaneously felt a sense of helplessness. Yet within that helplessness, hope ignited. What has this man experienced? A group of people felt an infinite sense of emotion in their hearts. Is this your strength? It far exceeded my imagination. Long Xiaoqin stared at the person in front of him. He had originally thought Yiju was just a lucky young man. Moreover, he was now already a level 4 new human. Yiju is only a level 5 after all. It should be noted that there are indeed people who have reached level 5 among the new human fighters, and there are 4 or 5 of them in the base. He has seen them all, and none of them are not proud and imposing. However, this Yiju has a breath that is surging like the sea, capable of stirring up huge waves. If it were just a strong aura, it wouldn't shock him that much. But the sense of vicissitude, the helplessness, and the rekindled hope in that aura made him resonate deeply. Would I shed tears? He felt a bit wet on his face. When he reached out to touch it, he found it was a line of clear tears. Not just him. Many girls in the laboratory were also teary-eyed. That Vice Commander Wei Ting, after the storm calmed down, his legs went weak and he almost knelt down. He gritted his teeth and barely managed to keep his balance. What kind of strength is this? Just the aura released outward has crushed him? He could hardly believe this fact. All right. Huaxia is indeed the first, truly the first in Huaxia. Long Xiaoqin praised loudly. For the first time, this is the first time seeing a true powerhouse. This has broadened his horizons. He felt that in the past. He had been sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Only when encountering truly powerful people does one realize that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. Chapter 111. The partial truth of hell. It seems you all do not understand what this honor means. Yi Jumai took a step forward and approached a transparent window. The sunlight was strong, illuminating his shoulders. His shadow was infinitely elongated, as if a pitch black was laid beneath his feet. Everyone unconsciously followed his pace. Comrade Ye. May I ask what this means? In Long Xiaoqin's feeling. He had no arrogance, no pride, no sharpness. Could it be responsibility? Those on the hero list will all head to the demon god arena to fight to the death. Yiju said expressionlessly, the demon god arena? A group of people changed their expressions drastically. Only those ranked 17 or higher would receive dual notifications, and there were less than 2 months until the first battle began. Ye similit faintly. The people on the leaderboard, Adam, Musashi, Nicola, and Finchin. They are all supreme beings from around the world. They now stand above all newcomers. However, when it comes to confronting the demon gods, there's still not enough. Only Yiju knows that demons are not that terrifying. What is truly frightening is the demon god. The power of the demon god is simply incomparable to that of demons. Demon? God? The god among demons. So, will they win? What will happen if they win? What will happen if they lose? Long Xiaoqin felt her body turn cold, chills running through her. If heroes fall in battle, the demon god will immediately launch a demon tide to attack all human-based cities. Ye isimilet. The demon tide? A group of people was instantly filled with horror. The overwhelming scene of demons still lingered in the hearts of some. In the end, it was the demon tide that scattered, allowing the survivors to escape disaster. Yiju shook his head. Isn't humanity finished? Someone said with a bitter smile. What if we win? What if we win in the demon god arena? Long Xiaoqin asked Yiju directly. If we win, we can gain some breathing room. Because the demon tide will lose the demon god, and their combat power will decrease significantly. Yiju said he needed to clarify things for them. Otherwise, these people would still be confused, thinking that the situation was already under control. It wasn't their fault. After all, the power of the new humans was becoming increasingly strong, and technology had made many breakthroughs. The demons didn't seem so terrifying anymore. But what they didn't know, there were a total of 13 layers of hell. And this was just my speculation. Yiju continued. After all, humans have never experienced a battle against the demon god. Deep in hell, no one knows. The 13th layer. Is it still just a guess? Someone nearly fainted. I knew it. Crossing the river is definitely not the end. Director Wu clenched his fist tightly. Yiju smiled faintly upon seeing this. In the previous life, the ancestors drew the blueprint of hell with blood and flesh. Hell is a great funnel. Yiju slowly began to educate these ignorant people. Hell gradually narrows from top to bottom. The further down you go, the more souls are needed by the demons. Without enough souls, the demons cannot emerge. Until reaching the center of the earth, which is the top of the funnel. It is said that there is a demon king. The demon king has never been seen by anyone. This is just speculation. Even more outrageous is that the demon king at the top of the funnel is not the end. The end is unknown, and that path has never been walked. Even the demons cannot go there. The speculated demon king may just be a guard station there. This is just a small part of the truth of the world. Hero, the information you brought is too shocking for us. A general was deeply moved and stepped forward to shake his hand tightly. Chapter 112, The Situation of the Base City. The news brought by Yiju was simply the most advanced intelligence for them. No one here doubted its authenticity, because Yiju had said that only those ranked 17th on the hero list could obtain this information. And indeed, it was true, just not this detailed. What does this signify? Are we all destined to fall into hell, our souls tormented? If such is the outcome, it is inevitably chilling. Humanity fought to the last, unable to resist hell, unable to resist the demon king. Having obtained the truth in advance, they all felt that humanity might long sleep here, turning into dry bones. This is the bloody reality of the situation. Yiju's face showed no expression. He had witnessed the fall of the first-ranked human on the hero list and had also entered the city of hell. In the end, demons crawled to the surface, replacing humanity. This is a cruel fact that has happened before. Alarmist. Wei Ting slammed the table. What demon arenas, what demon kings? Are all fictional. Those creatures are nothing more than bugs living in the vacuum beneath the ground. They will eventually be exterminated. Just like humans invented insecticides. They can be easily dealt with. Believe it or not. Yiju said calmly. Long Xiaoqin couldn't help but exchange glances with everyone, feeling increasingly terrified. After talking with Yiju for so long, they felt that humans were difficult to compete with demons. It wasn't a dead end. Humanity definitely had hope. Otherwise, why would there be equipment explosions, allowing us to obtain blueprints, enabling our technological breakthroughs, allowing us to upgrade and awaken, allowing us? Director Wu said excitedly. This relates to another reality. Ye Chakret. He had not yet told them about Yuan. Even if he did, these people would think it's a fantasy. After all, it was an existence beyond that of a god. Hero, come sit in the base, and we can discuss it in detail, Long Xiaoqin said. Don't call me Hero. Just use my name. Yiju waved his hand. I have something important to do. Is it something related to improving your strength? Is there anything we can help you with? A curious commander asked. Only I can help you, but you can't help me. Yiju couldn't help but smile. Well, there's nothing we can do about it. You are just too powerful. Someone awkwardly said. Having witnessed a true powerhouse, they were genuinely amazed. At the same time, they felt that since humans could be so strong, they could surely defeat demons and annihilate demon gods. Comrade Yiju, you can rest assured. We will start developing the special evolved combat armor right away and ensure it is completed in the shortest time possible. Although Director Wu was older, he was full of spirit, with a gleam in his eyes. Boy, sister will work hard. Doctor. Xiao blew Yiju a kiss, and walked into the laboratory with Director Wu. This is the latest communication device. The old intercoms are no longer usable. Long Xiaoqin seemed to have been prepared and handed this to him. Some things really need your help. Long Xiaoqin's imposing demeanor made those around her hesitate to ask further. What help? Yi Ju asked while walking. The current situation of the Bay City is not very optimistic. We received intelligence that several large guilds are secretly uniting to overthrow our management. Long Xiaoqin hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly. He seemed unwilling to hide it any longer. Chapter 113, the simplest and most brutal way. So why don't you fight back? He absolutely did not ask. He also knew about the guild's matters. The president used to be figures of great influence. The guild was very powerful, definitely a force that could not be underestimated. Although it could be attacked, a comprehensive strike was impossible and might even provoke more intense resistance. Just think about it. If it caused a huge uproar in the city, who would dare to join the Bay City in the future? A commander explained nearby. For example, the Star Guild. The number of new humans alone is almost on par with us soldiers, and when they see us, they don't even show the most basic courtesy. A general smiled wryly. Comrade Yi, just think about it. The power of these forces combined is a terrifying thing. Many people looked worried. Although it was barely suppressed for now, it was only temporary. Those guilds were waiting for an opportunity to seize control of the base city. What do you want me to do? The reward I want is quite high. Yi Ju revealed his snow-white teeth. The simplest and most straightforward way is to create a guild using your name. That way you can instantly become the #1 guild in the base city, and then slowly absorb other guilds. Long Xiaoqin said, I understand your thoughts. This is very simple. I need a few people. You help me find them. Yi Ju touched his fingers and suddenly said, these people's names are. Quickly, record them all down and arrange it immediately. We need to see results within an hour. The person beside the general commanded. In addition, my reward is 70 of the fallen gold from the base city and 50 magic cores with different attributes. Yi Ju said this is a bit too much. Someone broke into a cold sweat. The golden drop is now too important. Developing those super technologies requires this thing. Not to mention the magic cores. The acquired magic cores are not only used for research, but also need to be stored for cultivating awakened warriors. You're asking for too much. Do you have any idea how important these things are to us? Wei Ting said in a low voice, I have even provided you with advanced intelligence information for free. Yeshuruk. Who knows if what you're saying is true or false? Wei Ting immediately retorted. Shut up. Long Xiaoqin glared at him and said, I can only accept 50 of the fallen gold, but we can provide 70 magic cores. 70 magic cores. All right, I agree. The deal is done. Yi absolutely smiled and waved his hand. I'm going to find the dog first. You all do as you please. Find a dog? Everyone was taken aback, their expressions becoming a bit strange. It's hard to imagine that the #1 person in Huaxia would have such a cute side. What kind of dog is it? A husky? Someone couldn't help but comment. All right, prepare the people and supplies for him according to the agreement. Long Xiaoqin sighed. Yes, Commander. A clerk from the information department quickly nodded and ran to the warehouse to prepare the items. Can one person really consume this much? I suspect he's an undercover sent by those super guilds. Wei Ting said unwillingly. Aren't you the deputy commander? Haven't you had enough? Long Xiaoqin glanced at him indifferently. Wei Ting's heart suddenly sank, looking at that increasingly cold gaze, feeling extremely apprehensive. This is a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Whoever can stand firm in this land can dominate order and establish moral standards. Chapter 114. What is this dog doing? Why is this big wolf dog chasing me? A girl busy fetching water looked speechless. She had seen this dog by the roadside. At that time, the dog was sitting by the road, its head shaking back and forth. She thought it was sick and wanted to check on it. Unexpectedly, the dog's head suddenly stopped shaking and its eyes sparkled, staring at her intently. That gaze, why does it look so much like those old perverts? She couldn't believe that a dog could show such a lewd expression. So, she quickened her pace to leave, but it seemed she had been targeted. The dog slowly followed her behind. She stopped, it stopped. She walked, it walked too. This made the girl feel very uncomfortable, as if being stalked by a pervert. She entered the house and happened to bump into another mature woman. This mature woman was Chunya. They had experienced the demon tide, the great evacuation. several times teetering between life and death, and finally arrived at the base city to settle down. But something frustrating happened. The soldier at the city gate told them that the city's population was already full. They could no longer accept people without housing contracts. So, the soldier asked them to set up tents at the bottom of the high wall. Not knowing what to do, a turning point suddenly appeared. That bruised Su Wei suddenly pulled out a housing contract for 4 people. After the soldier checked it, he actually let them into the city. Just like that, Su Yin, teacher Chunya, and a surviving male classmate named Wei Yujie entered. Su Yin nodded, seeing Su Wei still inside, and snorted coldly. It wasn't he that she was being petty, living in someone else's house, and acting all high and mighty. It was because she had saved Su Wei once. At that time, during the demon tide, Su Wei almost got trampled to death. If she had pulled him back, he would have been minced meat by now. This was her not holding grudges. If it were someone else, they would have just watched him die. However, when she turned around, she realized that the dog had disappeared without her noticing. Damn it, just wait. Su Wei saw Su Yin giving him the cold shoulder and was internally raging. However, he didn't show anything on his face, remaining very calm. All right, I'll boil water and cook. Teacher Chinyanadith. The ingredients were exchanged for a good piece of equipment. They had traded for bags of genetically modified food, as well as some meat and poultry. Then I'll help you, teacher, Wei Yujie said with a smile. Before long, steaming dishes were ready. I'm not eating, Su Wei said softly. If you don't want to eat, then don't. No one is spoiling you. Suyanes norted coldly. She, along with teacher Chunya and Wei Yujie, were chatting happily, reminiscing about amusing incidents from earlier under the high wall. I'll wash the dishes. Su Yin tidied up the bowls and walked into the kitchen. At this moment, it was already dark outside, but for some reason, she felt very dizzy, very sleepy, and really wanted to sleep. Teacher Chunya, when she reached the living room, she found that Chunya had already collapsed on the sofa. Her brows furrowed, and she suddenly slumped to the ground, fainting. When she woke up again, she heard frantic and excited howls. Ha ha ha, little slut, finally in my hands. Su Wei was laughing maniacally, full of pride. One pure and eager, one sexy in black stockings. Finally both fell into his hands. Exciting, so satisfying. Chapter 115. Crazy Su Wei, how dare you drug me? Su Yan screamed. She was tied to the bed in a shameful position. She struggled, but couldn't break free from the ropes binding her. Ha ha, struggle all you want. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Su Wei licked his lips, his eyes filled with lust. At this moment, Chunya also woke up. As an adult, she instantly understood what had happened. Su Wei, you can't do this. It's illegal. She began to lecture calmly. Damn it, it's the Wasteland now. Talking about legality? I wanted to do this for a long time. Su Wei Li. There are clear rules in the base city. If you get caught doing this, you'll be executed immediately. Chunya said patiently. Are you stupid? As long as you're not caught, it's fine, right? Su Wei laughed loudly. Even if I get caught, who cares? By then, I'll have already had my fun and escaped. You're risking it all. You can't do this. I'm your teacher. Chunya frowned and scolded. Teacher? Do I know? I'm so tempted by your legs. So damn sexy, wearing black stockings all day. Aren't you just tempting me? Su Wei shouted wildly, pouncing on Chunya, constantly caressing her silky stockings. You, stop. Chunya immediately screamed, glaring at him, but was helpless. Although she and Su Yin were already nude humans, the ropes were not ordinary. They were very strong. It seems Su Wei had prepared for this long ago. Su Yin was yelling from the other side. Damn it, slut. Then I'll deal with you first. Su Wei pounced on Su Yin again. Su Yin was startled. If Su Wei really defiled her, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Who will save me? For some reason, she suddenly thought of Yiju's face. Su Wei, what are you doing? At that moment, a young man appeared at the door. No way. He really came? Su Yin quickly looked over. It wasn't him, but Wei Yujie. Wei Yujie, hurry up and save us. Su Wei climbed down from the bed, looking at him gloomily. Wei Yujie glared at him with anger. So what? A green tea and saintly woman. Don't you want to deal with them? Seeing that things had been exposed, Su Wei wasn't very panicked, but continued. Now this is a great opportunity. No one else knows. Just look at them. Don't you feel tempted? You and I, one for each. How about it? One for each? Wei Yujie couldn't help but look at Su Yin and Chunya. To be honest, these two beauties were really too tempting. I know you like Su Yin. She's a dream goddess. I'll give her to you. How about you enjoy yourself? Su Wei continued to tempt him. Hearing this, Wei Yu just suddenly fell silent. What are you hesitating for? Don't blame your brother for being honest. If you don't take this opportunity, you'll never even touch a finger of Su Yin in your life. Su Wei shouted. You know what she's thinking? She likes that guy named Yi Ju. Chapter 116. The dog that looks down on people appears again. Don't listen to his nonsense. Wei Yujia, you're a good person. You're our friend. Su Yin quickly said. Listen to this. What is she saying? She already gave you the good person card, saying you're friends. Su Wei pointed at Su Yin and shouted. Wei Yujia trembled upon hearing this. I didn't mean it that way. Seeing this, Su Yin felt something was off and immediately wanted to explain. Shut up. Su Wei grabbed a rope and gagged her. Wei Yujia, I'm your teacher. You don't even listen to your teacher? Shinya calmly said. You're not an impulsive child. You don't need to be like Su Wei. You're not the same kind of person. Damn it. Who said we're not the same kind of people? Men are all the same. Su Wei said and lunged at Shinya, grabbing her chin and shouting, Wei Yujia, what are you waiting for? Go for Su Yin. She'll be yours. I'm not a child. Wei Yujia lowered his head and suddenly raised it. His eyes were filled with fear and excitement. Clearly, he was swayed by Su Wei, because this is a situation with no way out. The girl of his dreams, the lover he had fantasized about multiple times. Now, right in front of him, just a hand's reach away. He could play however he wanted, use whatever play he wanted. That was his goddess. His goddess. Woo-woo. Su Yin let out a whimper, her eyes filled with fear. She never expected that the savior would turn into a disaster. Could it be that she was really going to perish here today? Damn it. These damn men. Why can't they be like that man? Ha ha ha. Feeling desperate, huh? Didn't he expect this, did you? Su Wei lauget maniac Ali. And when he saw Wei Yujia leap onto Su Yin's bed, he almost laughed himself to the ground. Don't blame me, Su Yin. You're too beautiful, too gorgeous. Both pure and seductive. I've fallen for you. I've long been craving your little figure. Wei Yujia stuck out his tongue, crazily acting like a teddy bear. Woof. What the hell? How did Big Dog get here? How did it get in? Su Wei and Wei Yujia were stunned. The dog looked at them and cast a disdainful glance, full of contempt. It was that dog. Su Yin immediately recognized that lecherous dog. She never expected it would suddenly appear here at this moment. I can't be seeing this wrong. I'm actually being looked down upon by a dog? Su Wei was somewhat dumbfounded. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll kill you and eat your meat. He shouted. Woof. The dog instead sat down calmly, tilting its head and looking at them with a smiling gaze. Damn it, I'll kill you first. Su Wei had no choice but to climb down from the bed, take out a short knife from beside him, and walk over. A cruel scene was about to unfold, and both Su Yin and Shunya couldn't help but close their eyes. My hand, my strength, the power to become king. Su Wei was rolling on the ground in madness. His face was full of terror. My arm. One of his arms was actually gone. Blood sprayed everywhere. Chapter 117. The pinnacle of Laifu's dog Life Pa. Laifu spat out the arm from his mouth. Then, he yawned and looked at them with great interest. Laifu had escaped from Yi Ju's grasp and excitedly rushed to the base city. No one chased him. I am free. Laifu turned around and barked proudly. So, he went to the base city and went wild, stealing food, drinking, and fighting for territory with a pack of dogs. These dogs are the local ones that had lived here since the base city was just established. Most of them were companion dogs raised by new humans. Now, they had all been conquered by Laifu. All the little female dogs had become his harem. The male dogs were all under his feet. Saying it was the pinnacle of dog life is not an exaggeration at all. Sigh, life as a dog is lonely as snow. Laifu sat cross-legged, resting his paws on his knees in a meditative posture. Who says dogs can't practice health? This dog just loves to look at beautiful human women. This one has good, curvy front and back. This one's also nice, a golden 1:9 ratio. Laifu commented on the girls passing by. How could there be a big wolf dog at the water point? A girl frowned and glanced at Laifu. Oh, I like this one. Both pure and seductive. Laifu instantly locked eyes with this girl. His eyes lit up, and he kept following her, admiring her sexy little figure. This dog is such a lecher. The girl couldn't help but mutter. I'm just a lecherous dog, he. Lai Fu thought to himself, proudly and leisurely following her, until with a bang, the girl entered a building, shutting him out. Woof, I'm a bit tired. I'll just take a nap here. Lai Fu had already eaten and drunk enough, and now he felt a bit sleepy. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep not far from the girl's door. Not long after, a shrill scream made Lai Fu instantly perk up. Woof! Lai Fu's hearing was over 50 times better than that of humans, and he clearly heard it. He slowly got up, stretched his body, and shook off the dust. You little brat, scream all you want. No one will save you. The sound of a man going mad echoed continuously. If no one is coming to save you, then let the dog save you. Lai Fu yawned as he entered the room and was met with a shocking scene. Stop, let go of that girl. That girl is mine. Lai Fu roared in his heart. This damn dog kept staring at me. Damn it, watch me dig out your dog eyes. Su Wei menacingly brandished a knife while approaching him. Ow! Lai Fu easily bit down on the arm that was attacking him, tearing it away in an instant along with skin, flesh, and bone. You idiot. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm an evolved dog at level 8 now. The scene shifted back to the present. Su Wei writhed on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. Damn it, where did this stinky dog come from? Ruining my good time. Wei Yuji's eyes were bloodshot. He had lost his sanity and now only wanted to be entangled with Su Yan. When a dog interrupted him, he roared in anger and lunged forward. Ow! Lai Fu lightly swatted him against the wall. Ow! Wei Yuji let out a muffled groan. His chest collapsed, ribs shattered, and his heart stopped beating. Chapter 118, Lai Fu's Strategy Plan. How's that? I'm pretty awesome, right, ladies? Lai Fu barked proudly. He slowly walked over to the sexy black woman and bit through her ropes. However, he jumped onto the innocent and alluring girl, his eyes sparkling. Woo! Although Su Yan was saved, she couldn't understand why this dog's gaze was so lewd. Woof! Lai Fu stretched his head forward, and her ropes were instantly bitten through. But before she could react, a wet tongue licked her face hard. Su Yan screamed. Hee, this is my reward. Lai Fu licked his lips, feeling the sweetness linger. This was simply delightful. The Human Beauty Conquest Plan, Step 1 completed. The Prince Charming saved Snow White. So it was only a matter of time before this girl fell for him, right? Suddenly, he sighed helplessly. This dog was teasing her, but it couldn't change the fact that they were saved. She never expected that a dog she casually glanced at by the roadside would turn out to be her savior. She untied the ropes from her feet and approached Su Wei. Help me, help me. Su Wei's face turned pale as he kept repeating. His arm felt like it was being torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. Seeing Su Yan and Chunyi being saved by the dog, he hurriedly tried to escape. You, damn, piece of trash. Su Yan gathered a ball of fire in her hand and, without hesitation, blasted it at Su Wei. Su Wei immediately burst into flames. The fire grew larger, engulfing him completely. Moments later, the flames extinguished, and Su Wei was reduced to a charred black figure, emitting smoke. I never expected he would still be so stubborn. Chunyi sighed as she looked at Su Wei's burnt body. She had given him several chances, but he didn't know how to cherish them. Seeing the two dead, she felt a bit sad. After all, he was a student she once taught. He should have died a long time ago. She shouldn't have saved him in the first place. Su Yan scoffed, her face full of disdain. If it weren't for a sudden interruption, she might have really fallen for him. Woof! Lai Fu barked beside her, boasting about his achievements. He held his head high, approaching Su Yan, signaling her to pet his head. In any case, thank you. Su Yan reached out and petted him. He's so nice. Step 2 of the Human Beauty Conquest Plan, Physical Contact. Lai Fu secretly smiled. He had conquered all the little female dogs in the Bay City. Now, he wanted to conquer a human beauty and make her fall in love with him for a sense of accomplishment. So, he began helping Su Yan and Chunyi clean up the bodies. For the past few days, he had been following them around, working tirelessly to help them accomplish various tasks. Woof! One day, while Su Yan was sleeping, she felt something furry crawling into her bed. She was startled and quickly uncovered the blankets, only to find it was the dog. All right, let's sleep together. Su Yan had no choice but to cuddle with Lai Fu. Hee, I succeeded. I successfully captured the heart of a human girl. Lai Fu felt secretly pleased. Yay. Jew. At that moment, Su Yin muttered in her sleep. Huh, you a Jew? Lai Fu's eyes widened. Why did that name sound so familiar? A bad premonition rose in his heart. Chapter 119. So you were here? The next day, Lai Fu began to feel paranoid. He always felt someone was watching him. It was that devil's eyes, a man more terrifying than a demon. Ever since he heard the name Yi Ju from Su Yan's lips, Lai Fu had been living in fear. Even sleeping with the girl no longer felt pleasant. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be that coincidental, right? Lai Fu repeatedly tried to calm himself down. It's a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. It's probably a common name, right? Surely it's a common name? What's wrong with this dog? Su Yan was a bit bewildered. These past few days, the dog seemed to have changed completely, appearing burdened with worries. That's right, a dog, surprisingly burdened with thoughts. It seemed even eating wasn't enjoyable anymore. However, every night, he still sneaked in her bed. He probably missed his previous owner, right? Lai Fu. Unexpectedly, Lai Fu shivered all over, seemingly triggered by the words previous owner. What a scary little creature. Being so affected must mean he really missed his owner. Su Yin shook her head. She had heard that dogs only recognize their first owner as their true master. Looking at his appearance now, he probably was reminded of past feelings. Feelings? What feelings? Lai Fu was instantly speechless. He didn't have time to think about that devil. He was just trying to survive. These two girls had such wild imaginations. However, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. No, I feel like I need to leave here. Lai Fu walked around the room restlessly, but he couldn't bear to leave the two girls. After all, he had worked hard to conquer them. If he left, and other dogs came in to take his place, wouldn't he be losing both the girls and the effort? Lai Fu's idioms were poor, and his words inappropriate. In any case, he now felt that if he just left, it would be a huge loss. By the way, if I take them with me, it won't be a problem. Leaving this base, the world is so big, I don't believe he can find me. A plan suddenly formed in Lai Fu's mind. He wanted to roam the world with these two girls. What do you think is wrong with him? I don't know. He seems very anxious. Su Yin shook her head. Woof. At that moment, Lai Fu decided to execute his plan. He called out to the two girls, signaling them to follow him. Is he asking us to follow him? Chunya asked uncertainly. It seems so. Let's follow him and see. Su Yin nodded without thinking much. Success. I did it. The two girls agreed. They agreed to elope with me. Lai Fu's eyes lit up, sweeping away the previous gloom. He pushed open the door with a paw, and sunlight poured in. A bright path unfolded before him. However, in the next moment, the sunlight was blocked by a shadow. Woof. Lai Fu slowly raised his head. Oh, so you're here. This dog really knows how to hide, actually hiding in someone else's house. If he hadn't come out on his own, it would have been difficult to find him for a while. Lai Fu immediately let out a miserable howl. His speed was as fast as a bullet, rushing out the door to escape. However, a hand faster than him reached out to grab him. Ow! Lai Fu was instantly caught by the scruff of his neck and lifted into the air, looking aggrieved. Who are you? Let go of my dog. Due to the glaring sunlight, the two women couldn't see the face of the newcomer for a moment. Su Yin even let out a low shout and launched a fireball skill. Chapter 120. They are this dog's. Bang! The latter casually slapped it away, and the fireball exploded instantly. It seems you become stronger. Yiju's hair was messy and wild. He was holding a large wolf dog and stepped out of the fire mist. You, it's you? Su Yin exclaimed in surprise and rushed over to him. Yiju, you're not dead? Chinya covered her mouth. Her eyes filled with disbelief. After arriving at the Bay City, she had inquired about his whereabouts from Wu Zhen. At that time, Wu Zhen shook his head and expressed his regret. So, she thought Yi Ju had died in the demon tide. Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared at their doorstep. I'm here to find a dog. Yi Ju felt a familiar tingling sensation in his arm and couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected such a coincidence. This dead dog had somehow ended up mixed up with Su Yin and teacher Chinya. Seeing familiar faces brightened his mood, especially Su Yan's fireball skill just now, which was clearly stronger. Is this your dog? Your dog saved us. Su Yin couldn't believe it. Fate is truly amazing. Yi Ju didn't save her. Instead, it was his dog that saved her. Isn't that equivalent to being saved by Yi Ju? Think about it. In a desperate situation, who does she wish would save her? It must be the one she has been thinking about, Yiju. Now that she knows it was his dog, Suyin doesn't know how happy she is. Oh, you saved him too? Yiju brought Laifu to his front. Laifu turned his dog head away, completely ignoring him. Are you going to talk or not? Yiju reached out and pinched Laifu's mouth. If it weren't for this dog being here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Laifu let out a howl on the spot. What? Why? Suyin and Shunya were so shocked that they blurted out in foreign languages. Did they hear that right? This dog actually spoke human language? It can actually talk? It seems you all don't know. This dog is hiding it very well. Ye yisimidet. Woof. Laifu struggled for a moment and escaped from his grasp. He swiftly came to Su Yan's side. This dog saved everyone. Especially since both Su Yin and Shunya have been with this dog, you no longer have a chance. Laifu proudly raised his head. Slept with him? Yi was momentarily stunned. Could it be a person or some beast? Before the Wasteland, I loved sleeping with pets. Not to mention that you forced your way in. Su Yin let out a strange cry. This dog is too despicable, actually claiming to have slept with her. Yay. Don't think wildly. Shinya's face turned red. She was just hugging this dog to sleep, feeling very safe. But now the situation was different. This dog could actually talk. Suddenly, they felt like this dog had taken advantage of them. You ungrateful creatures, wanting to distance yourselves from me so quickly. I hate you. The dog named Laifu ground its teeth. With this person around, the situation has changed. The harem they had painstakingly conquered was like a cooked duck flying away. How could it not hate? Hate. Yes, hate, but your strength is still not enough. The hatred is not enough. Yiju reached out and grabbed Laifu, giving him a good beating. Oh, this dog is going to live here. This dog will never go out. Laifu old in misery. All right, I have time now. Especially since your transformation plan is not yet complete. Yiju shrugged his shoulders. An 8-level Laifu probably wasn't strong enough to steal the falling treasures in the underworld. He must be upgraded to level 10. It was also necessary to have the Research Institute craft a set of Evolver battle armor for Laifu. Chapter 121, Tomato Beef Hot Pot. This dead dog wanted to stay here and not leave, and Yiju didn't force him. After all, this dog was as strong as an iron mountain. How? Laifu sat at the door, staring at the people passing by. He was feeling very unhappy right now. What the hell? What kind of dog is this? A mutated beast? A deep, muffled growl came from him, chilling people to the bone. It felt like they had instantly fallen into an ice cellar. These people took steps back. This dog was too dangerous. It gave them a sense of helplessness. They wanted to escape, but it felt like they were locked on. It seemed that any slight movement would result in a thunderous strike. Slap! Yiju pushed open the door and struck at Laifu's head. A crisp sound rang out. He was dragged into the room without any resistance. As for the passers-by, they were basically stunned. Can you give me some face? Laifu gritted his teeth, but his face was full of despair. He could understand why he couldn't defeat this person. Outside the Bay City, he had once charged at Yiju with unmatched momentum and fierce intent. But then, a dull sound like thunder erupted. Laifu was knocked back, his blood surging, and he flew out. The result was simple and direct, brutal, cruel, and merciless. He couldn't comprehend why his attack on Yiju would cause him to suffer greater injuries. From that moment on, he had been afraid of this man. Dinner's ready, Suyin called out a few times. She had been busy all morning figuring out how to make hot pot. Although there were no iron pots or pressure cookers, there were many metal containers that could barely serve as substitutes. Do you usually eat this? Yiju shook his head. Those ingredients were all meat from mutated beasts, and they were all dehydrated and dried jerky. There's no way around it. Mutated beast meat is popular in the Bay City right now, and it's abundant, cheap, and affordable. Shinya, who was nearby, was slicing the mutated beast meat and said, "Looks like I have to improve your meals a bit today." Yiju took out various ingredients from the space bracelet. These ingredients would not spoil inside the space bracelet, such as raw beef, raw pork, chicken, duck, and so on. By the way, he also took out some chopsticks, soup spoons, and bowls. This is really beef, so fresh. I haven't seen it in a long time. Chenya éclatait une surprise. After living in a post-apocalyptic world, she had developed a weary look on her face. However, upon seeing the beef, that weariness instantly vanished. Wow. Su Yan's eyes lit up as she hurriedly started cooking the beef and tomatoes. Before long, The fragrant and steaming tomato beef soup was ready. It's so delicious. Chunya took a sip and almost cried. Su Yin enjoyed the beef, the chewy texture making it hard for her to stop eating. Woof. Lai Fu watched from the side, rolling his eyes. This is yours. Su Yin quickly served him a pot. There was no choice. The dog's size was too large. And one bite might not be enough. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Lai Fu, already angry, buried his face in the pot and ate voraciously. The beef warmed his stomach, giving a sense of fullness and vitality. Even his mind felt much clearer, and his previously suppressed mood improved. Your cooking skills are quite good. Pides. This tomato beef soup is no less than what a chef would make. Unexpectedly, Su Yin, who seemed a bit silly, actually had such a skill hidden within her. Chapter 122. Guild plan: as long as you keep me around, you can eat the meals I cook anytime, Su Yin said impulsively. I don't know if it was because of the beef hot pot, but her face suddenly became much more flushed after eating. Her delicate cherry lips were moist and glistening, and a beautiful expression appeared on her lovely oval face. Chunya, hearing this, glanced at both sides. Having a meal together really brings warmth. However, how could she not see Su Yan's thoughts? This girl clearly had feelings for Yiju, who was right in front of her. It's just that Su Yan was a bit tongue-tied and didn't know how to express her feelings. Therefore, at this moment, Chunya felt that Su Yan's flushed face after saying this was quite amusing. Hee, if you want to die faster, then go ahead. Staying by his side was the most dangerous thing in the world. I'm not afraid. Su Yan puffed out her chest. She was now a new human. After that time she had parted from Yiju, she was no longer the same. With level 3 strength, some decent fire skills, and equipment, she could even fight against elite demons. All right. Yiju rarely said a word. Huh? What? You agreed? Su Yin was momentarily stunned, then jumped up excitedly. She had been let down several times and had lost hope. Who would have thought that Yiju would actually agree this time? Is this for real? Chunya also looked at Yiju curiously. She felt it couldn't be that simple. You're now qualified to help me with some things. And so is Teacher Chunya. Yiju glanced at the horizon, knowing it was getting late, so he didn't bother to waste words. He briefly explained the situation with the Bay City Guild. What you mean is for us to establish a guild? Seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The guild held a very high status in the Bay City, just slightly below that of the military. Yiju actually let them create a top-tier guild that can rival the Super Guild of the Stars. This, just based on them, it's not just you all. There are a few others as well. You can team up to create it, and you can name the guild whatever you like. Yiju said to them, so you are here to take charge of the guild? Chunya's red lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of disbelief. That's right. You must recruit under my name, and you will manage it together. Ye nodded. So this task is very simple. We want to dominate and take down all the super guilds in the Bay City. Su Yan's eyes sparkled. This seems a bit exciting. That's right. You can rest assured this guild has strong military support, and more importantly, there's this dog to help you recruit. Yiju geeked Lai Fu, who was focused on eating. It seemed fine, but this dog wants to be the president. Lai Fu raised his head. Don't you have autism and social anxiety? Dare to speak in front of so many people? Yiju asked. Forget it. This dog won't be the president. Being a town's divine beast is fine, right? Lai Fu's tongue was instantly drenched in cold sweat. All right, it's settled then. Let's start tomorrow. There's one more thing. The town's divine beast is going to sleep with Su Yin and Chunya tonight. Lai Fu had a mischievous grin on his face. I refuse. Su Yin and Chunya said in unison. Ever since they found out that this dog could talk, they no longer regarded Lai Fu as a dog. Chapter 123. Conditions for Awakening. Oh, whoa. Lai Fu let out a sad cry. This dog doesn't just say anything, Su Yin. You don't wear underwear when you sleep, and Chunya, you like to. Oh. Suyanan Chin Yaskrimth. Lai Fu's words were not finished, and various skills were aimed at him. Lai Fu jumped around, continuing to mischievously spill secrets. You both have very unique preferences. Yiju touched his nose. Having heard something funny, Su Yan's face turned red, and she ran into the bathroom. Chunya also had a flushed face and ran into her own room. This is the consequence of betraying this dog. Lai Fu called out proudly. In the hall, only Yiju was left. Yiju slowly sat down on the sofa and said, "Let's talk. Is it still about that matter?" Lai Fu's ears perked up, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "I promise, you can come out alive from the underworld, as long as you help me steal the treasure." Yiju said, "Since it's stealing, there's number 100 guarantee of safety." Lai Fu looked at him, speechless. "Moreover, what benefits do I get? I saved your life and helped you level up to level 8. Isn't that a benefit?" Ye Shuruk. In the entire base city, no one exceeded level 5, because this dog awakened when no one was aware. As an evolved being, it naturally has its uniqueness. You did save this dog's life. But you can't take this dog's life, right? Life will force us mind. He was no longer the naive person he used to be. As an evolved being, his brain domain was gradually being unlocked. His IQ and EQ were almost on par with humans. You still don't believe me? I can tell you one thing. Although you have awakened and surpassed level 5, without my method, you will never truly awaken. Without a true awakening, it's just leveling up, which will only increase physical quality. Yiju said calmly, "No wonder. I feel no different than usual." Lai Fu nodded. He knew about the awakening. He had consumed so many magic cores, but he had only surpassed level 5, and there were no other changes. Is this really awakening? Many times, he doubted himself. Did he awaken incorrectly? Or did he not awaken at all? And awakening was just simply surpassing a level. Lai Fu sat cross-legged and quickly asked, "Let me clarify awakening for you." Yiju explained, 10 flesh and blood magic cores can awaken into mutation type, and 10 crystal magic cores can awaken into energy type. Each of these 2 types of magic cores has a 10 chance of awakening into an evolver, but failure results in the body shattering. Moreover, there is a 0.01 chance of awakening into a special evolver, but becoming a special evolver requires meeting 2 conditions. The more magic cores stored, the better, as they will be needed for awakening. The second condition is to obtain a fallen treasure and use the power of the hellish fallen treasure. So, does this dog belong to the evolver category? Lai Fu asked. Yes, you are an exception. You directly swallowed many magic cores and became an evolver without reaching level 5. I have never seen this before. It might be the reason why you are different from us humans. Therefore, your awakening power has always been suppressed. Yiju said, "You must unleash your awakened power, and I know how to do it." How to unleash it? Lai Fu asked with curiosity. Chapter 124, Military Personnel arrive. Hell's falling treasure. The power of falling treasure can guide your awakened power out. Yiju said. When Lai Fu heard Yiju's calm, yet imposing words, he couldn't help but chuckle. In the end, it still came down to him stealing the treasure. If you don't awaken the power of the seal, any level 5 Awakener can easily defeat you. That dog is just messing around. Lai Fu's mouth twitched, being beaten by a level 5 Awakened one at level 8. To be honest, he felt very uneasy. Messing around? Once the demons from the underworld crawl to the surface, do you still think it will be as leisurely as it is now? He sarcastically said, "I'm just staying at the base, not going anywhere." Lai Fu shouted with a loud voice, "Sorry, but with this base that is barely level 1, it can't stop the underworld demons." Yiju shook his head. No base city can survive the attacks of the demon tide for long. Base cities also gradually upgrade, being destroyed, rebuilt, destroyed, and rebuilt. Want to survive? How to survive? Only by living through the demon tide. And then, a new batch of people will be eliminated. This dog will escape, escaping to a desolate place. Lai Fu trembled all over. Living in seclusion? Perhaps it won't be long before you die alone, having only lived through a few demon god arenas. Ye chocolate. Damn it. Doesn't that mean there's no way out? Lai Fu was furious. Only by obtaining the falling treasure and activating the primordial power within you can you continuously evolve and survive. Yiju said, "I know you didn't deceive this dog, but it takes a lot of courage to steal something right under the eyes of the Lord of the Underworld." Lai Fu's mouth twitched stiffly. The person in front of him was aware that he was just a cowardly dog. In the past, he was a brave drug detection police dog. During a confrontation with smugglers when he detected drugs, the armed personnel and police exchanged gunfire. Bullets flew over his head. At that moment, he was terrified, curled up in a corner, watching everything in fear. After that, he started to act cute in various ways. And even when he detected drugs, he didn't dare to speak out in public. Soon after, his glorious position was replaced. After being adopted by a family, he lived a warm and comfortable family life. At that time, he vowed never to venture into dangerous places again, never to gamble with his life. Laifu, do you know that now you are stronger than anyone in the base? Yi Ju's gaze flickered, and he said calmly, you can think about it yourself. There's still plenty of time. As he spoke, he squinted his eyes on the sofa. The next morning, a man dressed in camouflage walked in and knocked on the door. Kumin, Yi Ju closed his eyes and said. A man walked in, saluted, and said, hello, Principal Yi, everyone you are looking for has been brought to the designated location. You can proceed now. Su Yin and Shinya followed Yi Ju toward the tall office building. Laifu lazily trailed behind. Many people were staring at him. Laifu bared his sharp canine teeth and stared with his big bell-like eyes. Instantly, he scared those people away. This dog was too frightening. With muscles as strong as a bull, a square head, and big ears. Just think about it. Even Su Yan's fire-based skills had no effect on him, which shows how strong his physique was. Hey, it's you, Yi Ju? Su Ziwe exclaimed in surprise, recognizing someone familiar among the approaching figures. However, when she saw the other two women, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Chapter 125, Shock. How could it be you? Young Wen S. Mut Tweetchet. When a military summoned them to inform them that a big shot wanted to meet them, he was very excited and thrilled, thinking he was about to make a name for himself. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be that Yi Ju. Back then, he had spoken disrespectfully. Later, when he learned that Yi Ju was ranked 7th on the hero list, he felt completely deflated. He regretted what he had said. Therefore, when he saw Yi Ju, he felt very uneasy, fearing that others would remember what had happened in S City. For a moment, he froze in place. We meet again. The bespectacled Cheng Xian spoke up, adjusting his glasses. He looked quite different from before, having grown much taller and more robust. His level had also reached level 4, with his strength advancing rapidly. To think we could meet again. Back then, I was still your captain, and now you've become the principal, my superior, haha. Dong, who excitedly ran over and saluted. Ever since leaving S City, he had joined this small team. Not for any particular reason, just because they worked well together. He never expected to meet again. Su Ziwe twirled her hair and smiled. Now, she too had leveled up, becoming a level 4 new human warrior. As an energy type, her 2 guns were more accurate and had greater lethality. Even if she encountered the dark fog demon from the Grand Theater again, she believed she wouldn't be easily defeated. Long time no see. Yi Ju nodded and asked, has the military told you about this? Yes, Dong Hu nodded and said. The task this time is to create a guild and eliminate the threat to the base city. I didn't expect that the person you, Yi Xiao, were looking for would be us. We have all joined the military now. This makes things easier. Yi Ju nodded slightly. The plan is just as we formulated. You can build the guild in my name. I leave him to you. His name is Lai Fu, and he is our town's guardian beast. Woof. Lai Fu walked over with a proud look on his face. Guardian beast? Everyone present exchanged glances, pondering in their hearts. This dog is a guardian beast? What's wrong? Do you look down on this dog? Lai Fu bared his teeth, waving his paw. It spoke. A group of people almost spat out the water in their mouths. This dog is too strange. It can actually talk? What kind of nonsense is this? Foolijumans. Lai Fu held his head high, sitting fiercely on the ground, haughtily glancing at everyone. Yi Ju really wanted to give a slap. However, since they agreed to give it face, it really let it show off. Not convinced? This dog will show its level and scare you to death. Lai Fu had a proud look on his face, with the words LV8 appearing above his head. What? No, it can't be. Level 8? A group of soldiers around almost collapsed when they saw this. Who would have thought a dog could have level 8? Right now, the highest levels in the entire Bay City were only level 5, and they weren't even fully experienced. This dog has easily surpassed them. It's invincible, right? This. Dong, whose face stiffened. What the hell? Yang Wenchao's jaw dropped to the ground, unable to close for a long time. This is, really, unexpected. Cheng Xin pushed up his glasses, but he didn't actually adjust them, almost poking his eye out. Such a reaction was exactly what this dog expected. Lai Fu proudly opened his mouth wide. Chapter 126, Peak Domain. Divine dog, absolutely a divine dog. Yi Ju's dog is just different. Indeed, Even having a dog is so extraordinary. Who knew that while boasting, it would turn out this way? The atmosphere has affected Yiju. Yiju felt nothing, but Lai Fu's expression grew increasingly angry. It glared at Yiju, gritting its teeth as if to say, "Hey, can't you be a bit more tactful? You've stolen all my spotlight. What are you still doing standing here? Shouldn't you go do what you need to do?" Yi absolutely smiled. "That's right, you go create the guild. I'll make a trip to the research institute." Yi shao shao. "We promised to complete the task." Dong Hu saluted. "Leave it to us. It's a small matter. With Lai Fu here, no one dares to act rashly. Now, Cheng Xian and the others are all soldiers, so they are all saluting like Dong Hu." Yi Ju's figure gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Su Yin, a level 3 new human." Su Yin extended her hand. "Su Ziyue, level 4 new human." Su Ziyue hesitated for a moment but still shook hands. "Chunya, level 3 new human." Chunya walked over and greeted everyone. "Level 3? Dong Hu frowned. "To be honest, this level is a bit low. Su Yin and Chunya are from the dog, Divine Beast faction. Anyone who dares to bully them is opposing the Divine Beast." Lai Fu bared his teeth and sat by Su Yan's feet, his eyes shining, staring at them intently. In that moment, everyone seemed to be locked onto by a ferocious beast, cold sweat trickling down their backs. "You're not in pain for nothing." Su Yan batted Lai Fu said. "Ow!" Lai Fu let out a sound of enjoyment. He just loves being petted by beautiful women. This jade-like hand. TSK, TSK. So soft, so smooth. "Don't worry, we're all on the same side. How could we do that?" Yang Wenchao quickly smoothed things over, thinking, this dog-esque relationship with them is not ordinary. We must not provoke them. Otherwise, who knows if this dog will suddenly go crazy and attack us. Then let us quickly establish the guild. Su Yan smiled. With Lai Fu around, her and Chunya's positions would not be questioned. According to the prearranged plan, the president would be Yiju, the vice presidents would be her and Chunya. The other founding elder positions would be held by Su Ziyue, Yang Wenchao, Cheng Xian, and Dong Hu. The military provided many resources and even arranged for a military personnel to directly join this guild. Moreover, there would be clerical support, so they would have to worry about recruitment and new members. These few people would be responsible for formulating actions and thinking of various ways to expand the guild size. Assimilate, absorb other guilds, bring down super large guilds, Starry Sky. We need to establish a guild. The guild building is located in the base city, where people come and go. The number of tasks handled here daily reaches thousands or even tens of thousands. Finding people, scavenging, exterminating, searching for items, recruiting, and so on. "Hello, please activate a magic core, any type, and fill in your guild name and initial number of members on the computer." The receptionist sweetly smiled at Su Yin and her group. Su Yin handed over the magic core she had prepared in advance and began to fill in the details on the computer. Guild, Peak Domain. President, Yiju. Vice-Presidents, Su Yan, Chunya. Founding Elders, Su Ziyue, Yang Wenchao, Cheng Xuan, Dong Hu. Number of ordinary members, 100. The list is as follows. XXX, XXX, XX, XX, XXXX. Thank you for your cooperation. Once Su Yin finished filling out the form, the receptionist looked over. The president is... Yay. Yay. Her eyes instantly went blank, stammering. Chapter 127. Conflict of the Starry Sky Guild. Nowadays, outside, Yiju's reputation is enormous. Countless big shots want to befriend this top figure in Huaxia. Those survivors who have not become new humans have even turned into their faith. "The leaf god will protect us." This phrase often comes out of their mouths. "President, is it really? That Yiju? Isn't it just a coincidence?" The receptionist asked in shock. "Of course," Su Yin said proudly. "Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that in the next second, the whole place erupted in laughter? Whether it was those taking on tasks or the new players teaming up, they were rolling on the ground exaggeratedly. What's going on? What are they laughing at? Chunya couldn't help but ask. Dong Hu and Cheng Xian's expressions darkened. It seemed they were being made a laughingstock. "Ha ha, your president is Yiju? Ha ha, our president is Adam. To be honest, I am Finchin, ha ha." Everyone was laughing so hard their stomachs hurt, making strange noises. In an instant, Su Yin and her group were isolated, completely treated as a joke. Such things happen all the time. There are always those who aren't afraid of death. A voice full of laughter came from outside. Bang! The person pushed the door open, followed by a group of well-equipped individuals. Starry Sky Guild? This is Song Lang from the Starry Sky Guild, a powerful force. Look at the level emblem on his head, already level 4. The air instantly became quiet, and everyone's laughter disappeared. Little girl, do you have any evidence that your president is Yi Ju? Song Lang walked over to Su Yan's group with an odd expression and asked. No evidence, so we can't register? Su Yan Sivedith. The person in front of her exuded a heavy, murderous aura. Of course, you can register. We can't control you, but if you want to seek death, our starry sky won't stop you. Song Lang said coldly with a smirk. What do you mean by that? Cheng Xian adjusted his glasses and asked. You dare to build a guild under the name of the first in Huaxia with a small guild like yours, just trying to take advantage of the situation. Who doesn't know Yi Ju's reputation is huge? But do you think this can be allowed? As long as you dare to establish it, you will be a key target for us in Starry Sky. Song Lang's group started to laugh sinisterly. Then we will establish it too. Come at us with your skills. Suyanis Norted coldly. She was fearless now. All right. You really don't listen to advice. Hey you, come here and register them. Song Lang shook his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Okay, no problem. The receptionist hurriedly registered the information. The Peak Domain Guild appeared at the very end of the computer list. Where's your guild emblem? Is it designed yet? The receptionist quickly asked. It's designed. Su Yan handed over the USB drive. These things Yi Ju hadn't instructed them about. So, the guild name and emblem were decided together by them. The emblem of Peak Domain is a mighty dog. That's right. It's Laifu. It's strongly requested to use its own picture as the emblem. No one could argue with it. So they had to compromise. This is... The receptionist stifled a laugh, covering her mouth with her little hand, her cheeks puffing up. Taha! Finally, Song Lang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 128. Laifu shows its fangs. A dog. The guild emblem is actually a dog? It's truly laughable. At least choose a wolf as the emblem, right? ISNT that, right? Ha ha. Are you here to make us laugh? You've killed me with laughter. I'll remember you as the comedy guild. Ha ha. Everything was initially very calm, but with the appearance of the guild emblem, everyone laughed uncontrollably again. How serious and dignified is the matter of a guild emblem? Who would use a dog for that? ISNT that just for laughs? Moreover, look at that dog's head. It was made so vividly and impressively. It shows they really put effort into making it. Ha ha. Some people were laughing to the point of tears. I told you. Young Winzo smiled we. When the guild decided to use Laifu as the emblem, he realized this scene would happen. They would definitely become a laughingstock. But go ahead, laugh hard. Yang Wenjiao glanced at the big dog beside him. He couldn't help but grin. That's right. Laugh loudly. Woof. At this moment, Laifu had a dark expression, and a rumbling sound like an engine came from its body. You are not allowed to laugh. This is the emblem of our town's divine beast. Su Yan stomped her foot, furious and steaming with anger. This was the result of her hurried work. Now, it had become a laughingstock. How could she not be angry? Ha 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 ha. Did you hear what she said? Town divine beast. Ha ha, town divine beast. My God, little beauty. You've killed me with laughter. Quack, quack, ha ha. The laughter echoed again in the guild office building. A big man with a black beard laughed until his face turned red and came in front of Laifu, teasingly reaching out. You are the town divine beast? Ha ha ha. Good boy. Later I'll give you some poop to eat. I'll give you some poop to eat later. Everyone immediately felt their stomachs hurt. They were laughing so hard they were cramping. It was too funny. Today they encountered a bunch of comedic characters, which was really relieving. Woof! Laifu's eyes glinted with fierce light, staring at the bearded man, as if looking at a demon it had once killed. It bore a hint of cruelty. Since that's the case, I'll beat your poop out. Whoosh! It swiped its paw, and this strike even sliced through the air with a whooshing sound. What this? How strong? This dog is so strong. The people around were shocked, and those watching from a distance trembled, too scared to shout. No one expected this dog to be so powerful. You, in the bearded man's terrified eyes. The dog's paw grew larger, clear enough to see the pads. Puffed. A sound of a head exploding echoed, and blood gushed from the severed neck. Ah! Men and women screamed in unison. It wasn't fear of the bloody scene, but terror at the dog's strength. What? That bearded man had level 3 strength. Yet he was killed in an instant? Song Lang was immediately startled, retreating a few steps. This dog is going to beat all your poop out. Hearing the terrified screams, Lai Fu gritted its teeth and pounced forward. To it, these people were like ants. Stop it! Seeing the beast charging at him, Song Lang was utterly shocked. Take this. Fireball. Ray. The group of people behind Song Lang immediately unleashed various skills. Bang, bang, bang. They crashed on a Lai Fu like a dazzling fireworks display. Chapter 129. This dog has gone crazy. Are you scratching this dog's itch? A blazing light erupted from Lai Fu's eyes, and endless flames surged forth. The group in front was instantly pierced through, with smoke rising from their wounds. Kill, more killing. Oh my god, this dog is too ferocious, daring to cause trouble in the base city. More killing. The crowd that was just laughing madly suddenly turned into screams. Just think about it. The big dog that was just as gentle as a sheep suddenly went on a killing spree. It's enough to make one's scalp tingle. Lai Fu erupted with a terrifying wave of energy, surrounded by purple mist. It was as chilling as the howling divine dog. Several more powerful members of the Star Guild had their bodies severed, falling into pools of blood. They were all new humans who had experienced death in desperate situations. Who could have imagined that such powerful beings would meet a gruesome end under a dog's paws? I am from the Star Guild. This dog, how could it do this? Song Lang was wearing a special piece of equipment that blocked the purple flames. His face was filled with disbelief, shocked to the extreme. What Star Guild? Get out of here, dog. Lai Fu's body directly pressed down. Song Lang had nowhere to evade, unable to bear the weight. His right shoulder collapsed immediately. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if he had been smashed by a giant hammer. He flew out, crashing into a wall over 10 meters high. I can't be seeing this wrong. Too terrifying. My God. Everyone crouched down, holding their heads, trembling and whispering. The surroundings were filled with corpses. This dog has gone completely insane. Lai Fu's face showed a mix of sadness and anger, as if it had suffered a great grievance. It was determined to fight to the death with the Star Guild. Wait for me. Song Lang's body shook, filled with immense frustration. He disappeared in a flash and rushed out, leaving behind these people, staring in astonishment, speechless for a long time. Didn't Tiwi agree to develop slowly? Dong Hue's mouth twitched. Now look, the guild just registered and has already clashed with the Super Guild. They directly skipped the process and rushed to the conclusion. With this dog around, you don't need to be afraid. Lai Fu was full of confidence. Just as Yiju said, there was no one stronger than it in the entire base city. Yiju arrived at the research institute. He specifically sent that dog to the town to help it find confidence. Otherwise, the dog was too timid and didn't realize the kind of power it possessed. Comrade Yiju, your special evolutionary battle armor is currently under development and will definitely be completed within 2 months. In addition, your golden drop and magic core are ready, as long as you complete the task. Wang Yinyan explained. I didn't come here for this. I want to ask you to forge another set of battle armor. Yiju said, what kind of battle armor? Just then, Dr. Xiao walked over, looking curious, and asked, developing special evolutionist battle armor is already quite extreme. Evolutionist battle armor can simply enhance the body and has energy storage capabilities, and the model is like this. Yiju operated on the computer and changed the appearance of the humanoid armor. Is this a wolf? Dr. Xiao asked, crossing his arms. It's a dog. Yiju said, the energy storage function of the battle armor is very important. To walk in the netherworld, one must withstand the cold wind blowing from the depths of hell and use energy to counter it. Otherwise, the body will directly turn into an ice sculpture and be permanently frozen. Chapter 130. The long-awaited extraction buff. You always reveal important information inadvertently. Doctor. Xiao looked at him with a smile. You know so much. Have you personally been to the netherworld? Yes, I have. Ye nodded. Aren't you wearing armor? Doctor. Xiao asked again. Let's get straight to the point. This is a transaction. What do you want to get from me? Ye simidet. Creating your special evolutionary battle armor has already been quite a task, and making a set of pet-specific armor is indeed a headache. Doctor. Xiao thought for a moment and walked a few circles. I need you to help me bring some materials from the river, and then secretly hand them to me. How about that? She suddenly said. No problem. Ye nodded. The river had now emptied, and all the demons had crawled onto the ground. This task was not too difficult and was acceptable. However, Director Wu also needed this material and had publicly informed him about it. Doctor, Xiao secretly asked Yi Ju to bring her some, not revealing her intentions. Nevertheless, this was not Yi Ju's concern. After all, it was just a transaction. Dr. Xiao said, All right, the deal is established. Yi Ju left the research institute. Beep, beep, beep. His communicator rang. Comrade Yi Ju, we have collected quite a few skill books, equipment, and items in our warehouse, and we have granted you the highest authority. Long Xiaoqin appeared on the communicator in 3D mode. Commander, what do you mean by this? Ye similite faintly. With no ulterior motive, she simply wanted to help you. After all, you carry a heavy burden. And if you were to fall in the demon god arena, it would be the greatest loss for our Huaxia. Long Xiaoqin said, Then I will go take a look. By the way, here's a piece of advice. Build the second base core as soon as possible. Yi Ju said, The second core? Long Xiaoqin frowned slightly and glanced at him. Okay, I will prepare. The communicator beeped and closed, and a route was sent up. Yi Ju followed the route to the warehouse. It was heavily guarded, with at least dozens of new human warriors stationed. It seemed to be a crucial stronghold of the base. Major Yi, we have received a notification. You may enter. The young lieutenant guarding this important place said with a stern expression, giving a standard salute. Buzz! Buzz! The massive metal door slowly opened. Yi Ju took a look and walked inside. The young officer did not follow him and stayed at the door to guard. Inside the warehouse, various skill books, items, and equipment were neatly arranged on the counter. These were all military collectibles. Yi Ju scanned through them one by one, repeating and repeating again. It was either repetition or completely useless skills. After watching for a long time, finally something caught his eye. This bottle of potion. Thunder Potion. Effect. Attack 10. Releases thunder to stun the enemy for 3 seconds, lasting 1 minute. Extract. Yi Ju stored it in the space ring and silently recited a phrase. Ding. Congratulations. Buff extraction successful. Obtained permanent thunder attack buff. Permanent thunder attack buff. Any attack has a 10 chance to unleash thunder, stunning the enemy for 3 seconds. Note, the duration of the stun depends on the strength of the opponent's body and other factors. As expected, it is just like the immortal buff potion, unaffected by time limits. Yi Ju was very touched. He had always wanted to extract control-type buffs. However, after killing so many demons, he had never found this type of buff. Now, he felt like he had gotten one for free, and his mood was very pleasant. Chapitre 131. Permanent buff en Stagen. Regarding his own development path, Yi Ju sorted it out. Control type, Thunder Stun. Recovery type, Group Healing Spell, Self-Healing Spell, Undead Buff. Attack passive type, Fivefold Phantom, Penetration. Energy type, various group spells. Reflective Armor type, 10 Physical and Magical Defense, 120 counter damage. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and collecting still requires more effort. However, the rarer the buff, the harder it is to obtain. Yi Ju is in the warehouse, constantly filtering through those useless skills with his eyes. Huh, still a group skill? Yi Ju's eyes flashed again. This group skill book is actually energy burn. Enemies within the area will continuously burn energy, consuming 60 energy points per second. Generally, new humans can only activate this skill for about 2 seconds, after which they will run out of energy instantly, making it practically useless. With 60 energy points, one could cast Fireball 30 times or Fireball 10 times. This is a real treasure. Yi Ju pretended to store it in the space bracelet, but actually extracted it directly. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully extracted the skill book buff and obtained the Group Energy Burn buff. Group Energy Burn buff. Enemies within 5 meters will automatically burn their internal energy. Unsurprisingly, there is no energy limit. You can even keep this buff activated continuously. You have to know that Yi Ju is now a humanoid mobile cannon. Now being able to burn blue energy infinitely, it's simply invincible. Haha, I found the penetration effect again. Ye Wasteland. In front of him were 4 familiar long-handled weapons, neatly arranged. Weapon: piercing spear, special effect, piercing. There's a 10 chance to trigger the piercing effect when attacking, causing double damage. Now, his piercing buff only had a 10 chance, which was indeed too low. He put them all into his wristband and extracted them completely. Ding! Extracted 4 piercing spears. Piercing effect successful. Your permanent buff piercing effect has been enhanced. Blue starlight entered his body from all directions. Piercing buff. There's a 50 chance to trigger the piercing effect when attacking, causing double damage. This buff can stack, with each stack adding 10, up to a maximum of 100. It's a 50-50 chance now. Yiju rubbed his chin. The chance of this weapon's special effect appearing is very small. Having killed so many demons, he knows it best. There are probably no more than 10 of them in the entire base. It seems he can only rely on luck. This is a great harvest. And there are actually physical immunity and magical immunity. Yiju walked to the last shelf in the warehouse and discovered several special pieces of equipment. The effects of the equipment excited him immensely. Extraction. Ding! Extraction successful. Your physical immunity buff has increased to 20. Magic immunity buff has increased to 30. When he walked out of the warehouse, the young officer once again saluted him as he left. Beep beep. The young officer moved his fingers and entered the items missing from the warehouse on the computer. Commander, how could you let him enter our equipment warehouse? Wei Ting slammed the table, his eyes wide open. Are you questioning my decision? Long Xiaoqin was still thinking about the second core and raised his eyes. No, it's just that he took so many things, anyone would feel uncomfortable about it. Wei Ting immediately felt deflated and said helplessly, that's why you have a narrow view and can't see the long term. Long Xiaoqin pressed his finger on the ground, propping himself up to stand. In front of them, tens of thousands of genetically modified, new human warriors were excitedly testing their strength. Chapter 132. Stepping on Stars and Punching Glory. These genetically modified warriors were all equipped with the second-generation anti-demon armor, specifically optimized for physical and energy types. Our genetically modified warriors will surely sweep away the demons. Deputy Commander Wei Ting was filled with excitement. Seeing this scene, he felt that the items Yiju took were no longer important. So, you need to broaden your perspective. Long Xiaoqin shook his head. Yes, Commander, I can't ignore the bigger picture just because of one Yiju. One Yiju is simply not enough. How can he be stronger than our army with all that talk about being the best in Huaxia? In the Wasteland, it's all about team strength. Wei Ting nodded vigorously. Long Xiaoqin suddenly felt like he was playing the lute to a cow and could only shake his head again. The base city actually has 15 levels. Their base hasn't even reached level 1. Long Xiaoqin seemed to have no doubts about the authenticity of this information because his intuition told him that this was indeed the case. I still need to ask him how to upgrade the base to level 1. Giving him this little bit of supplies is simply a drop in the bucket. Long Xiaoqin thought silently to himself. The second base core requires a large amount of materials to manufacture. However, it's not too late to start now. There is still time. As for where to choose the location, his eyes lit up as he thought of the nearby volcano. I now have a plan. This commander took a deep breath and looked into the distance. What the hell? How dare this Peak Domain confront the stars? You don't know yet. The president of Peak Domain is Yiju. Wow, no way. Is it really my idol? Then I want to join. The various guilds in the base city were boiling over at this moment. The reason was that a guild called Peak Domain had emerged out of nowhere. They not only stepped on the stars, but also punched glory. Many people were still in a daze, not knowing what capabilities this guild had. How could they dare to challenge 2 major super guilds at the same time? ISNT that asking for death. But the news quickly spread. The president is that Yiju, ranked 7th in the world, the best in Huaxia. The key is, this is no rumor. The existence of Yiju has been confirmed by the military. Yi Xiao, a senior researcher at the Research Institute. What does official certification mean? The president of the Peak Domain is really him. Damn, why did a Peak Domain suddenly appear? A round conference table is filled with big shots and leaders from various guilds. They're arguing fiercely. Damn it, this Peak Domain has taken away our experts. The key is that they did it voluntarily, all for the name Yiju. We too, our guild is left with only the core. This group of people gritted their teeth. What they hated the most was that level 8 big wolf dog. It flaunts its power at their guild's base every day. It acts like it's in its own backyard, doing whatever it wants. What does dog urine represent? It declares, this territory belongs to this dog. How can they not be angry? They were so furious their noses were crooked, cursing endlessly. Quiet, everyone quiet down, I have to say. The emergence of the peak domain has directly blocked our plans. A young man in a suit suddenly stood up. Boss, who is he? A girl's eyes lit up. Standing behind the chair of her guild's big shot, she quickly asked in a low voice. Chu Tianyi, the highest leader of the Xingqian Guild, the president of Xingqian. The eyes of this boss showed deep apprehension. Chapter 133, Blood God Hall. So what should we do now? An old man spoke, looking at Chu Tianyi. This is the president of Glory, Peng Hai, a big shot who managed underground fighting before the disaster. The old man said softly, the plan is advanced. We will go to war tonight. Chu Tianyi's icy gaze swept across the room. It made the temperature in the conference room drop. Go to war? Is this for real? Are we really going to war? Many guild members were shocked. Their long-planned scheme was finally about to be implemented. Codename Zero. Overthrow the military control of the base city, seize power and influence. Among these people, a fat man began to tremble all over. He couldn't help but glance at these excited big shots. Looking for death. Completely looking for death. You don't know how powerful Yi Ju is. This person is Qian Fatty. The reason he appeared here is that he joined the Xingqian Guild. With level 4 combat power, he was directly promoted to a cadre with a small team. Of course, Xingqian thoroughly investigated Qian Fatty's background. They knew he had just arrived in the base city, which is why they safely accepted and valued him. But Xingqian could never have imagined that Qian Fatty was actually a fan of Yi Ju. He called him leg brother all the way. He had witnessed Yi Ju's power. How could he possibly go against Yi Ju's guild? Beep, beep, beep. His fingers quickly typed the attack plan on the communicator in his pocket, including time, location, and crowd. Base City Command Center. A group of clerks wearing headsets stared at the big screen. We received intel. Plasma bombs have been planted here, here, and here. A major general shouted. Unexpectedly, these guilds are so powerful, even using plasma bombs. Director Wu said solemnly. The Plasma Weapons Research Institute is still under development. Unexpectedly, those guilds have already begun to use them. How could he not be shocked? The bomb disposal team immediately began to act. Wei Ting shouted into the microphone. Yes, the forces of the Glory Guild are mainly gathered here. All gene-modified warriors are mobilized to strike at the rebels. A solemn-looking middle-aged man stood at the highest command position and spoke softly. This person is Commander Long Shaoqin. Yes, the new humans from the other affiliated small guilds are dispersed quite widely. Let each small team leader lead their teams to suppress them. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Long Shaoqin commanded again. Ensure the mission is completed. The giant screen flashed highlights, showing the salute of various team leaders. As for Xingqian, it will be left to the people of the peak domain. Long Shaoqin tapped his fingers on the table. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. The earth trembled slightly. The killing intent was suffocating. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Xingqian Guild Gathering Place. This road is opened by this divine beast. This tree is planted by this divine beast. If you want to pass, leave a toll. A large wolf dog as strong as an ox blocked the way. Damn it, it's this dog, too despicable. Here it comes, it's coming again, walking over with small steps. How does it know we are gathering here? The tens of thousands of new human warriors from the Xingqian Guild looked confused. They're the Blood God Hall of Xingqian. Led by over 1,000 strong individuals, they attacked the Bay City Command Center. Unexpectedly, they were stopped by this dog. Chapter 134, Completely Going to War. Kill. The warriors of the Blood God Hall had fierce light in their eyes. They did not believe that this dog could stop them. Woof. Lai Fu raised his broad paw, looking at the roaring Blood God Hall, and shouted, I'll fight. The rushing Blood God Hall warriors fell one after another. They were speechless. This dog is too damn it. It must be skinned and made into soup. Get rid of it. 10,000 warriors of the Blood God Hall regrouped and charged forward. Come on. This divine beast is afraid of you? Lai Fu. His entire body transformed into an unmatched long beam of light, like the tail of a comet. Rushing toward them. Boom. He crashed into the Blood God Hall army, exploding with a bang and hundreds of Blood God Hall warriors were instantly killed. In the face of Lai Fu's terrifying lethality, they didn't even have time to escape. This dog fell for it, haha. Activate the plasma net. Buzz. A series of all-metal, 8-foot-tall, exquisite, and precise machines slowly entered a charged state. With a command, they suddenly shot out. A large plasma net instantly trapped Lai Fu within. North side, Chu Tianyi slid the mini-screen, which displayed all movements. He gazed into the distance as the strong winds swept in. The entire base city surged like a million galloping horses, their roars fierce and grim. The war has begun. Peng Hai crosses arms. The plan is fine, that dog is trapped. Chu Tianyi's eyes flashed with cold electricity. My arranged bait has attracted the military's full attention. You were right. There is indeed a traitor among us. Peng Hai, note that? Our main force is heading straight for the highest command point, seizing the core of the base. The number of their guilds is comparable to the military. This does not even count Glory and other small and medium guilds. In his view, seizing the base city is as easy as pie. Huh? Why is our main force, nearly 100,000 strong, stopped? At this moment, Peng Hai frowned. How could this be? Chu Tianyi was also surprised, staring at the display screen. Are there too many people? Su Yan stood at a high point, her face in shock. Ahead was a sea of black heads. Each one looked like an enraged lion, staring at her fiercely, as if they wanted to tear her apart into thin air. Is this the power of a super guild? Xinya's expression also changed. Such a scene is rare in this world. But as vice presidents, they must not show weakness. Who would have thought the strength of Xingqian was so formidable? Donghu, Yang Wenchao, Teng Xuan. These few stood behind them, facing the dense crowd below. This scene was naturally captured on camera and transmitted to the crystal screen in the base city. Our genetically modified warriors have fallen into a trap, held back by plasma weapons. Vice Commander Wei Ting exclaimed in shock, unable to believe it. Boom! 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 At the same time, explosions occurred in the base city. How could this happen? Where's the bomb disposal team? Why haven't they disarmed the bombs? He shouted in even greater shock. The ground shook. The entire command center was shaking wildly. Countless people were stunned. Report to the commander. There are too many bombs, far beyond our expectations. We have disarmed most of them, but the crystal screen showed a dust-covered bomb disposal expert. It seems we have once again underestimated the power of the Super Guild. Long Xiaoqin took a deep breath, slightly moved. Right now, we must quickly free the genetically modified warriors and support the peak domain. Chapter 135. Subversion. Is this all the people you have in the peak domain? The new human warriors of the Xingqian Guild and the Glory Guild had smiles on their faces. There were only a few thousand people in the peak domain before them. Together, Xingqian and Glory had 100,000 people here. Crushing them would be like stepping on ants. Is that so? Then, everyone come out. Su Yan clapped her hands. The surrounding buildings stood tall, the streets clean. Suddenly, a wave of dark heads surged like ghosts. Thud, thud, thud. Each step these people took was extremely heavy. In an instant, they completely surrounded the Xingqian members, forming a massive encirclement. How could there be so many people in the peak domain? How could so many new human members be gathered in such a short time? The once arrogant Xingqian and Glory Guilds were all moved. No one expected the peak domain to have so many members. You underestimate the appeal of the name Yiju. Xinya said calmly. Yigot, Yigot, Yigot. The shouts echoed through the heavens, further moving the members of Xingqian and Glory. Could it be that their 100,000 were really surrounded? This is too ridiculous, right? The members of Xingqian and Glory listened. You are now going against the path, opposing the entire human race and the authorities. Donghu took out a loudspeaker and shouted, Our enemies are demons, mutated beasts. Think about it. Why should we kill each other and be used as pawns by those in power? Do we have any grievances between us? You have all been used by those with ulterior motives. Although there are indeed some grievances with military management, the military has always maintained a good image for the people and for survival. We should not fight amongst ourselves. The next wave of demon tides is coming. We should be resisting the demons. The shouting instantly silenced the atmosphere. Many members of Xingqian hesitated. To be honest, they were just following the guild without much opinion. When the president said to seize the base city, They only felt excitement and thrill without considering the consequences. Even some members of the Glory Guild put down their weapons. Indeed, the current stability of the base city is due to military management. Without the military, the base city would have been in chaos long ago. Moreover, the entire base city was built by the military. The military took them in, and now they repay kindness with enmity? We only have 30,000 people. I'm so scared. Suyin said excitedly in a low voice. It's best if we don't fight here. Once the fighting starts, it will be a large-scale war. Cheng Xian adjusted his glasses. The 30,000 people currently recruited by the Peak Domain are all minor players. They were all attracted by the name Yiju. If a real battle breaks out, many will probably flee. Xingqian and Glory, you can rest assured, the military will not pursue any incidents from tonight. We can coexist peacefully. Why spill blood? The blood that needs to be shed is on the battlefield fighting demons. Think about your loved ones. Think about those who were eaten by demons. Dong Hu continued to speak. Indeed, we are all humans. Why should we kill each other? The current military management is actually quite good. I originally didn't want to come just to see the excitement. This shout made most of the members of both guilds abandon this war. Damn, our people have been subverted. Hung Hai, rushing over, had a drastic change in expression. Chapter 136. Reinforcements have arrived. Xingqian, listen up. At this moment, a figure rushed over like a cannonball. This person roared like an angry dragon, stirring up clouds and winds. Like a horizontal tornado, surrounded by thunder and lightning. Boom! It started to rain from the sky. It's Chu Tianyi, the great demon king. Our president has arrived. President! The members of Xingqian shouted excitedly. Everyone's gaze was focused on this moment. Not good. Chu Tianyi has come. Cheng Xian instantly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. So strong, Yang Wenchao said softly. This person, seeing those two ominous auras, made one's heart tremble. He never expected that besides Yi Ju, someone else could give him such a feeling. We are not seizing command of the base city for ourselves, but for everyone in the base city and outside it. Chu Tianyi said loudly. We have no voice, and we have no choice. This battle is to let the command center of the base city hear our voices. The unpredictable dark clouds in the sky seemed to stop churning. The wild wind forgot to sweep, and the world fell silent. Everyone was listening to his speech. Not good. We can't let him speak. Hurry and make him stop. Qian Fatsi, a burly man, hurriedly sent out a message. He was now an undercover agent, standing in the Xingqian camp, observing the situation. Since Chu Tianyi appeared, the entire atmosphere had changed. This group of people had reignited their fighting spirit. The stars aim to break the rules, not to destroy them. What we oppose is dictatorship. Our goal is simply to allow the voices of the people to be heard. Chu Tianyi's voice thundered like rolling thunder, resonating throughout the entire sky. It even reached the command center in the heart of the base city. Everyone held their breath. What Chu Tianyi said was exactly what they feared the most. This guy is very clever, Long Xiaoqin said in a deep voice. The genetically modified soldiers have eliminated the decoys and have gone for support. Wei Ting's face was grim. Allowing the public to interfere with military decisions is equivalent to relinquishing power. He would never agree to such a thing happening. What about Yiju? Long Xiaoqin suddenly asked. Him? After meeting with Dr. Xiao, he disappeared. Wei Ting shook his head. There is no time to worry about that person now. The situation is very serious. If things go wrong, it could be difficult to handle. Yes, that's right. Our stars and glory aim to break the rules and make the military hear our voices. Yes, some things are not decided by them, so we must decide. Resist, resist, resist. The voices of stars and glory roared through the heavens and the earth. Hung Hai couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. That was close. If we had arrived even a moment later, the consequences would be unimaginable. What do we do now? Su Yin stomped her feet anxiously. The situation is lost. The seduction tactic has failed. Dong Hu shook his head. But we only have 30,000 people. The rest are just posturing. How do we fight? Su Yan's words left everyone in the Peak Domain silent. Support has arrived. Support has arrived. The female warrior Su Zua, wielding dual guns, rushed over from the back, waving at them. Chunya and the others turn around to find large numbers of genetically modified soldiers arriving. Some of these soldiers had purple scales all over their bodies, with sharp claws. Others had metallic eyes that glimmered with a faint golden light, looking incredibly indifferent. Chapter 137. Crossing the River to Hell. 50,000. There are a full 50,000 genetically modified soldiers. Suziue said breathlessly. She led these genetically modified soldiers over from the decoy's side, which took some time. Great. Now we have 80,000. Our combat power is not much different. Who dares to start a war? Su Yin said. No, you're wrong. Listen to what those people are saying. Cheng Xian adjusted his glasses. Monsters. Monsters? Mutated beasts. They are mutated beasts. My God, what has the military done? The people from Stars and Glory looked in terror at the incoming group. Those people looked just like mutated beasts. Flesh wings, hook claws, tusks. Anyone who saw them changed their expression drastically. They dare to call us monsters? We are human. What mutated beasts? We are genetically modified soldiers. All the genetically modified soldiers were filled with rage. They voluntarily became test subjects for the greater good. Who would have thought that now they were being called monsters by their compatriots? Can they accept this? After giving up so much, who wants to hear such hurtful words? This is bad. A war is about to break out. Fatty Qian trembled. The two sides were filled with anger. It was only a matter of time before war broke out. The opposing side, and the two unknown strongmen, Chu Tianyi and Peng Hai, who outnumbered them significantly. It would be difficult, very difficult, to achieve victory. Woof! A dog charged in, covered in blood. Start a war? Does this divine beast fear you? Lai Fu's eyes shone with two beams of light. This dog was drenched in blood. It seemed the brothers from the Blood God Hall were all slaughtered by this dog. The members of Stars immediately gritted their teeth. They had long hated this dog. The two sides exchanged fierce glances, their eyes filled with murderous intent. After Yi Ju upgraded the buff, he went to look for the substance in the river. This substance is an essential material for special evolver armor. It is similar to sludge, settled at the bottom of the river. First, it is needed by Director Wu. Second, a separate portion is for Dr. Xiao. And third, it's to touch the door of the netherworld, preparing to steal something with Lai Fu. The three gates of hell have already undergone a baptism in the world. The entrance, corridor, and river. Nowadays, the demons in these three places have become very few. Yi Ju found a crack and quietly slipped in. Darkness, endless darkness. Yi Ju found a set of battle armor from the space bracelet and turned on the chest light. The stench followed closely, returning to hell. It was like the winter wind on a night without stars or moon. It made one feel cold and dark, with no hope in sight. In the end, the soul still fell into hell, suffering torment and becoming a slave to demons. Those who once possessed extraordinary abilities wielded weapons that made everyone bow their heads in submission. Why are they not seen now? It is because they have all fallen into hell with the withered bones. The strongest have fallen deeper. For example, the fifth purgatory, the grave. Within the towering flames is an endless graveyard, and open coffins spout fierce fire. Lying inside are not just the slaves of demons, but countless powerful fallen treasures. However, Yi Ju's current abilities are insufficient. He can only secretly collect the treasures of the first hell, the underworld. The treasures are too precious. In the last life, how many people's grand ambitions ultimately ended in vain, eventually turning to dust, returning to dust. Yi Ju walked in the darkness, like a bright lamp in the shadows. A cold wind swept through, sending chills all over his body. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on him from all directions. Come on, ye need it. It seemed that there were quite a few demons in the deep pit, like moths to a flame. Chapter 138. At the bottom of the river. Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. The bodies of the demons kept exploding. The wind around grew fiercer, and the demons danced wildly, howling in chaos. Kill as many as they come. As the demon corpses fell, a cold light flickered in Yi Ju's eyes. The eerie and terrifying hell always made him feel like he was falling into an abyss. Darkness wanted to swallow everything, but dawn will eventually come. After walking for so long, he should be nearing the river crossing. As Yi Ju killed, the surroundings became eerily quiet and gloomy. The demons with eyes glowing red no longer dared to step forward to block his path. They burrowed into holes like bee cocoons, peering at him from within. Before long, a more nauseating stench assaulted his senses. In front of Iju was a quietly flowing river as black as ink, with time itself at stake. On the other side of this eerie, dark river seemed to lead to the deepest part of endless darkness. The other end of the river was the gate to the underworld. Iju narrowed his eyes. He couldn't recklessly enter the door to steal the treasures from the underworld. Even with an immortal body, it was highly likely he would be trapped inside, wasting time. Moreover, it seemed he also needed a boat. He should first acquire materials for crossing the river. Iju took off his battle armor and stood by the shore. Finally, with a leap, he dove into the black river. I fear that no one in the entire world expected someone would dare to cross the river with their flesh. Hiss! Iju just entered the water and immediately felt a stinging pain all over his body, his skin starting to rot. But he was completely unafraid. After all, he had an immortal body and a healing buff, along with a powerful group healing buff. However, the river water was too dark to see anything. He could only rely on his sense of whether he had touched the riverbed. He could hold his breath for about 20 minutes. By using energy instead of breathing, he could last for almost an hour. Now his whole body was covered in blood, his hair disheveled, and he looked like a blood-soaked person. 5 minutes later, still not at the bottom, Iju furrowed his brow and tightly closed his eyes. He was holding a several hundred-pound iron block, which was rapidly sinking. 10 minutes later, a shadow enveloped his face, and his internal organs had been almost completely corroded. 20 minutes had passed. Iju was calculating the numbers in his mind. He didn't expect the river of hell to be so deep. It felt like an abyss was swallowing him. Although he could still hold on for another 40 minutes, this kind of psychological pressure was definitely something an ordinary person would find hard to bear. 30 minutes. Iju has already felt the water pressure continuously squeezing towards him, as if trying to compress him into a ball. At the same time, black hands are tearing at him. The iron block has corroded and become lighter. It is said that when approaching the bottom of the river, there will be attacks from demonic hands, and it seems that this is indeed true. He closed his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The highly concentrated water blades sliced out in all directions towards those demonic hands. Thud, thud, thud. The attacks seemed to anger them, and more demonic hands tore towards his body. It had been 40 minutes. Iju's body was already covered with deep cracks, chilling to the bone. If it were anyone else, they would have died long ago. Wait, what is that? He suddenly opened his eyes, because at the bottom of the river of hell, there was something flashing with green light. A mysterious green object appeared at the riverbed. Could it be the hell inscription? Iju saw this scene, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Like a cannonball about to be fired, his feet curled up. Whoosh! He crazily twisted his body and shot forward. Chapitre 139, et les inscriptions. Although the green light seemed very close, when Iju swam over, it felt extremely long. Just witnessing the hell's inscription was enough to astonish the world. Iju had also come across a record of it in an ancient book in his previous life. It mentioned that a powerful being fell into a river and retrieved a piece of hellish inscription from the riverbed. Later, this inscription was deciphered. It is said to contain a superweapon. However, ancient books are just that, records of history written by others, fragmented and incomplete. Soon, it disappeared altogether. Nevertheless, the legend states that as long as one can decipher the hellish inscription, they will obtain a divine artifact. Indeed, the equipment that surpasses legend is a divine artifact. Divine artifacts shine through the ages. In his last life, someone informed him that the top 10 powerful figures on the hero ranking all possess divine artifacts. However, there was a major problem. They could not unleash the true power of the divine artifacts. Even if they reached level 30, such treasures could not exert their maximum potential. The thought of the hellish inscription truly existing was dazzling and too tempting. Iju finally touched that piece of the hell monument. It was a small stone tablet, covered with densely packed green small characters that emitted a faint glow. He directly stored it in his spatial ring, and the surroundings instantly returned to normal. At this moment, he was already at the bottom of the river. The black sludge below surged and rolled like a tidal wave. Iju took out the prepared containers and filled them completely, enough to fill 3 large vats. He also packed a considerable amount of black stones, which contained priceless treasures. Then he transformed into a fleeting shadow and rushed towards the river surface. Fortunately, he had previously activated a buff to restore energy. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have made it to the surface. Not long after, Yiju crawled ashore, his face extremely pale, lying on the rocks and gasping for breath. It was a narrow escape. Yiju lowered his head and looked at his body, which was indeed in a terrible state, almost turning to pus and blood. This black river is too tyrannical, capable of dissolving all things. It is indeed the inscription of hell. The ancients do not deceive me. Yiju took out the small stone tablet, gently touched it with his hand, and focused his mind to sense it. An image appeared in his mind. What is this? He was extremely surprised and stared intently. But the image was too vague, resembling a complex, elongated object. The aura of the divine artifact was circulating. What a grand momentum! It truly is a divine artifact. Yiju was heavily impressed. He had never seen such a good thing before. In a sense, he had obtained equipment even more important than the Huangquan blade. However, the Huangquan blade required a demon god's heart to evolve. Only by defeating a true demon god could it evolve. It might even become a divine artifact. It's time to go. Yiju smiled awkwardly and put the hell inscription into the space ring. This trip was full of gains. Today, this divine beast will kill you. Lai Fu let out a howl. A fierce purple light flashed in his eyes, and his whole body became invisible. Bang! The next moment, Chu Tianyi staggered back several steps. What kind of equipment is that? If it weren't for this, I would have killed him long ago. Lai Fu revealed his body, feeling a burning sensation in his eyes. That Chu Tianyi was holding something dazzling. It seemed even more brilliant than the real sun, making it hard for him to look directly at it. It was this light that could reveal his form. The invisible sneak attack was completely useless. While he was battling Chu Tianyi, the base city had already begun a major battle. The people from the Starry Sky, Glory, and Peak Domain were all mixed together, fighting fiercely. Chapter 140. The terrifying plasma bomb. How could this dead dog be so strong? Chu Tianyi was finding it hard to remain calm at this moment. Madness surging in his eyes. If it weren't for the Peak Domain, if it weren't for this dead dog, he would have stormed into the command center, seized the core of the base, and claimed the territory as king long ago. Now, he was being held back by this dead dog. The entire guild's progress was also intercepted here, unable to advance. This meant that unless they dealt with this dog and the people from the overturning domain, they couldn't move. Peng Hai, unleash your ultimate move. Chu Tianyi Sautet. He had been wanting to do this for a long time. Peng Hai suddenly patted his waist, as if something had been triggered. Buzz! A series of loud explosions sounded. From various directions of the base, many shadows flew towards this side. Airplanes? What were they planning to do? Intercept, intercept. The command center's display screen immediately revealed the appearance of these planes. Everyone was shocked. Use anti-aircraft artillery. Use anti-aircraft artillery. At the same time, various anti-aircraft artillery on the city wall began to fire continuously. The entire sky above the base city erupted in fireworks. That is, plasma bombs and plasma cannons? Wei Ting slammed the table, his eyes wide open. How could this be? There must be a traitor in our research institute. Director Wu roared in anger. The plasma series weapons still under research had actually leaked out to the guild members outside? How could he not be furious? This is bad. Plasma weapons cause tremendous harm to new humans, and they can't resist. Dr. Xiao bit his pen, watching the helicopters that hadn't been shot down. Among them, 5 helicopters were flying towards their command center. Evacuate. Everyone evacuate. Alpha system activate. The command post where Long Xiaoqin was located wrapped everyone inside, continuously shrinking down to the lowest point of the base. In just a few seconds, the command center was empty. Boom! The next second, dozens of plasma bombs and plasma cannons bombarded the building. Bang, bang, bang! Glass shattered. Walls and floors continued to crack. Centered around the command center, it was enveloped in a frenzy of plasma, lingering for a long time. The command center was lost. On Su Yan's side, the communicator suddenly emitted a crackling sound. The last command was to evacuate. All evacuate. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that the safest command center would be attacked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At the same time, dozens of planes charged towards them. The plasma bombs and plasma cannons equipped on them were extremely exaggerated and were recognized instantly. This is a plasma weapon, my God. When did Starry Sky and Glory master such military power? When were so many planes arranged? Xinya, Su Ziwei, Donghu, and others watched all of this, feeling distressed. It was already difficult to fight, and now the command center was blown up with the higher-ups' fates unknown. Now, there were helicopters with plasma weapons aimed at them. This situation was simply desperate. If they resist, what awaits them will be plasma bombs and plasma cannons. Peak domain, surrender. Chu Qianni's voice echoed across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Lai Fu was attacking him with all its might. However, it was also helpless. You see, Lai Fu's body wasn't afraid of the plasma net. Only the mysterious light in Chu Tianni's hand restrained it. The dazzling brilliance radiating made it hard to strike. Chapter 141. He's here. What to do? Are we really going to surrender? Su Ziwei was also injured, holding his abdomen and asking the people around him. Chenya Viterli, si piques. The lethality of the plasma weapons was too great, making people fearful. Damn it, I don't believe Chu Tianni will blow us up. There's still their people on the field, unless he blows them up too. Yang Wenchao coughed up blood, clearly speaking nonsense. The people from Starry Sky and Glory had retreated together long ago, and the battlefield had been divided. If the plasma bombs came down, they would definitely be the most injured. Rather than surrender, it was better to fight them. Chang Xian pushed up his glasses, even though he no longer had glasses. Su Yan was not panicking at all. Yeah. Upon hearing these two names, Chu Qianni couldn't help but smile. You from the Peak Domain have always been invoking Yi Ju's name, yet he is nowhere to be seen. He took a few steps, turned his head. I even think there is no such person as Yi Ju at all. Even if he exists, what of it? Chu Qianni then laughed loudly, facing my plasma bombs. What waves can he stir up? Ha ha ha. Finally, he said in a low voice. And you two cheap women, the vice president of the Peak Domain, right? I will tie you up and play with you as slaves until death. These two women, one had a charming and alluring scent. The other had a snow-white neck, a pure face, but had a seductive aura. Not bad, very good, extremely suitable for training. Ba dream on beast. Suyankerst. This dog sensed danger and prepared to carry Su Yan and Chinyo away first. Oh, he's coming. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted in surprise. Was coming. The people around looked at her in confusion. Yi Ju, it's Yi Ju, our president. Su Yan explained loudly. Stop messing around, sis. Let's just surrender obediently. Right, that's a plasma bomb. Haven't you seen it? Someone shook their head. Who would have thought that in the end? The vice president would still make such a joke. Maybe just as Chu Tianni said, Yi Ju doesn't exist in this base city at all. Official certification, so what? The command center has been blown up. No, if you really came, why don't you believe me? Su Yan had a speechless expression. Really? Chinyo also expressed doubt. Not to mention Yang Wenchao, Chang Xian, and the others. He sent me the location on the communicator. Su Yan said seriously. A group of people fell over directly. Sis, you should have said that earlier. I thought you had telepathy. Dual gun Rose Su Ziwei crawled up from the ground, looking helpless. I am speechless. Yang Wenchao slapped his forehead. Cheng Xian and Dong, who also looked embarrassed. Since Yi Ju sent her the location, it means he really came. Suddenly, they breathed a sigh of relief. Ha ha ha. Just a desperate struggle, and at this time, still making up lies? Still calling Yi Ju? Where is he? Why can't I see him? Idiot. Hit me. Let him come and hit me. The members of Xingqian and Rongyao sneered. Watching Su Yan perform is actually quite interesting. After all, she is so cute. Chapter 142, A Blade, Shocking the Heavens. This is Hung Hai, standing at the back of the guild, also had a smile on his face. However, his expression changed dramatically. A very terrifying sense of danger rose from his heart. As a big shot, he had a strong intuition about this. So lively? The sky rumbled. When? A piercing sound of blades rang out, cutting through gold and shattering stones. Bang! The first helicopter exploded with a loud bang. Bang! Bang! The second and third quickly turned to ashes, crushed by the blade's energy. No one on those helicopters could resist. No matter what skills were displayed, they were all shattered. The blade energy was too sharp, breaking everything it encountered, and could not be stopped at all. So many helicopters, and only one blade was used. The coverage area is too wide, right? In an instant, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Looking up, the dark clouds in the sky were cut in half, revealing the bright moon. No mistake, the Huangquan blade is that powerful. The blade energy is shocking. However, every time it is used, it consumes a large amount of Yiju's energy. So, after each cut, Yiju would store it in the space bracelet to begin recovering his energy. Who are you? Chu Tian was incredibly shocked, looking at the person approaching in disbelief. Weren't you looking for us and insisting that I hit you? Yiju appeared before everyone, dressed in tattered battle armor. His eyes shone like stars, radiating brilliance. He hadn't prepared any clothes in his bracelet. The armor had just been bathed in demon blood, making him look like a fierce deity. You, could it be? You are. Chu Tian's face darkened. This explosive pressure was indeed terrifying, and he felt the threat. Ye. Suyan's shouted excitedly. Ye. Is it really Yiju? Yiju has appeared. Everyone couldn't help but look at the newcomer, their eyes filled with shock. Damn, it really is Yiju. I didn't expect him to show up. The face of Peng Hai, the president of the Glory Guild, was long. One could imagine that the news would soon spread throughout the base city. No one could stop the rise of peak glory. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. He took a step back. Suddenly, the big wolf dog charged out like a bolt of black lightning, pouncing on him in an instant. The sneak attack was successful. At this moment, it was too late for Peng Hai to think of resisting. Lai Fu's copper muscles and iron bones were simply unmovable. Bang! In an instant, Peng Hai spat out blood. His equipment shattered, and his internal organs were crushed to pieces. Although he was a level 5 new human, Lai Fu was completely unreasonable. Despite being an assassin type, he directly piled on top of you. What did you do? Could you stop it? Next, it's your turn. Lai Fu dashed towards Chu Tian in a flash. Ziz, you have something interesting in your hand. Yiju narrowed his eyes. Ye. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am Chu Tianyi, the president of the Star Alliance. Chu Tianyi's face darkened. At this point, continuing to fight is meaningless. They could destroy your trump card with a single strike. What is there to be angry about? Oh, Chu Tianyi, I'm no longer interested. Ye nodded. He had heard of the name. In the early days of the Wasteland, many heroes emerged. Chu Tianyi was one of those who moved the world. However, he ultimately died under the demon tide, and until his death, he didn't even qualify to participate in the demon god arena. Chu Tianyi's face darkened further, as he was humiliated under the gaze of so many people. At this moment, he was in a terrible mood. Chapter 143, Execution of the Death Penalty. Chu Tianyi, you fail because you believe that Yiju was a fictional character of ours. In the distance, a group of serious-looking people in military uniforms approached. It was Long Shaoqin, Whiting, and their group of commanders and generals. You haven't died? Chu Tianyi Frauen Daili. Your plasma bomb did destroy the command center, but to think that you could kill us like this is too childish. Long Shaoqin stared directly at Chu Tianyi and said sternly, the president of the stars, Chu Tianyi. Your behavior completely betrays the country and severely endangers the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of the nation. This cold shout made the members of Stars and Glory tremble. Long Shaoqin continued with a grim face. Chu Tianyi, Peng Hai, all members of Stars and Glory, including but not limited to using confidential weapons from the Research Institute against the base, severely endangering the safety of the citizens of the base. This is a heinous crime of rebellion. Heinous crime of rebellion? This is slander. We were just following the president's orders. I was wrong. I never intended to betray the base. Our initial goal was just to have a voice. Who would have thought the president would blow up the base? Many members of Stars and Glory directly knelt on the ground, crying loudly. The situation was dire. Fat Money looked around and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yiju arrived early, and with top combat power here, who would dare to act recklessly? Since Peng Hai is dead, according to the base's criminal law, Chu Tianyi, as the highest commander, I, representing the highest command of the base, sentence you to death. Long Shaoqin continued, looking around. As for the guild members, they were misled and will be dealt with lightly. I put down my weapons. I surrender. So have I. We also. The chief commander quickly seized control of the situation with just a few words. A bunch of clowns. Chu Tianyi. Isolated, louder roar. A vacuum appeared around him. No one was willing to stand beside him. After tonight, there would be no stars, no glory. Yi Shangxiao, you are the number one in Huaxia. Seventh on the hero list, the hero representing Huaxia in the Demon God Arena. We, the Longshao Bay City, sincerely request that you execute Chu Tianyi on the spot. Long Xiaoqin's attitude was sincere, and his voice spread across the area. Want to kill me? Dream on. The object in Chu Tianyi's hand emitted a blinding light. This object was called the Stone of Light, a prop he painstakingly created from blueprints. Aside from the holder being immune, everyone else would be blinded by the strong light. As for other functions, they were still unknown. Bang! Pung! Taking advantage of the chaos, he frantically climbed up the wall. As long as he could escape the Bay City, he was sure he could make a comeback. Yi Ju closed his eyes and smiled faintly, his energy fully replenished. He extended his large hand and slowly took out the Huangquan blade from the spatial bracelet. Buzz! A fierce blade hum resonated, heavy as a mountain. No! No! I won't accept this. I was just one step away from obtaining the base. No. Upon hearing the blade hum from behind, Chu Tian's entire being erupted into frantic screams. One can imagine how terrified he was of the blade in Yi Ju's hand. Buzz! The blade energy carved out a brilliant light, dazzling like a rainbow. It instantly enveloped the fleeing Chu Tian. Boom! 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 A massive crack stretched out, appearing before everyone's eyes. The blade mark was too long, cutting through all obstacles. It left everyone gasping for breath. Chapter 144. This is called the Stone of Light. Is this a skill? No, it's the power of that blade. It's a legendary weapon. The first time I've seen a legendary weapon. Long Xiaoqin and his group were completely shocked. Is this Yi Ju's strength? No. Is this the power of the new humans? Can a person's combat power be this strong? This attack power, this lethality, is comparable to a plasma shell. It's terrifying. Wei Ting finally witnessed what it means to be a strong person, his eyes nearly popping out. This attack is so frightening that it truly leaves everyone deeply shocked. After all, when one blade destroyed those helicopters, everyone still had a dreamy feeling. Now, with Yi Ju wielding the blade on the ground, the deafening roar, it makes one tremble all over with goosebumps. Is this the strength of the number one person in Huaxia? Everyone was stunned. The members of the Starry Sky and Glory Guild even sat down on the ground. So cool. Suyin couldn't help but rush over. Every time she saw Yi Ju, he brought her a shocking sensation that stimulated her heart. It's just a broken blade. It can strike once in a while. And if it doesn't hit anything, it means nothing. Lai Fu was quite disrespectful, mumbling quietly beside him. Yi Ju really wanted to kick it. This dead dog was so brazen. It didn't show any performance just now. Is this thing really capable of restraining my stealthy ambush style? Lai Fu ran over excitedly and bit down on that bright stone. Crack! Crack! Its fangs surprisingly didn't crush it. That was my trophy. Yi Ju walked over and reached into the dog's mouth. I won't give you. This is a gurgle. Lai Fu quickly resisted. But unexpectedly, with a glare, he swallowed a whole. Big dog, are you trying to choke yourself? Chinya hurried over, patting Lai Fu's body, urging him to spit it out quickly. This dog is fine, just feeling a bit bloated. Lai Fu barked, looking relaxed. This damn dog. When he finally poops it out, make sure to clean it thoroughly. Yi Ju was instantly filled with confusion. He recognized that thing called the Stone of Light. He didn't know how Chu Tianyi got it. Is this bright stone useful? Suyin couldn't help but be curious. This stone had been tainted by Lai Fu. When awakening, using the Stone of Light could grant one the special energy known as the Power of Light. Yi Ju casually said, the Power of Light? Sound impressive. Su Yan's eyes flickered with light as she couldn't help but stare at Lai Fu's belly. At this moment, everyone gathered around. Zhong Hu, Zhang Suan, Su Ziyu, and Qian Pengzi were all there. Late brother, finally meeting you. I've been exhausted as an undercover, Qian Pengzi said as he rushed to hug Yi Ju's thigh, but got kicked away. You've worked hard, comrade Qian Jisheng. Your contributions are not small. Long Xiaoqin walked over alone, smiling. Now, we have finally quelled the biggest threat in the base, and we can focus on researching how to resist the demons. With Chu Tianyi and Peng Hai, these two super big shots dead after tonight, there will be no more Xingqian and Rongyao. Qian Pengzi got up from the ground, saluted with a smile. According to the plan, our peak domain will not disband. We will continue to absorb personnel and grow, becoming the only officially recognized guild. Qinya added lightly. Upon hearing this, Deputy Commander Wei Ting couldn't help but frown. Once tonight's event spread, the reputation of peak domain would reach a new height. No one could guarantee that peak domain wouldn't become the next Xingqian or Rongyao. Chapter 145, Conclusion. However, the problem has been resolved now. The military needs to regroup. We definitely can't tear the face now. Thinking of this, Wei Ting forced a smile. Yes, that's the plan. Long Xiaoqin nodded. There was no expression on his face. Instead, it felt very relaxed, without the pressure of big shots. I am willing to join peak domain. Me too. I volunteered to join the military. The crowd understood. At this moment, it was time to express their stance. Most people chose peak domain. After all, the president is the best in Huaxia. The scene of one-shotting Chu Tianyi was still fresh in their minds. Only a small number of people voluntarily entered the military. Both sides gladly accepted these individuals. Starting tomorrow, the base city will thrive. A general side. The next day, the base city began comprehensive repair work. The electronic devices damaged by plasma bombs needed to be refurbished. The highest command center also needed to be rebuilt. Fortunately, the core of the base was not affected. The so-called core of the base is the Alpha System. This Alpha System is the brain that controls the entire operation of the base city and is very important. Su Yin and Qinya were already overwhelmed with work. A large number of new humans joined Peak Domain, and each one had to be reviewed and approved. Have you heard? Xingqian and Rongyao committed the crime of rebellion and wanted to seize the base city. Fortunately, the military strength was powerful and resolved this disaster. I heard that it was Yi Ju who appeared. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended so easily. In short, Peak Domain has now jumped to become the #1 guild. Just as these people said, Peak Domain has surpassed all other guilds. After the downfall of Xingqian and Rongyao, only small and medium-sized guilds remained. They were completely unable to compare with the numbers and overall combat power of Peak Domain. Therefore, as the vice presidents, Su Yin and Qinya became high-ranking figures. For a time, they found it difficult to accept such identities. Even sitting at the conference table negotiating with other guilds made them feel uneasy. Fortunately, there were still Dong Hu, Cheng Xian, and others to help. Qian Pengzi worked even harder, organizing the lower levels of the guild in an orderly manner. Describing them as busy with daily affairs couldn't be more accurate. On the other side, what are you looking at? The big wolf dog felt a bit uneasy when he saw Yi Ju staring at him and took a few steps back. Every time he had such a gaze, something unpleasant would happen. Come with me. Let's go to the Research Institute. Yi Ju said. The Research Institute was not attacked by plasma bullets. It might be because Chu Tianyi also didn't want to destroy the research inside, thinking of taking over the base for his own use. You wouldn't want to dissect me just to get that stone, would you? Lai Fu looked terrified and was ready to run away. It didn't even realize that it had already claimed to have become me. After spending too much time with humans, it unconsciously no longer referred to itself as this dog. I made you a set of battle armor, but forget it. Ye Yishuruk. Battle armor? I can wear it too? Why not? The big wolf dog instantly wagged its tail, its eyes shining. It had long been craving those imposing battle armors. Excited, it followed Yi Ju's footsteps towards the Research Institute. This is really the substance from the river. Director Wu exclaimed in shock as he took the black sludge from the container. His face filled with excitement. I worked really hard to get this. Yi Ju shook his head and casually threw a few pieces of black stones from the riverbed. This, such a high concentration of hellish materials. I've never seen anything like it. A group of researchers rushed over, their faces filled with shock. With these materials, your special battle armor is about to be born. Director Wu carefully pushed the container into the laboratory. A group of researchers eagerly followed him inside. Chapter 146. Completing the first transaction, where's my battle armor? You're not trying to trick me, are you? The big wolf dog wagged its tail, looking peculiar. Follow me. Yi Ju brought live food to Dr. Zhao's exclusive laboratory. You didn't hand everything over to old Wu, did you? Doctor. Xiao looked at him with a face full of complaints. How could that be? Can I leave it here? Yiju took another jar of black mud substance out of the spatial ring and slammed it heavily on the ground. So much. Dr. Zhao's eyes lit up. This is high-purity hell material, which can be used to develop stronger and more powerful anti-demon battle armor. There are also some black stones. You can take those as well. Yiju dropped a few pieces on the table. I knew you were holding back. Dr. Xiao raised an eyebrow. She smiled broadly and quickly covered the black stone, as if afraid others would discover it. In fact, the evolutionary battle armor you asked me to create has long been completed, just waiting to be infused with these hellish materials. Dr. Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Give me an hour, and the armor will be completely finished." All right. Yiju nodded and asked, "Have you found the traitor in the research institute?" "Of course. You would never guess who it is, Doctor," Xiao said while using a precision machine to cut the black stone. "It's that assistant, Wang Yinyin, right?" Yiju suddenly spoke. "Oh, you actually guessed it, it's her. I wonder what kind of agreement she has reached with Chu Tianyi," Dr. Xiao said without raising his head. "Where's she?" Yiju casually asked. It should have been a rebellion and a serious crime, deserving of immediate execution, but Director Wu was soft-hearted and instead expelled him from the base city. "Doctor." Xiao shook his head. "All right, don't disturb my work anymore. You can leave now." Yiju turned around and walked out of the laboratory. Lai Fu followed him, lifting his face and asked, "Hey, do you have a crush on that doctor? Are you trying to start a conversation on purpose? I admit she's very sexy, but Su Yin is even better, both innocent and desirable. Don't you like her?" The expression on this big wolf dog's face was quite cheeky. Yiju immediately wanted to kick him. Su Yin had developed feelings for him, and he wasn't unaware of that. However, the situation was not optimistic. The Demon God Arena was just around the corner. He had to hurry and obtain the Hell's Treasure to evolve into a special evolver. "I've finally made the plasma pistol." Ha ha ha. At that moment, a crazy laugh caught Yiju's attention. A plasma pistol? That was the ticket to the future Wasteland. He couldn't help but walk closer. This crazy young man was holding a prototype pistol, testing its power on a target. Bang, 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 bang. After firing a few shots, the plasma bullets blew the target to pieces. The crazy young man was shouting excitedly. Just as he was about to fire the next plasma bullet, the entire plasma pistol suddenly exploded. The plasma energy generated wrapped around his arm. Ah! He let out a scream. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was utterly shocked. The ball of plasma energy was firmly grasped in one hand. He looked up and saw that it was that person. Ye. He stuttered. He saw Yiju holding the plasma with one hand, his fingers forcefully closing together. The entire plasma energy was being squeezed smaller and smaller by him, eventually gathering in his palm. Clap! Yiju flicked his finger, and the small electro ball instantly flew towards the target. In an instant, it blew the target to pieces, melting it completely. Your plasma pistol has a protective structure that is too weak. Yiju shook his head. Let me teach you how to improve it. He quickly drew several structural diagrams on the computer panel, highlighting key areas with annotations. The young man looked at it in shock, as if he had seen a celestial being. Chapter 147, Yiju's Purpose. Is this an effective way to improve the efficiency of plasma convergence by adding a magnetic field constrainer at the rear of the gun body? Amazing, just amazing. Look, it not only significantly reduces energy consumption, but also modifies the anode, discharge, electrode, and cathode. God, this is simply a stroke of genius. Suddenly, a group of researchers gathered around, adjusting their glasses, utterly astonished. The man before them was incredibly strong, having casually modified a plasma handgun. Here, by switching to a higher power plasma generator and electromagnetic acceleration components, the initial velocity and power of this weapon can be increased. Yiju smiled and said, "The installation method of the circuit can also be optimized like this." Do you understand? Got it, that's amazing. I am impressed. The researchers couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The young man was so amazed that he couldn't speak. You really understand? I could even call you a master. The big dog next to them was confused. Although he didn't understand, he felt it was very impressive. I've studied plasma weapons, and I have a feasible theory on how to modify a plasma rifle. Do you want to know? Yiju suddenly said, "What? A plasma rifle? How precise must that be? Is that real?" Quick, tell us. This group of researchers was extremely eager for plasma weapons. Upon hearing about the plasma rifle, their eyes lit up. Just think about it. Using an ordinary fireball skill costs 5 energy points. Its power is even less than that of a plasma bullet, which has already been proven. Now consider this. The energy in your body is compressed to its limits and converted into a plasma bullet. So, firing 100 plasma bullets only consumes 1 energy point. How much of an increase in combat power do you think that is? Isn't it clear? Humanity's victory against the demon tide depends on this. This is a trade. I need you to build me a ship, and it must be made from demon materials. Yiju saw that everyone was hooked and couldn't help but reveal his purpose. This ship has many researchers involved, and the engineering is quite extensive. It's very suitable for this group of people. Right now, Director Wu and Dr. Xiao are fully focused on developing the battle armor. He didn't want to disturb them, so he stepped forward and modified the plasma pistol a bit. Ordinary demon materials, not impossible. What size, what structure? A cruise ship or a speedboat? A group of people looked completely confused. Let me draw it out, something similar to a speedboat. Yiju designed it on the computer screen and marked all the materials. Okay, our D team has accepted it, and it can be traded. That crazy young man suddenly nodded. He turned out to be the leader of this research team. All right, I will give you the design drawings of the plasma rifle. Yiju had a smile on his face as he began to design. His movements smooth and without any hesitation. What? Are they adding a micronuclear fusion energy source to the firearm? This essentially transforms the plasma gun into a mini energy fusion reactor. The plasma is shaped within a special chamber and shot out through superconducting pipes. Oh my God! These people were stunned. This modification not only changed the original bulkiness and industrial ugliness of the plasma gun, but also beautified it, making it more compact, easier to manufacture, and easier to use. Oh my God! In an instant, the entire team erupted in excitement and cheers. Chapter 148. Refusing the deal? In 2 days, with our strength, we can produce it for you in 2 days. The crazy youth said with confidence. No, 1 day. Yiju shook his head. You should know the significance of this lightweight plasma rifle. Just 1 day. Just 1 day. The crazy youth immediately nodded. Significance? It's enormous. A speedboat made of hellish materials in exchange for a design of a lightweight plasma rifle. It's a huge profit. The deal was established. Yet absolutely. An hour had passed, and my battle armor was born. The big wolf dog was completely uninterested in any plasma rifle. It was staring intently at the time. It was done. Dr. Xiao had the robotic assistant massage his shoulders. This set of battle armor finally appeared in front of the big wolf dog. Are you kidding me? The big wolf dog was dumbfounded. What kind of battle armor is this? A brick? Is this meant for it to take and hit someone? This is not activated. He was momentarily speechless. This dog had never seen much of the world and didn't understand high technology. This is a 1-button wear and remove button. Dr. Xiao also smiled and explained a bit on the side. Is that so? Then I'll press it. The big wolf dog slapped the red button on the brick. Instantly, the huge brick rapidly deformed. It started to change shape like slime along its limbs and body. In just a few seconds, it transformed into a set of menacing battle armor. I named it Claw, a proud creation of mine. Dr. Xiao crossed his arms. Claw. Wow, that is so cool. I love it. The big wolf dog was deeply moved. It finally had its own battle armor. All right, our transaction is complete. And I still need to go to Old Man Wu's place to develop your special battle armor. So I'll be leaving now. Doctor. Xiao yawned and turned to leave. Are you satisfied? Yiju asked. Am I the kind of dog that doesn't know how to appreciate kindness? What's the harm in accompanying you for a trip to steal treasures from the underworld? The big wolf dog confidently agreed. We'll set off tomorrow as soon as we get the boat. Yiju nodded. Let's go to the commander now and collect the second payment. Leaving the Cat Research Institute, he and the dog headed toward the marker on the communicator. The base city was being restored quite quickly. By noon, the prototype of the command center was already visible. This is what I promised to give you, and it has long been prepared. Long Xiaoqin took a metal box from the safe and placed it on the table. Yiju sat on the sofa and reached out to take a look. A total of 70 magic cores. The location for placing the gold has already been sent to your communicator. You can go pick it up later. I have everything ready. Wei Ting said coldly from the side. I heard that you modified the plasma gun for the research institute. Long Xiaoqin asked with a smile from across the large table. That was a transaction. Yi Ju smiled faintly and stored the metal box into the spatial ring. Lai Fu immediately became displeased, drooling at the corners of his mouth. So many magic cores, and they didn't even let him have a few to satisfy his cravings? A trade? Fine, I have a trade here. Long Xiaoqin spoke eloquently. No, irrefusa. Yi Ju suddenly waved his hand. Huh? You didn't even listen? Refusing the deal? Long Xiaoqin frowned. Wei Ting's expression darkened at this scene. He knew that when people are in high positions, they become arrogant. That's how humans are. I have the most important things to do right now, and cannot be delayed by anything. Yi Ju stood up and shook his head. The military's dealings were definitely troublesome matters. He couldn't care about that now. He had to go to the underworld. Chapter 149. There's not enough space. Well then, once you finish this important task, we can discuss it. Long Xiaoqin nodded and watched Yi Ju leave. It's inflated, definitely inflated. Wei Ting slammed the table and said coldly, Commander, the combat power of the Peak Realm now rivals that of our army. Aren't you afraid? I naturally have a sense of it. Long Xiaoqin shook his head. Yi Ju followed the route on the communicator and arrived at the warehouse where the fallen gold was stored. Yishang Shou, Vejume. I have been waiting here for a long time. The young lieutenant quickly approached and saluted, commanding the soldiers to open the enormous warehouse doors. Yalkidding. These gold ingots weighed over 1,000 pounds, and even the space bracelet couldn't accommodate them. Beep, beep, beep. He dialed the communicator. Yi Ju, are you looking for me? Su Yen, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, looked at the virtual avatar, somewhat surprised. Does the guild have storage equipment similar to space bracelets? Yi Ju asked. The Peak Domain warehouse has quite a few items, all donated by members, which have been exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points are managed by Chunya in the computer system. They can be exchanged for equipment, items, potions, and so on. Just think about it. If you have a good piece of equipment that doesn't suit you, you can take it to the guild and exchange it for contribution points. Then you can redeem it for what you need. Isn't that great? Moreover, a high-value piece of equipment can be exchanged for a full set of skills and similar equipment. Let me check. Su Yin quickly looked it up on the computer. She indeed found that someone had donated space wristbands to the guild warehouse, a total of 3. Each can be exchanged for 100,000 contribution points. Arrange for someone to deliver them to me. I want all of them. The equipment and skill books in my wristband are worth about the same. Yi Ju said, casually sending a location. Wait for me half an hour. Although Su Yin was busy, how could she let this opportunity slip away? She immediately dropped her work and rushed out the door. Vice President. The assistant shouted anxiously from the side. Look how much this girl cares about you. You blockhead. The big wolf dog was full of envy and jealousy. Yi Ju leaned against the wall and began to sort out the equipment and skill books in his space bracelet. These items were all the gear he had collected from killing demons. However, most of them were duplicates, useless buffs, and skill books, totaling nearly a few thousand pieces. He also had quite a few potions, but they couldn't be extracted. It seemed that only very special buffs could be extracted by the system. The rest were important items. Fully automatic defense beam towers, unlimited types of magic cores, unlimited alien meteorites. The larger the quantity, the higher the success rate of manufacturing. An unawakened Hellblade, an awakened 1x Demon Heart, a piece of unsolved Hellstone inscription, 92 blood, flesh magic cores, 84 spirit magic cores, 1 large magic core, several broken battle armors, and a nutrient chamber, various foods, and daily necessities. An hour seemed insufficient to finish sorting everything. Dear President, I'm here. Su Yin hurried over. This woman was radiant, her hair flowing. As the vice president, she naturally couldn't be as casual as before. The large purple outfit outside gave her an ethereal grace. TSK, TSK. This girl must be a student, right? Pure yet wanting, like an unparalleled enchantress. It really made this dog drool. The above is what Lai Fu was muttering to himself in his mind. Chapter 150. This is my tenderness, Su Yin. Tonight, I'm going to crawl into your bed. The big wolf dog said seriously. Dream on. Su Yin directly rejected him. This big wolf dog was different from before, always having a lewd look in his eyes. Who would dare to sleep with him? Did you bring the stuff? Yi Ju asked. There are a total of 3 space bracelets. Su-yin handed the items to him. Yiju tapped one of them with his wristband, transferring all the equipment, skill books, and potions into it. There are probably a few thousand items here that I can't use. I'll just use them to offset my contribution points. Yiju said, haha, you are the president. Isn't the warehouse of the peak domain something you could just take from? Su-yin stepped forward and patted Yiju's shoulder. Her face couldn't help but turn red. Although there had been physical contact before, for some reason, she felt her face was even hotter now. Sigh. The big wolf dog watched from the side. Yiju had no reaction. He simply collected the fallen gold on the ground into a spatial ring and took out some magic cores to place inside. 25 flesh magic cores, 20 crystal magic cores, and 1,300 pounds of fallen gold. Should be enough to fuse some. Yiju silently began to work. Su-yin and the big wolf dog quietly watched from the side. After a while, a metallic sphere glowing with a special golden light was fused. More than 80 pounds of alien meteorite should be enough. Yiju weighed in his hand and was very satisfied. He turned around and threw the wristband to Su-yin. Oh. Su-yin fumbled to catch the wristband and carefully put it on her wrist. This fully automatic defensive beam tower can take out even great demons in an instant, except for the Lord of the Underworld. Yiju said, you find a big vehicle, make serious modifications, and just install the beam tower on it. Lai Fu and I are going to do something big. I might not even show up when the Demon God Arena opens. Get a good night's sleep tonight. He can go to the Underworld tomorrow after he gets the warship. Can I go? Su-yin asked in a daze. Yiju didn't expect her to say that suddenly and was momentarily stunned. Are you dreaming? We're going to do big things. Do you understand that? You, a little girl, should just play house in the base. The big wolf dog shouted nearby, spitting everywhere. I can protect myself. Su-yin clenched her fist tightly, with small muscles bulging on her arm. She's about to level up to level 4. Can't she protect herself? She looked at Yiju with a face full of reluctance. Oh. Yiju nodded and smiled as he spoke. Hey. The big wolf dog's eyes widened, and he shouted out, haha, great. You can't go back on your word. Su-yin didn't expect Yiju to really agree. She smiled adorably, her big eyes curving into crescent shapes. She even seemed to float while walking. Seeing Su-yin gracefully drift away, the big wolf dog angrily said, you don't really want to take her to hell, do you? Who said I agreed to her? Yiju touched his nose. Then why did you nod? And even said, oh? The big wolf dog paused for a moment. Nodding is nodding. Saying oh is saying oh. What does that have to do with agreeing? Yiju man said nonchalantly, take Su-yin to hell? Is he crazy? What you're doing will hurt others' pure and innocent hearts. It's so unkind. The big wolf dog shook its head, accusing him of going too far. I'm teaching her how to grow in a wasteland world. And the first lesson is not to trust others too much. Yiju shook his head. Moreover, this is my gentleness. Chapter 151. Semi-submersible water wing ship. People kept falling from the sky, and the ground was littered with dead bodies. They were all powerful figures on the hero list. Now, they all had ashen faces and wide-open eyes. Yiju's body trembled. In the center of this region, the battles in the Demon God Arena had been raging for several days. The final result turned out to be like this? He could not accept it. Looking at the endless sea of withered bones, it felt like a mass grave. I'm unwilling. A person who had barely escaped death screamed, almost madly. However, an energy in the sky formed a fist and heavily struck the ground. This person was instantly turned into blood and mud. I'm also unwilling. Yiju Eshin was in excruciating pain. Around him, there were screams and cries everywhere. They wanted to escape, but where could they go? Yiju woke up, and the sky was already slightly bright. He patted his head. The dream he just had was a part of his memories from his previous life. Compared to the demon god, it was nothing significant. Yiju sat on the edge of the bed, brushing down her hair. The big wolf dog was lying on its back, belly up, with bubbles coming out of its nose, sleeping soundly. Yiju stood up and walked towards the door. It was around 5 o'clock. However, the research lab was still brightly lit. Respectful senior researcher Yiju, welcome to the Little Cat Research Institute. Yishang. The guard soldier immediately saluted. Yiju nodded and continued to walk inside. The Cat Research Institute has 2 floors, above ground and underground. The underground area is heavily guarded, and generally, Only those with senior researcher status can enter. What's going on? Yiju turned to the east and then to the west, arriving at a familiar place. Mr. Yiju, you arrived a bit earlier than I imagined, said the young man, staring at the two panda eyes. Oh, Yiju didn't have high hopes either, because it had only been less than 15 hours since then. However, you came just in time. The battleship has already been made. Follow me. The young man yawned and cleared his throat. Really? Yiju followed and arrived at the destination. Dozens of researchers were gathered around a black warship, testing various projects on their computers. The ship was similar to a private yacht. Hull materials had been transformed into a semi-submersible hydrofoil. A support frame was installed on the bottom of the hull. When moving at high speed, the buoyancy provided by the hydrofoil would lift the hull above the water surface, significantly reducing water resistance. A female researcher approached with a laptop and explained, "This semi-submersible hydrofoil warship is equipped with a turbine engine. Both the hull and hydrofoils are made of hull materials, combined with a water jet system." In the center of the ship, an auxiliary aiming heavy assault rifle was installed, fully loaded with bullets. She came over and showcased the various projects and functions of the warship. "We named it Shinsu." "Shinsu? Thank you for your hard work. Then I'll take Shinsu with me." Yes, immediate. This group of researchers really work hard. In less than 15 hours, they had manufactured a fully functional speedboat. It seems that the plasma rifle was not a wasted contribution. He walked forward, took out another spatial bracelet, and directly stuffed it in. With the disappearance of the warship, this spatial bracelet could no longer hold anything else. Chapter 152. Safe journey finally. I can go rest. I am exhausted. Everyone disperse. Dozens of researchers left one after another. Yiju did not go to find Director Wu and Dr. Xiao. He knew that the special evolver battle armor would take at least another month to complete. This house was still the same room as before, where Su Yin and Chunya were staying. At this time, they had not yet woken up. Leaving, Ao Lai Fu lifted his head, glanced at him, and yawned. Last night, he was once again driven off the bed by Su Yin and Chunya. Now he was very unhappy, dragging his thick tail and giving Yiju a glare. "Are you leaving just like that?" He opened his mouth and said softly, "Come along." Yiju smiled lightly and gently opened the door. Yiju, you actually lied to me," Su Yin shouted to the sky. She was going crazy. After waking up, she found that both the person and the dog were gone. In an instant, she realized that she had once again been abandoned. "You heartless man." Su Yan's face was puffed up with anger, but for some reason, she felt that this was only to be expected. It seemed that she had become accustomed to that man's ruthlessness. Su Yin patted her own face and smiled bitterly. In fact, she also knew following Yiju to hell was just a burden. She was too willful. If she had to blame someone, it was her lack of strength. She should hurry up and strive for awakening. Su Yin muttered to herself, feeling dejected. "Yiju, has he left?" Chunya came over, looking at Su Yan's disappointed face. "Yeah, he probably left during the night while we were sleeping too soundly," Su Yin said, feeling a bit of a headache. She had been in a daze wrestling with that big wolf dog for a long time. Only after finally driving it away did she faint. Now that she thought about it, that dog was deliberately tormenting her, aiming to prevent her from noticing Yiju's departure. "Do you know where he is going?" Chunya asked. "I know a bit. Yiju is going to hell to retrieve something, and this item is related to his awakening." Su Yin nodded. "Awakening? We should be close too, right? Obtaining 10 magic cores should be easy for us," Chunya said. They were now the vice presidents of the Pinnacle Domain, wielding various powers. Getting 10 magic cores for awakening was incredibly easy. Su Yin walked outside. The sun had already risen. However, the weather was getting colder. She didn't know why. Probably because of the Wasteland? "I'm planning to develop towards the energy system. What about you?" Chindia walked out along Sasho Suyan, vice president. At the entrance, members of the Pinnacle Domain were already gathered, their faces loyal as they shouted loudly. "Me? I haven't decided yet. I might also choose the energy system since the mutation system alters the body, which is too ugly," Su Yin thought for a moment and said. As for the guild members around them, they had long since gotten used to it. Initially, they felt extremely awkward. In the end, it was Dong Hu and the others who kept reminding them to maintain their status and not to embarrass Yiju, right? So, they gritted their teeth and accepted it. Later, they realized that it was actually nothing. this was just a small occasion. Why? Because soon, they would represent the entire Pinnacle domain to discuss important matters regarding the base with those big shots at the new command center. Energy system? Shinya nodded and couldn't help but look towards the distant metal giant doors, silently wishing for a safe journey. Chapter 153, Regulars of Hell, for your awakening. I'm going all out today. Lai Fu smacked down a rushing little demon with a paw and said heroically. Not long after leaving the base, they encountered a group of demons, numbering about 10,000. Since it was a small inferior demon group, the sounds they made were quite annoying. Yiju did not actively hunt them down, as that would be a waste of time. Any little demon that approached him, regardless of its type, would be instantly killed by a group buff as soon as it dared to step into the attack range. The equipment drops were not as good as before. After killing thousands, he had only obtained a few blue-letter effect weapons. How much farther did he need to go? Lai Fu wagged its tail, following Yiju and looking around. All that surrounded them was ruins. It had not been long since they came out, and it was already reminiscing about life in the base city. We could just find any crack and climb down. Yiju led the way ahead. Before long, a huge crack appeared before them. From a distance, this crack looked like a knife mark, as if it had been sliced open with a blade. Just how strong is the demon god? Lai Fu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This was a knife mark created by the demons deep within hell, which naturally made it powerful. Yiju said, even if he used the Huangquan blade to strike with all his might now, it wouldn't be even 1/10,000th of this blade mark. How are we supposed to fight? Are we not doomed? Lai Fu had a face full of fear. Who said we had to fight the demon god deep inside? Yisimidet. The demon capable of leaving such a scar with a blade was at least a lord of hell from the 6th level onward. Now to fight a hell lord? Even if he gathered the 17th ranked heroes, they wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on him. Let's go down. He grasped a sturdy rope and slid down it. It was a bit difficult for the dog. Lai Fu clung to the rope, looking helpless. The cold wind blowing from hell made it shiver all over. I must be crazy. Why did I agree to him back then? It's too late to regret now. Hell, here I come. Snap! Yiju and Lai Fu landed on the ground layer, where there were mostly rocks and hive-like holes everywhere. He used the nest sensing technique, but found no nests. So he crawled into one of the holes. It's so dark. Lai Fu looked at the surrounding darkness and couldn't help but swallow. It's safer to put on the battle armor. With a paw slap, the bracelet on his front leg emitted a light. A large red brick was taken out. Iron Man XXXX model, activate. Lai Fu silently said, pressing the red button on top with force. The battle armor immediately transformed into a liquid state, wrapping around him. In a moment, it formed a fierce-looking set of armor. The tightness made him feel much safer. Is there any humanity? You went so far while I transformed. Lai Fu looked up and saw the distant light getting smaller and smaller. With a howl, he hurriedly chased after it. Are you that scared? Ye laugh it. This cowardly dog hasn't changed its nature. You're already a frequent visitor to hell. How can I compare to you? You have to protect me. I carry an important responsibility. Lai Fu expressed his displeasure and clearly stated, of course, according to the plan, I will attract the Lord of the Underworld while you go steal the treasures of the Underworld. Ye nodded. The Lord of the Underworld was still not strong enough, and there weren't enough souls that had fallen into hell. Don't die on me first. That would be the end of me, Lai Fu mumbled. Chapter 154, Arriving at the Gate of the Underworld. The big wolf dog followed Yiju, turning this way and that, feeling dizzy. Each passage in hell was different. They just needed to find the exit. Yiju led the way ahead. The unique stench of the river gradually became clearer. Before long, it appeared before them. Through me, into the river of endless suffering. The big wolf dog read the hellish inscription above. Yiju was no longer surprised. He walked to the edge of the black river and released the swift. The swift landed on the river's surface, floating steadily. It should be noted that both the hull and the water wings were made of hellish materials, which would not be corroded by the black river. The big wolf dog remained silent and suddenly jumped onto the swift. Buzz! The engine of the swift suddenly started, speeding towards the farthest point of darkness. It was too quiet. I felt like the whole world was left with just us. The big wolf dog felt a tingling sensation on its scalp. The swift moved forward at a steady pace, its lights flickering in the eerie atmosphere of the black river. Yi Ju piloted the swift ship with a deeper sense of awareness. The darkness ahead seemed to emanate an inexplicable power, constantly shifting before his eyes. Everything withered, from gray to black, from emptiness to deathly silence. Countless wailing souls drifted past him, crying beneath the black river, begging to take him away. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his heart, and his eyes regained clarity. The river's surface had surged into giant waves, and the swift ship swayed like a solitary boat on the currents. The turbulent black river continuously battered the looming giant gate before him. The Skull Gate appeared vividly in front of them. Yi Ju, could this be the gate to hell? The big wolf dog trembled all over. Just think about it, in the endless darkness. At the end of the black river, a colossal gate loomed that seemed impossible to fully comprehend. Who wouldn't feel shocked? What terrified it the most were the countless skulls atop the gate. The words gate to hell instantly formed in its mind. The gate of the underworld remained tightly closed, as the fallen souls were still insufficient to open it. Yi Ju took a deep breath. So how do we get in? Lai Fu asked. Do you know what smuggling is? Just climb, Yi Ju replied. Yi Ju put away the divine speed in his spatial ring, grabbed the skulls, and began to climb to the top. The giant gate was not completely sealed. It had merely cut off the river, leaving a gap above. So he climbed. Lai Fu's claws changed shape slightly and easily grasped the smooth skulls. One person and one dog just climbed up like that. About 20 minutes passed. Yi Ju stood at the pinnacle of the gate of the underworld. Is this the underworld? Lai Fu finally climbed up as well, staring at that world in utter shock. No longer was there endless darkness. The overall hue of the underworld was a misty light blue. Some seemingly harmless spirits drifted aimlessly everywhere. Let's go. Yi Ju dropped a rope and slid down it. Lai Fu followed suit, landing on the ground of the underworld. In an instant, he felt uneasy, and his soul was filled with panic. You don't need to be nervous. The underworld is very vast. For now, the Lord of the Underworld won't notice us. Yi Ju seemed to see through his emotions and smiled as he said, Who said I was nervous? I'm just excited. Lai Fu lowered his head and mumbled a sentence. Chapter 155. The whole mountain is full of treasure. These ghosts are the lowest level demons called vengeful spirits, the most ordinary little minions, cannon fodder roles. Yi Ju said, but we can't provoke them. The vengeful spirits like to gather in groups, which can trigger a demon tide. If they are discovered by the Lord of the Underworld in advance, it will be over. Meaning we should sneak around? Lai Fu said, this is his specialty and immediately activated group invisibility. Where did you get group invisibility? Yi Ju felt it was a pity. This group skill could be extracted using the system. It could be exchanged for contribution points in the guild. Lai Fu chuckled. This group invisibility skill book was something he had worked hard to obtain. The benefit of invisibility is that it can obscure the demon's line of sight. The vengeful spirits also use their eyes to find prey. Therefore, they couldn't detect Yi Ju and Lai Fu. Are you ready to make a big score? Yi Ju licked his lips. The treasures in the underworld. He wanted to get them all. You see, he currently had nothing but low-level skills. Aside from instantly killing some low-level demons, they were practically useless. His physical attributes hadn't been enhanced either, just the 5-level new human stats. He was entirely relying on a legendary knife to fight. When facing a demon god, one punch could blow him up, and would you even recover? His attack passives, like 5-fold phantom, were simply insignificant in front of a demon god. Normal attacks, triggering thunder strike, penetrating attacks, ice control. If you could land a normal attack in front of a demon god, you were making a big mistake. If the demon god didn't take you out in one hit, I'll eat shit on the spot. It's a must. I don't want to have come here for nothing. Lai Fu nodded vigorously. It had already heard Yi Ju introduce the treasures in the underworld. The treasures were at least a level above the equipment in the surface world. They were currently in a head start. Just like watching a movie, the film hadn't officially premiered yet, but the pirated version was already out. In his previous life, he had been to the underworld. However, at that time, the underworld was already empty and the demons had crawled up to the surface. The treasures in the Xidagarba's realm on the underworld mountain were all gone. First, let's go to the underworld mountain. Yi Ju's eyes gleamed brightly as he approached the nether mountain with Lai Fu. The nether mountain is the dwelling place of demons, home to countless gargoyles. Gargoyles are lower-level demons from hell, much smarter than other demons, and are intelligent hunters. They can fly and glide, making them very difficult to deal with. But at this moment, they have all turned to stone and fallen into a state of sleep. This means that the entire Nether Mountain is unguarded. Huh, is this a treasure, buried so casually in the ground? Lai Fu's eyes lit up as he arrived at the Nether Mountain and discovered a strangely shaped little statue, half buried in the soil. Soul Betrayer Statue, ordinary treasure, can be equipped at level 10. Effect, can use electricity as an energy source. The more electricity absorbed, the stronger the power and the faster the reaction. Equip it on your body, and upon awakening, you will become a Soul Betrayer. This is insane. Lai Fu was suddenly taken aback. The treasure is indeed different from the equipment dropped by demons on the ground. Just this effect alone can unleash various potentials. However, this is just an ordinary treasure. But Yi Ju never specifically told him, is the treasure used for awakening equipment? Or are all treasures awakening equipment? If he awakens it now, hasn't he already suffered a huge loss? Upon closer inspection of the description, it is indeed true that certain treasures can provide special abilities when awakened. Yi Ju said again, but some loot can only be used after awakening, replacing the previous equipment. And there are several types of loot. So am I at a big loss? The big wolf dog said with a frown. Chapter 156. Crazy Extraction Buff. Does this mean it doesn't have awakened special powers? No, you are an evolved one and can awaken once more. A planet A sentenja. A life can only awaken once. However, an evolver can awaken a second time at level 10. So, Yi Ju had mentioned earlier that Lai Fu should quickly level up to level 10. However, it is a recognized fact that the first awakening of an evolver does not grant special abilities. Only the second awakening does. Only special evolvers are different. Yi Ju is currently following a path where both awakenings must possess the strongest special abilities. It would be best if there are effects that the system cannot extract, so that he won't suffer a loss. Only by obtaining top-tier awakening treasures might he be able to meet his conditions. Give it to me, Yi Ju said. Although it was an ordinary treasure, the effect was good, and this dog found something nice. I don't want to use it for the second awakening. I want to choose a good one. Lai Fu snorted and handed it to him. Extraction. Yi Ju silently thought. Ding, congratulations. The effect of extracting the Soul Betrayer statue was successful. You have obtained the permanent buff, Energy Reserve. Energy Reserve. Your body can store unlimited electrical energy. The more electricity you absorb, the stronger your power and the faster your reactions. Continue searching for the treasure. Yi Ju was very pleased. Falling treasures are indeed falling treasures, and they simply cannot be compared to those items on the ground. However, the quantity of falling treasures is also limited. They will not be as rampant as those previous pieces of equipment. Are you planning to empty out the Nether Mountain? Lai Fu's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. Don't you want to? Yi Ju asked. Why not? This is so exciting. Lai Fu was sticking out his tongue, eagerly licking. The Yuming Mountain is so vast. There must be countless treasures. Let's compare and see who finds more treasures. Yi Ju made a gesture and smiled knowingly. Let's compete. You found a regular treasure. You found a treasure. You found another regular treasure. Lai Fu excitedly muttered to himself. Before long, he had collected a whole basket full. So many. There are too many treasures in the ghostly mountain. With just the two of them, they couldn't possibly carry it all away. Filling up their spatial rings might only be a drop in the bucket. Extract treasure. Elf's Blessing treasure. Extract treasure. Dreamer's Belt. Yi Ju is frantically extracting the treasure types that can enhance physical fitness. Congratulations. You have obtained a permanent buff that increases energy by 10. Congratulations. You have obtained a permanent buff that increases muscle tissue strength by 35. Congratulations. You have obtained a permanent buff that increases neural reaction speed by 35. Congratulations. You have obtained. It should be noted that the blue text equipment system on the ground cannot be extracted. The treasure types are different from those flashy and cheap items outside. They are so plain and unadorned. Extracting buffs. Crazy buff extraction. It's many times stronger than the previous recovery skills. The main thing is, it can stack up to 1,000. Stack. Stack again. Before long, Yi Ju stacked it to 350. A 350 permanent buff for basic life recovery is simply insane. Coupled with his immortality effect, it's even more invincible. And now, I'm full, I'm completely full. I don't even know what to fill it with. Lai Fu excitedly ran over to show off his results. His entire space bracelet was filled with densely packed treasures. Yi Ju's eyes sparkled. He wanted to create the perfect body before awakening as a special evolver. Physical attributes, all stacked to 1,000. Chapter 157. Buff stacked to maximum value. I really don't know what you need so many loot for. Lai Fu brought the spatial bracelet closer and transferred it to Yi Ju's bracelet. It couldn't understand why Yi Ju needed so much loot. If it knew about the buff extraction system, it would probably go crazy. Extracting loot, Berserk Elf Braces. Extracting loot, Shadow Slayer Heavy Armor. Continue extracting. Yi Ju was filled with excitement. Congratulations, you now have an 800 energy boost permanent buff. Congratulations, you have received a 550 increase in muscle tissue strength permanent buff. Congratulations. You have received a 600 increase in neural reaction speed permanent buff. Congratulations, you have received a 460 increase in cellular vitality permanent buff. Congratulations. You have received an 800 increase in immunity strength permanent buff. Continue extraction. At this moment, Yi Ju felt an overwhelming surge of power. The effects of neural reaction speed and muscle tissue strength were the most apparent. His current reaction speed allowed him to see fast-moving objects. He could even easily catch bullets. Muscle tissue strength is connected to neural reaction speed. After all, your muscles must keep up with your neural reaction speed. Therefore, the two complement each other. Additionally, this immunity is also a very important attribute. It can resist various diseases, plagues, and other contaminants in deeper layers of hell. Cellular vitality should be the body's own recovery ability. The stronger the cellular vitality, the faster you recover from injuries. Yi Ju can heal any wound within seconds, even if he gives himself a cut right now. Coupled with the immortality buff, this is just the beginning. Do you want body enhancement type treasures? Do you want this? Lai Fu took out other treasures from the space bracelet. Sword of the Internal Skill Master, Common Treasure, can be equipped at level 10. Effect: activates energy to form a protective barrier. No weak points, can only be forcefully broken. Equipping will give you a chance to refine internal energy after you awaken. Yi Ju's eyes lit up. His current energy value was around 1,000 points. The terrifying thing was that the extracted buff didn't require energy points. He stacked this energy attribute just to use the Huangquan knife a bit more. After all, this knife consumed energy too fiercely. Extract, he silently recited. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully extracted the effect of a sword from an internal martial arts master. You have obtained the permanent buff of Qi Shielding. Qi Shielding. You can convert your body energy into Qi for protection. With no weak points, only strong breaks. When awakened, you have a chance to gain internal power. A chance to gain internal power? Yi Ju was suddenly taken aback. He didn't expect that this treasure extraction would result in such an inheritance. The last line of the soul trader statue, not inheriting, means that during the extraction, the awakened profession does not inherit, right? So, does extraction have a chance-based and special inheritance? Yi Ju speculated for a moment, his eyes shining brightly. This was exactly what he wanted. Chapter 158. Fusion-type treasure. Hey, what about this one? Should we take it? Lai Fu took out another treasure. This dog really found quite a few good items. Xuanwu True Explanation, cultivation-type treasure, can be equipped at level 10. Effect: the wearer must have cultivated to Xuanwu 9 turns. Their body is harder than diamond, with astonishing defense and self-recovery ability. When equipped, energy can be used for cultivation. At the same time, only one type of evolution-type treasure can be cultivated. Did you also find a cultivation-type treasure? Ye's eyes sparkled brightly. The cultivation of the refining type of falling treasure requires energy to be used for training day and night. During the training, one cannot be disturbed. Otherwise, it will lead to a deviation in practice. In simple terms, it requires seclusion. Extract, he silently recited. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully extracted the True Explanation of Xuanwu. You have obtained a permanent buff of True Explanation of Xuanwu. Beep, beep, beep. the system has received the evolution type equipment. You have obtained fully automatic cultivation buff. First transformation of true explanation of Xuanwu. Automatic cultivation has begun. It will take approximately 5 days to reach the second transformation. No energy value will be consumed during the cultivation process. Isn't that amazing? Yiju's biggest worry was having to enter seclusion for cultivation. He didn't expect the system to be so user-friendly, allowing him to initiate automatic cultivation directly. It's just like having a trust account. You don't have to manage it, and it can automatically cultivate and level up for you. I found one too. Yi absolutely revealed a hint of a smile. This is a perfect opportunity to enhance his strength. This wave of improvement is simply a leap forward, and he has been waiting for a long time. 9 turns golden body technique. Cultivation type evolutionary treasure. Can be equipped at level 10. Effect. The wearer must practice the 9 turns golden body technique to the 9th turn and refine the 9 turns golden body, significantly increasing body hardness. When equipped, energy can be used for cultivation. At the same time, only one type of evolutionary treasure can be cultivated. Extraction. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully extracted the 9 transformations golden body technique effect. You have gained a permanent buff from the 9 transformations golden body technique. 9 transformations golden body technique. First transformation. Automatic cultivation has begun. It will take approximately 3 days to reach the second transformation. No energy consumption during the cultivation process. The fully automatic cultivation buff is now active, automatically cultivating for you. First transformation of the Xuanwu True Resolution. 5 days. First transformation of the 9 transformations golden body technique. 3 days. Here, another one. Lai Fu checked his little treasure chest. After hesitating for half a day, he gave Yiju another one. Hand of the Red Dragon Emperor. Fusion type treasure drop. Can be equipped at level 0. Effect. When receiving an attack that exceeds your physical endurance, it will activate the praise of the Red Dragon Emperor, which can be transferred to others or yourself. After use, the hand of the Red Dragon Emperor disappears and fuses into your right hand and cannot be separated. This dog has bad intentions. It's actually a fusion-type treasure drop. Extract. Yiju smiled slightly and silently recited a phrase. Ding! Extraction failed. Fusion-type loot cannot be extracted as a buff. Please merge it yourself, host. This can't be extracted? Yi absolutely looked at the hand of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, a rare fusion type that cannot be separated. Should I use it? If I do in the battle against the demon god, I must go all out. Yiju made a decision in an instant. Fusion. Suddenly, the falling treasure emitted intense rays of light, enveloping Yiju's right hand. Before long, the misty red light flowed and gradually disappeared into his arm. Yiju squeezed his fist. He felt that there was nothing unusual about his arm and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 159. The Light Wings of the White Dragon Emperor in his previous life. Many people were tricked by fusion-type treasures. Misusing fusion types not only hinders one's own development, but also affects one's soul. Because it's not just a simple matter of fusion. On fusion-type treasures, there exists a fragment of a broken soul. The more powerful the fusion-type treasure, the stronger the broken soul. It will control you, manipulate you, and even replace you, driving you mad, causing you to go insane, drastically changing your personality, and severing ties with your loved ones. In the end, it is quite similar to the situation of genetically modified warriors. What's left is nothing good, and there are no body-enhancing treasures left. The big wolf dog covered the spatial bracelet, not allowing Yiju to see. This is just a small nether mountain. Look how stingy you are. Yiju smiled and said, forcibly pulling the big wolf dog over. Authorization. The big wolf dog could only obediently compromise. You still say you have nothing good left? Yiju revealed a hint of playful smile and took out a piece of loot. Humph, just this one, the rest are all mine. The big wolf dog angrily walked to the side and glared at him. All right. Ye laugh it. The big wolf dog's space bracelet contained some peculiar treasures. This particular treasure he had was called the Wings of the White Dragon Emperor. Wings of the White Dragon Emperor, fusion-type treasure, can be worn from level 0. Effect, consumes a large amount of energy to activate the wings of the White Dragon Emperor, allowing for brief flight and autonomous attack. After use, The wings of the white dragon emperor disappear and merge into your back and cannot be removed. This treasure can be disassembled for research and can be mass-produced when the base level reaches level 3. This is a popular fusion-type treasure. It is highly regarded in the post-apocalyptic Wasteland, and after mass production, it will also be very expensive. Fusion. In an instant, the radiant wings of the white dragon emperor transformed into strands of shimmering silk, merging into his back. Huh! He let out a low shout. The energy of his physical abilities ignited instantly. A brilliant light erupted from his back, and dazzling wings stretched out to the sides. In just 1 second, he had consumed 880 points of energy. Hey, be careful. This is hell, not a place for you to act like an angel descending. The big wolf dog quickly whispered beside him. If it weren't for the invisibility, who knows what might happen? Just look at these gargoyles around, their black scales shimmering, countless in number. If they woke up from their petrified state, wouldn't they be doomed? All right, there's nothing good left in the Nether Mountain. The real treasure is in the Xidagarba Hall. Are you ready? Yiju asked. I have 3 treasures on me that enhance invisibility. That should be fine, right? Lai Fu said this while glancing at Yiju, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he was still quite timid, and even so, he needed to seek Yiju's confirmation. Definitely no problem. According to the plan, we'll act separately when the time comes. Ye nodded. The Yuming Mountain was just a small hill in this hell. It was already quite good to harvest so many cultivation-type and fusion-type treasures. I will follow you from a distance. The invisibility effect I give you can last for an hour. As long as you don't reveal yourself, there won't be any problems. As he spoke, Lai Fu's figure disappeared into the distance. In the entire bluish hell, only Yiju remained, and those wandering, resentful spirits. Let's get started. Yiju took a deep breath and walked towards the Xidagarba Hall. Chapter 160. Is it burning heaven? The Xidagarba Hall is located at the center of the underworld. Surrounding are towering ancient trees and bizarre rocks, absolutely magnificent. However, no one would describe it as beautiful, because beneath this beauty lies a heap of bones. That is the Xidagarba Hall. Yiju's eyes lit up. In that place, there were no terrifying energy fluctuations, but it gave an extremely dangerous feeling. He planned to avoid alarming the king of the underworld and just steal the top awakened treasure. Even if he did alert him, as long as Lai Fu could steal it, that would be enough. Suddenly, at that moment, a violent tremor came from the earth's tomb. Countless strange rocks rolled down, breaking many ancient trees. What was going on? Yiju quickly stepped back. How could such a change occur in the originally quiet Xidagarba space? It was as if some enormous creature had been provoked. Even the skeletons of hell were awakened. The countless white bones in the underworld stood up. It was a vast expanse of white, making one's scalp tingle. Boom! Another loud sound came from deep within. The skeletons immediately trembled and surged madly in one direction. Yiju was taken aback and immediately chased after it. What on earth happened? He couldn't understand at all. Could it be that the Lord of the Underworld discovered he came to steal the treasure? So he awakened? No, it shouldn't be like that. There must be something else going on. Yiju's expression was solemn as he advanced. The closer he got to the Earth Store Hall, the more he felt the tremors indicating he was approaching the epicenter. Ahead was the Bone Hall of the Earth Store Hall. It was rumored that the king of the underworld was sleeping inside. Previously, he had encountered the king of the underworld while crossing the river. As long as the aura of the king of the underworld awakened, he would definitely sense it immediately. However, with such tremors, the king of the underworld had not awakened. Instead, countless skeleton soldiers were continuously pouring toward a single location. Could it be? Yiju's heart was filled with alarm. There were actually other people in the underworld? This shocked him. To verify this idea, he moved in the direction where the skeleton soldiers surged. Just after climbing to the top of a small hill in the Earth Store Temple, he felt a powerful aura where his eyes landed. Countless hell demons were roaring and attacking a group of people. What kind of scene was this? To describe it simply, it was an endless swarm of demons, boundless and numerous like ants. Ye's eyes are very bright. There are 3 people. In the center is a woman with long golden hair. Her eyes tightly closed and her hands raised. She is releasing a magical light membrane that envelopes the entire white bone hall. There is also a man holding a knife in both hands, and each strike emits an extremely powerful and terrifying wave. Lastly, there is a young man with his hair tied up, sitting cross-legged on the ground. The flames emanating from him are vast like an ocean. They roll out in all directions, instantly turning any demon that comes into contact with them into ash. Powerful. Yiju instantly gave an evaluation. The speed at which this young man's flames clear monsters is comparable to his group buff. Burning heaven, I can't hold on much longer. The woman with golden long hair suddenly shouted. Hold on a little longer, we must find the hidden treasure in the earth store. Burning heaven growled, flames sweeping into the sky, countless demons turning to ashes once again. Burning heaven, the hidden treasure of the earth store. Yiju's heart sank. The young man before him, who was setting fire to hell, was actually the 5th ranked on the hero list, Fan Tion. He actually had the strength to come this far, and that golden-haired woman's power could even shield the Bone Hall, preventing the king of the underworld from noticing. Chapter 161. Top Awakening, Falling Treasure. The Top Awakening, Falling Treasure, will not be given to you. Yiju took a deep breath. His entire body was covered in battle armor, with even his head completely concealed by a helmet, leaving only his eyes exposed. He was now quietly lurking, waiting for the right moment. Death, burning heaven, was too powerful. Countless flames erupted from his body, and the densely packed skeletal demons in front of him were instantaneously reduced to ashes. 2 heavenly streams. The other man, wielding a knife, shot out 2 piercing beams of light from his eyes. With 2 crossed slashes, a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. The entire ground was marked with cross-shaped knife scars. The energy fluctuations were extremely terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. Who was this person? Yi Jiudao took a deep breath. The strength of these 2 strikes was comparable to his power with the Huang Quan knife. Moreover, judging by his ease, it was difficult to gauge or estimate his true depth. I remember that ancient texts recorded a knife-wielding powerhouse from the early Wasteland era, who was invincible in the world. Yi Ju was taken aback. Could it be him? Musashi? That's right. It must be Musashi, ranked 2nd on the hero list. This truly astonished Yi Ju. The 2nd and 5th on the hero list actually teamed up to go to hell for the treasure. They were really bold. The hidden treasure was located around the Bone Palace. Burning sky was engulfed in flames, continuously clearing the area in search of the hidden treasure. The hidden treasure he spoke of was the top-tier awakening treasure Yi Ju was looking for. Hurry up. The blonde woman was straining to maintain the light barrier. It was evident that isolating the king of the underworld was not easy for her. At this moment, Burning Sky and Musashi split up to search for the hidden treasure. Before long, they discovered a strangely shaped device at the place where the ground had cracked open. The top-tier awakening treasure, the primordial golden dipper. Ye sudendi éclamet. Whoosh. He dashed forward. At the same time, Fenshin and Musashi also reached out. In that instant, 3 hands were moving in parallel. Who is it? There is actually someone else? Fenshin and Musashi were immediately startled. They had never expected that there was another person nearby. This was simply impossible. It is important to know that entering hell is not an easy task. To cross the Black River, a high level of research capability is required to assist. Also, how did this person pass through the gate of Hades? Bang 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 bang, fui. Yi Ju flashed his snow-white teeth. However, they couldn't see it. With a sweep of his large hand, the entire treasure embedded in the rock was pulled into his spatial ring. Whoosh! The whole person, with the white dragon emperor's luminous wings unfurled, flew backward. Were we robbed? Fan Tian and Wuzong were instantly dumbfounded. They sensed a very terrifying aura from the newcomer. But why didn't they awaken? Don't chase. There are other treasures here. Let him have this one. Wuzong's face also showed a shocked expression. Fan Tian nodded with a grim face. He never would have thought that one day he would be robbed. One is not enough, still missing one. Yi Ju certainly did not leave. He just did not want to engage in reckless disputes with them. Fan Tian and Musashi naturally understood the reasoning behind this. Everyone's purpose for coming here was quite clear: to seize the treasures to enhance their strength and get a head start. At this moment, more and more demons were flooding in. It was no longer just the skeletal soldiers here. Terrifying gargoyles were also awakening from various underworld mountains. They craved flesh and blood. The roars were incessant. Chapter 162. The King of the Underworld Awakens. I can't hold on any longer, the blonde woman screamed. Instantly, the light membrane covering the skeletal hull gradually disappeared. Buzz. At that moment, all the demons stopped moving. Every demon in the underworld came to a halt. Just think about it. How many demons are there in the underworld? That must be in the hundreds of millions. At this moment, they all ceased any actions. They turned their gazes towards a certain direction and began to worship. This is bad. Feng Tian growled softly. He had just picked up a golden hammer and hadn't even had the chance to be excited when his expression changed drastically the next second. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Musashi roared. It turned out that at the entrance of the skeletal hall, at some unknown point in time, a pure white skeleton was standing straight there, facing them, exuding an eerie aura. Want to leave? The chilling wind whistled, echoing throughout the underworld. Oh! A scream rang out. The blonde woman's lower body suddenly vanished in an instant. Her upper body fell to the ground, blood coughing from her mouth. Her eyes wide open. For the moment, she wouldn't die. But she couldn't believe how this skeleton had injured her. There were no signs of life, no energy fluctuations. It was just a skeleton. She saw nothing. Her lower body, her legs, her waist just vanished into thin air. Crack, crack. She struggled to prop herself up with her arms, fearfully looking at the white skeleton. It was actually eating her legs, and it was enjoying it so much, savoring every bite. My legs, help me, save me. The blonde woman screamed desperately. She cast healing spells, but to no effect. She used potions, but they were even more useless. She finally fell into despair. Don't mind her, run. Musashi jumped up and leaped far away. Damn it. Feng Tian's mouth twitched as he also fled madly. My treasures, how dare you steal them? The white skeleton murmured. A terrifying event occurred. Musashi's equipment was instantly shattered, even though he had already escaped far away. The armor on his body, which even demons found hard to break, was now making cracking sounds. Finally, it began to crack continuously like rotting old bark, quickly peeling off. After taking that hit, Musashi's eyes sunk deeply. Yet he did not die. He jumped again and again, breaking through the demon's obstruction, rushing away. Damn, how is it attacking? Seeing this scene, Feng Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He could only run, run, run. However, he suddenly sensed a hellish power rapidly approaching from behind him. The anti-demon armor on his body was crumbling inch by inch. He roared, running forward like mad. Just as this hellish power touched him, it retreated like a tide. Feng Tian did not know what was happening. He broke through the demon's encirclement, not daring to look back. I felt it. It's you. You are here. You are stealing my treasures. The white skeleton suddenly turned around, its hollow eyes looking towards the skeletal hall. Instantly, a figure appeared. It was Yi Ju, opening a strange cube engraved with hellish patterns. Inside was an ancient tower, only a palm high, looking dull and unremarkable, which he was holding in his hand. This scene was quite awkward, as if a thief had suddenly been caught. These treasures were not originally yours, were they? How could there be any talk of stealing? Yi Ju smiled faintly and stored it in the space bracelet. In that distant past, these treasures belonged to those strong warriors. When did they become the demons? Enter the eternally miserable abyss. The pure white skeleton raised its hand, and a pitch-black light shone from behind. The entire underworld began to tremble. The wind howled fiercely. Yi Ju was in a state of surprise and excitement, and immediately retreated quickly. Another top-tier awakening treasure was in hand. Chapter 163. The first collision between humans and demons. Boom, boom, boom. The entire hell was shaking. The 5 fingers of the king of the underworld gradually came together. The void around Yi Ju suddenly collapsed with a loud crash, and the sound of shattering echoed. The protective aura around him was actually torn apart. His armor was instantly shattered as well. Energy surged and rushed in all directions, sweeping many demons into the sky. However, more demons descended like a tide, covering him completely. In an instant, Yi Ju found himself in a crisis. The attacks from the king of the netherworld were too bizarre. Each strike was somehow related to the void. Yiju directly activated the white dragon's golden wings and charged through the demon's encirclement. The group buffs were instantly activated, and various dazzling low-level skills were unleashed in all directions. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of explosions echoed. Strangely, all the lightning skills struck Yiju himself. Is he crazy? Lai Fu crouched in a hidden spot, his eyes wide in disbelief. Is this self-harm? No, it's not. It's the energy storage from this loot. That's right. The body can store unlimited electrical energy. The more electricity absorbed, the stronger the power and the faster the reaction. ZZZE, ZZZE. In no time, Yiju's entire body shimmered brilliantly, radiating electric light. Have you ever seen someone strike themselves with lightning? But that is not all. In an instant, Yiju's speed increased by more than 3 times. It was as if he had transformed into a shooting star in hell, bursting forth into the night sky. However, the king of the underworld also strangely took to the air. Then it sped towards the direction Yiju was fleeing, its speed rivaling his. The entire horde of demons surged towards that direction, a dark mass too numerous to count. The bone hall was empty. A large wolf dog timidly walked in, its eyes darting around cautiously. Yiju had mentioned that the king of the underworld had a crown-type loot. Lai Fu stealthily searched around. It had just seen Yiju searching here, but was discovered and had to flee without getting anything. So now it had all the time to look, as long as Yiju could hold off that demon god. Bang! The void around Yiju twisted, and with a sound, it collided with a ghostly mountain. I will cast your soul into the depths of hell, where you will suffer endlessly. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of the white skeletal figure's mouth. You haven't even condensed flesh and blood. Do you think I fear mere skeleton? It knew that this bony skeleton had not even recovered a third of its power as a demon god. There weren't enough souls to fall into hell. Once it devoured enough souls, it would directly gain flesh and blood, becoming a true demon god. Although it would be the lowest level demon god in hell, its bizarre attack methods and power should not be underestimated, especially when it grew into a true demon god. That would be a disaster for humanity. The heroes of the Wasteland, no matter who they are, must defeat it. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't even pass the first level, let alone ensure the continuation of their race. Ha ha ha. The white skeletal figure was clearly shaken by this statement. It felt that it couldn't kill this damn human with the twisted void. Thus, the void shook, and its body directly pierced towards Yiju. It personally charged to kill. Bang! This was the #1 punch in the world today, the moment when humanity collided with the demon god. Chapter 164. This human cannot be killed. What was the result? The human body was too weak. Yiju's arm was instantly crushed into a puddle of blood and mud. But a miraculous scene occurred. That blood-mud-like arm actually began to recover at a visible speed. As he distanced himself from the white jade skeleton, it was already as good as new. The white jade skeleton was completely dumbfounded. Humans are so weak, merely one of the food sources for hell's demons. Moreover, the power of that punch just now, crackling with lightning, actually forced it back several steps. Even a powerful force rebounded onto itself. It couldn't understand this human at all. Why does it feel even more bizarre than its own demonic power? I'm just here to take back the power that belongs to us humans. The true battlefield of hell's demons is not here. Why fight so hard? The white jade skeleton was extremely gloomy. Its eyes glinted with ferocity, and its body once again pierced through the void, directly pouncing on Yiju. It was as ferocious as a raging ghost, so terrifying. Bang! Yiju fell to the ground again, sliding for 100 meters, crushing various crawling little demons. Blood flowed profusely from him, and it seemed that many of his bones were broken. However, within a few seconds, he quickly got up again and stubbornly ran forward. The white jade skeleton pierced through the void again, kicking out. Bang! Yiju's bones shattered in multiple places, but it couldn't stop his steps. If you can, just kill me. Otherwise, spare me. He spat out blood, a smile appearing on his face. He had already figured out the power of this skeleton. It was simply not enough to take him down in an instant. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Bang! After saying this, Yiju was once again blasted away. Blood flowed from his mouth, falling towards the distance. But in midair, he adjusted himself. The wings of the white dragon emperor spread wide, breaking through the demon's encirclement and flying far away. Truly, one of the world-destroying demon gods. One word, strong. How can this human not be killed? This is impossible. Our king of the underworld actually cannot do anything to him. Some powerful demons in the underworld looked shocked. For the first time, demons felt astonished by a human. Just think about it. A human enters a hell filled with demons numbering in the hundreds of millions, and in the end, he can kill his way out alone. How much contempt must he have for the existence of hell? This is an insult to hell. This person's existence is simply a disdain for hell. Ha ha ha. Yiju laughed heartily while spitting blood. His laughter echoed throughout hell. He relentlessly struck his own body with thunder, as if undergoing a tribulation. The stored electrical energy allowed him to activate his super speed mode again, transforming him into a flash of lightning. However, no matter what, he could not escape the void traversal power of the white jade skeleton. No matter how far he went, it could easily catch up to him. It was likely due to the reasons in the underworld. This was the territory of the demon gods, which is why it could wield such an abnormal power. Yiju was attacked again, directly intercepted in the middle. Since that's the case, I'll fight you to the end. Anyway, I can't die, and you can't kill me either. Yiju gasped for breath, his eyes shining as he looked towards the Yuming Mountain. The Yuming Mountain was full of treasures. Chapter 165, Unmatched Flesh. There were still many, many treasures on Yuming Mountain, far too many to collect. The buffs he had extracted were still not perfect enough. He couldn't risk awakening. He needed to stack the buffs to maximum value and then awaken directly. Yiju charged towards the nearest ghostly mountain. Bang, bang, bang. There were at least 10,000 gargoyle demons, swarming like ants. The energy buff continued to explode. Fusion-type treasure, the blessing of the Red Dragon Emperor. When receiving attacks that exceed the body's capacity, the blessing of the Red Dragon Emperor will activate. The blessing can be transferred to others or oneself. Having just endured so many attacks from the white jade skeletons, Yiju was ready to release it all at once. The praise of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Aimed at myself, Yiju let out a low shout, and the muscles in his right hand began to twist and deform in a strange manner. At the same time, immense pain nearly made him cry out. Buzzing. It was like a golden bell ringing, vibrating the surroundings. Bang! He punched outwards, as if an earthquake had occurred, causing the Mount Yuming beneath his feet to shake violently. That twisted and deformed arm had transformed into a dragon's head when it collided with the void. It produced a loud sound like thunder striking down. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The stone gargoyle demons were immediately struck by this force, producing a series of clanging sounds. Boom! Centered around Yiju, all the demons were pushed back. This shockwave directly cleared the entire Yuming Mountain. A large number of loot items scattered all over the ground. That's right. After the demons in the Yuming died, they would drop equipment. It just turned into loot. Awakening-type loot, fusion-type loot, cultivation-type loot, and the unique loot crown from each hell. How thrilling! Yiju's eyes sparkled, directly entering berserk mode and frantically picking up loot. Aurora Star Pendant, Flowing Light Spirit Ring, Sacred Morning Crown. Various treasures flowed into his space bracelet. Extract. Extract again. He roared. While taking hits, he crazily extracted. The white jade skeleton's claw nearly cleaved him in half. Ding, your muscle tissue strength has increased. Permanent buff stacked to 1,000. With the system prompt, he laughed maniacally. Ding, your nerve reaction speed has increased. Permanent buff raised to 1,000. His speed increased, able to pick up a piece of loot in less than 0.2 seconds. Ding, your cell vitality has increased. Permanent buff stacked to 1,000. The white jade skeleton attacked again, and Yiju was once more severely injured, his insides spilling out. However, the wound healed rapidly, 5 times faster than before. Ding, your immunity strength has increased. Permanent buff stacked to 1,000. All buffs at 1,000. Logically speaking, Yiju's overall physical quality was enhanced by 5 times. D, why aren't you dead yet? The white jade skeleton clawed at him again. A mere little demon god, without even a solid body. Today, I will let you understand what true physical invincibility is. Yi Ju let out a loud shout, and the white dragon emperor's wings burst open, transforming into a silver lightning bolt that charged forward. Even though the opponent's combat power was higher than his, he remained unafraid. In an instant, he began to exchange blows with the white jade skeleton, causing the surrounding energy to surge, burning fiercely like flames, creating a chaotic scene. Chapter 166. Awaken. Rare. Too rare. Who on the ground could have imagined that in hell, someone was already fighting against a demon god? Did Fan Tian and Musashi run away in shame? Could they even do that? It's unimaginable. After all, Yi Ju's current physical quality was too powerful. Nothing could stop him. Those demons were unable to hinder his steps at all. Breaking free from the cage of hell was just a matter of time. Boom! The electric energy reserve buff, the protective chi buff, the praise of the Crimson Dragon Emperor. A fist charged with lightning collided with the skeleton's claws, emitting a blinding explosion of energy. What was the result? The demons were stunned as they looked over there. Bang! The white jade skeleton was actually knocked into the ground, creating a massive pit. Even the nearby demons instantly disappeared in large numbers. The first small step of humanity's resistance against the demon god had been achieved, even if the demon god was in its weakest state. This is impossible. The white jade skeleton stood in the pit, its expression becoming even more ferocious. It couldn't have imagined that at this moment a human would charge down to hell, and it had actually received a solid punch. Stunned, right? Yi Ju was continuously coughing up blood, but his combat power was much stronger than before. He was already able to knock down the demon god. Suppression. That's right, he could suppress it a little now. The time was almost up. That dog should have already gotten the item. He and the demon god didn't know how long they had been fighting. Anyway, he had been under constant attack, his head shaking, so he lost track of time. Yi Ju, the item is in hand. The excited voice of Lai Fu suddenly rang out from his side. It had actually caught up. Leave it to me. Yi Ju's eyes sparkled. Wait, you have to give me something equally powerful. Lai Fu, without any hesitation, knowing the situation was critical, directly transferred it to him. Sure enough, it was the crown position's treasure. Yi Ju stood on the black stone pile in hell, trembling all over. It was a tremble of excitement, a tremble of thrill, the noble phantasm. In his previous life, it had always been his dream. A withered finger, noble phantasm type. Effect. This noble phantasm can be used during awakening ability. It's just a finger. What kind of noble phantasm is this? Lai Fu looked disdainful. This thing was found by him in a coffin deep within the Bone Palace. At that time, there were many coffins, but only one was opened. One was slightly pushed open, while the others were all locked tight. So Lai Fu found that coffin with a corner pushed open. Inside, it was filled with hellfire, and this thing was burning within it. Strangely, there was no temperature at all, nor any signs of being burned. Lai Fu, you should leave first. The gate of the underworld is nearby, and you'll be able to leave soon. There is a boat inside. Yi Ju's voice was mixed with excitement and agitation as he took the Shun Su Hao. So how will you leave? Forget it. You have your own ways. I won't take care of you anymore. The awakening demons are increasing. Finally, it has arrived, this moment. Yi Ju stood still and let out a low growl. Awaken. Buzz. The entire hell was drenched in a blood-red sunset, exceptionally tragic and beautiful. Countless demons turned their gaze towards that human. The demon god was no exception, emitting a series of murmurs. It felt a very magical power, awakening within that human's body. Chapter 167. The moment Yi Ju awakens crack. At that instant, a large area of the ground in hell cracked open. It was entirely due to the overwhelming energy of Yi Ju. Those vengeful spirits, lost souls, and gargoyles that rushed forward directly sank down, crashing to the ground and causing chaos, rocks flying everywhere. This was undoubtedly an astonishing awakening might. A typical awakener could never possess such momentum. Moreover, this was only the beginning of the awakening. Black and red rocks. Hellfire began to shoot out everywhere. Awakening. The white jade skeleton stood independently on the crimson earth, unmoving. Only the patch of land beneath its feet remained unbroken. Easy, who would have thought? Yiju's energy suddenly began to contract, its momentum rapidly diminishing. Energy, not enough. The white jade skeleton displayed a mocking expression. It could sense that the awakening power of this human was extraordinary. However, it was too arrogant. A mere human dared to attempt to wield such immense energy. How could a human possibly achieve that? Crack! At that moment, Yiju suddenly pulled out a magic core and popped it into his mouth like a candy. Buzz! In an instant, that momentum surged back up. It even surpassed the previous level. What? The white jade skeleton took a step back. Fear. This is the potential of humanity. Yiju let out a roar. His entire being shot out countless streams of energy, each as thick as a water barrel, shining with a blazing golden light, striking the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This was a truly terrifying scene. The water, barrel-sized energy beams fell from the sky, piercing through the crimson earth, creating terrifying large holes that appeared on the ground. They even reached deeper into hell, chilling the soul. At the same time, countless demons were pierced and killed. This energy possessed immense, penetrating power. Aside from the demon gods, no other demons could withstand it. Chaos. Origin. Gold. Kumba. Yiju stood still, shouting word by word. Awakening. Boom. Centered around him, everything began to explode inch by inch. Wherever the golden energy passed, demons fled like dogs. However, they were all annihilated. Ugh! The white jade skeletal hand reached out. The void trembled, and it managed to block this impact. But it could no longer advance. The entire underworld seemed to be ablaze with golden flames, dazzling in every direction. Zizizizi once again. Yiju's energy began to collapse and contract. Crack! Yiju took out another magic core and bit into it. Buzzing, tens of thousands of beams of light erupted from his body, even denser and more violent than before, surging out like a tide. What is this? Is this still a human? Countless demons screamed in agony. The beams shattered the surrounding area of the underworld into pieces, leaving no complete land. The ground looked like a giant sieve, a scene of devastation as far as the eye could see. It's too terrifying, too frightening. For the first time, the demons felt their scalps tingle. They felt awed by humans for the first time. Is this really still a human? Are humans this strong? Impossible. Aren't their flesh and blood food? Aren't their souls the best nourishment? Primordial Golden Dipper. Top-tier awakening-type treasure. User has a chance to obtain primordial energy upon awakening. User has a small chance to obtain primordial energy type 1 upon awakening. User has a very small chance to obtain primordial energy type 2 upon awakening. User has an extremely small chance to obtain primordial energy type 3 upon awakening. Awakeners of primordial energy type 3 gain the Explosion Awakening skill. Awakening chances depend on the physique of the awakener. Primordial energy type 1 awakening successful. Yiju's limbs contracted and then suddenly expanded, with energy once again reaching its peak. Awakening primordial energy type 2. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The light once again surged. This time, there was no terrifying scene or momentum as before. Instead, it underwent infinite internal restraint. His skin began to crack, with countless fluctuations of primordial energy spreading. The power of the primordial force was so astonishing that it was beyond human control. The unmatched power instantly tore Yiju apart. What? Is this human dead? His flesh and blood are mine. Don't fight over it. The demons stared wide-eyed at each other. This scene left them feeling shocked and delighted. The flesh and blood of this human must be an unmatched delicacy. If they could take a bite, they would be willing to die right now. But, the body is shattered. So what? Is the immortality buff just for show? The torn apart Yiju lets out a low roar of his soul. The continuously overflowing primordial energy suddenly solidifies, reshaping into human form. His flesh, his organs, everything about him, abruptly comes together and freezes in place. How is this possible? What did my eyes just see? The body was torn apart, yet still alive? The demons scream in shock. What kind of human is this? Why? Why won't he die? Even like this, he still doesn't die. What must happen for him to die? The demons completely cannot comprehend. Their minds, their bodies, their souls are all unable to understand. Yi Ju's body, torn apart by the violent energy, was restored to its original state. For an average awakener, at this moment, it was absolutely certain that they would be doomed. This is inevitable. No one can withstand the tearing force of primordial energy. The top-tier awakening class is not called that for nothing. It truly lives up to its name. To obtain top-tier awakening power, one must bear dangers that are greater than those faced by others. Without an immortality buff, I would probably have already failed. Yi Ju felt a surge of energy within him. The Hunyuan energy Type 2 was more violent and denser than Type 1. He couldn't help but look at the dazed demons. The overwhelming number of demons had already been stunned by him. One by one, their eyes looked at him in disbelief, forgetting even a blink. What's going on? Are they already shocked? This isn't over yet. Yi Ju took out an oversized magic core. In the astonished eyes of all the demons, he began to crunch on it. That was... The white jade skeleton's gaze turned cold upon seeing this magic core. A chilling wind sweeping through. The aura of this magic core was very familiar. It was its judge, its favored one. Violence. I have underestimated you, human. Although your soul is still insufficient, but I must kill you. You must die at my hands. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next moment, veins, blood, arteries continuously erupted from its body. Yi Ju had just finished gnawing on the magic core and was preparing to break through to the primordial energy Type 3, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. He had finally angered it. Was the true demon god about to appear? Chapter 169. Even so. Woo-woo, woo-woo. A chilling wind surged. Countless souls in the netherworld were wailing in agony. A snow-white skeleton regenerated its organs from bones and blood membranes. In an instant, it almost transformed into a person. However, this person looked like a withered corpse. Its flesh was shriveled, and its skin was gray and lifeless. Almost cracked, it clung tightly to the bones. The soul. Not enough. The snow-white skeleton. No, it was no longer skeleton. It was the true demon god. Hiss. The demon god opened its mouth and inhaled. A river of souls appeared from the depths of the netherworld. This river was filled with humans. That's right. After the great catastrophe, those who died fell into the netherworld. Their souls were tormented. In the end, they became the demon god's sustenance. Who? At this moment, the demon god seemed to be soaking in a spring of souls. It rapidly absorbed the essence of the souls, just like a parched desert encountering a refreshing rain. If humans saw such a scene, how terrified and shocked they would be. This is the demon god, a devil that can annihilate the world, a hellish king that feasts on human souls for sustenance, even if it was now a withered corpse. Oh. The netherworld demon god spread its arms, and the evil power in hell continued to awaken. Those older and more powerful demons sleeping in the netherworld began to awaken. They opened their long-lost eyes. They heard the demon god's call. The demon god was summoning them. They were also starving. Boom! Immediately, an unmatched energy burst forth from around the netherworld demon god. This energy was completely on par with Yi Ju's awakening. Primordial energy Type 3. Yi Ju just consumed a giant magic core and felt a powerful energy boiling within him. Awakening. Boom! An overwhelming surge of energy erupted on his side, rolling like waves. The demon god awakens vs. Yi Ju awakens. Which of these two energies is stronger? The demons in hell were so shocked they couldn't speak. Zizizizi. The answer is that neither side will concede. The collision of the two energies created ripples of energy like a vast ocean. May I ask, how could a ghostly demon god, with toenails of vibrant colors and a glorious battle record from ancient times, be willing to contend evenly with a human? A human. Just a human. Nothing else. Darkness descends. The ghostly demon god roared. In the dark sky of the underworld, countless blood-red giant eyes opened. The underworld is it, and it is the underworld. No way to retreat. No way to seek. It wants this human to die completely in its hellish prison. Darkness has cracks, and that is where the light shines through. Yi Ju raised his head. Endless darkness was closing in on him. It was as if he had arrived at the end of the world. The world was desolate. Life had vanished, and planets had died. He was the only one left in the entire space. Even so, humanity could still find hope in the cracks. A tear fell from his eye. That's right, it was a tear. The demons did not see it wrong. However, they completely did not understand, even mocking him. This was a tear that had witnessed the tragic end of humanity. It was a tear of unwillingness from that dream. Buzz. He transformed into a beam of light, shining so brilliantly in the darkness. He did it. Yiju did it. He actually obtained the primordial energy type 3. The odds were incredibly small. No, the odds were non-existent for him. This was a power he had to acquire. Chapter 170. The Gate of the Underworld opens. At this moment, both sides regained their calm. The underworld demon god stared at this human with eyes like black holes, motionless. It was done, the first awakening. Yiju closed his eyes. His flesh, organs, and bones were incredibly resilient. The golden Hunyuan energy flowed through his limbs and bones. Time seemed to slow down, following the gentle flow of energy. Every inch of flesh was being baptized. Special evolver. That's right. He had become a special evolver. The only one in the world. Now, he had broken through the level 5 experience limit. He could finally level up. There was another reason for his excitement. That was the acquisition of internal energy. Yes, he now possessed Hunyuan internal energy, a bidirectional energy. Although the internal energy was relatively weak, it could continue to level up through cultivation. Hunyuan energy was strong from the start, but wouldn't continue to grow stronger. What on earth did this kid do? Humanity? Awakening? What kind of power is that? The demons were all stunned. They didn't know that humans could awaken. They didn't know that humans had such hidden potential. Humanity, what is your name? The underworld demon god stood still, making no movement, quietly asking. My name is Yiju, Yi from the leaf, and Ju meaning to exterminate the demons. Yiju clenched his fist tightly. Standing alone on a hellish black stone, surrounded by demons, who would have thought that humanity had already stepped into hell, and the demons could do nothing but stare? Yiju, 7th on the hero list. Very good. I admire you. The underworld demon god said intermittently. It had not yet transformed from its cocoon, and its flesh, organs, and bones were all in a very lowly state. Faced with this fully awakened human, it actually found him somewhat troublesome. Admire? You suddenly speak to me, which is nothing more than being helpless against me and fearing who I am now. Yiju suddenly burst into laughter. Mockery. He was actually mocking this hell demon god. The dialogue between humans and demon gods began with sarcasm. This was something no one had anticipated, right? The souls that fall into the abyss are still not enough. Humans must become stronger. Only then will the souls be more nourishing. The hell demon god did not get angry, but instead opened his withered arms. Since I have awakened early, then let us begin. The gate of the abyss open. Not good. Yiju was suddenly startled and directly activated explosion. This is a special awakening skill obtained only after awakening the primordial energy type 3, instantly increasing his existing combat power by 5 times, lasting for 10 seconds. In that moment, about 0.01 seconds, all the primordial energy in his limbs and bones surged with a golden light. Then, after 0.2 seconds, he approached the nether demon god and delivered a punch. This punch also used internal energy, definitely Yiju's most powerful attack to date. All kinds of buffs were applied, and the explosion was also activated. Boom! The nether demon god was smashed from head to toe into the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Its withered body broke into pieces inch by inch. Finally, it was completely crushed into a pile of bone fragments, buried deep underground. But Yiju did not feel happy, because a booming sound echoed all around him. He knew it was the sound of 10 gates of the underworld being opened in the nether hell. What does it mean when all 10 gates of the underworld are opened? Catastrophe. It has arrived. It really has begun. The war between humans and demon gods. A survival game has completely ignited. Chapter 171. Disaster is imminent. Yiju heard the cheers of the demons. However, he could no longer stop them. There were simply too many demons in the underworld. They were stimulated and completely awakened. They continuously surged out from the ground, crawling to the surface. This was an unstoppable force. Since it was his blood that stained this demonic land, it could only kill a very small portion of the demons, almost negligible. To achieve ultimate victory, relying solely on himself was absolutely impossible. Yiju kept killing continuously in hell. The demons rushing at him were as numerous as ants in a nest. Various kinds of demons with all sorts of abilities. But he seemed like an emotionless killing machine. As he kept killing, there were no demons left around Yiju. Only the scorched earth of hell remained. That's right. They ran away, ignoring his existence. They frantically crawled towards the surface. How long has it been? Yiju lifted his knife and snapped out of his daze. He had numbed himself, numbed his own mind through killing. It was only until just now that he regained his senses. Looking down, he saw himself completely naked, drenched in blood. The tip of the Yellow Springs knife dripped with black blood. Surrounding him were the corpses of demons, piled up into small mountains. He stood at the highest point among them, watching everything in solitude. Level 10, Yiju showed an expression of astonishment. Just moments ago, the demon tide went berserk, and he could only kill. Surprise. It can't be said, because the demons from the underworld had already descended. The world is definitely facing a great catastrophe, because humanity is not prepared to welcome the underworld demons. Those ancient demons in the underworld are extremely powerful. They are very cunning and have already crawled out. All over the world, various strongholds and base cities will face sudden demon attacks. Survivors will become new humans, and new humans will upgrade to awakeners. In the first survival battle, humanity is bound to lose. That's right. The number of human awakeners is too small now, and humanity has not fully developed. Only by completely slaying the demon gods in the demon god arena can the demon tide be weakened. Yiju took a deep breath and donned a new set of battle armor. Originally, he planned to rely on the mixed Yuan Golden Daodu and the Ancient Tower Awakening. After all, the buffs he extracted were already quite satisfying. With an unparalleled physical body, all stats at 1,000, he was already very content. There was no need to awaken the king of the underworld. The legendary crown treasure was just a myth, and he didn't expect that only a dog could truly find it. The key issue was that those two had messed things up. The 5th-ranked world, Burning Heaven, and the 2nd-ranked world, Musashi, were really too troublesome. Yiju looked speechless. If it weren't for them arranging for that blonde woman to use her skills to disturb the demon god and make such a big fuss about killing, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. He and Laifu could have just stolen the top-tier awakened treasure and left. How could it have turned out like this? However, having obtained the crown-level treasure, he still felt very pleased. Since the underworld is already empty, if deeper demons come to trouble me, they are doomed. Yiju shrugged his shoulders. Although he wouldn't die, being trapped in a deeper hell was definitely a possibility. Even awakening the primordial golden dipper wouldn't help. It's important to know that there are mysterious powers in every hell. Now that he's at level 10, should he use the crown position to awaken the falling treasure? Yiju was thinking while collecting the treasures and magic cores dropped by the demon. After picking out the cultivation-related items, he used the system to extract them. Chapter 172, Second Awakening? Ding, congratulations. You have successfully extracted the clothing of the mysterious powerful being. You have obtained a permanent buff for the cultivation of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. First layer of Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Automatic cultivation has begun. It will take about 10 days to reach the 2nd layer. No energy points will be consumed during the cultivation process. The fully automatic cultivation buff is now activated. You are currently automatically cultivating. First turn of Xuanwu, True Solution, 4 days. First turn of 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique, 2 days. First layer of Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, 10 days. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully extracted the Broken Sword Sheath. You have obtained a permanent buff for the cultivation of the Xiaoyang skill. First layer of Xiaoyang skill. Automatic cultivation has begun. It will take about 2 days to reach the 2nd layer. No energy points will be consumed during the cultivation process. Continue extracting. Yiju began the frenzied extraction of the treasure buffs. After all, These treasures all enhanced physical attributes. As long as it was beneficial to the body, he extracted it. You have obtained a permanent buff for Zen meditation cultivation. Extracting. You have obtained a permanent buff for enlightenment cultivation. Continuing extraction. You have obtained a permanent buff for inner alchemy cultivation. System prompt. There are no more slots available for the buffs you are cultivating. In just a short while, he had obtained a total of 20 types of cultivation buffs. All of them enhanced physical attributes. He couldn't even imagine how strong his body would be once all these buffs were fully cultivated. What treasure is this? Yi Ju picked up something that looked ordinary. It was a flower-shaped treasure. Mandala flower. Wearer. Cultivation speed increased by 100. Usage duration. 10 days extract. Yi Ju's eyes sparkled. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully extracted the mandala flower. You have received a permanent buff that increases your cultivation speed. Mandala flower permanent buff. Cultivation speed increased by 100. This is too awesome, right? Yi Ju was very excited. Yes, he was thrilled about this buff. A permanent increase of 100 in cultivation speed. How could he not be excited? This was practically like having a cheat code. Just think about it. Others could only cultivate 1 drop of treasure at a time and had to work hard day and night. How miserable. But him? He could eat and drink as he pleased, cultivating at double speed every moment. Isn't that a bit excessive? If others knew he could cultivate 20 buffs at once, their faces would probably turn green with envy. As for the remaining drops of treasure, some buffs could also be extracted, but it wasn't necessary. It would undoubtedly complicate usage. Choose the strongest, select the strongest, filter out the weak and relatively weak. It should be simple to use in battle. Too complicated is unnecessary and won't be useful. So, the question arises, should he go for a second awakening? Yi Ju took out the withered finger from the spatial wristband. A withered finger, crown class noble phantasm effect. This noble phantasm can be used during awakening ability. He sat on the scorched earth of hell, hesitating for a long time. The black mist churned in the sky, dark clouds surged. Having killed so many demons, including several high-ranking ones, the resulting demon cores totaled several hundred. Logically, the energy required for the second awakening is double that of the first. Now it has already exceeded that by more than 3 times. If I do it, using the crown class noble phantasm to awaken, as far as I know from my previous life, only a few people have succeeded, and they undoubtedly became figures standing at the pinnacle. Yi Ju's expression was solemn as he began to use energy to touch the withered finger. Chapter 173. Almost turned to fossil. At the moment of contact, Yi Ju felt an icy chill that pierced to the bone, rushing at him like a knife. Cold. So cold. In an instant, his lower body was frozen. This ice was not ordinary ice, but the black ice he had seen in his past life. This kind of black ice could only be found on the 6th level of hell. What is this? He quickly tried to throw away this withered finger. However, the withered finger was firmly stuck to his hand. An unfathomable great power pressed down on him. All around, there were sounds of clashing ringing out. He didn't know when, but millions of snowflakes were swirling, creating a vast expanse of white with no end in sight. Even the ghostly hell had been polluted by this withered finger. Suppress it. Yi Ju let out a low growl. He wasn't sure what this thing was, but he knew that if he didn't resist, he would be finished. The Hunyuan energy surged to counter it in an instant. Just for a brief moment, the withered fingers stopped trembling. Yi Ju finally let out a breath. However, in an instant, his expression changed dramatically. The withered finger suddenly erupted with even greater power. Something was wrong. He felt the ice rapidly spreading from his lower body to his upper body. He was about to be completely sealed by the black ice. Am I going to be sealed to death here? He couldn't believe it. In the end, he actually fell victim to a withered finger of unknown origin. The drama was too intense, wasn't it? It felt too immersive. At that moment, he actually had a flash of images. If he really got frozen, it would mean no one could save him. Perhaps humanity would win the first war, and researchers would come to this hell and see this humanoid statue. Just left there, forever sealed inside. In the end, he stopped thinking and became a fossil. Is there any way? Yi Jueji's head was smoking. The black ice had risen to his chest. The bone-chilling cold made his soul tremble in fear. That's right, I still have it. Yiju's eyes widened as he took out a small stone tablet from his spatial ring. The stone tablet showed no reaction. However, just as He Bing touched it, the stone tablet buzzed and vibrated, and a pattern lit up on its surface. Yiju saw clearly that the long object in the pattern was actually a gun. Zila. In an instant, the hellish black ice seemed to have met its nemesis and instantly evaporated. The white, icy coldness rampaged, as if a vast ocean was rising up, terrifying like a tsunami. Before long, the hellish black ice completely disappeared. Survived? He was drenched in sweat. But thinking of this, he suddenly changed color and threw away the thing in his hand. However, what was there to throw? He threw the air. The next line of the system prompt left him utterly shocked. Special Evolver's second awakening successful. Level 10 seal lifted. What? Second awakening successful? Yiju looked at his hand in shock. His middle finger had been replaced by that withered finger. It actually took over his finger. He quickly moved his hand. There was no problem. It felt just like a normal finger. His body was also fine with no issues. But the problem was significant. He had undergone a second awakening, yet he felt no increase in strength. It was as if this withered finger had always belonged to him. Nothing special about it. Chapter 174. Flying towards the light. He absolutely touched his nose. He still vividly remembered the terrifying nature of this thing. It was like carrying a bomb with him at all times. Therefore, he cherished his piece of the hell inscription even more. He even thought about making a hole in it and wearing it around his neck. However, this small stone tablet had endured countless years of erosion in the river without being destroyed. He was just thinking about it, after all. Yiju started to walk. He headed towards the direction of the Bone Palace. However, as expected, a layer of mysterious power isolated this place. It should be the source, right? In order to ensure the normal opening of the Demon God Arena, it actually sheltered the Demon God. It. The mysterious source on the surface helps humanity and sets everything for them. It conveys something, giving any race a chance. Yet, in secret, it protects the injured demon gods. Boom! Yiju's punch landed on it, not even causing a ripple. The entire Bone Palace was completely isolated. He had just killed the demon god, but it was merely a dried corpse. If the demon god could be so easily killed, it wouldn't be a demon god. Humanity wouldn't need to face extinction either. The horror of the demon god lies in its unpredictable and inscrutable abilities. He did indeed destroy the dried corpse. When the demon god emerges from the Bone Palace again, it will no longer resemble that dried corpse. It might reveal its true form and crawl out from beneath the Bone Palace. Titan Demon Lord. Yiju read word by word. He had seen the true form of the nether demon god recorded in ancient texts in his previous life. There were only a few short sentences. A shocking physique that destroyed countless bases, despair spreading. Yes, the shocking physique made him very concerned. The true form of the nether demon god was absolutely enormous, an unprecedented monster. All he had to do was kill it in the demon god arena. Yiju took another look at the bone hall and turned to leave. He found the nearest nether gate. At this moment, the skeleton gate was completely open. The white dragon emperor's light wings. Yiju whispered to himself, and it appeared on his back as he swiftly crossed the river. This fusion-type treasure was originally designed for temporary flight, requiring an enormous amount of energy. Even with his current abilities, he could only maintain it for a little over 10 minutes. Yes, from the original limit of just a few seconds, he had reached over 10 minutes. This was all thanks to the support of the energy and the enhancements within. His current energy value was 12,550. Awakening the 3-type had directly pushed it over 10,000. Adding in some of his own energy and internal strength, it was this high. Yiju Fa flew quickly and soon saw the beginning of the river crossing. He landed on the shore and walked toward the entrance of hell. This place had already been overwhelmed by the tide of demons. The originally dense entrance had disappeared, replaced by a huge hole, and the sky above was shrouded in darkness. Dimly, light could be seen, and that was the surface. Yiju took a moment to rest. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. In the deepest part of the Bone Palace, a heartbeat-like vibration pulsed from within the coffin. 2 coffins had already been completely opened, while 2 others remained tightly sealed. Creak. One of the closed coffins slowly pushed open a corner of its lid. A crimson eye flickered into view. 5 long, black claws slowly grasped the coffin lid and pushed it outward. With a whoosh, a strong stench burst forth. The thing inside was exposed to the air. Chapter 175. Wasteland Walker. Back on the surface, Yiju felt a bit heavy-hearted. He sensed that life was crying out in anguish. Hellish material had spread across every inch of land he once tread upon. In front of him was an enormous forest. Indeed, it was filled with black, monstrous trees. Countless unknown plants bloomed, with vibrant flowers in various colors. They appeared incredibly beautiful, yet concealed deadly toxins. Hellish material had already eroded the wasteland. Yiju muttered to himself as he put on the communicator on his wrist. This forest originally did not exist. It grew from the demonic material after the opening of the netherworld. There wasn't a sound inside. It was incredibly silent, even to the point of being deathly quiet. There were no paths, and the deeper one went, the darker it became, creating a hazy feeling. It felt as if it were a giant mouth ready to swallow anyone who dared to enter. Yiju only took a glance and frowned. He is now a special evolver, and his level has reached 10. As long as he focuses, he can sense danger. Toxins? His eyes narrowed. This danger comes from hellish materials. As soon as one touches these evolved hellish substances, they will be corroded by toxins. Although his physique is not afraid of toxins, it will still cause pain. By the way, where is that dog? Yiju walked around, but didn't see Lai Fu. It's likely that this dog thinks it has successfully completed its task and slipped away, right? No. It will definitely come over with a smug look on its face to ask for a reward. This paw print was left intentionally. Yiju crouched down and looked into the black forest. The claw marks were intermittent, extending deep inside. This dog was really brave. He couldn't help but smile. He wasn't afraid of these evolved hellish substances. However, that didn't mean others could handle it. Although Lai Fu was also an evolved being, his physical qualities were not even close to his. Woof. Ow. Sure enough, as Yiju followed the paw prints, he found the dog was lying on the ground, fainted on the hellish substance. It was howling and tightly closing its eyes. It seemed to be poisoned and trapped in a hallucination. Yiju reached out and picked it up, walking forward. In the forest, the hellish vines intertwined, creating an incredibly dark atmosphere. The ground had long lost its distinction between soil and hellish substance. In any case, those colorless and odorless toxins kept bothering him. As he moved further, the light grew dimmer. Swish! Yiju flew directly into the air, as Lai Fu had already been rescued. The white dragon emperor's light wings were not true wings, and they couldn't be controlled as freely. After flying for about 10 minutes, he finally flew out of the hellish forest. It's all this dog's. It's all this dog's. Lai Fu's eyes were dazed, and he was mumbling to himself unconsciously. This dog had become a bit more alert, but he had not yet fully regained consciousness. The leaves fell to the ground as Lai Fu was tossed aside, checking the buff bar. All the low-level buffs were no longer needed. Their attack power was too weak, making the buff bar look complicated. System, can I delete these useless buffs? He said in his heart. Okay. Yiju nodded and began to delete those useless buffs, such as Wind Blade Technique, Fireball Technique, Ice Cone Technique, etc. He had already tried them in the Underworld Hell and found that they couldn't kill the Underworld demons at all. They looked impressive, but were completely useless. Chapter 176. Does this dog want to awaken? So, he cleared all the buffs except for the lightning system buffs. After all, lightning skills could strike to replenish his stored energy, which was quite effective. He had ordinary drop-type buffs, such as Chi Protection buff, Energy Storage buff, Mandarin Flower buff, and Cultivation-type buffs, a total of 20 types that were being cultivated rapidly. There were still a dozen Cultivation-type drops in his spatial bracelet. Once these 20 types reached their maximum level, he would switch to others. The rest were the previously stacked buffs. Buffs like Thunder Stun, Fivefold Phantom, Penetration, and Ice Control were also deleted. These low-level skills dealt negligible damage to demons. The underworld demons could easily resist these attacks and would not be affected by his level or physique. In the end, he was left with the old buffs, 20 physical defense immunity and 30 magic defense immunity buffs, 120 reflection damage buff, penetration buff, 50 double damage, energy burn buff, group healing technique buff, self-healing technique buff, and undying buff. Yiju clenched his fist. The energy and inner strength began to operate like an engine. That's right. This ancient tower, Yiju took it out. It was a small golden pagoda, shimmering with a faint blue glow, like the primordial golden dove. It was also a top-tier awakening-type treasure. 4 symbols pagoda. Top-tier awakening-type treasure. User has a chance to obtain Xianhuang Qi upon awakening. User has a small chance to obtain Xianhuang Qi type 1 upon awakening. User has a very small chance to obtain Xianhuang Qi type 2 upon awakening. User has an extremely small chance to obtain Xianhuang Qi type 3 upon awakening. Awakeners who obtain Xianhuang Qi type 3 gain the 4 symbols Seal Awakening skill. Awakening chances depend on the physical constitution of the Awakener. System, can it be extracted? Yiju Mo thought to himself. This is an awakening item and cannot be extracted. The system's cold voice rang out. Indeed, just think about it. It was so troublesome for him to awaken, and he almost failed. If he could directly extract this mysterious yellow energy, it would truly be unfair to his chaotic energy. I want this tower. At this moment, a pair of eyes lit up, staring intently at the small tower. The dog, which had no idea when it woke up, knew it could awaken once more. Do you want this awakening? Yiju asked. I helped you steal that crown position thing. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Are you really that stingy? Lai Fu licked his tongue and said, It's not that. I'm just afraid you'll fail in your awakening. Yiju was speechless. This dog has also hit a bottleneck in experience. It must awaken now. If it's going to awaken, it should be the best. Since you succeeded, I can too. Lai Fu jumped up and grabbed the 4 symbols tower in his mouth. Awaken. It had already made up its mind and directly triggered the tower with energy. Buzz. The azure gold tower instantly trembled, emitting a vibrating sound. Then, brilliance filled the sky, and endless azure enveloped the reddish-brown wasteland. The power of the 4 symbols was vast and ancient, with a rumbling sound that was deafening. You dead dog. You awakened just like that? Yiju really wanted to kill it. Now, who knows how many demons will be attracted? As expected, a large group of soul spirits came rushing in like moths. Chapter 177. Confronting the Demon Horde. Soul spirits are new demons in the Wasteland, spiritual beings that crawled up from the underworld. They're the souls of humans who fell into hell in the early days. After enduring endless torment, they became slaves of hell. Sometimes they appear before their loved ones in the form of the deceased, committing cruel murders. They could be considered suicide soldiers in hell, capable of long-range attacks, and they will madly charge at people to self-destruct. Squeak, squeak. In addition to soul spirits, a group of imps also followed closely. Imps are scavengers in the underworld, one of the most common and ordinary demons in the scorched earth of hell. They have limited intelligence and are driven by their hunting instincts. They exist in massive numbers. Their main role is to serve as cannon fodder, used to break through enemy lines. In addition to close combat, imps can also throw energy balls. However, their aim is generally poor, and the energy balls have a small area of splash explosion effect. And what about the gargoyles? Yiju really wanted to kill the awakening dog. The gargoyles were low-level demons from hell, capable of flying and gliding. Although they were not difficult for him to deal with, killing them all was truly troublesome. He hacked away in hell until he lost his sanity. Demons were terrifying like that. Once they formed an offensive, they would disregard life and death. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, several muscle-bound giant demons also walked in behind the group of demons. Titan slaves? Yiju couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was a siege demon, possessing a huge size, strong defense, and powerful regeneration abilities. The conventional weapons of the current civilization on Earth had no effect on him. Plasma weapons might be able to do something. Ancient texts mention. Yiju thought for a moment. Humanity once developed a type of mech called the Aslan mech. It can amplify the powers of awakened individuals and enhance abilities related to mutation and energy. Only by wearing the Aslan mech can one fight against the Titan slaves. With the emergence of the Titan slaves, he understood the situation on the surface. Not to mention those ancient demons living in the underworld. They had avoided direct confrontation with him in hell, crawled out to the surface, and their whereabouts were unknown. It's likely that they have already begun collecting souls for the demon god, right? Could it be an underworld guardian? Yiju's gaze was sharp. Among the demons, there was a very special demon with its hands hanging down, examining him. The Soul Guardian. On the back of this demon was a bulging metallic pouch. This pouch could accommodate a vast number of souls. It endlessly transformed the souls it devoured into hellish energy. Then, it would create terrifying hell energy explosions. Such an explosion could directly annihilate a level 1 base city. No wonder the Titan slave appeared here. It was actually it that brought this demon over. The Soul Guardian is smarter than the demons mentioned above. It would stay far away to absorb souls. Come on, the leaves stand resolutely against these demons. No matter how prosperous a civilization is, it cannot escape the consumption of darkness. Countless countries, civilizations, and races that once shone brilliantly on Earth have been annihilated under the shadow of darkness. In the past, there was a rumor that 2012 would be the end of the world. The sun would disappear, and after entering the night, dawn would never be seen again. According to the theory that stars have a lifespan, there's a possibility of this happening. Therefore, the vast majority of people firmly believed that the end of the world would come in 2012. The apocalypse indeed did not arrive, but who would have thought? That after entering the night, dawn will never be seen again refers to the demons in hordes, blocking out the sun? Chapter 178. Impact awakening such immense energy. I want flesh and blood, flesh and blood. The demons shrieked as they charged forward. He frowned and hid the dog behind him. A long black knife appeared in his hand. The demons momentarily did not realize who the human standing there was. Only madness and excitement occupied their minds. Yijuesh's killing intent spread, and with one slash, the Hunyuan energy and internal power of the Huangquan blade surged. Buzz! A shocking blade aura swept across the battlefield. One could clearly see the blade aura sweeping through all directions, cleaving those demons in two. The fierce wind even blew away the young demons in the back row. It's him, the human. I still remember this flesh and blood. The demons couldn't help but scream. They never expected that this human would appear here. Ha! I've obtained the Xianwang Qi, Awakening Type 1. The large dog with its limbs curled up suddenly howled. A massive devouring power emerged from it. The surrounding sky twisted because of it, as if it could contain anything. Some demons that were too close were actually sucked in and completely disappeared. However, a sudden change occurred. Laifu let out a terrible scream, its body collapsing, gradually turning into a sphere. Yiju, quickly give me the magic core. I want the magic core. It's going to be crushed into molecules by the awakening power. If you aren't even prepared with a magic core, what do you think awakening is? He was absolutely speechless at the dog. He took out a magic core and threw it at the big wolf dog. It felt much better. Laifu breathed a sigh of relief as the twisted blue hole above expanded again. More demons were being sucked into the sky, completely unable to resist. They could only wail miserably, disappearing without a trace. The Xianwang Qi Type 1 was successful, and I'm going to push for Type 2. This big wolf dog was too brave, awakening all at once. That dog, why does it possess such powerful strength? Flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. The surrounding demons no longer dared to approach, and were even retreating continuously. The distorted, strange blue hole in the sky kept expanding. More and more demons were being sucked into it, their lives unknown. What else can Yiju do? He can only compromise, preparing the magic core in one hand, ready to inject energy into this stupid dog at the critical moment. It's coming, energy, I want energy. This dog is like a big loudspeaker, shouting all over the sky. Yiju had a dark expression on his face as he continuously threw the remaining magic cores to the big wolf dog. If it weren't for picking up some magic cores when leaving hell, this stupid dog might have already been killed by the backlash of the Four Symbols Tower. So. The big wolf dog was glowing with blue and gold light, its laughter echoing across the land. The twisted blue hole above expanded again. Moo! That Titan slave was suddenly lifted off the ground, unable to resist as it was pulled into the sky. It was truly a spectacular scene that left onlookers in shock. Who would have thought that the Titan slave could be dragged into that twisted blue hole? I understand now. This is the power of the Four Symbols Tower, the Xianhuang Qi Type 3, Four Symbol Seal. The big wolf dog howled. During this process, Countless demons were also attracted into its four-symbol seal. What was supposed to be a bloody battle ended so hastily. Once the four-symbol seal emerged, the sky and ground resonated. The long sky rumbled, booming like thunder, a frightening sight. Chapter 179. The destruction of Dragon Roar Base. The Hell Guardian felt all its hair stand on end, but it was already too late. It too was caught by this sealing power, suddenly being sucked into mid-air. Hell exploded. The Hell Guardian let out a piercing scream. It felt its blood twisting and bursting, staining the sky. Entering that sealing power meant being torn apart and vanishing completely. So, boom! The metal casing behind it exploded instantly. With a loud bang, the big wolf dog was sent tumbling. The entire sky was filled with angry waves crashing against the clouds. Boom! The flames of hell ignited, turning into a raging inferno, raining down from the sky. This energy was still relatively small, after all. It was the demon capable of annihilating a base city. Yiju shook his head. The souls absorbed by the Underworld Guardian were still too few. Otherwise, the big wolf dog would definitely be heavily injured this time. I succeeded. Haha, I have also awakened the top-tier treasure drop. After spinning 360 degrees, the dog stood up and trotted over to Yiju, showing off. But looks so funny now, with its charred fur and emitting black smoke. Congratulations. The level restriction has been lifted, and it can now be upgraded to level 20. This trip was very fruitful. Both he and the big wolf dog benefited. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the communicator on his wrist suddenly rang. Yay. Is Yiju there? The voice inside was that of a girl. What happened in the base city? Yiju's voice was very flat. Destruction fast. The intermittent sounds brought 3 words, and then there was no more news. The base city was destroyed? Fast. Save me? The big wolf dog shivered all over. That was Su Yan's voice. Fast. Save me? Hearing this, the big wolf dog howled anxiously to the sky. It ran towards the direction of the base city. Yiju's mood was also heavy. The growth of the base city inevitably leads to destruction. This is a certainty. But when it actually happened, it was still a bit hard to accept. After all, during those days living in the base city, he felt the sense of racial continuity. Now hearing the word destruction, indeed, it's somewhat difficult to accept. He followed behind the big wolf dog, not knowing how many demons were charging at them. The man and the dog had no communication, utterly silent. All they could do was kill, kill, kill. At this moment, the Longshao base was filled with wails and cries, thick smoke rising all around, turning the sky blood red. They didn't know how long the battle had lasted. The city walls had crumbled. Countless demons surged in, the air filled with blood, the ground stained red. One body after another fell. All were once friends, relatives, comrades. Even if Yiju had rushed over, it would have been useless. There were too many demons, simply impossible to kill them all. The destruction of the base city was inevitable. Let's go. It's no use. We can't hold on any longer. Wei Ting was covered in blood, his face trembling. One of his arms had been taken by a gargoyle. It's time. Everything can be left behind, but all the things in the research institute must be taken away. Long Xiaoqin's face was wrapped in bandages. Her left eye was permanently lost. Let's leave. The survivors were drenched in blood. They lined up, looking at the thick smoke in the distance, biting their lips tightly. Next, this place would become a feast for the demons. Blood and dismembered bodies would be their great supplement. More demons would swarm in. After resisting several waves of demon attacks, the entire Longshao base was ultimately submerged in a sea of black demons. The Longshao base was completely destroyed. Chapter 180. Are humans crying? At the same time, battles broke out in base cities around the world. Not just in China, North America, Europe, South Asia, the Middle East, North Africa, and so on. It was a blood-stained scene. Skeletons scattered, blood stained the sky. Humans fought for survival. Demons fought for flesh and souls in a 30-day bloodbath. Yes, this battle lasted 30 days, facing countless sudden demon attacks. Humans were helpless, and base cities were destroyed one after another. The survivors couldn't help but cry. 2 lines of tears flowed down, sobbing choked. Their home was gone again. Once more, it was ruthlessly destroyed by demons. Damn demons. I will kill them all when I grow up. A boy from abroad, who lost his home, wiped his tears. Boo-hoo, my dad, my mom. A little girl, standing in the smoke, burst into tears. I want revenge, I want revenge. Awakeners around the world shouted, their blood boiling. At this moment, where the heart leads, humanity faced its second defeat. However, no one felt despair. In the absence of a leader, humanity closed their eyes, clutching their hearts. For the first time in human history, there was unity. Humanity merged into one at this moment. Boom! At that moment, the entire world heard a loud voice. You humans have been acknowledged. You have gained qualification. The demon god arena opens for you. The human heroes on the hero list 17. You will have the opportunity to battle the demon god. If you want your race to continue, then keep winning. Otherwise, only destruction awaits. The demon god arena has finally opened. As this news spread, it stirred everyone across all regions. No matter the country, all felt shocked. Hero list 17. Is it still those people? Those closest to the monument of the hero list hurriedly checked. It was still those people. Adam, Musashi, Nicola, and Fenshin, and Dawn, Pandora, and Yiju. However, the rankings had changed. Yiju's name has suddenly risen to second place. Musashi has become third, and Pandora is in seventh place. When that voice was speaking, all of humanity understood. As long as the heroes defeat the demons in the demon arena, they can weaken this demon's hellish army. Humanity will gain a chance to breathe and rebuild their homeland. If the heroes lose, their souls will be devoured by hell, and a stronger hell will open. If they keep losing, the gates of hell will open one after another, and endless demons will crush this wasteland. In the future, there will be no space for humanity to survive. Win. We can only win. Win. We can only win. Where the heart desires, our wishes all fall upon those heroes. Musashi, our hero, go and slay those so-called demons. The people of the island nation clasp their hands together in prayer for him. Dawn, you are our only light. In the desert area, a group of people wearing scarves kneel on the ground and pray to the heavens. Pandora, we are counting on you. A group of people holds her hands, tears streaming down their faces. No problem, leave it to me. The girl shows her snow-white teeth and promises boldly. Yiju looked down at the ocean of demons before him. Gazing into the distance, his eyes were very deep. Who was speaking? The big wolf dog beside him was trembling. This voice transcended time and space. What was it? It was the voice of the source. Yiju said, in the previous life, no information about the source was obtained until the extinction of humanity. The big wolf dog instantly felt a chill down its spine as it looked down at the base city. The Longshao base had already been destroyed. Is there no one left? It couldn't help but feel sad. Chapter 181. Let the dog play for you? Is Suyin dead? What about Shunya? Are there no people from the Peak Domain Guild left? Is everyone gone? The dog howled, constantly wiping its tears with its paws. Damn it, even if they didn't die. You made me cry to death. Yiju slapped Laifu on the head. You said they're all not dead? Laifu raised his head, his eyes shining. I have already informed them about building the second core base, so they probably have retreated. Yiju shook his head, but I don't know the evacuation route. I need to look for it. Why didn't you say it earlier? You did it on purpose, didn't you? Laifu clenched his paw into a fist and struck him. Bang, bang, bang. After a few punches, even an awakened one couldn't withstand it. Their bones would shatter. But Yiju acted as if nothing happened, as if it were just a mosquito bite. What a freak! How is your body made? Laifu stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. He had gained the power of the Xianhuang Qi, greatly increasing his strength. Unexpectedly, he couldn't break through Yiju's defense. Was he really that abnormal? You still haven't fully mastered the power of the top-tier loot. Yeah, absolutely. Indeed, the dog's strength has greatly increased now, but this requires very strong control skills. For example, with his primordial energy and internal power, once activated, the strength can multiply several times. Most people would struggle to react at first. It's like an ordinary person suddenly discovering they have thousands of pounds of strength. They would probably stumble while walking and crush the doorknob when opening a door. However, in his previous life, he was many times stronger than he is now. He had profound experiences with such immense power. Especially the energy from top-tier awakened treasures and the buffs extracted from the system made him feel as if he was in his element. However, with so many demons around, what if they catch up to them? Lai Fu was still very worried about Su Yan and Chinya's safety and wanted to hurry to find them. Yeah. Quickly look at the sky. What is that number floating? Suddenly, he exclaimed. It was the countdown for the Demon God Arena. Yi Ju didn't even need to look. He knew what it meant. At this moment, the entire world, all of humanity, could see the countdown in the sky with their naked eyes. Countdown, 25 days, 20 hours, 10 minutes, and 5 seconds. The Demon Arena? The battle between your human heroes and the hellish demons has nothing to do with this dog. Lai Fu reacted and said with a smug smile, when humanity is wiped out, do you think you can still survive? The entire planet will be filled with demons. Yi Ju said calmly, can't I hide? I have turned to the devil. Lai Fu shouted defiantly. As long as you still have flesh and blood. The devil won't let you go. Once caught, you'll probably be made into soup. Yi Ju squinted his eyes, thinking of something. However, you can fight the demon god on behalf of the human camp. He couldn't help but look at Lai Fu, a smile appearing on his face. I'm a dog. How can I fight on behalf of you humans? Lai Fu quickly shook his head. The demon god is too strange. Its power is too bizarre. Asking it to fight the demon god is just looking for excitement, isn't it? As long as you are willing to fight on my behalf, I will tell you about the level 20 job change. Yi Ju threw out the temptation. Can you change jobs at level 20? You're not kidding me, right? Lai Fu was taken aback. He originally thought that awakening was the end, but who knew that he could still change jobs? Awakening is the beginning of gaining the ability to fight against the demon gods, but changing to a demon hunter is the key to combating them. Yi Ju, becoming a demon hunter is not difficult. Just take the ordinary job change, for example. You can challenge the Heaven Tower to obtain the corresponding title and exclusive skills after the job change. Chapter 182. Humanity is with you. By that time, there will be no level settings, he said while walking forward. There are only 1-star demon hunters, 2-star, 3-star, up to 10-star. Ordinary? Does that mean there are even stronger job changes? Lai Fuxing asked, stunned. That's right. There is also a type called the Unparalleled Legendary Job Change, which allows you to become a legendary demon hunter with basic physical attributes 10 times stronger than those of ordinary job changes. Yi Ju nodded and said, moreover, the higher the star level, the greater the gap. 10 times? Lai Fu blinked. The legendary demon hunter is indeed too tempting. However, he understands one principle. The greater the reward, the higher the risk involved. Looking at the expression of the big wolf dog, Yi Ju said, the condition to become a legendary demon hunter is to kill a demon god and obtain the heart of the demon god. With the heart of the demon god, you can pass the trials of the Heaven Tower and reach the top level to change your job to a legendary demon hunter. You're just trying to get me to participate in the battle, right? The big wolf dog stared at him. I don't care. Whether you become a legendary demon hunter or not is fine with me. Yi Ju shrugged and said, anyway, everything is about laying the foundation. Don't blame me for not reminding you later. Just make sure you don't regret it. The demon gods are getting stronger and stronger. The first few demon gods are the easiest to deal with. Moreover, do you think changing jobs is the end? It's not the end at all. If you want to survive, you have to fight for everything in advance. Lai Fu looked confused. Yi Ju continued walking. In the previous life, the human race perished too quickly. Many things went unexplained. In short, he wanted to use his past experiences and the information he knew to build a solid foundation, and then embrace a brand new, unknown future. However, asking me to kill a demon god is asking too much, isn't it? Lai Fu felt a chill run down his spine. To take down a demon god in the demon god arena? Isn't that asking for his life? You have the special skill of the 4-symbol seal, so it's not like you can't defeat a demon god. Yi Ju said, the 4 awakened by this dog is no less than his. The sealing power exceeds his understanding. Even the couldn't handle it and had to self-destruct in the end. So, Yi Ju really believed that this dog had no problems and could indeed fight against the demon god. This meant it was also possible that it might not win. Lai Fu was speechless, following Yi Ju in silence. On the first day, the person and the dog reached the outer ring of the base city and encountered many demons. There were even ambushes from mutated beasts, which had been severely contaminated by hellish substances and had become stronger, but they were all killed. On the second day, they rested in a small residential building for a day and set off from the outer ring to the suburbs. They encountered thousands of soul hunters' attacks, but remained unscathed and annihilated them all. On the third day, Lai Fu arrived beneath the hero ranking and looked up at the tall stone wall, pondering. After about half an hour, it placed its paw on the hero ranking. Detected non-human life form, now detecting soul. Judgment. Huaxia Wolf Dog. Name, Lai Fu. Would you like to ascend to the human hero list and fight on behalf of humans? Logging into the human hero list equals joining the human camp. Please consider carefully. Confirmed. Lai Fu was already prepared and nodded. Ding. You have ascended to the 7th position on the hero list, fighting for humanity. Humanity stands with you. The call notification sound rang out. Is this enough? The dog squatted on the ground, looking at the golden name above, feeling a mix of emotions. Who would have thought that a mere dog, would ascend to the 7th position in the world, even pushing that one called Pandora down? Chapter 183. Route discovered. The girl with snow-white teeth suddenly cried out. She stared intently at the hero ranking, trembling all over. She was pushed down? She was actually pushed down? The golden name, representing the highest honor of humanity, was gone. She became 8th. The gray ordinary font was so glaring. Impossible. She could hardly believe her eyes. What on earth is this called Lai Fu? This name is so stupid. It made my blood sugar, rise. Pandora felt dizzy and finally fell back. The sky was gray and white. At that moment, it seemed even the wind held its breath. She heard the roars of her companions in the distance. A smile slowly appeared at the corner of her mouth, a farewell smile. In the end, I'm going to die. There was a sense of relief in Wang Xiuhan's eyes. Her spirit calmed down. She felt the sounds around her, and the people roaring and rushing from a distance. All seemed to move in slow motion as she looked up at the sky. If there's hell, is there really heaven? Goodbye, Wasteland. Her mind buzzed, feeling the darkness closing in, and she could hear nothing. In the end, it seemed someone lifted her body. She felt as if she had fallen into a warm and comfortable place, as if she had returned to before she was born. It was unclear how long it had been. Teacher, teacher. The familiar voice grew louder. She opened her eyes. Wasn't I dead? Wang Xiuhan looked dazed, still unsure of what had happened. It was the big brother. The big brother saved us. The few students excitedly told her. Big brother? Which big brother? Could it be? Wang Xiuhan's consciousness became clearer. She finally realized she seemed to be locked in a nutrient chamber. Beep, beep, beep. As she awakened, the transparent lid of the nutrient chamber opened. The big wolf dog was amazing. A child's eyes were filled with excitement. Just now the big wolf dog, like a wild beast unleashed, stomped on the ground and roared at the sky. Its blood boiled like flames igniting. With a stomp of its paw on the ground, the earth was dented beneath it. Those demons actually feared it, even retreating a few steps. The big wolf dog did not let them go. It charged forward and tore them all apart. While the children discussed the big wolf dog, Wang Xiuhan had already sat up and found figure. It was him. It really was him. Wang Xiuhan was stunned. She never expected to be saved by him twice in succession. You're awake. I want to ask you about some people's routes. Yeah, absolutely fixit hergaze. Those people went ahead. We didn't catch up and took a wrong turn. Who knew we would encounter a group of demons? Wang Xiuhan was still in the emotional state of just having died. Her expression somewhat dazed. Are there demons chasing them? What is the situation? Yiju asked. The situation is very grim, and there's a large group of demons chasing the team, with a wide variety and a number that is probably more than 10 times that of their group. Wang Xiuhan has completely recovered and is speaking faster and faster. Oh no, Su Yin and Qin are in danger. We need to hurry. The big wolf dog jumped over from the side, looking anxious. I will leave a mark, and you can follow my route, making it difficult to encounter the demons. He turned to these people, around 20 of them, and quickly said something. The big wolf dog had a determined look in his eyes, unwilling to stay behind. This was the only arrangement. Chapter osuta obzit shipatru, rapid pursuit. Big brother, are you leaving? This group of children, around 10 years old, looked at him with disappointed eyes. No fuss, big brother has important things to do. Wang Xiuhan quickly pulled the children aside. Now I'm also a level 4 new human, and with so many people around, as long as we don't encounter a group of demons, everything will be fine. She turned and said, Then I'm off. Ye nodded. He did not dare to stay, as so many demons were chasing the team at the base. A collision was bound to happen. With a movement, the White Dragon Emperor's light wings spread out, and he flew directly into the air. Big Brother is flying. How amazing! The children exclaimed in surprise. This dog runs quite fast. Yiju rushed along the route pointed out by Wang Xiuhan and saw the scattered remains of robots on the ground. These robots were combat-type machines developed by the Longshao base. There were signs of fighting everywhere, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here. The bodies of the demons seemed to have been devoured by their own kind. Yiju stepped on the mechanical wreckage, searching for clues. The ground was covered in bloodstains, extending in one direction. I found someone. The team was ambushed up ahead. Killed me. This person could only slowly speak under the group healing buff. However, their organs were already half shattered, and they couldn't survive. Yiju silently placed his hand on his heart and gave it a hard shake. The man let out a muffled groan and died completely the next second. Lai Fu rushed out again. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the distant sounds of fierce fighting could be heard. Hold the line. Hold the line for me. Damn demons, come on. There were continuous roars from that direction. The big wolf dog had already charged in, its body crushing the demons, rumbling forward. This scene left everyone stunned. The town's guardian beast? Is it really the town's guardian beast? Since the town's guardian beast has appeared. Then, in the next moment, Yiju descended from the sky and slammed down with a punch. Bang! The internal force shook violently, and the nearby demons were shattered into pieces. Ah, it's the president. The president has arrived. The president? Upon seeing the newcomer, these people became excited and incoherent. Members of the Peak Realm? Yiju was stunned. Although their clothes were soaked in blood, they could still recognize the guild's emblem. President, please go save the vice president and the others. We are fine here. Hurry, President, they're in great danger now. President, the demons have caught up to them. A group of people suddenly shouted loudly. In danger? The big wolf dog immediately rushed over upon hearing this. Hearing that the demons had caught up to the base team, Yiju's expression also changed. The remaining personnel of Longshao base must not die. Once the strongest base city in Huaxia was Longshao base city. If it were truly because of his butterfly effect that the base was destroyed, he would be the sinner. He also hurried over as fast as he could. Along the way, there were human corpses everywhere. Most of them were genetically modified soldiers who ultimately chose to self-destruct. Because each genetically modified soldier had a small bomb inside them to perish together with the demons. The team is over there. The big wolf dog pointed to a mountain in the distance. At the foot of the mountain, a black opening had split open, as if torn apart by an invisible force. On both sides of the opening, there were demon corpses. Chapter 185, Dark Version of Falling Treasure. It must be that the base team held their ground here to evade the demon's pursuit. Let's go. Yiju and the big wolf dog enter the cave. Too many demons. Why are these damned demons chasing us relentlessly? Just hold on a little longer. The new base is almost here. A group of soldiers in military uniforms shouted frantically. Behind them, there were countless young demons and lost souls. Above these demons, there were thousands of flying gargoyles watching them with a predatory gaze. Boom! Dozens of massive base vehicles rushed forward crazily. Long Xiaoqin and various leaders were the front of the base vehicles, clearing the way. The middle base vehicles contained personnel from the Research Institute, including Director Wu and Dr. Xiao. The other base vehicles were filled with some surviving new humans. However, the base vehicle at the very back was quite peculiar. On top of its cabin, there protruded a sharp, technologically advanced little tower. Every time the demons charged, this little tower would emit a dazzling blue beam, piercing through all the demons that pounced. That's right, this was a base vehicle created by the Pinnacle Realm. Su Yan and Qinya were among them. Dong Hu, Su Ziyue, Cheng Xian, and Yang Wenchao were responsible for driving and providing cover. If it weren't for this fully automatic beam tower, we would have been done for long ago, Yang Wenchao said with a look of fear. The power of this beam tower was simply too strong, dozens of times more powerful than his skills. No demon could withstand a single strike from the beam tower. This was given to me by Yiju, so of course it's powerful, Su Yin said proudly. However, even so, the demons showed no fear. They were constantly looking for opportunities to attack them. Some demons crossed over the beam tower and directly attacked the front base vehicles. But the base vehicles were also fully armed war machines. Each vehicle was equipped with plasma weapons. Zizizizi. Even the underworld demons could not withstand the attack of the plasma weapons. So, although the situation was critical, it was still relatively safe for the time being. Wait, what is that? Long Xiaoqin's face changed. Ahead on the road appeared a tall man. This man had long black hair, and his face was hard to see. However, he had a pair of black wings on his back. He held a black long sword in his hand, looking like a fallen angel. Flesh and blood. The man raised his head, revealing a face that was handsome yet demonic. However, the blood-red pupils in his eyes appeared somewhat sinister and terrifying. Is that an underworld guardian? There are actually 4 protecting him? Wei Ting almost bit his tongue off upon seeing this. What kind of demon is this? Does it really need underworld guardians for protection? If Yiju were here, he would definitely call out its name. An ancient existence from the underworld. A minor demon lord. The minor demon lord is different from many demons in that it has special patterns on its body that can absorb energy. The current awakeners are simply no match for him. This winged demon with blood-red eyes had been preparing here for a long time. Bang! The black sword in his hand swung out violently, forming a massive sword aura. Falling treasure? A group of people suddenly screamed. The demon is actually using falling treasure? They couldn't have seen it wrong, right? However, the demon really could use falling treasure. Falling treasure is a treasure left behind by ancient heroes. Demons just need to erode it with hellish materials, and the eroded falling treasure, commonly known as the blackened version of falling treasure, becomes a weapon exclusive to demon lords. Chapter 186, Critical Moment. Boom! This sword directly shattered the ground ahead, cutting a giant ravine. Stop the vehicle! Long Xiaoqin shouted loudly. Immediately, dozens of base vehicles came to a halt. Why stop? The demons are about to catch up. A group of people was still confused, completely unaware of what was happening. However, when they got out of the vehicles, their expressions began to change dramatically. Why stop? Isn't that a stupid question? A pitch-black ravine blocked their vehicle's path. Can the base vehicles fly? Of course not, but there was no road on either side. What to do? Let the people from the Pinnacle Realm activate the beam tower to maximum power, and all the new humans defend the rear while we deal with this demon. Long Xiaoqin and the others got out of the base vehicle with heavy expressions. They took off their military coats. Now, there are still over 20 people alive, including middle-level commanders, lower-level commanders, generals, and lieutenant generals. Among them, 14 were Awakeners, 8 mutated types, and 7 energy types. The strongest were Long Xiaoqin, Wei Ting, and several generals. They killed demons and obtained mysterious falling treasures. Using falling treasures, they awakened and gained the special powers of falling treasures. For example, Long Xiaoqin awakened as a mutated type, and the falling treasure he received enhanced his mutation abilities. Generally, demons were not his opponents. However, facing this winged man, he felt a tingling on his scalp. Bottomless was the word that best described this demon. He understood the power of that sword. If not now, when to fight desperately. Fight! Wei Ting shouted as he rushed forward. Behind him followed several generals, all with powerful combat abilities. However, the winged demon glanced at them, cruelty flashing in his eyes. The long sword in his hand moved slightly, stirring up a gust of wind. Whoosh! The impact made the leaders of the base vehicle's hair stand on end, their eyes wide open. Just a slight movement of the sword unleashed such terrifying wind. Each of them felt a tingling on their scalp. They sensed a chilling cold at their necks. The terrifying killing intent made all their hair stand on end. Each person instinctively let out a scream. Even so, they had to fight desperately. Just chop off your heads. A powerhouse like the winged demon could accurately sever the heads of everyone present. Swish! An unmatched sword light swept toward everyone. It's over. Long Xiaoqin let out a miserable scream. All his ambitions shattered in an instant. Wei Ting also felt a blinding light before his eyes. Blood marks appeared on his neck. Am I going to die? Am I really going to die? No. Miracle. Please, let a miracle happen. Swish! A blood-red long knife fell from the sky. The ground suddenly roared and exploded. Following that, the sound of air being sliced rang out. Whoosh! The surrounding ruins and buildings suddenly began to collapse. What? Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A large pit exploded open on the ground, and a long knife appeared at its center. Could it be? Could it be? Long Xiaoqin couldn't help but murmur to herself. Is it him? Is he here? Wei Ting's knees suddenly gave way, and he knelt down. He touched the bloodstains on his neck and couldn't stand up. A miracle! It's here, it's him. It's him. A group of leaders exclaimed in surprise. Huh? The winged demon frowned. That red knife suddenly descended, and the shockwave was able to stop its slash? What kind of power is this? Immediately after, a loud noise echoed in the sky. A blurry figure descended from midair, on the blood-red Huangquan knife. His indifferent expression was reflected. The world was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Yiju, he arrived just in time. Chapter 187. Arriving Together. Ye. Su Yan was the first to call out. That figure spanned the sky, moving to the front, and she recognized who it was at a glance. He finally came. Qinya finally let out a sigh of relief. It seems he barely made it. The big wolf dog was rushing from a distance, and upon seeing that Su Yan and the others were fine, its eyes glinted mischievously. Su Yan and Qinya seemed to have awakened. Each of them stood gracefully, their skin as smooth as jade, their teeth glistening. That dog also came. Su Yan's senses were very sharp. Although she couldn't see where the big wolf dog was, she could feel a pair of sneaky eyes. Finally arrived, we are safe. Cheng Xin pushed up his glasses. Their beam tower's energy was nearly depleted. The overwhelming demon cocoons swarmed in, almost exhausting all their energy. The dog is here. The big wolf dog wasted no time and pounced directly onto Su Yan, its head spinning around on Chunya's chest. Su Yan patted its head. It was not being pretentious. The situation was indeed too dangerous. I understand. That is why I brought Yi Ju here at super high speed to support you, right? The big wolf dog said in front of the members of the peak domain. The situation is critical now. The energy of the beam tower is almost gone. Chunya said hurriedly. No worries, the dog is here. I can easily handle the small fry, and the boss will be left to Yi Ju. That S. Dong Hu and the others gasped. The demons chasing them were now at least in the tens of thousands. However, they hadn't finished speaking when Lai Fu charged in. A distorted space appeared above its head, like a bright moon rising slowly, accompanied by a large burst of light. All the demons rushing over were trapped in place by an invisible force. In the next second, tens of thousands of demons were lifted into the air, wailing in agony. What the? Everyone's eyes widened. This scene was truly shocking. Yi Ju's long black hair fluttered as he reached out to grasp the blood-red battle knife. The Huangquan knife was pulled out inch by inch, surrounded by boundless killing intent. It was as if the resentment accumulated in his heart from the previous life erupted at that moment. The instant he drew the Huangquan knife, the lightning and the aura around his body intertwined and surged. Yi Ju raised his head, revealing a pair of reddish and violent eyes. Thud, thud. The winged demon actually took 2 steps back. It was frightened by this aura and power. Just imagine, a human suddenly appears, wielding a knife. The ground beneath was cracking inch by inch, with cracks spreading outwards. How astonishing this was! This small hell lord, an ancient demon, had never encountered such a human. All of them unconsciously took 2 steps back, only realizing it afterward. What a disgrace. A tremendous disgrace. The dead silence, sword technique. The winged demon couldn't help but let out a low roar. This sword technique was a power unique to this fallen treasure. Once by chance, it found his black sword in hell. It spent countless years eroding it and finally obtained the skill of this fallen treasure. This sword technique had absolutely been refined to the pinnacle, reaching a state of natural perfection. No eyes, no ears, no nose. A vast aura of killing intent surged not far behind it, like a stampede of thousands of horses, chilling to the bone. What? Long Xiaoqin and Wei Ting looked on in terror at all of this. It turned out that the recent killing of them was merely a basic attack used by the demon. Chapter 188. Light Wing of the Hell Lord. Whoosh! The winged demon moved. It charged over with an incredibly terrifying speed. At this moment, Long Xiaoqin and the others only saw a black lightning bolt rushing toward them. A strong sense of crisis emanated from the front, causing every hair on their bodies to stand on end. It was as if one saw a disheveled female ghost standing behind them through a mirror. This was an indescribable state. It cannot be explained by science, just as science cannot explain the existence of ghosts. Truly worthy of being the Hell Lord, an ancient demon, albeit the lowest rank. The Huangquan knife in Yi Ju's hand began to dance with a strange trajectory. There were no fancy moves, just a single strike. Simple, ordinary, just one knife. Yet it was so brilliant that it was blinding. Even the blazing sun in the sky dimmed in comparison. Before the knife even arrived, a small cut appeared on the skin of the winged demon. This was the sharp airflow generated by the Huangquan knife slicing through the air at high speed. This airflow was extremely sharp. Just this sharp airflow alone was enough to cut through steel. Deadly sword technique versus Huangquan knife basic attack. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, amidst flashes of lightning. No way. The winged demon was in shock. Its body slowly splitting in half. It was cleaved in two, completely severed. No way. Long Xiaoqin and the others were so astonished that their jaws dropped to the ground and remained open for a long time. Instant kill? That winged demon was the strongest and most bizarre humanoid demon they had ever seen in their lives. They had never encountered such a humanoid demon before. It was as if it were a fallen angel, making them break into a cold sweat. Just a glance exchanged gave them a feeling of life being out of their control. Such a powerful demon was now actually killed in an instant. How strong is Yi Ju? Ha! Yi Ju shook off the black blood from his knife. What seemed like an ordinary strike was actually a full-force attack powered by mixed elemental energy. This strike was hard even for the current demon god to withstand, let alone a small Hell Lord. The ancient demons were terrifying and could use darkened treasure drops, but they ultimately could not compare to the demon god. Moreover, he had not yet used an explosion, which could instantly increase his combat power by 5 times. However, using it to kill a small Hell Lord would indeed be overkill. Ding! He gained upgrade experience. Experience bar, 5. A small Hell Lord rewarded him with a full 5 experience. It's important to note that he had been killing all the way here, and his experience had not even increased by 1. After level 10, only killing boss units could yield significant experience rewards. Bang! The next moment, the winged demon exploded with treasure drops. Yi Ju walked over to pick it up and conveniently took out its magic core. The magic core of the winged demon is deep purple and contains a large amount of energy. Hell Lord's Black Wing, Fusion-type treasure, 0 level wearable, effect, consumes a large amount of energy, allows for short-term flight. After use, the Hell Lord's wing disappears and merges into your back, cannot be removed. This treasure does not belong to the technology category, cannot be disassembled for research, cannot be mass-produced, can be fused with other wings. Interesting, fusion. Yi Ju directly used the wings of the Hell Lord. Ding! Fusion begins. The wings of the Hell Lord immediately fused into his back, resonating with the light wings of the White Dragon Emperor, merging together. Ding! Congratulations! Fusion successful. You have obtained a brand new wing. Wings of the Hell Lord, Chapter 189. A small change. The wings of the Hell Lord have doubled in speed compared to before. However, the energy consumption has become even more enormous. Now he can only fly for about 5 minutes at most. Otherwise, he can only last less than 10 seconds. Yi Xiao, thanks to you, the consequences would have been unimaginable otherwise. Long Xiaoqin approached with a group of leaders, looking very pleased. Report. The demons in the rear have been completely wiped out by the Peak Domain's town guardian beast. A soldier in military uniform ran over and saluted. Now that the communication base station has been destroyed, the communication equipment is useless. They can only relay information verbally like this. Good, that's great. Various expressions of excitement appeared on the faces of the highest leaders of the base. Originally, it was a situation of certain death. Who would have thought that they are now alive and well? Yi Xiao, we have decided to appoint you as a colonel. No, that won't do. At least it should be a major general to start. I think promoting him directly to general would be better. How could they not thank Yi Ju? No. Colonel is fine, just for convenience when entering and leaving the base. Yi Ju shook his head. Well, Yi Xiao won't care about these military positions. Long Xiaoqin laughed. Yi Ju, You actually acted like a rogue last time. At that moment, Su Yin stormed over with a big wolf dog. She still vividly remembered what happened last time when she was abandoned. Huh. Yi Ju let out a laugh. Anyway, Su Yin directly pounced on him, even though there were so many people watching. Oh, the members of the peak domain behind them couldn't help but exclaim, oh. What's going on? I'm just too excited. After all, Su Yin is still a young girl, shy, and her face turned red in an instant. She's still a bit vague about love. She just hopes to go on adventures with Yi Ju. Ugh. The big wolf dog couldn't stand it and positioned himself between them. In contrast, Chunya was relatively quiet. After all, she came from teaching background. Now she was watching her students from the school being respected. A smile of appreciation unconsciously appeared on her face. But for some reason, she felt an energy burning continuously throughout her body, seeming to get hotter. This feeling had been there since she awakened, but now was even stronger. Thud! She collapsed. The big wolf dog acted quickly, carrying her onto the base vehicle and settling her down. Yet touch it, her forehead. Her skin was very hot, and the energy within her seemed to be boiling. I know. Su Yin walked over, raising her hand. When Chunya awakened, she used the light stone because my awakening was of the mutation type. Chunya awakened with the energy type, so it was used on her, but everything was fine until now. Su Yin was puzzled and started to explain. The power of light, but it shouldn't be like this. Yi Ju knew what it would be like to awaken the power of light, easily obtaining the energy of light. Why are people like this now? Could it be a rare rejection? I'm just a bit uncomfortable. It's not a big deal. Chunya murmured as she opened her eyes, then closed them again. Letting Chunya rest might help, but she seems too tired. I'll take care of her, Su Yin said. I'll stay here as well, the big wolf dog said. All right, Commander has something to discuss with me. I'll go over first. Yin nodded. He did not expect that what seemed like a small change would lead to Chunya becoming the biggest. Of course, that is a story for later. Chapter 190. The new base city Yishang. This is the overall design plan for our new base. Long Xiaoqin placed the base blueprint on the table. The equipment is currently too lacking. All of it is in the new base. We can only make do like this for now. You chose Gushin as the new base. Yi Ju was surprised. Lonely Mountain is a dormant volcano. Wei Ting added beside him. The new base has already popularized plasma weapons. That's right. So controlling the magma chamber beneath Lonely Mountain is our new task. At this moment, Director Wu and Dr. Xiao walked over. Anti-demon magma armor. New melee weapons made from magma, and brand new long-range weapons of the magma type. The design drawings all feature entirely new weapon specifications. Not bad. Ye nodded. After plasma weapons, the Research Institute's focus shifted to magma weapons, which is indeed a step towards the proper course of history. This indicates that Director Wu and Dr. Xiao are indeed talented individuals, key figures in advancing history. Their presence is extremely important and absolutely a priority for protection. Long Xiaoqin then said, I had already thought of a perfect plan, so the new base will be called Long Xiao Mountain. Long Xiao Mountain? Yi Ju couldn't help but shudder. That was the most famous level 1 base in ancient texts. He never expected that it was. His gaze involuntarily turned to the highest leaders of these bases. Were they the ones who created Long Xiao Mountain? Had they accomplished the astounding feat of exterminating nearly 10 million demons from the underworld? Young Master Yi, what do you think? A group of people turned to him. Now, they all knew that Yi Ju had risen to the second position in the world. He was about to represent humanity in the Demon God Arena. After winning in the Demon God Arena, all the demons in the world would weaken. Moreover, the winner could take home prizes that would benefit themselves or their base. The implication was clear. Whoever won would elevate their base city above others. Therefore, Yi Ju's voice held immense importance. Very good, Long Xiao Mountain. Yi Ju gave a nod of approval. Report, the road has been leveled. We can set off. A soldier saluted and said, Good, then let's not delay. We should hurry on our way. Long Xiaoqin smiled. With a roar, dozens of base vehicles set off again, sparking as they sped forward. The countdown for the Demon God Arena. 23 days, 20 hours, 10 minutes, and 5 seconds. Seeing this number, the members of the Peak Domain couldn't help but worry about their president. Don't worry, it's going to be fine. Yi Ju reassured them. He had now awakened the Hunyuan Golden Dipper, and with his cultivation buffs in effect, he wasn't afraid of the underworld demon god. In 23 days, His various cultivation buffs would all level up to 46. By then, his body's hardness and attack power would reach new heights. Chinya still hadn't woken up. Her brows tightly furrowed, eyes closed. However, aside from a high temperature, there were no other abnormalities, and no one could determine the cause. Just as they were nearing the new base city, they were ambushed by a tide of demons, numbering around 40 to 50,000. The leading demons were 4 underworld guardians, all carrying hell energy bombs. These 4 underworld guardians were indeed the minions of the winged demon. They were very clever. Upon seeing their boss get killed instantly, they fled. Now, they had brought a horde of demons to launch a sneak attack. Boom! The first underworld guardian rushed in and exploded, directly flipping several base vehicles. This was still a distant explosion, triggered by Yi Ju's blade energy. If it hadn't been for that, the explosion would have engulfed the base vehicles, resulting in total annihilation. Everyone would have died on the spot. Chapter 191, Humanity, still suffering torture, damn it. It's the Underworld Guardians. Long Xiaoqin and the others gritted their teeth, harboring intense hatred for these demons. They were the main culprits behind the destruction of the base city. Their self-destruct capability was simply too strong. However, this time Yi Ju and Lai Fu were present. The beam tower had also replenished its energy with magic cores. In less than half an hour, they had annihilated these demons. If it hadn't been for you all, the casualties would have been severe again. Long Xiaoqin forced a bitter smile. The demons were getting stronger, and their variety was increasing. They had no idea how many survivors were left in the Wasteland. For now, they could only hurry to develop the new base city. They hoped the drifting survivors outside could hold on until then. Fortunately, the overturned base vehicles hadn't sustained serious damage. The people inside only suffered minor injuries. After a brief delay, everyone set off again. They saw it. Lonely Mountain. The new base was right there. The gate is right there. Everyone cheered excitedly. The front base vehicle had already stopped. They were verifying identities. Welcome, esteemed commander and leaders. Good afternoon. A mechanical voice echoed from the metal door. Suddenly, clank, clank, clank. Next, the huge metal door slowly opened. There were no humans in the new base city, but everything was controlled by artificial intelligence. Accommodations had already been planned, albeit just temporary tents. Taking advantage of the demons, not discovering them, let us start rebuilding the base city. Long Xiaoqin issued the order. Long Xiaoshan base city officially began operations. Everyone erupted in excitement, people coming and going. It was as if the whole world could only find a hint of the past atmosphere here. We need some hell materials. After receiving the call from the Research Institute, Ye nodded. Hell materials were now spread all over the planet, establishing forests and such, making them easy to find. At his current speed, he could meet the Research Institute's needs within a day. The rest of the people also received tasks to collect materials in large quantities while activating the new communication base station. Russell, they could now receive broadcasts. We are not bystanders to disaster. The pendulum of history never stops. This battle between humanity and demons will undoubtedly be a protracted war. The new base city, Long Xiaoshan, has begun operations. Coordinates XXXX. Fight for humanity. The broadcast continued to spread out 24/7. Day 1. A few scattered individuals arrived at Lonely Mountain Base City. Day 2. Groups of people entered Long Xiaoshan. Day 3 to Day 5. Various stations in the base city had set up various procurement platforms, collecting steel, hell materials, and various supplies. They were even recruiting construction workers, architectural designers, researchers, etc. Mutated beasts had now become the main food source. This large-scale procurement quickly filled all the needs of the base city. Countdown to the Demon God Arena. 18 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 3 seconds. Humanity around the world was still suffering from the torment and destruction of demons. The demons were too strong, terrifyingly strong. Even awakened ones needed 5 or more to team up to kill a gargoyle. Chapter 192, Countdown, not to mention encountering a horde of demons. That would definitely result in total annihilation. The tide of demons was even more terrifying, directly destroying base cities. Currently, there were less than 3 base cities left in the whole world. These 3 base cities were in South Africa, North America, and Europe. They were barely holding on. The fact that they had managed to survive until now showed their formidable strength. They were definitely much stronger than Long Shaoshan base. But at this rate, destruction was only a matter of time. Still not awake? Yiju looked at Chunya. Miss Chunya hasn't woken up yet, the female soldier said as she saluted. Ye definitively seek it. Even he couldn't determine the reason for Chunya's changes. Now, various guilds in the Bay City were springing up like bamboo shoots. The Peak Realm was busier than ever. All the heavy burdens fell on Su Yan. It was quite common to encounter disobedient awakeners, often causing disturbances in groups. Su Yan took the big wolf dog around to suppress them. Beep, 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 his communicator rang. It's done. Haha, your special evolved anti-demon magma battle armor. The laughter of Director Wu and Dr. Xiao came through the voice. Finally completed. Yiju turned off the communicator and headed towards the research institute. He'd been helping out a lot these days. Everyone who saw him saluted and looked at him with admiration. Look, this is your new battle armor. The magma pouch with infinite compression technology. What do you think? Director Wu said, pulling Yiju's arm and proudly introducing the functions of the battle armor. Very good. It was completed just in time before the Demon God Arena. Yiju's eyes were filled with ecstasy. The hardness of this set of battle armor was about 10 times that of his physique. Moreover, it could amplify energy. It directly pushed his total energy to 20,000. The important thing is that his electric energy reserve buff could be perfectly absorbed by this set of battle armor. Using lightning on himself was stronger and faster than before. In recent days, Director Wu and Dr. Xiao had even added the function of treasure dropping. As long as Yi Ju activated the protective energy, the battle armor would operate perfectly, increasing the hardness of the protective energy by 20 times. The Hellord's light wings could also be enhanced. In summary, this special evolved anti-demon magma battle armor increased combat power by 100. He was completely unafraid when facing demons. That's good. That's good. You are the hope of our China. Director Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead, closed his eyes, and unexpectedly fainted. It seemed that developing this set of battle armor had exhausted his mental and physical strength. Yiju quickly took out the nutrient pod and placed him inside. The countdown for the Demon God Arena. 15 days, 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 15 seconds. I need to adjust my condition now. Yiju walked out of the research institute and clenched his fist. He disappeared into the forest outside the base city. Time slowly passed. Longshao Mountain City was under tense construction. Now, it had a population close to hundreds of thousands. This was significantly less than the previous nearly 10 million. Robots and construction workers were working day and night, centered around that volcanic peak. They measured out 2,500 meters to shape the city walls. The city walls were an important facility for defending against demons. However, with so many people gathered together, the smell of blood and flesh was overwhelming. Young demons, vengeful spirits, lost souls, and gargoyles were all attracted here. But none of them foolishly approached alone. Instead, they formed groups, waiting for the right moment to attack the base city. There were even hunting teams that spotted another feathered demon. Countdown to the Demon God Arena. 10 days, 25 hours, 5 minutes, and 45 seconds. The anti-demon magma city wall of Long Shao had already been constructed. The tents inside were gradually being taken down, and people were moving into the newly built houses. Everything was in order. Chapter 193. Prelude to the Storm. At this time, Yiju had already embarked on his journey of adjustment alone. He no longer had time to pay attention to Long Shao Mountain. After all, his exclusive battle armor had already been made. Even if the magma technology of Long Shao Mountain encountered the tide of underworld demons now, it could still fight back. After all, magma bullets were inexhaustible, and the entire base magma pouch was continuously producing. This time he left without telling anyone. Even Lai Fu stayed behind at the base. The sky had already darkened. Yiju sat in the ruins, cooking tonight's meal. The stronger his physical condition, the more he could eat. The buff had fully enhanced his physical condition by 1,000. This meant he could eat 10 times more than before. Due to his enormous appetite, the stored food was running low. In the Wasteland, food was of utmost importance. So, Yiju was searching for demons to level up while scavenging. After all, The Wasteland had not formed for long, and many resources were buried underground. Ding! You have reached level 11. Huh. Yiju let out a breath and conveniently looted the supermarket here. This supermarket was something he discovered by accident, with the packaged food in perfect condition, unlike those smashed by trees and the chaos of the world. Fortunately, a hollow had formed, and the food remained undamaged. The familiar feeling of scavenging. Yiju couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, he scavenged every day and night. Mutated beasts were precious ingredients. However, not all mutated beasts were so easy to deal with. In the future Wasteland, all mutated beasts would undergo a qualitative change, forming a power that was comparable to demons. After replenishing his energy, Yiju charged towards the nearest group of demons. Demon cores and loot were his targets. Of course, he also encountered some small factions. These small factions did not intend to join the base city. Instead, their main purpose was to rob and take the demon cores and loot from the weak in the world outside the Wasteland. It was that simple and brutal, requiring no reason at all. If you looked weak, they would bully you. This is the apocalypse. Those with a bit of strength openly lay in wait at a spot to steal your things. Being weak is the original sin. Of course, aside from the crazies and perverts who would kill, those with a bit of reason would not murder. They would just rob and then let you go. After all, they were all fellow countrymen. If they were to kill, it would be demons. Therefore, those crazies and perverts would instead be exterminated by everyone working together, whether good or bad. Just like the group that was lying in wait for Yiju, a total of 15 people, men and women. Hand over the loot and demon cores, and we won't harm you. The leader, a scar-faced man, walked over with a face full of kindness. If you didn't hand it over voluntarily, he wouldn't mind giving you a beating. What if I don't hand it over? Yeah. Who can't rob? It just happened to fall on him. Not going to hand over. Then we'll beat you up. A level 6 Awakener walked up, shaking his neck and clenching his fists. Accept your fate. You are just cannon fodder. Hand over the loot and magic core to us, and we can become stronger, able to kill more demons. The scar-faced man laughed heartily. We are all doing this for the continuation of humanity. You make a valid point. Yiju nodded and said, then you all hand over the fallen treasures and magic cores on you. Humans need me more. Huh? Did I hear that right? A group of people was instantly dumbfounded. It was like you were robbing someone with a handgun, and instead of being scared, they even said to you, Chapter 194, Robbing the Great God Ye Hello. Actually, I'm robbing too, so hand over everything. Isn't this treating you like a son? Who exactly is holding the gun? Are you really blind or just pretending to be? Damn, this kid is so good at pretending. Is he playing with us? The more than 10 people were furious. Originally, they planned to talk things out, but they just happened to run into a tough nut. They had encountered tough nuts before, and in the end, they were all beaten into submission. Eat my fist the size of a sandbag. That level 6 Awaken one threw a punch. However, the fist was caught. Stop. You can't provoke him. A calm voice rang out from the side. Yiju looked at the newcomer. This face seemed familiar. Everyone stepped back, bow, and apologize. Another cold shout came, and another person walked out of the ruins. Finally, Yiju recognized them. Long Xiaogu and Wu Jin. They had met once before. In his memory, it seemed they had almost gotten into a fight. So it's you two. Yiju's expression remained calm. It seemed that Yi Shun still remembered us. Hee. Quite an honor. Long Xiaogu and Wu Jin exchanged glances. They didn't expect to rob the number 1 in Huaxia and the 2nd in the world. Because Yiju rarely exposes himself in public, it was normal for their subordinates not to recognize him. Big brother? What's wrong? Why do we have to bow and apologize? Who is this guy? So capable? I refuse. Why should I bow to him? Scarface and the other subordinates immediately showed their unwillingness. Smack! Long Xiaogu slapped Scarface across the face. When I say bow, you bow. Don't disobey. After the slap, he coldly shouted. Scarface panted heavily through his nose and knelt down hard. The group of men and women seemed very afraid of the two brothers and also knelt down, even though they were full of resentment. Aren't we all awakened once? Is this really necessary? Yi Shun, we were just robbing. We really haven't killed anyone. At most just gave a beating. Our main target is still the demons. Wu Jin explained, his mouth twitching. One of his hands was hidden, holding a magma explosive. As long as Yiju made any move, he would detonate it, taking them both down together. Yiju squinted his eyes upon seeing this situation. Let's talk it out. Wu Jin's heart sank. He could sense it. The Yiju in front of him was concealing a murderous intent. He could even vaguely see a sharp aura deep within his brow. As long as it was an enemy he identified, he would show no mercy. Is that right? Yiju smiled a little. Now, with just a flick of his fingers, he could wipe them out. Wu Jin and Long Xiaogu's way of doing things is definitely not just ordinary ruthlessness. Just because of a small conflict, they would annihilate an entire vagrant base. They are so ruthless that they would even kill children if it threatened their interests. These two have even survived into the post-apocalyptic world. At that time, he was still a child, while these two had already made a name for themselves. By the time Yiju came of age, they were already over 60 years old. They were definitely big shots back then, controlling many base cities and technological advancements. They could be considered two warlords. After calculation, it is indeed true that their contributions outweigh their faults. They had a significant impact on humanity's resistance against demons. So, Yiju was considering whether to kill them. After all, he was a remarkable figure, a leader among humans, strong and ambitious. Let's make a deal. Wu Jin's eyelids suddenly twitched. He seemed to realize something. Just now, they seemed to have been teetering between life and death. Chapter 195. The arena is completed. Oh, a deal? Yiju questioned back. Do you have the qualifications to propose a deal to me? No. Cold sweat broke out on Wu Jin's forehead. This shocked the scar-faced man beside him. Having followed this boss for so long, he deeply understood Wu Jin's power. He was someone who remained unflappable, with a calm demeanor. Even in the face of crises, he had never sweated like this. Who exactly was this young man with flowing black hair? The scar-faced man couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Wait a minute. The boss called him Yudishin? His surname is Yi? No, it can't be. Could it be? Could it really be him? That god from Huaxia? The scar-faced man's features widened in shock. Bang! He suddenly smashed his head against the ground. This startled everyone around. They had no idea what he was going crazy about. With such force, wouldn't he knock his head open? Idol, can you give me an autograph?